After hearing what his father said, Chiron was shocked. Father, how is this possible? I mean, in China, we are not soft persimmons. Chiron stuttered. It doesn't matter if Tang Qing is more mature. It doesn't matter if he is more steady. And it doesn't matter if he doesn't follow the crowd. But the reason is that he is not afraid of the Chai family. How confident is this? It's so big that it's a bit boundless. Chai Guiqiang chuckled and reminded, Son, you have to believe that nothing is impossible. Think about what happened in Africa and what happened in the United States last time. Do you think they're soft persimmons? Hearing this, Chiron thought about it carefully. I couldn't help but swallow. No, Chiron had to accept this fact. The other party's execution ability, those inexplicable divine turns, and the scope of activities all over the world all showed that they were confident and fearless. They dared to offend anyone, let alone the Chai family, and others were from the world. That's it. What I'm telling you so much is to ask you to pay more attention to this partner in the future. Tang Qing is a breakthrough. You can get whatever is best, but don't offend or control it. This kind of execution can be called a perverted force. We, the Chai family, are not afraid of it, but we can't afford it. It is impossible for other families to use such drastic methods to injure the enemy 1,000 times and lose 10,000 to themselves. Anyone who does not abide by the rules will definitely end up being eliminated by the alliance. But these people are real desperados, and there is no need to provoke them for no reason, Chai Guiqiang said. I understand, Father. Chiron nodded in agreement. Well, first build a good relationship with Tang Qing. Also, I heard that the African United Mining Group is making good progress, so you can expand the scope of cooperation, let them leak more lies, and let this fish slowly surface. I'm very curious about how big and strong this fish is, and whether the water is really unfathomable. Chai Guiqiang said with interest. Then what should I do? Chiron asked curiously. Chai Guiqiang took a sip of tea and said, Many companies in our country have minerals in Africa, whether state-owned or private. They have a large amount of high-quality mineral deposits, but they cannot mine them for various reasons. I wonder if these baits can make them show up. Chai Guiqiang's strategy is very simple. The more you do, the more chances of making mistakes, the more characters will appear, and the more information nodes will be. In this way, the fish's body map can be better marked. Father is wise. I will go and operate it now. Not only can I make money, but I can also see the true form of this fish. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Chiron said excitedly for a moment. Jiang is still very spicy. An old man in a family is like a treasure. The ancients would not deceive him. Well, if you have nothing to do, go and rest first. Chai Guiqiang said. Okay, I'm going back to my room first. Chiron said and returned to his room. After Chiron left, Chai Guiqiang walked to the window, looked at the quiet night, and murmured, If what you think is true, then is there the involvement of the black prison in Mianyao? Otherwise, how could Tang Kai benefit so much? Yes, no, I don't understand. After thinking for a while, Chai Guiqiang did not dare to make a conclusion, so he went back to his room to rest. This night, Chiron slept very late. I lay on the bed tossing and turning and couldn't sleep, because he suddenly discovered that he still knew very little about Tang Qing and his friends. It wasn't that he didn't know, but the more he knew, the more he didn't know. Other side, Tang Qing returned to the Tianzi room suite and saw Lin Jiaxue not asleep yet, watching TV in the living room. Seeing Tang Qing come back, Lin Jiaxue, who was wearing pink pajamas, smiled happily and said, Tang, you are back. What does Chiron want to do with you? Tang Qing walked to Lin Jiaxue and sat down. Nothing, just asking about some things about my second uncle. A friend of his wants to do jewelry business and wants me to match him. However, I didn't offer him anything. I just said I would go back and ask and give him an answer in a few days. Tang Qing said, holding Lin Jiaxue's waist. Lin Jiaxue had no doubt about it and nodded. Yes, it's best not to agree to this kind of thing for your second uncle. Otherwise it will be troublesome and both parties will be in trouble. Yes, I know. After saying that, Tang Qing kissed Lin Jiaxue's forehead, then leaned on the sofa and hugged the blushing beauty into his arms. That's when Tang Qing discovered that the TV Lin Jiaxue watched was actually related to him. What was playing inside was the news about the Chinese Little Angel Charity Foundation. On TV, a reporter was in a ward. Behind him was a little boy with shiny hair wearing patient clothes, holding a toy, and playing with a middle-aged man. As you can see, this child previously suffered from an intracranial tumor, also commonly known as a brain tumor. There was no money for treatment in the orphanage, and the child was in critical condition. Later, with the help of the China Little Angel Charity Foundation, all the child's treatment, rehabilitation, nutrition, and other expenses were paid. The foundation also paid for the later examination fees. And this is not an isolated case. I believe everyone who has watched the news recently knows that there have been more than 20,000 cases of children like him who have been helped by the Chinese Little Angels Charity Foundation across the country, and the total medical expenses paid exceeded 4 billion yuan. With the foundation's financial transparency and the supervision of the media and everyone, I believe everyone no longer doubts where the money is going. There is love in the world. And those who are thoughtful may have seen that the foundation's website shows that although there are more than 3 billion yuan in the account, most of it is used to pay the hospital in installments, and the real spare funds are less than 800 million yuan. Here, on behalf of journalists, I hope everyone will donate enthusiastically to help these children without parents. Thank you. This news has come to an end. After the female reporter finished speaking, she bowed in front of the camera with red eyes. Hearing this, Tang Qing also praised the reporter's words. Whether she was reading the manuscript or for the effect of the program, etc., as long as it could really help those children in the end, Tang Qing would support it. There's really not much spare money in the foundation now, and it needs donations from all walks of life. There is still some time before the next Pichot project, and the foundation's money will be enough during this period. By then, this protection fee of nearly 20 billion yuan hopes to be Tang Qing's last allocation after national cooperation. Now, the reputation of the Chinese Little Angel Charity Foundation has been established. By the end of this year, it will have spent tens of billions of yuan in real money. If all walks of life are still waiting for others in the country to rescue this weak person, he has such a kind heart, but he is also uncomfortable in his heart. What he wants to see is the progress of social civilization, the purification of social atmosphere, and the return of social morality, not the cultivation of behaviors that make them stand by and wait for him and the country to pay. Fortunately, public opinion is now applauding, and many people have begun to donate large amounts. The foundation is also planning overseas donations. Everything is developing in a good direction. Tang Qing is very pleased. Tang, those children are so pitiful. Should we donate a little? I also have 20,000 yuan given by my second uncle. Lin Jiaxue raised her head and said. Tang Qing smiled and said, Okay, but don't worry about it. I'll donate it for you. You can keep the money to buy clothes. Lin Jiaxue shook her head. No, I have enough clothes to wear out. And I heard that many children in mountainous areas have very poor families and their clothes are in tatters. Can we also help them? Lin Jiaxue was full of kindness. Tang Qing thought for a while and said, Okay, but we don't have channels now. Even if we donate money and materials, it may not reach the hands of those children in the end. How about I investigate first and find out which ones are really doing good things, and then we donate? Okay, I listen to you. Lin Jiaxue smiled, and after speaking, she buried her head in Tang Qing's arms. Holding Lin Jiaxue in his arms, Tang Qing was thinking about what Lin Jiaxue just said. It's fine if he doesn't mention it, but when he mentions it, he has to suffer from an old habit. His compassion is overflowing. To be honest, he had only planned to set up the Family Search Network and the Charity Foundation before, mainly to solve the urgent problems. Now that Lin Jiaxue said this, Tang Qing was also considering whether to meddle in other people's business anymore. Money matters are easy to handle. What's rare is the process of doing this. The business content of the previous Charity Foundation was basically brand new. No charity foundation would do this selflessly for children. But now if it involves money and material and education, there will be conflicts. Are you going to stop doing it? Of course not. Tang Qing was really worried about leaving the matter of deep and shallow involvement to others. He didn't want his goodwill to become someone else's car or someone's house, so he had to do it himself. Can't be hidden, even with great fanfare. After thinking about it, Tang Qing made a decision. That is, let Sheng Tang Group take a ride and be the main body of donations to directly donate to the local area. The main thing is to build the Hope Primary School, and the second thing is to send supplies. Damn it. He always felt that he was becoming more and more nosy, which was indeed the case. At this time, his thoughts were wandering to whether he should get a scholarship or something. Shaked his head. Just put it behind you. Joshua, I'm going to take a shower first. Yeah. After saying that, Tang Qing happily took a cold bath. It was refreshing in the summer, even though he was no longer affected by the cold and heat. Finished washing quickly. Out of the bathroom, I saw Lin Joshua still watching TV, her eyes a little away from Tang Qing, who had just come out of the bath. Tang Qing saw it and smiled and said, Joshua, come in and sleep soon. You have to go shopping tomorrow, so sleep a little longer. Oh, Lin Joshua slowly walked towards Tang Qing, following suit. Tang Qing was anxious. He walked forward and pulled Lin Joshua into the bedroom, closed the door, and turned on the air conditioner. Go up. You don't do anything bad. Don't worry, it won't happen. That night, Tang Qing didn't do anything. He just held Lin Joshua in his arms. He could feel Lin Joshua's flustered heartbeat and ups and downs. This feeling was so exciting. In the end, Lin Joshua fell asleep very late due to nervousness. As for Tang Qing, where can I sleep? Although he couldn't practice his telekinesis skills, compared to having a beautiful woman in his arms, he could secretly do some bad things while she was asleep. This night, Tang Qing felt the excitement he had not seen for a long time. The next day, early in the morning, due to the good sound insulation of the suite, there was no sound of cars or birds coming into the bedroom. Except for the sound of breathing, it was quite quiet inside. However, with the sound of his lover's breathing nearby, Tang Qing thought it was very pleasant. If you're well, it's a sunny day. In the master bedroom, Tang Qing, who had not slept all night, lowered his head and stared at Lin Joshua's still beautiful sleeping face, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised and a thick smile on his face. It dawned very early in the summer in the capital. Looking sideways at the rising sun outside the window, he felt peaceful. This feeling, he never had it in his previous life. In this life, he hopes to last until the end of his life, but not forever. To be honest, Tang Qing doesn't really expect that he can live forever, because in his view, eternal life is the biggest curse. Watching your loved ones pass away, watching the world change, all familiar people and things are like passing clouds, floating in the long river of your life, and then disappearing into time. Time is ruthless. Although no one can truly understand this kind of pain, it does not hinder people's imagination. Life, a quality life, is what we should pursue. It would be best if it could be extended, but it shouldn't be extended indefinitely. Tang Qing didn't ask for much. Living for tens of thousands of years should be enough. If someone knew what Tang Qing was thinking at this moment, they would definitely say, "Aren't you afraid of being beaten to death when you go out because you're pretending like this?" After thinking about this, Tang Qing muttered to the system in his heart, "System, how many years do you think I can live now?" It's been a long time since I chatted with the system, and I'm still a little resentful. No, I miss it. He has broken away from the level of ordinary human beings. If his lifespan does not increase, wouldn't it be a lie? Host, your current natural lifespan is 189 years. The system immediately responded, 189 years? It doesn't seem like too much. Then how many years can I live at most? Tang Qing asked curiously. The system said, the system cannot answer this question. As the number of times you unlock the gene lock increases, your lifespan will become longer and longer. The system cannot predict your future. Please provide the exact question. Inflexible system, Tang Qing complained in his heart, and then asked, then if I unlock the highest level gene lock, how long can I live? Host, if you unlock the 98th level gene lock, your basic lifespan will exceed 12,000 years. The system replied, I heard the number 10,000 years. Tang Qing almost jumped up in shock. I'm a big kid. I've been here for more than 10,000 years. Are you sure I'm a human and not a bastard? Wrong. Bah. My brain is crazy. I didn't scold myself like that. What does basic lifespan mean? Tang Qing noticed a key word. With the foundation, there will be an increase. Host. Yes, the awakening of each level of ability will strengthen its own genes. These are uncertain, so they are not included in the basic lifespan data. The system said, if my level abilities are awakened every time, how many years can I live? Tang Qing asked curiously. Sorry, the database does not have this data. The system selected the dog leash. Goodbye. Tang Qing didn't bother to ask. It would only increase his worries, and he would just upgrade slowly. Suddenly, Tang Qing discovered that Lin Jiaxue's breathing rate had changed. When a person sleeps, his breathing has a natural frequency that he doesn't know. Only others can feel it unless you record it. Therefore, a person who often sleeps together can easily know whether the person next to him is pretending to sleep. Apparently, Lin Jiaxue is already awake. Tang Qing smiled and didn't expose it directly, but his hands started to become dishonest. Tang Qing didn't do anything last night, so he was really sorry for this hard-won opportunity. Even if he acted slowly, he could still get some advantage, but she was his wife, so it didn't matter whether he took advantage or not. Can you say you stole something that belongs to your own family? Just take action. Don't move. Lin Jiaxue grabbed Tang Qing's dishonest paw tightly, opened her eyes, and looked at Tang Qing angrily. But this expression is simply a huge temptation. Fortunately, Tang Qing had strong determination and did not overreach. He lowered his head and kissed Lin Jiaxue's forehead gently, and said with a smile, Okay, wife, let's get up, otherwise young Master Chai will call to remind you later. There is still more than an hour before the agreed time. Lin Jiaxue looked at the watch on her hand and said, That's the meeting time. Plus we wash up and have breakfast. There isn't much time left. Tang Qing scraped Lin Jiaxue's little nose and said lovingly, Okay, I'll get up right away. You go out first, and I'll change clothes. Lin Jiaxue let go of Tang Qing's hand. Okay, I'll go out and take a shower in the second bedroom. You are here. Okay. After saying that, Tang Qing took his clothes and went to the second bedroom. Lin Jiaxue saw Tang Qing going out and quickly locked the door. At the same time, her face was as red as an apple. As soon as she woke up from the situation just now, she realized something was wrong. Tang Qing put her hand in a dishonest place, remembering that she fell asleep last night because she was too tired. Who knows what Tang Qing did? Thinking of this, Lin Jiaxue's face turned redder and redder. He succeeded again. Lin Jiaxue muttered, and after saying that, he went to take a shower. Ambiguous. It is a poison to a relationship, making people addicted to it and quickly deepening the connection between the two. Therefore, Lin Jiaxue did not feel a loss. On the contrary, there was a hint of expectation. Exited the master bedroom. Tang Qing called Li Kai and told them to get up. It was better not to let them wait in their place, but Li Kai got up earlier than them. After receiving Tang Qing's call, he couldn't help but tease him. Tang Qing retreated. But I feel proud. At least I took advantage last night. Took a hot shower. Tang Qing tidied up. Seeing that Lin Jiaxue hadn't come out yet, she was watching TV in the living room. 30 minutes later, Lin Jiaxue also packed up and came out, calling Li Kai and Feng Sun downstairs for breakfast. When the agreed time came, Chai Ren appeared at the door of the hotel. Although Chai Ren slept late last night, his still young body was able to recover well, and he didn't feel sleepy. After receiving Tang Qing's group at the Chiu Palace, he ran to where Zhanshi lived and picked up Miao Ru. Zhanshi had to go to work today, so he had to suffer Chai Ren running around. Next, throughout the day, Chai Ren took a group of people to visit the Great Wall, the Summer Palace, and Shuemu University. He acted as an enthusiastic tour guide and talked about everything, as professional as ever. Afternoon, Miao Ru did not return to Zhanshi's residence. After learning that there was a second bedroom in the house where Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue lived, he decided to go to their place at night. Tang Qing looked at Miao Ru's wary look at him and smiled bitterly in her heart. It was probably because Miao Ru was afraid that she would not be able to control herself at night and her hormones would be secreted, which would bring disaster to Lin Jiaxue. Have to. I can only go to the training area to practice in the evening. Fortunately, this kind of practice is not boring. Night. Shuyu box. While Tang Qing was eating, a young man knocked on the door and walked in. He looked ordinary, but had a good temperament and was well-dressed. He was said to be a young man, but he was also the same age as Chai-Ren. When he saw the situation in the box, especially Chai-Ren, the man's face instantly became more respectful. "Hello, Mr. Chai." The young man walked up to Chai-Ren and said, looking at the other people around the table, he nodded hurriedly to express friendship, as if he was a newcomer to the dock. When Chai-Ren saw the visitor, he stood up and introduced him. "Everyone, his name is Shun Yi. He is my friend. His father is the executive deputy mayor of Shanghai. Brother Tang, you will go to school in Shanghai in the future. I am far away or often go abroad, so I may not be able to take care of you in time when something happens. So I asked Shun to introduce you to him. From now on, if you have anything to do in Shanghai, you should definitely go to Shun Yi. Shun Yi, these are my good friends. This is Miao Ru, my wife's best friend, who teaches at Fudan. This is Tang Qing, my very good friend, who will be a freshman at Fudan in September. If he comes to you for something in the future, you must handle it well, you know?" Hearing Chai-Ren's evaluation of Tang Qing as very good, Shunyi knew what to do. Although he didn't know Tang Qing's identity, it was obvious that he had a lot of energy, otherwise Chai-Ren would not look down on him. "Brother Tang, it's a pleasure to meet you. Please take care of me in the future." Shun Yi stepped forward and extended his hand in a friendly manner, smiling. "I should say this, Brother Shun. I have to rely on you to protect me in Shanghai, huh?" Tang Qing said with a smile. As a municipality directly under the central government, Shun Yi's father's position is not unimportant. If he is promoted to another level, he will be at least the first or second leader in other provinces. "Brother Tang, you're welcome." Shun Yi waved his hand quickly. Then Shun Yi said hello to others and saw another second generation coming, still from Shanghai. Li Kai felt that the level of his circle was constantly improving. Who would have thought that Tang Qing's network of friends could be so large, with extraordinary provinces and powerful backgrounds? Although Shun Yi didn't know what other people's backgrounds were, it didn't stop him from understanding what Chai-Ren meant, which was that you were also doing business, so don't put on airs. "Master Chai, everyone, this is the first time we meet, so I'll do the first thing out of respect," he said. Shun Yi drank a cup of Wuliangya. Tang Qing couldn't stand these troublesome red tapes. Seeing that Shun Yi still wanted to toast one cup after another, Tang Qing said quickly, "Brother Shun, one cup is enough. I don't like drinking at all. I just want to drink for fun. Sit down quickly and eat something. It's hard work coming here in such a hurry." Tang Qing felt that his words of win people's hearts were slipping away more and more. Shun Yi is almost 10 years older than him. Of course, he still has to call him brother. There is no way around it. Sometimes age is really an obstacle, and he has to call everyone he meets. However, it feels good to have someone to protect him. If you call him brother, you won't suffer. Many people want to call him brother, but they still ignore him. Hearing Tang Qing's words, Shun Yi naturally looked at Chai-Ren. He was Chai-Ren's younger brother. Although he was grateful for Tang Qing's words, he could not directly act on them. Seeing Shun Yi's gaze, Chai-Ren shook his head and said with a smile, "Shun Yi, stop drinking. Brother Tang is a temperamental person and doesn't like this boring way of drinking." Shun Yi was stunned and quickly sat down and said, "Brother Tang, please be cool. If you need me, Shun, in the Shanghai stock market in the future, tell me and I'll make sure you handle it." "Thank you then," Tang Qing said with a smile. With local snakes, it will be easier to live in the future. At the same time, he also thought of the good friend Pan you mentioned. Isn't it the son of the executive deputy mayor of Shanghai? It must be the same person. P.S. The banking system is already 1.5 million words long. Let's commemorate it. Thanks to the reader Bookworm for the tip. It hasn't been long since I last separated from Panyu. I don't think the position of executive deputy mayor of Shanghai will be replaced so soon. Brother Shun, do you know Pan Yu? Tang Qing said bluntly. Shun Yi was stunned, thinking of Pan Yu, and nodded in surprise. I know him. He is my childhood friend and classmate. We have always had a good relationship. We had a drink together at the beginning of this month. Why, you know him too? Tang Qing nodded and replied. Of course, we all know Pan Yu. After all, Pan Yu is Feng Sen's cousin-in-law. His cousin is also my god-sister. We are really destined. Hearing this, Shun Yi was overjoyed. It would be easy if they were all acquaintances. His affection for Tang Qing and others increased greatly in his heart. Pan Yu was one of the few true friends he had since childhood. Now that he knew that Pan Yu was the cousin-in-law of several people, Shun Yi felt as if he was looking at his younger generation, and his eyes became gentle. Of course, he also knew Do Jiao and was related to the Do family and Chai Ren. Shun Yi was a little curious about Tang Qing's identity. However, Chai Ren didn't know how many people still had this relationship, so he was surprised and said, Brother Tang, you still have this relationship, that's great. From now on, you are one of our own. Come and have another drink. Chai Ren finished. Everyone had another drink for this, not liquor anyway, just drink whatever you wanted. The next meal began to get more harmonious. Since everyone has a close person in common, that is one of them. For ordinary people, the relationship with such a close person is very unreliable. But for the upper class, this relationship represents resources because everyone is on the same level. There are not many people at different levels, even if they are relatives who can communicate on an equal footing. After dinner, everyone has become familiar with each other, the older brother and the younger sister. Shun Yi was called over from Shanghai by Chai Ren. Although he was a little resentful before, he didn't dare to say anything. When Chai Ren said that he wanted to introduce friends, he naturally had to be careful about accompanying him. Now that he found out that he was still one of his own, Shun Yi's unhappiness had completely dissipated. After meal, Miaoru took Lin Jiaxue upstairs. Although the men's conversation was not erotic, it was still boring. Feng Sun and Li Kai also followed back. It was Chai Ren's suggestion. The two of them immediately knew that Chai Ren must have something to say to Tang. After the 4 people left, there are only 3 people left here. Chai Ren suddenly straightened up his face and said to Shun Yi, there were so many people just now that it's hard for me to introduce you. Now, there are only 3 of us. Let me introduce you formally. Brother Tang is not an ordinary freshman. He has assets of nearly 1 billion yuan and is considered a small tycoon. Brother Tang, in the future, if you have anything to do in Shanghai, just come to him. Shun Yi is not bad. He is not a dandy. He is very measured in what he does. Do you know what job he is doing now? Chai Ren finally asked a question, ignoring the cute Shun Yi who had grown a big mouth. Tang Qing asked cooperatively and curiously, what kind of job? Politics or business? Chai Ren smiled and shook his head. No, he is a department manager. No, a deputy manager in a Shanghai-listed private company. No one in the company knows his identity. Tang Qing was really different now. This is not scientific. You have a father who is a deputy mayor. If you don't go into politics, start your own business, or join a large state-owned enterprise to make easy money with mixed qualifications, and instead go to a private company to do something. Does your father agree? Brother Shun, what do you think? Tang Qing turned to Shun Yi who came back to his senses. Of course, this was not the first time that Shun Yi was asked this question. He smiled bitterly and said, when I graduated from graduate school, I had to compete with my family to prove myself, and then I worked in my current company for several years. To be honest, I was really tired, not physically, but mentally. If one day I lose my job, I will have to ask Mr. Chai and Brother Tang to help me. Of course, Tang Qing didn't believe Shun Yi's words. The son of a deputy ministerial official would be short of food? No kidding. What does Brother Shin's company do now? Tang Qing asked. Shun Yi shook his head and said, hey, it's a film production company, Tangren Film and Television Production. I wonder if you've heard of it. I'm a deputy manager of the planning department there. How could a deputy manager prove himself to him? Now he was too embarrassed to go back to his father's place. After a while, his father started the repairing old scores mode, and he quickly retreated in despair. With such a stubborn father, Shun Yi was also extremely distressed. It seems like it's a pretty big film company. Tang Qing nodded thoughtfully. It's not a small thing, but after working in it for so long, I knew the entertainment industry was a bit chaotic, but I didn't expect it to be so chaotic. What I heard and saw, it felt so boring. No wonder my father often ran against me. I decided to resign next month and find another job. This job is boring, Shun Yi said with emotion. Hearing that Shun Yi was about to change jobs, Tang Qing's eyes lit up, and he said, "Brother Shun, do you like movies?" Shun Yi was stunned, nodded and said, "Yes, if it wasn't for the wrong major, I would definitely go make movies. If I didn't like it, I wouldn't submit my resume to Tangren Film and Television." "Brother Shun, are you interested in working for me?" Tang Qing smiled, showing his foxtail. He had a movie plan for a long time. He was originally planning to set up a film company in Shanghai, and within this year, it was just hard to find people. But looking at the two people in front of him, Tang Qing had an idea. A movie has to go through many steps from beginning to end, and it has to go through 5 hurdles and 6 to win the right to broadcast. This is not simple. After all, there are only so many screens in the country, and the screening resources are limited. If you don't grab a good time and a good schedule, how can you afford the money you pay? This is a resource, and Shun Yi and Chai Run are the ones who can obtain resources and save themselves too many things. "Brother Tang, are you going to invest in making a movie?" Chai Run asked in surprise. His mind was a bit out of tune. "How do you think about it? You just set up a real estate company, and you want to start a movie company. Do you have that much money?" "Oh, Walter Fuck, Tang Qing really has so much money. Damn it. If the monthly dividend is 300 million yuan, Tang Qing will earn more in a year than the total box office of the country's movies last year. Are you sure you're not here to lose money? To make money, you can earn as much as the national movie box office market by just lying down." Tang Qing nodded and said, "Yes, I have this plan." "Brother Tang, do you want to think about it carefully? Domestic movies don't make much money now, and your investment is very risky." Chiron reminded that investing in domestic movies at the moment is really an adventure. Shun Yi also agreed with Chiron's words. Risk and opportunity are words that can be interchanged at any time. For Tang Qing, a super rich man with assets of nearly 1 billion yuan, investing in movies to make money is definitely a failure. With this strength, there are many places to make money. Why come to this muddy water? Tang Qing waved his hand and said, "It's okay. Besides, who said I want to make a movie that can only be released domestically? If that's the case, I won't invest money at all. What I really want to make is a movie that can enter the international film market. This is my goal. The domestic film pool is too small and cannot stand the trouble." Upon hearing Tang Qing's ambition, Chiron was speechless. Tang Qing's meaning is very clear. He has no interest in investing in movies specifically for domestic production. Tang Qing will not make movies that cannot go abroad. "Brother Tang, this is a bit difficult for you. What are your plans?" Chiron thought it would be better to ask clearly first. "This is what I think. I plan to set up a film company to specialize in producing films that can have an international market. I will start with science fiction films and gradually branch out into other themes. The main purpose is to let the world see that our Chinese culture, our concepts, and our technology are absolutely top-notch in the world. How come foreign films can come to us to make money, and we have to fight back?" Tang Qing said impassionedly. Certainly, the two people in front of them are not teenagers. They have been traveling around for 2 years. How could they be fooled by Tang Qing like this? Chiron said earnestly, "Brother Tang, I know you are passionate, and I agree with your point of view, but there are several practical issues before us. First, money. The money for science fiction movies is not our country's low-cost movies. They are really burning money. Second, the special effects. As you know, domestic special effects are not up to standard at all. If foreign ones are used, then they're not considered pure domestic technology. In that case, it is equivalent to promoting foreign special effects technology. Third, story and script. What type of science fiction movie are you making? If it is individual heroism, it may not be a good thing in China. China is about unity and considering the overall situation. Some lines may not seem to be there, but they are real. After speaking, Chiron looked at Tang Qing. As he said, only when these three problems are solved can we truly promote Chinese culture and technology. Otherwise, there will be flaws. He did not talk about the issue of the distribution market, because these three are a natural chasm. Tang Qing smiled slightly after hearing this. Tang Qing has certainly considered these issues. The answer is, no problem at all. In fact, after the special effects and money are taken care of, the script is already a trivial matter. There are countless excellent domestic science fiction works, and there are many excellent science fiction writers. However, the domestic science fiction culture has not yet been activated, and many works have been buried in the dust and never seen the light of day. What Tang Qing has to do next is to let them come out to see this day. Two eldest brothers. I can guarantee that the money problem does not exist. The second point of the special effects problem, I can also guarantee. It is definitely not the European and American special effects team and technology, but our own. The third script problem, haha. As long as the script requirements are announced, and there will be prizes and essays, I believe there will be a lot of outstanding works. Don't underestimate the imagination of us Chinese people. Tang Qing said confidently. The meaning is obvious. What you think is a problem is just a trivial obstacle here. P.S. I don't know if this plot setting is a bit bland. Looking at Tang Qing's confident face, it didn't look like he was joking or talking big words at all. Chiron and Shun Yi were shocked by the fierce aura in his tone. What has troubled the Chinese people for so many years, you just said in such an understatement that it has been solved. Are you kidding us? Chiron and Shun Yi looked at each other, the suspicion in their eyes simply untouchable. Brother Tang, are you sure there's nothing wrong with the special effects? Chiron asked carefully. He didn't care about the money anymore, nor did he care about the script. Science fiction is about unbridled imagination, and the world really doesn't lack such people. What he really cares about is the method of implementation, special effects. Of course, I wonder if you two are willing to join? Tang Qing nodded and said firmly. Hear the words. Chiron and Shun Yi looked at each other again. Chiron had already believed most of it. Tang Qing had no need to tell this lie. After thinking for a few seconds, he gritted his teeth and said, Okay, Brother Tang, I believe you. I will invest 100 million yuan. If Chiron wouldn't have spent money like this yesterday, but after his father's teachings last night, he had to follow this bet. He believed that his father Chai Guoqiang would not say anything. Tang Qing smiled in his heart when he saw this. He admired Chai Ren's magnanimity, but he also felt that Chai Ren's intentions were not small. There were no such honest friends in the world who had several relationships. Of course, except for him, Chiron's intention was nothing more than to deepen his connection with the Black Prison. Even if he wanted something, it was just a small thing for him, and he didn't care. Tang Qing then turned to Shun Yi and invited him. Brother Shun, are you willing to come and work in my company? I dare not say if you are a high-ranking person, at least a manager or above. He did not dare to hand over the entire company to Shun Yi, because Shun Yi did not have such management experience. At most, he would be given a manager or even a vice president. In Shanghai, with Shun Yi, I feel that the quality of the company can be improved a lot. Who dares to shout, close the door, and let Shun Yi go? As for Chiron, it is used as a second method. I'm willing. Mr. Chai is so supportive. What else do I have to worry about? I'm just afraid that I'll embarrass you if I can't manage well. Shun Yi agreed without hesitation. Chiron had already joined the gang. How dare he say no and work for Chiron, seeing what his father would say about being worthless? Thinking of this, Shun Yi was very happy and couldn't wait to see his father's surprise. Okay, then I wish our cooperation a success. To be honest, I don't know much about movies, and I guess you don't know much about movies either, but we don't need to be proficient. The director just needs to understand. Haha. Tang Qing laughed, paused, and then said, then it's decided. The film company will also be established in Shanghai. The iron is hot. A week later, on July 20th, my company will be established. Brother Shin will help follow up when the approval comes. I plan to invest 400 million yuan in the company, plus 500 million yuan from Mr. Chai. We will discuss the other operations later. Now is not the time to discuss the details. The company has not been set up yet. Talking too much is nonsense. Chiron nodded and agreed. No problem. If you need this money, just let me know 3 days in advance. By the way, Brother Tang, I wonder if you need other investors? Oh, what's wrong? Tang Qing said in surprise. He didn't think that Chiron's friend wanted to take a ride, and it wasn't that Beijing real estate was definitely making money. Although Chiron believed him now, it was obvious that Chiron didn't think that the film company could make back the 100 million yuan. Then there might be other reasons. Chiron immediately explained, Brother Tang, it's like this. If you're in the entertainment industry and want to do well in the country, in addition to money and technology, the relationship between policy and superiors is also indispensable. So the partner I recommended is a good choice. The elders in his family are one of the leaders in the management of publicity outlets in the country. They also have a great say in radio and television. Most people can't even ask them. Companies in the domestic entertainment industry want to follow them, but they don't like to get involved in the business of the entertainment industry. It's very simple. They don't like them. However, I know that he particularly likes science fiction novels. He always likes to watch stars and study astronomy and physics. He also writes science fiction novels, but he only uses them for his own entertainment and has not published them. If your proposal can impress him, I think everything about our film company in China will be smooth in the future. At this point, Chiron paused, and he also has an identity. That is, the owner of the Autumn Palace. Tang Qing had already agreed from the bottom of his heart before he had finished listening. Another person who could solve the problem joined him, which he wished for. The owner of Autumn Palace? Interesting. A plan to impress the other party? Haha, it's just a trivial matter. It seems it's time to show some real skills. Young Master Chai, I have no problem. It's a good thing to let him join in. Ask him when he has time. We can meet and talk, but it's best to hurry up. If I go back, we can only talk on the phone. Tang Qing nodded. He didn't say anything. If he doesn't have time to fly to the capital next time in the past few days, although he will have a little free time in the next few days, he is not the kind of person who kneels down to give people benefits. The market he wants to do is world-class. To win based on quality, it is good to have this layer of skin. If you don't have it, there is nothing wrong with it. The most important thing is to go home and spend time with your family, even if you are watching from the sidelines. It's more interesting than making him hundreds of millions. Okay, I'll call and ask first. Chiron noticed the key point in Tang Qing's tone. If you don't have time these days, then we can talk on the phone. If you think I'm not respectful enough, then just pretend that the call has never been made. Such confidence. Chiron was convinced. It doesn't look like a commoner or wealthy businessman family at all. I feel more second generation than these second generation people. Subsequently, Chiron called his friend and got down to business after a few words of greeting. After a few words, Chiron hung up the phone and said happily, Brother Tang, you are lucky today. He is now receiving guests in a Tianzi room in the Qiu Palace and will come down soon. That's great. What is this friend situation? Let me introduce him so that I won't be confused later. Tang Qing said happily. Chiron sorted out his thoughts and said, this man's name is Zheng Lin. He is the fifth of 3 generations of his family. He is 31 years old this year and has a PhD in history from Shuimu University. He is a literary young man and is good at writing, but he prefers science fiction novels. However, these are all personal hobbies. In addition to running the Autumn Palace, he is also the boss of a large auction company. He also runs an antique business and loves collecting. However, he is a bit difficult to get along with, but he is definitely a very good friend to those who can see each other. Tang Qing nodded continuously. A strange man indeed. Combining the 2 hobbies of history and the future is a bit contradictory, but the forest is big and there are all kinds of birds, let alone the country, so it is not too out of the ordinary. Then do you guys count as good friends? Tang Qing suddenly asked. Chiron was stunned. Although he didn't understand what he meant, he still said, of course I do, otherwise I wouldn't introduce him. Do you want him to come and show my face? I'm not that stupid. That's good. If Zheng Lin is not a good friend of young Master Chai, I have no interest in cooperating with him. As soon as Tang Qing said this, Chiron immediately felt a warm current rising in his heart. Haha, Brother Tang, I saw you right. Come on, have a drink for our friendship. Chiron laughed, feeling very happy. Okay, Brother Shun, let's go together. Tang Qing raised his glass. Fuck it. Shun was not affected by the atmosphere and gave Tang Qing a thumbs up. After learning about Zheng Lin's background, he could still say this. He was indeed very loyal. Being friends with such a person felt at ease. Finished a drink. That's when, click, the door was pushed open. A middle-aged man in his 30s walked in, dressed in extraordinary clothes, with a touch of seriousness and indifference on his face. The two bodyguards he brought behind him also stood at the door at his signal. As soon as he entered the door and saw Chiron, a smile appeared on his face, and he said, Chiron, you brat. You called me in such a hurry and said you wanted to surprise me. If the surprise is not big enough, I won't spank you. Chiron's face was full of embarrassment at this time. Brother Zheng, please stop saying this in front of others. Please save some face for me. Zheng Lin was a few years older than him, and he often followed Zheng Lin when he was a child. He was more than acquaintance. Zheng Lin laughed and said, Haha, let's not talk about you, brat. Tell me, what are you doing with me today? These guys are very strangers. What do they want from you? After saying that, he looked at the two strangers, Tang Qing and Shun Yi. He could recognize all the young men in the capital, and the two in front of him were obviously not in a position that he feared or could be equal to, so he didn't have so much worry about speaking. He could see Shun Yi's attitude, and the cautious expression on his face showed that this was someone he didn't need to care about. But Tang Qing's half-smiling look was a bit confusing to him. He knew his identity and was still so indifferent. He was either mentally strong and noble, or he had a strong background and was fearless. Chiron said quickly, It's not that they have anything to ask you, but there is a business that you must be interested in. I want to see if you are willing to invest. I have invested 100 million yuan in it. Hearing that Chiron had invested 100 million yuan in it, Zheng Lin became interested. What business is it related to my current business? Chiron stopped talking nonsense and said directly, Brother Zheng, this is the case. This friend of mine wants to invest in a film company. After hearing this, Zheng Lin felt a little unhappy in his heart. Since they were not asking him to do something, they must be here to give money. He rejected dozens of such people every year. Those people had no new ideas at all. They gave away shares under the guise of cooperation and wanted to make money based on their family name. This kind of money was said to be a good thing, but he was not interested at all because his family did not lack the 3 melons and 2 dates. P.S. It's the end of the month. Please vote for me. Evil Spirit, what you said makes sense, but it's still early. Thank you to the reader Bogota for the tip. He looked at Zheng Lin's face with a strange expression. Chiron immediately sped up the explanation. My friend's film company mainly invests in science fiction movies. It only makes movies that can go abroad and promote Chinese culture and technology. Money is not a big problem. My friend also said that the special effects problem can be solved. It is definitely our own country's special effects technology. Chiron finished in one breath. Zheng Lin's expression was completely different from before. What did he hear? Movies that go abroad? Movies that promote Chinese culture. The special effects technology is still domestic. No matter how he thought about it, Zheng Lin felt that it was a bit unreliable. He frowned and said, Are you really saying that it can solve the problem of special effects? Or is it our country's special effects technology? This is not a joke. If foreign special effects technology is used, it makes no sense at all. Of course, Zheng Lin had an in-depth understanding of domestic special effects technology, but his heart dropped after watching it. These 50-cent special effects can fool the Chinese people who do not have high requirements. They can also be regarded as a kind of culture, such as sword energy and internal strength. But for other countries, only the fighting scenes are interesting. Sci-fi movies, it is no exaggeration to say, are forbidden areas for domestic movies. With the current technology, making one movie is disgusting, which not only ruins the reputation, but also ruins those excellent scripts. Chiron immediately nodded and said, Yes, this friend of mine will not lie to me. That is meaningless. This is the friend I'm talking about, Tang Qing, a very powerful high school student. High school student? Zheng Lin said, in surprise. When did Chiron cooperate with a high school student? At their level, the cooperation circle is basically people of the same age or above 30, because those in their 20s are still in the growth stage in terms of their background and abilities, and their minds are immature. Except for a few monsters, they rarely seek cooperation with people under the age of 25, let alone those under the age of 20. High school. Chiron, are you sure you're not kidding? Zheng Lin looked at Chiron. Yes, but don't underestimate Tang Qing. I will not introduce you to an unreliable collaborator. Chiron promised. Hear the words. Zheng Lin turned to look at Tang Qing, who was still looking at him with a smile on his face. Brother Zheng, hello. Tang Qing chuckled. Hello. What are you trying to do to convince me to invest? Zheng Lin said with a frown. Tang Qing shook his head and said calmly. Brother Zheng, you may have misunderstood. I'm not short of money or skills. I just want to get to know Brother Zheng. If there is an opportunity to cooperate, I welcome it. Tang Qing felt that he was a little bold today, but he had no interest in asking anyone to send money. But Zheng Lin was stunned by Tang Qing's words. Get to know each other? Don't you know my background? Are you really not here to ask for your cooperation? Are you sure our cooperation is necessary? Zheng Lin said with a half smile, wanting to find out the truth, but his tone was a bit unkind. But Tang Qing's strong senses told him that Zheng Lin was not angry, and then smiled and said, Of course, I am not short of money or technology, and the distribution market is mainly abroad. If I hadn't thought that Mr. Chai's friends were quite reliable, and thought that your hobbies were somewhat related to my film company, I would have wanted to see him. Otherwise, Tang Qing did not continue. Otherwise, everyone would understand what happened next. Chiron even broke out in a cold sweat for Tang Qing. The Zheng Lin family is not much worse than the Chai family. Tang Qing said this, which is really a bit awkward, but this is also in line with the behavior of Tang Qing during this period of time, neither humble nor arrogant, calm and calm. After listening to Tang Qing's words, Zheng Lin looked at Tang Qing, who remained calm. The smile on his face grew thicker and thicker, and finally turned into laughter. Ha ha! Okay, Chiron, your friend is interesting, so interesting. Let me introduce you formally. My name is Zheng Lin. Zheng Lin extended his hand for the first time. Tang Qing smiled and stretched out his hand. The two held hands together. Tang Qing. Two words popped out of Tang Qing's mouth. 3 seconds later, their hands were still separated. Tang Qing wanted to take it back, but his hand was held by Zheng Lin. Tang Qing couldn't use his strength. Feeling the increasing strength in his hand, Tang Qing looked at Chai Run in surprise. The meaning was obvious. Is this guy a violent maniac? He's so childish, and he's even trying to shake hands. Chiron also noticed the strangeness between the two of them and felt strange in his heart. He didn't expect Zheng Lin to be competing with Tang Qing. This was rare, and he was not very happy. Zheng Lin would not play with people like this, and he would usually stop it without hurting others. Seeing that Tang Qing's expression had not changed at all, and feeling the skin that was smoother than a woman's, Zheng Lin felt extremely weird for a moment. Damn it, at least show some expression. Tang Qing looked at Zheng Lin and wanted to defeat him, but how is this possible? Thinking that the strong will always receive preferential treatment, Tang Qing increased his strength in his hands. Slowly, Zheng Lin's face changed and started to turn red. Is the strength in this hand coming from the young man in front of me? This is unscientific. This is a hand that cannot be lifted, but who can tell him what is the reason for the huge strength in this hand? Tang Qing knew that Zheng Lin had not reached his limit, so he increased his strength. He was not afraid of crushing Zheng Lin's hand with excessive force. Now that he had unlocked the 5th level gene lock, he had almost complete control over the 1st level abilities. In other words, the strength in his hand is like a hydraulic press, but it is a hydraulic press that can be adjusted and stopped at any time. Even if the pressed object is taken away instantly, it will not crush someone's hand due to inertia. Stop any time. Looking at Zheng Lin, whose face had turned red, Tang Qing directly removed all his strength and let go of his hand. Brother Zheng has such great skill, I admire him. Tang Qing cupped his fists and smiled. At this time, Zheng Lin's expression had not yet calmed down. Looking at the young, handsome, harmless face in front of him, Zheng Lin stared at it for a while, then sighed and said, "The waves behind the Yangtze River push the waves ahead. I lost. I didn't expect that for the joy of joking. I lost to a person I never thought of. Brother Tang, okay, very good. I recognize you as my friend. Haha. Okay, everyone is happy. Everyone is happy. Please sit down and have a drink together." Chiron quickly came up to continue, while looking at Tang Qing with a solemn look in his eyes. A person as thin as Tang Qing could actually defeat Zheng Lin. He was defeated without any suspense, but he didn't feel the same at all. He couldn't help but think of the incredible personal fighting power of the brother Yuan last time. Could it be that Tang Qing also practiced? Very likely. Thinking of this, he was a little eager to try. Shunyi also looked at Tang Qing with envy as he quickly became friends with Zheng Lin, but he also knew that he could not learn from it. If he was asked to come, he knew that he would not be able to do it. He had no confidence just from the previous disregard and indifference and the handshake at the back. He asked himself that he had to kneel. Tang Qing is becoming more and more mysterious. "Okay, everyone, sit down and let's have a good chat," Zheng Lin said with a smile. Several people sat down, and Zheng Lin sat next to Chiron. "Brother Tang, I have no doubts about your ability, but this technology is different. I'm not afraid of losing money. I'm just afraid of ruining a good literary work. You also know that if the filming is not good, the script will be a waste." Zheng Lin got straight to the point. Tang Qing explained, "This is a small thing. Let me show you a gadget. This was made by my friend's men. We can maintain this quality in future special effects technology." After that, Tang Qing took out his mobile phone, and after a few touchscreen operations, he opened a video and placed it on the table. The three of them quickly came up to take a look at the work. There is no other way, and I don't have a computer, so I have to make do with it. The three of them sat together, but Tang Qing did not join the fun. He was drinking tea in his seat and preparing to watch the show. In the past, when he was bored, he asked Xiao Air to make many science fiction short films based on existing movies. Some of them were original, and the other part was to remake special effects and improve existing movies. What Chiron and the others were shown was an original short film, which lasted about 10 minutes. Not just serious movies. Tang Qing even asked the waiter to make a love action movie in a bad way. It was really true. It can be called the ultimate perfection. The female pig trotters combine Chinese and Western perfect looks, perfect figures, perfect scenes, perfect details, and perfect plot. Once this film is released, it will definitely ascend to the altar immediately and become an unparalleled masterpiece that cannot be surpassed by humans in 100 years or even longer. From now on, people will only watch this one when watching movies, because this thing lasts for 24 hours and basically integrates all the elements and plots of action movies, satisfying all the fantasies of men. However, Tang Qing will not release this kind of magic movie. He can just keep it for himself to watch. Otherwise, the world's action movie industry will shrink by more than half. It can definitely reach the point where, when this film comes out, thousands of people will bow their heads. Few people will be interested in other films. The few science fiction films that Xiao Air has made are mainly about alien planets and interstellar wars. What they showed to Chai Run and others was one of the clips from one of the Interstellar Wars series, and it was also the most intense clip. In the high-definition screen of the mobile phone, a fleet of hundreds of ships traveled rapidly through the universe. The surface of each shuttle-shaped battleship was protected by a silver mesh shield. It ran rampantly. If it were not a planet, even if it was an asteroid belt, they would directly collide with it without slowing down at all, and without any damage to themselves. Picture everything. On a green planet in the distance, a huge creature is devouring the core magma of the planet. All the cities on the planet have been reduced to ruins, and no one can be seen anymore. The entire planet is ablaze, but the dilapidated city buildings indicate that civilization once existed here. After the fleet arrived, they directly launched a frantic attack on the monster, but with little effect. The babies on the monster spit out beams of light from their mouths and destroyed the battleship. Soon, more than half of this batch of battleships were lost. At the same time, 10 times more warriors arrived one after another and launched a saturation attack on the monsters. No one showed up. There is no sound. Just fight, fight, fight. 10 minutes later, a giant steel planet capable of space jumping became the final winner with an overwhelming advantage. The huge monster became a corpse, with its flesh and blood scattered in the universe. Those warships began to clean up and hunt down the cubs again. The screen went black. Over. At this time, the three of them no longer knew what to say. P.S. Please vote. This is definitely not an adaptation of an existing Star Wars movie, because they have never seen it in any domestic or foreign film. Not even similar. Compared with foreign Star Wars movies, just in terms of special effects, it is not an exaggeration to say that they are garbage, and it is embarrassing to watch. In the video in front of them, the extremely exquisite detailed weapon design, the rendering of the monster's body, the textured cosmic battle, the steel planet that can jump in space, and the giant monsters that feed on the planet, these things that only existed in novels suddenly appeared before their eyes without any mental preparation. Far exceeded their expectations. Although there is no line in it, this grand battle scene can completely replace any language. Looking at this little gadget, Zheng Lin was about to take a look at what other short films there were when Tang Qing picked it up and put it in his pocket. Several people looked at Tang Qing with resentment. What do you guys think? Tang Qing said with a smile. Okay, very good, very good. Isn't this really American film technology? Zheng Lin quickly confirmed. If not, it really means that domestic science fiction movies can go global. Tang Qing nodded and said, Of course. Do you think if it was their technology, something like this would have appeared on the market long ago? Zheng Lin nodded. This lie was meaningless. Where is this special effects team? Zheng Lin asked. I'm sorry, this is a company secret now. When the time is right, they will appear in front of us. You can go see them do special effects in person. Tang Qing said. You need to get a special effects team, otherwise it will be difficult to explain in the future. You can't just throw the movie to the waiter after the filming is completed. That is impossible. There's also a layer of transitional information transmitters in the middle. As a bridge of communication, this is the person who does the special effects. This special effects team is composed entirely of intelligence analysts, and then uses the waiter's simulation capabilities to produce special effects through an open interface. Of course, what Zheng Lin can see is just for outsiders to see, and it is a fake. The real core is with the waiter. Zheng Lin was not unhappy. Why should I tell you other people's secrets now? He immediately said, Okay, Brother Tang, I agree to take a share. Chai Ren said he invested 100 million, so I will also invest 100 million. By the way, Brother Tang, the special effects team is under the name of our company, or... Tang Qing shook his head and smiled. The special effects company is in the name of my friend. If the special effects company comes in to price it, I estimate that your shareholding of 100 million yuan will not exceed 5%. You should understand the value of this level of special effects team and technology, but our company's special effects production costs will be very low. The quotation for special effects of this quality will not exceed 50% of the United States. Hearing this, Chai Ren and Zheng Lin were excited again. No more than 50%, which means a huge profit margin. It is no exaggeration to say that the cost of special effects production accounts for more than half of the cost of a science fiction movie. I insist on it. Zheng Lin kept nodding and said, Yes, by the way, how much did you invest, Brother Tang? I invested 400 million. According to the investment ratio, you each account for 16%. I account for 66%, and the remaining 2% is given to the future management. Tang Qing suggested. No problem. I agree, but Brother Tang, you are so rich. I still have to ask my second brother for my 100 million yuan. Zheng Lin agreed, but he couldn't show the surprised expression of a country bumpkin at this time, because he had already seen Chai Ren's look ready to see a joke. Haha, you'll be disappointed. Haha. Okay, let's not talk about money. The establishment of the company will be in a week. I have a company that will take care of everything. Then I will find an expert to manage it. We will discuss the future development of the company at the end of this month. Tang Qing laughed, happy for the success of the cooperation. Okay, 100 million yuan will arrive before the 20th. Zheng Lin promised. Happy cooperation. Tang Qing raised his glass. Cheers. Another glass of wine was consumed. When will Brother Tang come home? Zheng Lin asked. Tang Qing said, after 3 or 4 days, I will go home to spend time with my family, tidy up, and then go to Shanghai to go to college. Yes, Brother Tang is really filial. At my age, I always feel that the world is so big, and I want to see everywhere all day long. I feel that my parents' ideas are very rigid, and they always want to escape from the constraints and let themselves be free. But now that I'm a father, I really hope that my children will be around in the future. If I can't see them more than once a year, it will be too sad. Zheng Lin said with emotion. Oh, how old is Brother Zheng's child? Tang Qing asked curiously. The eldest is 4 years old. She is a daughter who clings to me all day long. There's also a son who is only 1 year old now and is naughty and mischievous all day long. Haha, Chiron, you have to hurry up and have a son with Sister Jean, she to be our little brother. Speaking of this, Zheng Lin showed a faint happy smile on his face. Go, I don't know who will be the brother in the future. Let's see, Chiron said angrily. Zheng Lin had booked the position of the younger brother before his baby was born. How could he agree to this? Haha, okay, I'm waiting for your kid to counterattack. By the way, do you know about the Chinese Little Angel Charity Foundation? Zheng Lin said, changing the topic. Shun Yi nodded quickly, and Tang Qing was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Unexpectedly, this had become a topic of conversation among the second generation. Of course I know about that charity company with a mysterious background. I investigated it out of curiosity, but I had no clue, so I asked my dad again, but my dad was very tight-lipped and told me not to ask more questions, not to interfere, and not to offend me. What puzzled me was that other donations and the country's 5 billion loan were fine, but the subsequent serious illness loan was a bit uncertain. It appeared without any warning, and there was no news. The National Health Planning Commission and the Ministry of Health did not have this proposal at all. TSK, this charity fund is a bit awesome. I really don't know who has the ability to handle such a big thing. I think it is likely that it was a joint effort from above. Maybe there was some unexpected incident that led to this product. Chiron guessed that even their channels didn't know about it, and those who knew were tight-lipped, so they couldn't suppress their curiosity, but no one could explain it. Me too. My family didn't reveal a word to me, saying it was a state secret. Do you plan to donate a sum of money? Zheng Lin also investigated the Little Angel Charity Foundation. It should be said that all the second-generation people in Beijing have investigated it, because the cake is really too big. In other words, Little Angel has created a new profit model. That is, various foundations ask the state for loans, but they can still ask for so much money. Think about last year, this 5 billion yuan was much more than the domestic and overseas charitable donations received by all foundations across the country last year. You can imagine how many people are jealous. Those foundations thought that spring was coming, and they submitted their reports one by one, but without exception they were scolded by their superiors. Those who wanted to transfer the Little Angel were no exception, and they were all warned. Therefore, now it is spread throughout the circle, saying that this foundation has a great background, and it has also eliminated many people's bad thoughts. When did you become a solicitor for donations? You never gave to anyone who could donate before. Chiron joked. Speaking of this, Zheng Lin looked angry. You and I know the virtues of most foundations. How can I donate to them? I think I have too much money. But this foundation is different. The finances and management are very transparent. Even if the salary details of each foundation employee are clearly announced, the national media has been supervising for so long. There is no money spent indiscriminately, of course, except for higher and higher employee salaries. They raise wages internally? Chiron said in surprise. Yes, it increased by 30% at the beginning of this month, and various benefits also increased, but it did not cause any big discussion because my uncle received an order from the superiors that reports on this foundation must be positive and all controversial things should be controlled within a certain range. In addition, those people are doing charity, so no one said anything. Zheng Lin nodded. It would be strange if other charitable foundations had such a large increase in wages and benefits and were not severely criticized. However, regarding the Little Angel Foundation, such accusations were basically drowned in the denunciation. When others do good things, they get paid as a matter of course. The reason for the salary increase is clearly written on the foundation's website, which is to encourage people to engage in charity, help others, and form a good social atmosphere. The reason can be said to be nonsense, but most people buy it, just like corruption. In fact, no one cares about you. As long as you do practical things for the people and pay a little money, the people can still accept it. Zheng Lin said with emotion. To be honest, since I became a father and had a child, you can't understand the feeling of licking a baby. Looking at so many poor children, my wife has cried many times. No, she donated all her private money and encouraged me to donate. So, I'm going to donate some. I didn't feel comfortable before, but now I feel relieved. Count me in, Chiron continued. Shun Yi is a poor with no property, only one job, and can't afford to buy a house in Shanghai. He can be said to be a very poor and principled second generation. He smiled bitterly and said, Chai Xiao and Zheng Xiao are both rich people, so I can only donate 1 month's salary. Haha. It doesn't matter how much, it's just a heartfelt intention. Zheng Lin laughed and had a better impression of Shun Yi, a weird second generation who received his salary. He was principled and would never be unreliable. Tang Qing thought for a moment and decided not to donate. There was no need to take advantage of this hot spot. Just keep silent. Brothers, my company is going to build schools in mountainous areas and donate clothing and supplies to mountainous areas. As for the donation to this foundation, my friend and I have already discussed it. When the time comes, he will donate for me and count it in my dividend next month. Your friend? He also intends to donate. Chai Run said in surprise. This is important information. Yes, but he's in the process of making preparations. He is planning to collect enough 1 billion yuan to call directly. You must help keep it secret by the end of next month at the latest. Tang Qing nodded and smiled. He did not dare to say that at least 24 billion yuan or more would be sent next month. That would be too much. Say less and call them in batches. Who knows who donated it? But that's it. Both of them were shocked again. Just donate 1 billion yuan. Are you sure we were talking about the same currency? Your friend is really rich. Chiron took a deep breath and said. He didn't doubt Tang Qing's words, nor did he doubt his friend's strength. A master who could catch and beat anyone in the vast land of Africa would be short of money? Haha. Yes. The main reason is that he has recently invested more projects, and there is still a lot of funds piled up in the capital market. Many of them are physical assets. There are only so many funds that can be thrown out at will. Tang Qing pretended to compete again. Throw it out? What a willful guy. The word just. Another example is a sharp sword. For a moment, both Chai Run and Zheng Lin felt a little internally injured. Holding their chests, the two of them calmed down for a while. At this moment, Chiron once again doubted whether he was a rich man. Why was he always being hit? Zheng Lin had a new understanding of Tang Qing. For a person who could throw away 1 billion yuan, he wanted to ask the rich if they needed pendants. Haha, no problem. I will keep it a secret for you before this. By the way, what is Brother Tang's company? Zheng Lin laughed and said he had gained a lot today, a share in a film company, a willful and wealthy friend, and the depression just now was swept away. Shang Tang Group. I wonder if Brother Zheng has heard of it. Tang Qing said. Hearing this, Zheng Lin thought about it carefully. It sounds familiar. It seems that there are advertisements on TV, and I have heard people talk about it. By the way, it is the Shang Tang Group, which is rising rapidly and is headquartered in a small inland city. Zheng Lin finally remembered. He had heard of this company before, but he was not familiar with it. He could remember this because the word Shengtang had a special meaning in his ears as a history student. It was a glorious era of Chinese civilization. Yes, Tang Qing admitted. Zheng Lin praised. It's good. It's a national brand. If you need it for future corporate promotions, let me know. I don't dare to say that it's a bit difficult to get on the news network. It takes a little time to plan, but I can still operate the secondary media channels. Thank you, Brother Zheng. I'll give you a drink. Tang Qing raised his glass again. He had no hope of getting on the news network. He could get some good advertising space. If he really had a tiger's skin, it would be great. Here, let's do it. Okay. The two of them had a drink. Shen Yi was not surprised that Tang Qing had another company. He was surprised that Tang Qing didn't have another company. Of course, he had heard of Shang Tang Group. As an entertainment company, clothing sponsorship was common. As the deputy manager of the planning department, he had worked in an entertainment company for so long, and he also had a good understanding of clothing brands. Brother Tang, have you ever studied martial arts? Zheng Lin thought of the scene just now. Tang Qing nodded. Yes, I studied for a while with a special forces soldier in our city. To have such strength at this age, you must have worked very hard at that time. Zheng Lin praised. Tang Qing laughed in his heart. Working hard, a little hard, every time he unlocked the gene lock, it hurt like hell. Nothing, a real man. How can he accomplish anything if he is afraid of hardship? Tang Qing said solemnly. Okay, if it weren't for the fear of bullying the small, I would have fought with you. Zheng Lin said with some interest. I'm not good at studying. How can I compete with Brother Zheng? Tang Qing said modestly. He didn't want to compete with Zheng Lin, so as not to hurt others. Now, except for soldiers, no one can be his opponent. You kid, have another drink, huh? Zheng Lin thought that Tang Qing just kept fit and exercised, but didn't learn any fighting skills. Next, a few people drank wine and chatted. After getting to know each other, Zheng Lin felt more and more that Tang Qing's thoughts were consistent with his, especially when it came to the film company. The idea of hating iron and wanting to counterattack the world market was the same as his. 1 hour later. It's getting late. Zheng Lin and Chai Ren were also going home, especially Zheng Lin. His wife came to urge him several times, so he had to put his daughter to sleep on the phone. In the end, Zheng Lin directly waived Tang Qing's housing expenses and even argued with Chai Ren a few times. Naturally, Zheng Lin, the elder brother, won, and Chai Ren had to give up. At the entrance of the Autumn Palace, everyone said goodbye and parted. Shen Yi stayed at the hotel tonight, watching Chai Ren and Zheng Lin's car disappear. Brother Shen, let's go back and rest. Tang Qing asked Shen Yi beside him. Okay, I'm a little tired after running all day today. Shen Yi said. Tomorrow we will follow young Master Chai around. When we get to Shanghai, it will be your territory. I don't know the way. Tang Qing joked. Shen Yi laughed and said, Haha, Brother Tang, what are you talking about? When we get to Shanghai, I will arrange everything and you can just take care of it. No, I should call you Mr. Tang from now on. Tang Qing will be his boss in another week. Tang Qing waved his hand and said, Fortunately, the company will be established in a week. It's good to call me Brother Tang now. It won't be too late to change my mind then. As you know, my girlfriend doesn't know about me yet. Look at my brain, I understand. I will never reveal my secret. Shen Yi suddenly remembered that Tang Qing had reminded him at the dinner table. Okay. Tang Qing and Shen Yi then went upstairs. Shen Yi lived in a luxurious single room on the 7th floor, which was not on the same floor as the Tianzi room. After saying goodbye to each other, they went back to their rooms. Other side. After parting, Zheng Lin recalled what had just happened as a habit. He had maintained this habit for more than 10 years. After every important meeting, he would completely recall the process, including the expressions he saw, the words he heard, and the guesses he thought. If there were any problems or mistakes, they would slowly become apparent. Tang Qing. He couldn't understand it. Zheng Lin looked serious and didn't think about it anymore. He dialed Chai Ren's number directly. Haha, Brother Zheng. I knew you would make this call. Chai Ren said loudly on the phone. What is the origin of this Tang Qing? Zheng Lin said straight to the point. Chai Ren said what he had prepared. It's a long story. I also met him through a friend. There are some things I can't tell you, but you just need to know that this person is not an enemy. There are many things that can't be said, so it's better to keep it a little mysterious. Not an enemy? Zheng Lin frowned. He didn't expect Chai Ren's answer to be just these 4 words, but what kind of answer was it? It meant he didn't say anything. Yes, my father said it, and the rest? It's so important that I can only keep it secret. Chai Ren mentioned his father, which would make him more credible. Really? Zheng Lin has no problem. Chai Guoqiang's comments were naturally not random. There must be some unknown reason. He could only bury this question in his heart. As long as Chai Ren didn't want to, it was basically impossible for him to get something out of Chai Ren's mouth. I understand. I won't ask any more questions. Anyway, we just need to have a good relationship with Tang Qing. Zheng Lin concluded. Yes, if we build a good relationship, there may be surprises in the future, but not now. Chai Ren began to pretend to be mysterious again. Zheng Lin was not fooled at all. I understand, Bai. After saying that, he hung up the phone, and a smile slowly appeared on his face. He could imagine the expression on Chai Ren's face, and it must have been a turtle-like expression on his face, and this was also the case. Pretending and other things were the most interesting. Chai Ren was still waiting to send the word yes, but now it seems that there is no chance. Oh, we should leave him some hope. Chai Ren said regretfully. The two have a deep relationship and often play like this. Tang Qing returned to the room. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door because the door card was no longer at Tang Qing's place. Just finished typing. I just heard the hurried sound of small steps of slippers. Click. The door opened, and Lin Jiaxue stood in front of Tang Qing in her pajamas. Tang Qing stepped forward, gave Lin Jiaxue a big hug, and closed the door. It wasn't until she heard the closing sound that Lin Jiaxue came to her senses. She had been taken advantage of again. Tang, Sister Miao, is still there. Lin Jiaxue pushed Tang Qing away and said shyly. Tang Qing put his hand around Lin Jiaxue's waist and turned his head to look. Sure enough, Miao Ru was glaring at him. Tang Qing quickly shrank his head. This girl has a wild temper and cannot be offended. He let go of Lin Jiaxue and pulled her to the living room. Sister Miao, you haven't slept yet. After Tang Qing said this, he felt that he was mentally retarded. As expected, don't despise his intelligence in an instant. If we are sleeping, who will open the door for you? Today, Sister Jiaxue and I will sleep in the master bedroom, and you will sleep in the second bedroom. Miao Ru, the eldest sister, is very imposing. Tang Qing could only bow his head and say, no questions, I can sleep on the sofa. Why did you talk to Chai Ren and the others for so long? What were you talking about? Miao Ru asked curiously. After the whisper with Lin Jiaxue just now, he became a little curious about Tang Qing. An ordinary high school student suddenly jumped to the first seat in the grade. Not only did she get to know the local giant businessman, but she also got to know Chai Ren, who personally greeted him and who also so relaxedly accompanied him as a tour guide. The woman's sixth sense told her, this Tang Qing is far from as simple as he seems now. Therefore, Miao Ru was a little worried about Lin Jiaxue. Such a woman was indeed what men dreamed of, but because she was too submissive and didn't like to take care of others, she would definitely be the one who suffered in the future. Looking at Lin Jiaxue, who felt pity for her, Miao Ru felt that she must give Lin Jiaxue a class in the evening and teach her how to be a charioteer. Nothing, just talking about his experiences, the past, the future, and the future. Not to mention, young Master Chai really should learn cross-talk. Tang Qing said in a wicked way. Miao Ru burst out laughing. It's just him who wants to learn cross-talk, but it's interesting to think about it. It would definitely be interesting to have a cross-talk at his wedding. I'll discuss it with Zhan Shi. Miao Ru's eyes were shining. Tang Qing could only pray for Chai Ren. What kind of custom is it to perform crosstalk at a wedding? Don't change the settings randomly. But it looks pretty cool, isn't it? Sitting on the sofa, Lin Jiaxue was pulled over by Miao Ru. Tang Qing didn't hold her, so she felt empty. Have to. Take a shower first. I'm going to take a shower first. After saying that, Tang Qing went back to the second bedroom without closing the door, because even if it was bare, you couldn't see anything as long as you didn't enter the door. Sister Jiaxue, why don't you ask who that person was just now? Miao Ru whispered. Just now they saw Tang Qing farewell to Zheng Lin from the window. There was another character on the scene, and he was with a bodyguard. Miao was sure that Tang Qing was not completely telling the truth. Lin Jiaxue glanced at her and smiled tenderly. So what if I know who that is? I just need to know that Tang is my future husband and that he will not abandon me. That's enough. P.S. I feel like the mouse can't touch the essence of the costume. If any readers have suggestions for a good plot, you can leave a message in the book review area, and you can try to add it with the mouse. Haha. Miao was also defeated by Lin Jiaxue's submissiveness. Looking at Lin Jiaxue with a gentle face, Miao really felt what the relationship between childhood sweethearts and childhood sweethearts was like, or was shaped by their personalities. The two are already familiar with each other, inseparable, and constantly cutting each other. Does anything else matter? It really doesn't matter. Jiaxue, I envy you so much. Miao held her head and looked at Lin Jiaxue. You've said this 3 times. It wouldn't be good if my brother-in-law hears it. Lin Jiaxue smiled slightly. Miao chuckled and said, he won't know. My husband and I are still very affectionate. Lin Jiaxue did not answer. The two of them were watching a costume TV series on TV quietly. After a while, Tang Qing came out after taking a shower and put on this big vest. When he saw Lin Jiaxue, he hurriedly went to get the clothes he had changed. Miao glared at Tang Qing and said, why don't you go and help? I understand. Tang Qing smiled evilly, turned, and walked to her room. Hey, that's not what I meant. Miao said quickly when she saw it. He thought Tang Qing was bullying Lin Jiaxue. Unfortunately, Tang Qing has disappeared at the door of the second bedroom. Of course, Tang Qing was not there to cause trouble. Just going to help. Night. Tang Qing stayed alone in the empty room. That's fine. Go to the training area to practice those 2 skills, and then catch a few silly crabs to steam and eat. Well, there are also domestic hares. Fortunately, the animals in the training area have not mutated much, but the size and taste are very impressive, and they taste very good. Moreover, the fertility rate of other animals in the training area continues to increase. Cows, horses, sheep, and the like are almost always in estrus and giving birth vigorously. In just 2 or 3 months, the number of animals has more than doubled. Especially rabbits, they're so fertile. No wonder they are the destroyer of the pasture. Their number has increased nearly 10 times. Fortunately, there are soldiers who control the number, otherwise the fence will be crowded with rabbits. The largest rabbit is as big as an adult native dog. It has red eyes, looks a little penetrating, and even has a certain degree of attack power. If a human wants to catch one, it will definitely have to pay a price, but these rabbits are facing those robots, so they're no different from domestic docile rabbits. With a slap, they will teach them how to be a qualified rabbit in minutes. Tang Qing practiced his skills. 2 soldiers are responsible for steaming and roasting. Other side, Chiron returned home and quickly came to his father's study. What's wrong? Chai Guoqiang raised his head and asked. Normally, Chiron wouldn't bother him if nothing happened. Chiron quickly sat down and said, Father, today Tang Qing said that he would set up a film company. I invested 100 million, and I asked Zheng Lin to invest another 100 million. Tang Qing invested 400 million, and the company will be established next week. Regarding Tang Qing, Chai Guoqiang had ordered him to report in time. Chai Guoqiang asked in confusion, movie company or entertainment company? There's a difference between the two. It's a film company that mainly invests in and shoots science fiction movies. His goal is... Chiron told Tang Qing's goal. Chai Guoqiang's eyes were full of admiration. He also understood the domestic level. 2 words, start. Especially when I heard about the special effect company just now and their incredible special effects technology. An imperceptible shock flashed in Chai Guoqiang's eyes. Special effects? Computer? Network? The 3 are connected together, and Chai Guoqiang is connected with the latest mysterious force, which is the mysterious hacker team who controls the family search network and cooperates with the state. Tell me carefully, what else did he say about special effects and his friends? Chai Guoqiang asked with a serious face. The matter is very important. If it is true, then their family will get a big deal. Although Chai Run was surprised, he didn't think much about it and said, Tang Qing said that his friend would set up a special effects company and the special effects team would move in. But he didn't say when, only the right time. By the way, we talked about the Little Angel Charity Foundation with Zheng Lin before, and we all decided to donate some money. I heard him say that his friend will donate 1 billion yuan to Little Angel next month. I don't know if it is true. That's all. What? He donated 1 billion yuan to the Little Angel Foundation. Chai Guiqiang stood up in shock. 1 billion yuan. What he cares about is not more money or less money. Under normal circumstances, a few billion yuan is about the same, but what he remembered. If the abnormalities during this period are all connected together, Chai Guiqiang can no longer imagine it. If several things are put together, many things can be explained. Chai Ren was rescued in the United States. Yi Hong returned to China, the layout of Africa, etc. However, this fish is too big. Africa, the United States, Asia, Burma, Tang Qing, if there's one force behind it. That's a really big deal. The shock on Chai Guiqiang's face did not diminish. Chai Ren was surprised. What happened to his father? It was only 1 billion yuan, and it was not for his family. Why should he be so excited? Chai Guiqiang is not an idiot. Although there is no evidence, the more he thinks about it, the more likely it is. There is no doubt that there is no guilt here. After a while of logical reasoning, Chai Guiqiang is already 70% sure that Tang Qing's friend is related to the forces behind the family search network. He didn't know if they were the same force, but they were definitely closely related. Such thoughts lingered in his mind. At the same time, he was caught in a war between heaven and man. It was his duty to report this matter. However, once he reported it, it might not be a good thing for Tang Qing, and it would also likely make the other party angry. In the end, after careful consideration, Chai Guiqiang chose not to report it and wait and see what happens. The other party should have a plan, so you shouldn't mess with their plans. After all, judging from the contact, the other party's attitude is not clear. With the decision made, Chai Guiqiang said to Chai Ren, "Okay, let's just follow the previous plan. Then we will investigate the origin of the special effects team." Although Chai Ren was confused, he still said, "Okay, father." After that, seeing that nothing happened, Chai Ren left. Chai Guiqiang had no intention of reading the information at this time. After thinking for a while, he made a secret phone call. Send someone to investigate an emerging force in Myanmar and the jade jewelry supplier of Tang Kai, the richest Chinese man in Thailand. Submit it to me within this week. The next few days, Chai Ren still took Tang Qing and his party around the capital, eating delicious food, drinking delicious drinks, and having a great time. However, it was a pity that Lin Jiaxue had been occupied by Miao Ru, and he could not take advantage anymore. At the same time, a real estate company has been established and is busy setting up a department. The general manager is found by Chai Ren. Once the preparations are completed and the company has adapted well, it will officially start to acquire land and build houses. July 15th, Friday. In the Shiyu box of Chiu Palace, a table was full of people. Because Tang Qing was leaving tomorrow, all his new friends came to see him off. It was a happy and lively time, but Shun Yi returned to the Shanghai stock market yesterday morning, preparing to start processing his resignation. "Brother Tang, you must stay at my place next time you come, you know? It's free." Zheng Lin put his arm around Tang Qing's shoulders and said. He had written several movie script outlines overnight and was planning to see if they could be filmed. He was just waiting for Tang Qing's special effects to be finished. "Okay, no problem. I'll stay with you next time, Brother Zheng." Tang Qing promised. "It doesn't matter where you live, especially if you live for free." The future rate of return on Zheng Lin's shares will definitely be astonishingly high, and Tang Qing feels at ease. Okay. The next day, early in the morning, after packing his luggage, Chai Ren drove Tang Qing and his party to the airport. "Brother Tang, my brothers and sisters, and you, please don't miss the wedding banquet on September 17th, Chai Ren said. "Don't worry, Mr. Chai, you can't be absent. Otherwise, Sister Jean won't blame me to death," Tang Qing said with a smile. The relationship between Zhang Shi and Lin Jiaxue is very good these days. If he doesn't go, Zhang Shi's nagging will bury him. Okay, have a nice trip. Stay." After saying that, Tang Qing and the four of them entered the airport. They didn't have much luggage because they had sent all the things they brought to their cousin back. Qin Shichi was very resentful when she learned that they were free in the capital and was working in Shingtang. 2 hours later, provincial capital airport. The four of them, Tang Qing, came out. After playing for nearly a month, they were a little tired both physically and mentally, except of course Tang Qing. Let's go. The car is waiting outside. I'll drive. Tang Qing took Lin Jiaxue's hand and walked out. Feng Sun and Tang Kai quickly followed. The car was brought over last time and was stored in the second uncle's company. It was driven over by the staff this morning. My second uncle's company was reorganized and split up before, and the company in the provincial capital was turned into an office. Tang Qing drove a shiny Mercedes-Benz, heading towards Qingyan City. It was raining lightly outside the window, and it was very cool. Jiaxue, let's go back to the village at the end of the month. You haven't seen Grandpa and the others for a long time, Tang Qing said. After the college entrance examination in the previous life, Lin Jiaxue's grandmother passed away, but this time her second uncle Tang Kai came back at that time and did not go back. It was still early to leave school, so of course he had to go back and have a look before leaving. He wanted to stay for 10 days and a half. Otherwise, he would not be able to live in a world of two, and it would not be good to go to Lin Jiaxue's house every day. Okay, I missed him too, Lin Jiaxue said softly. Kaizi, what about you? What are you going to do during this time? Tang Qing asked again. I don't have anywhere to play, so I plan to go to my father's shop to help out and do odd jobs, Li Kai said. At this, Tang Qing was surprised and asked doubtfully, how come you were so enlightened that you still go to the store to help instead of going to the internet cafe? Hearing this, Li Kai smiled bitterly and said, what's so funny? I've seen Chai Run, Shun Yi, Zheng Lin, and several other big brothers in the past few days. I've come to understand a little. They're already so powerful and have profound backgrounds. They can obviously live a good life just lying down, but they're still working and running around. I am just a common man, so what reason do I have to slack off? What he saw and heard these past few days simply refreshed his outlook. What he saw and heard was completely different from what he thought the second generation's life was like before. There was not a lot of extravagance, a lot of flamboyance, and no lack of knowledge. What was more, he saw their wisdom, their mentality, their vision, their knowledge, and their ideals. If he doesn't work harder, if he sees her in the future, he will really have nothing to talk about. If he doesn't talk about anything else, he will talk about Tang Qing, and he can often chat with them. But he racked his brains and didn't know what to say. Such incompetence. He couldn't accept it. It was something he couldn't tolerate. It was his own fault, and he could not survive. What this sentence meant was that he suddenly had the feeling of getting a glimpse of the door for the first time. He wanted to make progress. He wanted a future. Especially he wanted to be respected instead of being treated as a passerby. P.S. Please vote for me. Listening to Li Kai's words, Tang Qing really felt that he had grown up. Yes, you have really realized it. I believe Uncle Li will be very happy, Tang Qing said with a smile. Yeah, it would have been strange if the Li Kai in the past would not have screamed at the compliments, but now he is no longer in that mood. Encountering things is always the closest thing that makes people grow the fastest. Tang Qing smiled and continued to concentrate on driving. Tang Qing recalled the sentence he saw in his previous life. People can only obtain a kind of thinking through a kind of behavior, but not a kind of behavior through a kind of thinking. To put it bluntly, people actually don't listen to what they say, and it is useless to talk about big principles. The only way to remember it is to experience it. It's like a red-hot iron stove in front of you. It's hard to remember even if you don't touch it dozens of times. But as soon as you touch it and it hurts, you really remember it, and it's unforgettable. It's like learning something with someone holding a stick next to it. If you can't do it well, just do it. Facts have proved that this method is extremely effective, but it is not recommended. After all, shortcuts do not necessarily mean fast, and there are attendant costs. Life is about experiences. Grow through experience. An epiphany in growing up. Understand the truth in the epiphany, and if you have the opportunity, do it more, that's right. 5 hours later. When the car arrived in Qingyan City, Tang Qing sent Feng-san back first and got a lot of snacks, as well as the crispy pork that Feng-san brought to Do Jiao last time. Tang Qing started eating it directly, while Lin Jiaxue fed it bite by bite. Then there was Li Kai, who was sent directly to the seafood restaurant. However, Lin Jiaxue did not go home. Instead, she came to her uncle Qin Yugong's house because the family had to eat here again in the evening. Qin Yugong's family. Aunt. Hey, Tang, Jiaxue, you're finally back. You miss me so much. The aunt who was watching TV got up and said happily. She was really not used to not seeing Tang Qing for more than 20 days, but thinking about seeing her once in the next few months, she slowly forced herself to adapt. Aunt, where is Uncle? He's not back yet. Tang Qing asked. He's back. He got off work early today. He forgot to buy some things in the afternoon. Your mother is also on the way. Annie took the snacks from Tang Qing's hand and put them on a coffee table. Where are Shichi and Shiyu? They haven't gotten off work yet. Yes, they still have an hour to get off work. They're tired every day this week. Haha. But your two sisters have not given up. They're determined to work for a month. My aunt wanted to laugh when she said this. Qin Shichi, who used to sleep in, became the first to get up every day. She cooked for herself, and then ate and hurriedly took her sister to work. She felt busier than going to school. As long as you can hold on, I'll pick them up later. He knew the behavior of the two cousins. The store manager sent a special daily report every day. Okay, I used to pick them up. You can go today. Annie nodded. Okay. After saying that, Tang Qing pulled the suitcase back to the room. Lin Jiaxue said to her aunt and quickly followed her, helping him organize his clothes and taking the clothes he changed out of this morning to wash. After a while, Uncle Qin Yugong came back and chatted for a while about his experiences in Thailand. Seeing that it was late, Tang Qing drove to pick up his two cousins. The main flagship store of Shengtang. As I get off work, the business in the store gradually becomes deserted. This is not a large shopping mall, and it is open late at night. Qin Shichi and Qin Shiyu also took some time off, but they didn't do anything. Instead, they were sorting their clothes. To be honest, clothes were not like shoes. For Qin Shiyu, who had obsessive-compulsive disorder, they could never be straightened out. If the clothes in a store were not neat, she wanted to straighten them out. Qin Shichi also followed her, since there was no one around. Sister, do you think my brother will come and pick us up? Qin Shichi asked. Yes. Qin Shiyu gave her a faint word. What? Qin Shichi asked curiously. Guess. Qin Shichi was speechless. She looked at her watch and saw that it was almost time to get off work. The store manager Jiang Yu, who had always noticed Qin Shichi, walked over quickly and said with a kind face, Shichi, Shiyu, do you have anything important to do today? When Qin Shichi saw that her lazy was caught, she stuck out her tongue and said, Sister Jiang, it's not a big deal. It's just that my brother is back tonight. Hearing this, Jiang Yu was shocked. Isn't Qin Shichi's brother the chairman? The chairman is back from traveling? You mean your cousin Tang Qing? Jiang Yu confirmed in a low voice. In the previous exchanges, Jiang Yu had already asked Qin Shichi about the situation at home, especially their chairman Tang Qing, who was the focus of attention. When she heard that Tang Qing was bullied and ravaged by her cousin at home, Jiang Yu could only say ho-he, but also gave a thumbs up. If you do this, you'll be a real family. Qin Shichi didn't notice anything strange about Jiang Yu and nodded. Yes, that's him. He just came back from a trip to Thailand and spent a few days in the capital. Let's see if I don't interrogate him properly when I get back. Jiang Yu wiped away the non-existent cold sweat and said, Why don't you go back first? There are only 15 minutes left. You two can get off work early today. Qin Shichi shook her head vigorously and said, That won't work. How can we leave early and leave the work to our sisters? The sisters in the store were very kind to her, and they both had a share of everything delicious. At first, the clerks felt a little uncomfortable, thinking that there were two uncle men in the store, but after these days of contact, they gradually fell in love with these two sisters with very different personalities. A cheerful and lively person is everyone's pistachio. I feel pity for him when I see him, which makes them, as women, feel protective. Jiang Yu wanted to say something else. Shichi, are you off work? A man's voice sounded at the door of the store. Hearing this voice, Qin Shichi's body trembled. She tilted her head and saw Tang Qing walking towards the door of the store. Brother, why are you here? Qin Shichi rushed over and became one. Pendant. She hadn't seen Tang Qing for a long time, and she still missed him. Although they usually talk about it casually, it does not affect the relationship between their brothers and sisters. Shichi, there's so many people here. Pay attention to your image, lady. Tang Qing patted Qin Shichi on the back and said, I'll deal with you later when I go back. Qin Shichi let go of Tang Qing and stared at him. Tang Qing said there was no pressure, it was just a red ticket. We had plenty of them, 300 to 500 was enough to deal with Qin Shichi. Okay, just clean it up. Do you have any unfinished work? Tang Qing asked. Qin Shichi shook her head and whispered, No, but leaving get off work early is not good. My sister and I are sorting out clothes. That means it's okay. It's only a few minutes. Go and clean up and change clothes. Tang Qing looked at Qin Shichi, who was wearing work clothes of the Tang dynasty. Not to mention, this shopping guide uniform of the Tang dynasty is really beautiful. It is bright red and made of silk. It combines the essence of Cheongsam and work clothes. It looks like a work of art. As the face of Shengtang, if it can't make work clothes well, then what high-end brand is there? The price paid is that each set of work clothes costs up to 360 yuan. Oh, sister, let's go change clothes. Looking at Jiang Yu's nod, Qin Shichi greeted Qin Shiyu. She knew that Tang Qing was familiar with the owner of this store, so the respect on Jiang Yu's face was not surprising. Yeah. After saying that, the two went to the staff locker room at the back. This time, Jiang Yu hurried over and said respectfully, Hello, Chairman. Tang Qing nodded and said with a smile, Manager Jiang, thank you for your hard work. It's not hard, it should be. Sure Qi and Sure Yu work very seriously, and we like them both very much. Jiang Yu said quickly, Well, keep it up, I don't want them to know my identity yet. Tang Qing said, Yes, Chairman. Jiang Yu nodded hurriedly. After saying that, Tang Qing, who was bored, started shopping in the store. The clothes had changed a lot from last time. There were more styles and styles. However, what Tang Qing didn't like was not the price, but the fact that he couldn't finish all his clothes. There were still a lot of clothes in Shengtang's office. Sad. You can't just donate them all. These are Qi Yan's and the others' thoughts. It seems they can only take them with them when they go to Shanghai. His villa is so big that they can fit in it no matter what. Brother, we are ready. Qin Shichi finished changing her clothes and walked out. She suddenly changed from a cute shopping guide to the girl next door. Tang Qing looked at his watch and saw that he had 2 minutes to go before getting off work. He raised his head and said, Manager Jiang, we're leaving first. Yes, please go slowly. Jiang Yu almost said, Welcome to visit next time. Sister Jiang, goodbye. Sister Lu, all sisters, see you tomorrow. Qin Shichi and her acquaintances greeted each other one by one. Qin Shiyu was still a little reluctant to let go. Without Qin Shichi's loud voice, the whole store could hear it, so she could only make a gesture of goodbye. Tang Qing took the two sisters out and walked towards the Mercedes-Benz. Seeing Tang Qing and others disappear from sight, the cashier quickly came up and said in surprise, Sister Jiang, is that our chairman? Several other clerks also pricked up their ears. Jiang Yu regained her momentum as a store manager. Yes, he is the chairman of our Shengtang group. Wow, so young. So handsome. I feel like I have met Prince Charming. It's a pity that you are not a princess. Can't you just let me think for a while? No, daydreaming is not advisable. Inside the car, co-pilot, Qin Shichi said pitifully, Brother, when we finish a month of training, can you ask your friend to help me make 2 pieces of work clothes like the ones I wore just now? With the words removed, the clothes are really good looking. Many customers have asked me if I don't have this style for sale, but this is a unique work clothes in Shengtang, and there is no such thing. As long as you agree, I will not settle the score with you. Tang Qing was dumbfounded. I didn't expect Qin Shichi to make such a request. Okay, no problem, I promise you. Does Tang Qing dare to say no? Obviously, he didn't dare. Brother is the best. Okay, then why are you trying to trick me this time? Nonsense. That's how I express my closeness. What you said makes sense, but I'm speechless. When Tang Qing returned home, the three families had already arrived. Several mothers were busy in the kitchen nervously, and the men were chatting in the living room. But the sound was not as lively as the kitchen. Seeing Lin Jiaxue and Qin Shiqi came again. Hug. She's about the same height as Lin Jiaxue, and she is still a girl, so she does not dare to be appended. After chirping a few words, Qin Shiqi pulled Lin Jiaxue back to their room, closed the door, and whispered, "You brat, you had fun this time." Tang's father looked at his son. The smile on his face never stopped. As expected, Tang Qing really passed the National College Entrance Examination #1. Guangzhou Yaozu. If Tang Qing hadn't been there at the time, he would have dragged him back to worship his ancestors. It's okay. I had a lot of fun. I'll take you there next time. Tang Qing sat on the sofa, grabbed an apple, and ate it. It depends on the situation. We'll wait until the business stabilizes. By the way, have you received a call from your school? Father Tang suddenly asked. I got it. Principal Chu keeps calling me to harass me. Tang Qing shook his head and smiled bitterly. Ever since his grades came down and he became the #1 scholar without any doubt, Chu Yuanhang called him almost every day to ask him to come back. But there was no way he could come back. In the first few days after the results came out, Chu Yuanhang's phone calls kept coming. Later, the frequency decreased. Tang Qing was also very happy. Why did he fly back? Accepting various interviews, speeches, etc.? He had no interest at all. Then you go to school tomorrow. Your principal also does my job every day, but you were having a good time. Why did you come back? I didn't call you. Tang's father said. I understand. I will go and apologize to Principal Chu tomorrow. Tang Qing said, since everyone is back, it would be inappropriate not to go there. Get these trivial matters done as soon as possible. There are still things to do next. Yeah. After a while, dinner was ready, and it was extremely rich. During this meal, Tang Qing took the responsibility of dividing the photos and telling the story. All of them were taken by the second Ant Human. Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue did not take the initiative to take a few photos. Of course, they could talk about what they could and could not. For example, if I told them about the various firearms I saw in the territory, my parents would probably be very worried and blame my second uncle for taking him to such a dangerous place. There's really no need to deliberately create this kind of misunderstanding. After dinner, clean up the mess. Everyone went home one after another. Now, the houses of Tang Qing and Lin's family have just been renovated and are still drying out. Qin Yugang also bought a house in that community on Tang Qing's suggestion, with 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. He used Tang Qing's half-price card diamonds. There is no pressure on funds. It is still in the decoration stage. Lying on a familiar bed, Tang Qing was thinking about moving this bed to Shanghai, but after looking at the old bed, he decided not to move it because it was too small for him and Lin Jiaxue to roll over. It's past 11 o'clock. Tang Qing ducked into the command room, came to the training area, and started today's training program. The next day, Tang Qing walked to the school instead of driving. At this time, the school's junior high school and first-year high school students had already gone on vacation. Only the children who had finished their second year of high school and were about to enter their third year of high school were still working hard overtime to study. Before entering, Tang Qing saw a banner above the school gate that read, "Warmly congratulate Tang Qing from our school for becoming the top scorer in the college entrance examination in our province." Tang Qing gave this banner a negative mark on his language skills. He wore a school uniform today, and after saying hello to the enthusiastic guard, he walked into the school. Looking at the familiar campus, Tang Qing knew that he would rarely be able to come here in the future. From now on, his future is the whole world, and he cannot stay in Qingyan City forever. Come to the principal's office. At this time, Chu Yuanhang was holding his head and tapping the table gently with a pen, with a sad look on his face. Tang Qing waved his hands, and the shopkeeper dropped everything and left. But it was a bitter experience for him. He learned that Tang Qing was the top scorer in the college entrance examination. The Education Bureau and city leaders said they wanted to come and have a look. There were also reporters for interviews, but no one was here. Who should be interviewed? Interview him and Shun Mei? But Tang Qing was traveling abroad, and he couldn't bring her back. He didn't have the courage, so he could only call Moji every day. Finally, he had to wait. This top scorer in the college entrance examination really didn't care about fame and money, and he was also troubled. Dong dong dong. Gumein. Chu Yuan Hang said in an irritable tone. Principal Chu, who made you angry? Why are you so frowning? How could Chu Yuan Hang forget this voice? Looking up at Tang Qing with a smile on his face, Chu Yuan Hang said angrily, Who else is there, far away in the horizon, but close in front of you? He poured a cup of tea for Tang Qing. It turns out it's you. Why are you making yourself angry? Tang Qing couldn't help but tease. Chu Yuan Hang was furious for a moment. I'm talking about you. I'm embarrassed now that you left. Many people wanted to see you, but you didn't show up for more than half a month. You finally came back. Looking at Chu Yuan Hang, who looked like an angry wife, Tang Qing couldn't help laughing. Haha, am I back now? Principal Chu, if you need anything, please tell me quickly. I will go back to the countryside in 2 days and will not come back until mid-August. Tang Qing did not want to deal with visiting reporters and officials at any time. Returning to the village was also a strategy to avoid trouble. You are really a busy man. Chu Yuanhang handed the tea to Tang Qing and sat down next to him. Of course, Tang Qing said matter-of-factly. Chu Yuanhang stopped talking nonsense and said directly, Okay, I will arrange it right away. I will ask you to talk about your study experience to the second-year students later. Don't give me a few words to finish it. It will take at least 10 minutes. It doesn't matter if you go slower. You can think of the manuscript yourself. At the same time, accept another interview with the city TV station and finally attend a dinner party with the leaders with me. If you hurry up, it can be done today. Do you have any questions? Although Chu Yuanhang wanted to be promoted and serve as the deputy director of the Qingyan City Education Bureau, he did not want to overuse Tang Qing's reputation. Otherwise, Tang Qing might be dissatisfied and offend Qin Yugong, a popular figure in the city. The powers of the Education Bureau and the Public Security Bureau are simply incomparable. Even if he is promoted and is on the same level as Qin Yugong, he would not dare to make Qin Yugong unhappy. It's okay with me. I'll listen to you today and ignore it tomorrow. Tang Qing said, Okay, as long as these 3 things are done, it's gone. I'll make arrangements right away. The speech and interview will start in an hour. Just have a free meal at noon or evening. Chu Yuanhang said. When they learned that Tang Qing was not in Qingyan City and had gone abroad to travel, the leaders of the Education Bureau were still angry with him. He was a principal and could not recruit a single student. However, when they learned that Tang Qing's uncle was Qin Yugong, they did not dare to talk nonsense anymore. They were all from within the system. Qin Yugong's momentum was strong, and his future was unlimited. If you show off in front of his nephew, you will probably lose face. People will not pay attention to you. Okay. After that, Chu Yuanhang immediately started making arrangements, making phone calls everywhere, convening a meeting with the head teacher, etc. Tang Qing watched from the side and kept nodding. Chu Yuanhang really regarded it as a formality and did not overconsume his reputation as the #1 scholar. 10 minutes later, Tang Qing's schedule for today has been arranged. Chu Yuanhang also breathed a sigh of relief. Tang Qing, I have made arrangements. The reporter from Qingyan City TV station will be back soon, and the leaders of the Education Bureau will come to give you an award. Also, if you have a meal at a nearby hotel at noon, you will have nothing to do. If anyone comes to me again after that, I will tell you that you have returned to your hometown and your address is unknown. Haha, Principal Chu is so open-minded. Tang Qing gave a thumbs up and smiled. Chu Yuanhang said angrily, What a fool! If you had been in Qingyan City, I would have taken you everywhere to pick up guests. Forget it now. Just do what is necessary. Picking up guests? You, a principal, use such rude words. Tang Qing said helplessly. Okay. 2 hours later, the old-fashioned speech process was finally over, and the reporter's interview was also over. Tang Qing also received a bonus of 15,000 yuan and took many photos. He was just waiting for the TV station in the evening and the newspaper tomorrow. Noon. Tang Qing had another boring meal. The leaders of the school and the Qingyan City Education Bureau toasted each other, and they took turns toasting him, patting his shoulders, and encouraging him to study hard in college, serve the motherland, make a lot of money, etc. Sometimes he really didn't want to give face, but for the sake of Chu Yuanhong's future, he had to cooperate. After meal, everyone went back after having enough food and wine, having achieved their goals. Principal Chu, this is the last thing. Don't ask me to attend such boring dinners in the future. Tang Qing said to Chu Yuanhang. Chu Yuanhang raised his hand and promised. No problem, this is definitely the last dinner. It's getting late, so I'll go back first. I have something to do in the afternoon. Principal Chu, come on, but don't be blinded by secular power. Tang Qing knew that Chu Yuanhang wanted to go to the Municipal Education Bureau, so he reminded him that power is poison to men. Chu Yuanhang is a good person, but this is now, not the future. Huh? Okay. Chu Yuanhang stammered, feeling like he was facing a leader. Goodbye. After saying that, Tang Qing went to say a few words to Shun Mei before getting into an Audi car on the side of the road. In the car, Brother Sun, long time no see, is Annie okay? Tang Qing smiled at Sun Chao, who was driving. Very good, there are no problems in the re-examination. Now I am still cleaning in the prosperous Tang dynasty. Sun Chao said with a wry smile, pitiful parents in the world. He tried to obstruct her in every possible way, but his mother still insisted that she could move and didn't want to play around all day. As long as there is nothing wrong with Annie's health, if you don't ask people to clean the area for her, just do what I said. Tang Qing said. Thank you, Mr. Tang. No matter how polite you are, we are all brothers and friends. It's just a small matter. The car drove quickly towards Tianyan's headquarters. P.S. There's another chapter in 5 minutes. Thanks to readers Bookworm Rinjia and Changyul for their tips. The car arrived at Tianyan's headquarters. Tang Qing went directly to the conference room on the top floor, and Sun Chao followed. At this time, there were already 6 people sitting there in the conference room, including Dou Jiao, the other 2 vice presidents of Tianyan, and the executive managers of the 3 major business divisions. They were each looking at the information in their hands, each of them a little absent-minded. I received the investment plan from Tang Qing a few days ago and found that there were 2 more regulatory companies, one holding shares and the other controlling. Everyone in Tianyan was extremely excited, because this represented the expansion of Tianyan's territory and also showed the strength of its chairman. Seeing that Tang Qing had spent a huge amount of 800 million yuan in just a few days, the people present could not calm down at all. They realized that their chairman was actually so rich. They thought Tang Qing was nervous about the loan from Shangtang Group before. But now, how nervous is he? A person who casually invested 800 million yuan would have no money in his pocket. They really want to say, Chairman, can you still be richer? They've been intensively following up on the 2 new projects that Tang Qing negotiated in the capital these days. Fortunately, Tianyan has recruited a lot of people before, otherwise there would not be enough people. Although today is the weekend, they are really happy to work overtime. Hello, Chairman. Seeing Tang Qing come in, several people stood up and said, Hello, everyone, please sit down quickly. Tang Qing pressed his hands and smiled. After saying that, Tang Qing sat down on the main seat. The school uniform had already been changed in the car, otherwise it would be inappropriate to wear school uniform for a meeting. Okay, let's start the meeting. Everyone has worked hard during this period. There are many more companies that need your supervision. However, the work is not hard. I will not pretentiously say anything to encourage you. I can only say that the year-end bonus at the end of the year will not let you down. Of course, the premise is that you have not made any serious mistakes. Tang Qing spoke seriously. After a pause, Tang Qing continued. Just follow up on the real estate company in Beijing. There is also the matter of the film company. Set up the film company as soon as possible and recruit people quickly. However, it is better to have fewer people than to hire them. Those who are not qualified will not be hired. Send me their information before appointment. Tang Qing's purpose is to ask the command room to help review it. Okay, do you have any questions? Tang Qing admired himself very much for finishing a meeting in just 2 sentences. The 6 of them looked at each other, as if, there's really nothing wrong. Tang Qing has solved the money problem and never cares about the company's specific affairs. Then all other things are their business. Tang Qing only needs to give orders. Seeing no one said anything, Tang Qing laughed wildly in his heart. He really liked such a refreshing meeting. Why was there so much nonsense? Okay, since everyone is fine, you all go to work and let the meeting end. Tang Qing leaned on the chair. Tang Qing spoke, and the other people who were a little confused quickly got up and left. They couldn't help but admire Tang Qing's efficiency. Only Do Jiao didn't leave. Little boss, this meeting of yours was too short. It was finished in just 2 sentences. Do Jiao couldn't help but smile bitterly. This way of using the sky eye is simply good news for the boss. Except for money, professional people will do everything. Of course, the premise is that you have enough money. Tang Qing was completely defeated. With the double supervision of the sky eye and the command room, his business empire could not survive. Sister Jiao Jiao, there aren't many things related to me. I have dealt with many things directly via email. The main reason I came here today is to see everyone. I will go back to the countryside in 2 days and will not be back until half a month later. Tang Qing explained that the role of email became apparent at this time. He would issue many major decisions by email, and there was no accumulated company affairs that needed to be discussed in person. Okay, but what about your film company? You haven't had meetings for so long since you've been back. Do Jiao reminded that Tianyin is a regulatory company after all. Although the top and bottom of the film company will be recruited by Tianyin, the rules are the rules, and Tianyin will not cross the line to interfere with the specific operations of the company it supervises. It's okay. When the film company's management is recruited, I will hold a remote video conference. You ask them to prepare the network environment and use Tianyin's video conference management system. Tang Qing said, there is no need to go to the meeting. Do Jiao didn't ask why there was internet in the village. Isn't this stupid? If there was no Tang Qing in the village, wouldn't he go to the town or the county? Tianyin's video conferencing management system was developed by analysts in the command room, mainly for the convenience of company management. This system is not only used by Tianyin, but also by various companies under Tianyin's supervision. Okay, by the way, your video conferencing software is really easy to use. I'll let you know in advance when the time comes. By the way, why did you hook up with Sheni? Do Jiao asked curiously. Seeing that the talents Tang Qing personally recruited were still acquaintances, Do Jiao was very curious. You should know that my 2 new projects have the same shareholder. That is Chai Run, the Chai family in Beijing, and Shunyi's father is one of them. Knowing that I was going to Shanghai to go to school, he introduced Shun Yi to me. Tang Qing said truthfully. Do Jiao nodded after hearing this, thinking that's it. Shun Yi's father is indeed from the Chai family. Shun Yi is a nice person. He doesn't have a dandy attitude. He has abilities, education, and background. He is a pretty good person. Do Jiao praised. Yes, when the time comes, whether to give him the position of manager or vice president, you give me a plan and I will take a look. It was not easy for Tang Qing to directly promise the position, so it would be easier to do multiple choice questions. Okay, by the way, little boss, do you know that if you add these 2 new companies, your assets will be nearly 2 billion yuan? Do Jiao got a little excited when she talked about this. 2 billion yuan. The childish young man in front of me. It is also difficult for her to let the 2 identities overlap. Haha. Yes, that's good, but it doesn't matter. When I become the richest man in the country one day, it won't be too late for you to be surprised. Tang Qing said with a smile. Do Jiao glared at him and said, hey, if you want to become the richest man in the country, it will take another 10 years. No, 10 years is too long. I want 5 years. Tang Qing. In 10 years, the day lilies have become cold. No, they have all frozen. He is just the richest man in the country. How long does it take for him to become the richest man in the country? Okay. I believe you. 5 years will be 5 years. Do Jiao covered her mouth and said with a smile, this little boss is really childish sometimes. You thought you were selling something. After chatting with Do Jiao for a while, Tang Qing returned to his huge office. Basking in the filtered sun is incredibly warm. Now Tianyin's development has already been on the right track and has achieved great success. He has become a complete hands-off boss. Even if he ignores it for a long time, the company will not have any problems. This is the winner in life. At this time, Sun Xiao is also in the office. Brother Sun, what are your plans after I go to college? Tang Qing said, looking at the scenery outside the window. Sun Xiao has been following him for more than half a year. Sun Xiao needs to make arrangements for his trip to Shanghai this time. I'll go with you, Sun Xiao said without hesitation. Brother Sun, your mother is still here. What will happen to your aunt if you leave? Tang Qing turned to look at Sun Xiao and smiled. Sun Xiao was speechless. There was no way he could leave his mother alone. He wanted to take her to Shanghai with him. But would Tang Qing agree? Looking at the troubled Sun Xiao, Tang Qing had already made arrangements. So he said, Brother Sun, you don't have to worry about it. I've already thought about it. You should stay in Qingyan City after I leave. I now have 3 positions for you to choose from. The first is your current position, the deputy manager of the security department in Shangtang. The second is the equivalent position of Tianyin, and the third is President Gao's bodyguard company. They still lack a deputy manager of the training department. After going to Shanghai, he would definitely live in a villa, and so would Sun Xiao. If it was inconvenient to live in a 2-person world with Lin Jiaxue, it would be better to let a robot take Sun Xiao's place, which would not be so embarrassing. And regardless of strength or anything else, robots are overall stronger than Sun Xiao, and they don't feel so distressed when they die in danger, but Sun Xiao is different. He is a human and has lived for a long time. Tang Qing also treats him as an elder brother. It is much safer to let Sun Xiao stay in Qingyan City, and he can take care of his mother nearby. Sun Xiao looked at Tang Qing's firm eyes and knew that Tang Qing had made up his mind. Mr. Tang, I'll go to Mr. Gao. Sun Xiao chose the third one without even thinking about it. The first 2 were security guards, so they were not interesting. It was better to go to Gao Ming's place. Not only could he take care of people, but he could also train every day and return to military life. Haha, I knew you would make this choice. Okay, at the end of this month, you have completed the resignation of Shangtang and the entry procedure for the Central Guards. At the beginning of next month, you can go directly to work. The car will be handed over to Tianyin then. Tang Qing said. Yes, Mr. Tang. Sun Xiao agreed. The reason why the car was given to Tianyin is very simple, because Tianyin is one of his core industries, not Shangtang Group. If his future office is in Qingyan City, it will only be at Tianyin, not Shangtang. Next time I come back, wouldn't it be nice to let the warriors from Sky act as the driver? After arranging Sun Xiao, Tang Qing has accomplished a major event. Brother Sun, how is the business of Uncle Han's shop? Tang Qing asked about the master again. Speaking of this, Sun Xiao was very happy. Very good. He opened a sports goods store and a military supplies point in the city center. He has a large health center in a good location, so the business is very good. That's good. Let's go and have a look. It's been a long time. I'll see you before going to college. Next time I come back, I may leave in a hurry and don't have time to go. Tang Qing said, I will come back next month to pack things up in a hurry, and then I am afraid of going to various companies to meet with Lu Qian. There are a lot of things, so I need to meet him first. As his master, he is naturally on the list. Okay, Sun Xiao said happily. Subsequently, the 2 of them drove towards Han Lung's news store. P.S. Today's 2 chapters are posted together. I have been writing the book for a long time, so I can't remember some things clearly. If there are any fallacies, please forgive me. You can also mention them in the book review area. Thank you for your support. 20 minutes later, the car arrived in front of a building in the city center. It was Tang Qing's first time to visit Han Lung's news store. This is a 5-story shopping mall, full of various shops. The outside of the wall is covered with various billboards. After getting out of the car, Tang Qing saw a row of large conjoined signs from the far left to the far right of the second floor. They were exactly the same as the names of the shops opened by Han Lung before. Tang Qing smiled in his heart. This master is really still so lazy. Mr. Tang, this is Han Lung's shop. It's on the whole floor. Sun Chao introduced, pointing to the brand on the second floor. Let's go up. Tang Qing nodded and said, there was no need to lead the way, and the two of them went directly to the second floor. There was no elevator here, so they could only walk. They did not notify Han Long in advance, and they were preparing a surprise. Sun Chao said that Han Long was usually in the gym, so they turned left after going upstairs. Go through a heavy iron gate. A large gym appeared in front of me, with various fitness equipment neatly placed. This weekend, many people are still sweating like rain on it, exercising, losing weight, both men and women, wearing thin undershirts. It's just that the scenery here is not very beautiful, and there are no cute girls at all. Just walked in. A faint and complex smell of sweat hit his face. Tang Qing was not so pretentious. How could he not smell it at all? His expression remained unchanged, and he was ready to find Han Long. That's when. Be careful. Exercise must be scientific. Hitting a sandbag is not brute force. Hitting hard can easily hurt your waist. Follow what I teach you. Your posture must be accurate. Your feet, waist, arms, and fists must be used. Now prepare to punch. Tang Qing heard Han Long's voice from a distance. Brother Sun, Uncle Han have become the boss. They don't hire any coaches. They even go into battle themselves. Tang Qing shook his head and smiled. You also know how he can never have time to spare. Sun Chao said, yes. With that said, the two of them walked in the direction of Han Long's voice, bypassing a partition wall, and in a concave partitioned room. They saw Han Long with his back to them, wearing a black vest and shorts, straddling the rows, and yelling loudly at the dozen or so people in front of him. From time to time, he also made punching movements, looking quite excited. Okay, let's have another group. Pay attention to the essentials. You. Who are you? Han Long immediately became alert as he spoke. It wasn't that Han Long had strong hearing that could hear Tang Qing coming, but there was a sound coming from behind him. Take the move. Upon hearing this, Han Long instinctively moved his body, took a few steps forward, turned around suddenly, and saw a tall and handsome face appearing in front of him, standing not far behind him with a smile on his face. Obviously, he was bluffing him just now. Seeing Tang Qing, Han Long's solemn expression instantly disappeared and turned into excitement. Han Long went up and punched Tang Qing on the shoulder, but Tang Qing didn't move at all. You brat, you haven't come to see me for so long. Han Long said angrily. Tang Qing, his apprentice, seemed to him to be a fate and his own opportunity. With Tang Qing's help, he was where he is today. Aren't you busy lately? Tang Qing rubbed his nose and said awkwardly. This reason could be said to be terrible, but he couldn't think of a better one. Han Long was not unhappy. It was just talk. Tang Qing had many industries and so many trivial matters. It was normal to have no time. Tang Qing was content to come see him now. I heard from your uncle that you were still the top scorer in the college entrance examination in our province. Congratulations. You are both civil and military. Alas, how can there be someone like you in the world? With a score of 748 points, which is an honor in this life, and with the unfathomable martial arts, Han Long really didn't know what kind of disciple he had accepted. Aha! Uncle Han, such a genius is right in front of you. Tang Qing laughed. Okay, let me see if your hand and foot skills are up to par. Hearing this, Han Long's expression became serious, and he took 2 steps back as if fighting. It had been a long time since he had fought with Tang Qing, and even though he knew he would lose, his hands were itching. Uncle Han, I'd better not break your confidence. Tang Qing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why did he have to fight again when we met? If you have something to say, can you talk about it? Obviously, this is not possible. What's wrong with hitting is that there's a higher mountain, so I have a target. Come on, I want to see your current strength. Han Leng Yuriet. It was hard to find an opponent. Sun Chao couldn't beat him, and neither could Gao Ming. Only Tang Qing could make him interested in fighting. Okay, Uncle Han, you attack and I defend. Tang Qing also took 2 steps back and stood with his hands behind his back. Han Long's level of strength has not yet unlocked the first level gene lock according to the classification. Although it has reached a value of about 90, it simply makes him not interested in fighting. He could just play for fun. Okay. After saying that, Han Lung came up and used all his strength, strode forward in 2 strides, and pounced on Tang Qing with a straight punch. He had been frightened by Tang Qing's strength before and did not dare to hold back. This is called respecting his opponent. The fist wind came. Tang Qing's expression remained unchanged. He turned aside lightly and dodged the punch, still holding his hands behind his back. The blow missed, and Han Lang's next move followed closely. At this time, many fitness customers gathered around, looking at this rare show with excitement on their faces. They had never seen Han Lung's strength. They had only heard that he was a special forces soldier. At first, they thought it was just an ordinary fight, but as they looked, they realized something was wrong. Damn it! Han Lung's attacks were so sharp. Many of them were killing moves without mercy. The moves ranged from maiming people to death, and the onlookers were sweating coldly. If one of his attacks had hit him, this handsome young man would probably have left half of his life here today. But Tang Qing actually dodged Han Lung's attack so calmly, they were all dumbfounded. For such a young and handsome man with such great strength, are you sure you are not here to attack others? By the way, you should at least break a sweat. Block left, dodge right, squat. Tang Qing didn't even need to activate the overclocking mode for Han Lung's attack, let alone source energy in neural telepathy. He could completely crush Han Lung's attack with his strength. 10 minutes later, Han Lung had exhausted all his moves and was a little exhausted, but he couldn't hurt Tang Qing's hair, and he didn't even touch his clothes once. This was really shocking. Stop! After a turning kick, Han Lung took a step back and said loudly. Seeing that Tang Qing didn't seem to even break a sweat, Han Lung was a little doubtful whether there really was internal strength in the world. Otherwise, how could he be as strong as the martial arts masters on TV? But so many years of military career told him that this was impossible. There was no internal strength and no superpowers in the world. Others were really dumbfounded after watching it. People, how could he be so strong? Master Han, who is this person? A male boxing student stepped forward and asked curiously. Others were also staring at Han Lung, wanting to see what he had to say. They also wanted to learn from such a powerful strength. This is one of mine. Han Lung looked at Tang Qing and said hesitantly. Although Tang Qing had studied with him for some time, he had never really been a disciple, so he couldn't talk nonsense. When Tang Qing saw it, he quickly stepped forward and said with a smile, Apprentice, I am Master Han's apprentice. Then why do you feel that? You are better than Master Han. The student asked again. Talent and hard work are both indispensable. Uncle Han, let's go and sit somewhere else and chat. Tang Qing didn't want to say anything more, so he prepared to drag Han Lung away after saying this. Okay, you all practice hard for me and remember the essentials. Han Lung knew that. Yes. The students burst out louder than usual. I had previously suspected that Han Lung was just a big, muscular man, but today I finally saw real kung fu and Tang Qing's inhuman fighting power. No one would admit that they had no talent, and they all thought that as long as they followed Han Lung and learned, they would be the next Tang Qing. Thinking of Tang Qing's elegant movements and calm response just now, he was so handsome and an absolute tool for attracting girls. Do you think we can be as strong as that handsome guy? The student looked at Tang Qing's back with admiration. It's a mystery, but if there is a chance, maybe my talent will be discovered. The student next to me said excitedly. You're talking about losing the fat on your belly first. I won't. A beating will help. Afterwards, a few people came to the VIP rest area of a special gym, and Han Lung poured tea for Tang Qing and the others. Uncle Han, how are you? Are there any difficulties in business? Tang Qing took a sip and said, No, everything is fine and the business is good. It is estimated that you can pay off the money in about 3 years. Han Lung said with a smile. He borrowed 3 million yuan from Tang Qing and turned it into a commodity on this floor. Even his wife quit her job to help look after the store. Haha, don't worry. If you have money, you can find a way to open a branch. You also know that I am not short of money. Tang Qing waved his hand. How can that be done? This is a principle. No matter how rich you are, there is no reason for me not to pay back the money. Han Lung insisted. Tang Qing shook his head and stopped persuading, Okay, you are right, but if you need help, just ask. There are really not many things that I can't do in Qingyan City. You don't be proud. Han Ling smiled bitterly. He did not think that Tang Qing was talking big words, but the fact. This is Tang Qing's base camp. There are people up and down, and there are really few things that can't be done. Tang Qing chuckled and said, Uncle Han, I'm just going to show off in front of my own people so that you won't hide it if you have something to do. Okay, I won't be polite to you if something happens. Let's have dinner here tonight. Let's have a drink and call Gao Ming over. Han sneered. I sighed in my heart. This apprentice is really not in vain. Okay, no problem. Tang Qing agreed. He originally planned to listen to Chu Yuanhang's arrangements today, but he didn't expect that it would be done in one morning and noon. He could spend the rest of the time with Sun Chao and Han Lung. Gao Ming, I haven't seen him for a long time. P.S. Please vote for the next chapter in 5 minutes. Thank you to reader Phils for the tip. Soon, Gao Ming is here. Today is Saturday, and he does not work overtime like Do Jiao. Because the current security company is still in the early stages of development, the business is not busy, and there are not many people. Unlike Tianyan, he has to respond to tasks sent by Tang Qing at any time. When he learned that Tang Qing was back, Gao Ming hurriedly drove over. He hadn't seen Tang Qing for a long time. Every time he went to Tianyan, he saw Do Jiao. When the two of them talked about Tang Qing, they felt helpless and envious. This chairman, be cool and comfortable, but he could only envy him. Even if he was allowed to live this kind of life, he wouldn't be able to live it. He was born with a restless temper. If it weren't for the fact that the company didn't have many things to do, he would be willing to work overtime for free. Mr. Tang, you are really a dragon that sees the beginning but never the end. Gao Ming stepped forward and laughed. Tang Qing smiled slightly, shook his head and said, No way. It's just that you did things in an orderly manner and I don't need to worry about it. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so leisurely. I can only say that you did a good job. Hearing Tang Qing's words, Gao Ming also felt relieved. Everyone likes to be recognized for the fruits of their labor, and he is no exception. Just like all soldiers also want to get honors, it is human nature. Congratulations, we are the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Gao Ming sat down opposite Tang Qing, with tea already brewed in front of him. Same joy. It's a pity. Even if you say so, there will be no bonus. Tang Qing joked. I don't need the bonus, but I brought a gift. Take a look, I brought you a good thing. As he said that, Gao Ming took out a wooden box from behind and handed it to Tang Qing. It had a simple shape. What is this? Tang Qing took it and asked. Open it and take a look. Gao Ming said. Okay. After saying that, Tang Qing opened the box. What caught my eye was a saber. This gift is quite special. Only people like Gao Ming would give a knife. Usually they would give a pen, money, or even some fruit. Gao Ming quickly introduced, I got this from friend. The American extended M9 saber is not a valuable item, but it is not easy to get either. It is authentically made by Frobis Third Company, limited in the United States, and is not a domestic imitation. Thank you, Uncle Gao. I like it very much, not bad. Tang Qing quickly pretended to like it. Although a saber is not expensive, it is full of affection. Tang Qing no longer cares about the true value of the gift. Gao Ming probably thought that Tang Qing had never played with this thing, and men all love knives. If Gao Ming knew that Tang Qing had a mobile arsenal, he didn't know what he would think, and he would definitely call the police. Seeing that Tang Qing liked it, Gao Ming was relieved. Haha, if you like it, how about going to Thailand this time? I've been there a few times. I feel that the culture is a bit older, and there's nothing interesting to see, especially that. Gao Ming kept talking about Thailand's dark history, many of which he heard from his leaders and comrades. Tang Qing even heard the names of Kai Su and Naden. Tang Qing listened with interest to the deeds of these two unlucky guys. Eating melon seeds. Listen to the story. It's delicious. The next afternoon, Tang Qing spent time in his master Han Lung's shop, chatting and reminiscing about old times. He learned about the arrangement for Sun Chao. Han Lung and Gao Ming also thanked him from the bottom of their hearts. Sun Chao had always been dependent on his mother, and it was indeed difficult to separate. Now he is fine and still works in Qingyan City. Han Lung and Ge Gaoming thought it was Tang Qing taking care of Sun Chao, but they didn't know that Tang Qing felt that taking Sun Chao to Shanghai would be inconvenient for him and Lin Jiaxue to live together. Night. Tang Qing had a big meal with Han Lung here and was finally defeated in a 1-on-3 match. He had no choice but to hide a little. After all, being stronger was fine, but being stronger was not enough. So Tang Qing could only pretend to be defeated by the three of them combined. The three in front of me are all special forces who have seen the world. Gao Ming used to be a senior officer and knew a lot. If Tang Qing was really ridiculously strong, Gao Ming would not doubt that he had seen a ghost. He was gifted and did not have this innate method. Even a monster could not explain it. This battle, it also allowed the three of them to regain some face. However, the three of them always felt that something was wrong, but they did not believe that Tang Qing could defeat the three of them together. So they accepted this beautiful misunderstanding and regained a lot of confidence. Returned to Uncle's house. It was already 10:30 in the evening. Qin Shiqi and Qin Shiyu went to bed early after a tiring day. They could rest 2 days a week and take turns to rest, but they could choose to work overtime. So thinking about the small amount of money, Qin Shiqi decisively chose to ask Qin Shiyu to work overtime for 1 day and rest tomorrow. And he also fell asleep. Only Uncle Qin Yugong was watching TV in the living room, and it was the news from Qingyan City TV station. "Uncle, I haven't slept yet," Tang Qing said and sat next to Qin Yugong, habitually picking up the snacks on the table and eating them. "Yeah, something happened," Qin Yugong said with a frown. "Is it because Feng Hai wants to be transferred?" Tang Qing said with a half-smile. Hearing Tang Qing's understatement, Qin Yugong was startled and turned around to look at his nephew Tang Qing in disbelief. He had only received a call from Feng Hai this morning, telling him about this urgent matter. Tang Qing actually knew about it? "How did you know this news?" Qin Yugong asked hurriedly. Tang Qing smiled slightly. He also learned the news not long ago. In Thailand, he had heard Feng San talk about his father Feng Hai in the second half of the year, or at the latest by the end of the year. The key step is likely to be taken, but the time has not yet been determined. However, as a person who always pays attention to the leaders of Qingyan City, he is still targeting his uncle's Qingyun plan, changes in the leadership of Qingyan City, or changes in intentions. As long as there is a little bit of trouble about his uncle, he can get the news quickly. "Uncle, you forgot, I also have a friend named Feng Sr., Tang Qing said with a smile. At this time, Feng's son naturally wanted to step up. Qin Yugong was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly realized. Tang Qing and Feng's son are good friends, and it is normal to hear news from Feng Sr. So that's it. Yes, Feng Hai will be transferred next month. He is going to recommend me to be the executive deputy director of the municipal bureau. Qin Yugong admitted directly. That's a good thing. Congratulations to Uncle on his promotion. Tang Qing said with a smile. Seeing Tang Qing's smiling expression, Qin Yugong glared at him angrily and said, "This is just a recommendation, not an absolute. Besides, your uncle just came here not long ago. Although he has experience as a director, he has no experience working in the municipal bureau. This is different." Tang Qing shrugged nonchalantly and said, "It doesn't matter. Who is born with it? As long as my uncle does his job, it will be fine. Although the interpersonal relationships in the city bureau are complicated, it is still a kind of training. If you don't understand, just call your old leader Feng Hai. I believe he will teach you everything he can." Tang Qing's answer was simple. If you don't understand, learn it. If you don't understand it, ask. Qin Yugong listened to Tang Qing's teachings dumbfounded, as if he was a junior, but Tang Qing was right. Soldiers will stop him, and water will cover him. Although he is not familiar with it, men cannot be afraid. "You kid, it's okay. There's only one clue in this matter. Unless it's officially appointed, it's still uncertain. I'm going to bed first, and you should rest early." After saying that, Qin Yugong got up and prepared to rest. Okay. After Tang Qing finished speaking, he also washed up. Returned to the command room. Tang Qing ordered, "Tang Yi, pay close attention to my uncle's affairs this time, and make sure nothing happens. By the way, I remember that there is a good fat sheep over there in the economic development zone. I will send it up next Monday. It should add some weight and be the icing on the cake. The word fat sheep comes from the Qing project, which means a sheep that can be slaughtered at any time. As the name suggests, if it is replaced by a human, it is a person who can become a political achievement at any time. Many cases in the economic development zone have been basically solved with the participation of soldiers. But this does not mean that there are no fish that slip through the net, or that there are no fat sheep specially raised. This was the kind of wanted criminal who would not directly endanger society or harm others, but was a relatively wanted criminal, such as an economic case. All the murderers and hurtful criminals were sent in, and Tang Qing could not stay outside to raise them. Tang Qing remembered that this person was the initiator of an illegal fundraising, and he used the old Ponzi scheme, promising high interest, then illegally absorbing savings, and using new money to pay back the old money. This model is destined to collapse. After realizing that he couldn't hold on for long, at the beginning of last year, this man ran away with nearly 10 million yuan and was wanted nationwide. 10 million yuan was really a huge sum of money in this era. After, this person ran from the coast to the inland. Due to the imperfect ID card and population mobility system, this person got a new ID card, then concealed his name in the economic development zone, bought a farmyard, and lived a comfortable life. He even stabbed himself in the face. According to the investigation of the soldiers, most of the money is still buried under the floor of the house where he currently lives. He does not spend much on ordinary days, so he is raising it as a fat sheep, waiting to be used at a critical moment. No, the critical moment has arrived. It's time to start slaughtering the sheep. July 18th, on Monday. Today is the day to send the sheep, and it is also the day when Tang Qing sets out to return to the village. However, the matter of sending sheep has nothing to do with him. With soldiers operating it, it must be foolproof. With this political achievement, the tens of millions of yuan in cash under that man's floor can stop many people's mouths. Early in the morning, after saying goodbye to his elders and sending Qin Shiqi and his two sisters to work, Tang Qing took Lin Jiaxue on the way back to the village. Just the two of them. The car is filled with all kinds of gifts, and even the back seat has little space. Many of them are specialties brought back from Thailand, as well as specialties bought by the Tang family and the Lin family. The entire trunk is filled. In the past, the conditions at home were average and the purchases were not so crazy. But now that we have money, we don't care about the quantity when buying things, especially for our elderly people. Think of this. Tang Qing thought of his grandparents again. If there is bliss in the world, I hope they will be well. I hope people in the world will cherish the time with their elders. If you want to support your children, you will not regret it until you lose them. The Mercedes-Benz was driving quickly on the national highway. It was not the Chinese New Year, so there were not many cars, and Tang Qing was driving very fast. Lin Jiaxue was feeding Tang Qing snacks along the way. Knowing that Tang Qing had a big appetite, Lin Jiaxue went to the street and bought a lot yesterday. Tang Qing held Lin Jiaxue with his right hand and turned the steering wheel with his left hand. Fortunately, it was an automatic transmission, otherwise he wouldn't be able to feel cool at all. More than 3 hours later, the car drove to the door of a residential house, not far from the entrance of the village, and stopped. There was no way because there was no access road in the village, so the car could not get in. So we had to get out of the car and walk, and we had to find a place to park. But this didn't bother him. There were many acquaintances' houses on the roadside, so just find a yard to stop. This is the house of a classmate of Tang Qing. The classmate's name is Ma Xiaofei, who is also a high school graduate. Tang Qing also knows his family and is not afraid of his absence. When they parked on the roadside, Tang Qing saw Ma Xiaofei cleaning his yard. They raised some poultry, and the sanitary condition of the ground was obvious. Seeing the Mercedes-Benz parked on the roadside, Ma Xiaofei was stunned for a moment, and then saw Tang Qing through the rolled-down window. At first, he was a little confused about who this handsome guy was, and he drove such a good car, but looking at Lin Jiaxue and the co-pilot, Ma Xiaofei immediately checked the number, put down the broom, and walked over quickly. Ma Zai, Can you park my car here? I can pay for the parking. Tang Qing got out of the car and greeted happily Ma Zai, the nickname given to him by his classmates. Ma Xiaofei looked at the handsome Tang Qing and said nonchalantly, "What's the parking fee? Just park. This is your second uncle's car." After saying that, he glanced hard at this luxury car that he had never seen in the county. Ma Xiaofei swallowed. "How much does this cost? It's really nice." "Yes, he returned to Thailand and temporarily opened it for our family," Tang Qing said with a smile. "Your second uncle is really rich," Ma Xiaofei said enviously. Although he had never seen this car before, many people knew that it was a Mercedes-Benz the last time Tang Kai came back to pay homage. "Haha, you have money and everything. If you work hard, you'll have everything." What else could Tang Qing say? "I'd like to lend you some good advice. Why don't Jiaxue come in and sit down?" Ma Xiaofei said to Lin Jiaxue, who came down. He once had a crush on such a good flower, but he knew this was impossible. With such an excellent Tang Qing and their childhood sweethearts, no one could think of separation. He could only wish them happiness. Tang Qing quickly shook his head and said, "No, Jiaxue's grandparents have prepared lunch. We will go back now. By the way, this is the parking fee." After saying that, Tang Qing took out a soft Chinese bar and a bottle of Wuliangya from the trunk. Giving money was too vulgar, and Ma Xiaofei couldn't even ask for it. There are not many children in the village who don't drink, but Ma Xiaofei doesn't smoke. The cigarette is for his father. Looking at the valuable thing in his hand, Ma Xiaofei quickly declined and said, "Tang Qing, how can you be so embarrassed?" Tang Qing was strong enough to push it back into Ma Xiaofei's hand and said, "Here's something, just take it and look after the car for me. It's fine if it gets dirty, but scratches are bad." "No problem. Don't worry if you let me go. This car will be in good condition," Ma Xiaofei assured him, patting his chest. He naturally had to do things when taking things from people. "That's good. Let's go back first," Tang Qing said. "Okay, do you want to help?" Ma Xiaofei said. "No, it's not heavy." After saying that, Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue walked towards the village carrying large and small bags. Fortunately, their home was not far from the road, otherwise they would have had to walk a long way. There is no cement road built here yet, and Tang Qing is wondering whether he should invest in building one. Otherwise, cars will not be able to drive in from now on, and it will be inconvenient to park at other people's houses. Turning around a hill, Tang Qing saw Lin Jiaxue's grandparents waiting eagerly on the edge of the yard from a distance. At the same time, he also sensed the presence of two warriors. The two sped up. "Come closer. Grandpa Lin, Grandma," Tang Qing called to the two elders. "Hey, it's good to come back. Come and give me some." Grandpa Lin looked at Tang Qing and smiled from ear to ear. At first, this baby girl got it right, but later he didn't dislike Tang Qing's family being poor. So he met such an outstanding grandson-in-law. He wanted people, money, and talent. It was also his granddaughter's blessing. With that said, he was about to help Tang Qing get something. Tang Qing quickly dodged. "No need, Grandpa Lin. It's not heavy, I'll do it." After saying that, he quickly walked into the main room, put down the things, and divided them up later. Lin Jiaxue also followed behind and put away her things. "Tang, Jiaxue, it's time to wash your hands and eat." Lin Jiaxue's grandmother opened the net cover on the table and greeted her. "Here we come." After washing his hands, on the table, "Tang, I heard that you got the top score in our province's college entrance examination." Although Grandpa Lin has heard Father and Mother Lin say this many times, it still feels unreal. "Yes," Tang Qing said. Grandpa Lin was overjoyed. "Ha! Good. Very good. Our village has also calculated the #1 winner. How long will you stay back this time?" "About half a month, and then I will go to Shanghai to go to school," Tang Qing said. Okay. Have fun at home these days and prepare delicious food for you. Just tell me what you want to eat. Eat quickly. Eat more," Grandpa Lin said lovingly. Okay. Tang Qing was satisfied with a sumptuous lunch. Seeing that Tang Qing had a good appetite, the two elders were very happy. It was a blessing to be able to eat. Soon, Tang Qing, who had just finished lunch and was drinking tea under the eaves, felt the enthusiasm of the villagers. They all took turns to deliver things, including home vegetables, home eggs, and killed poultry, all for the reason of celebrating that he had won the first prize in the exam and felt happy. But there is still a small part that wants Tang Qing's second uncle to find a job or something. To this, Tang Qing was also a little troubled. He didn't look down on others. After all, survival was not easy. He just laughed and said that he couldn't decide. He heard that when his second uncle came back to worship last time, many people came to borrow money or ask for jobs. However, Tang Kai simply used the excuse that the company was in Thailand. In the end, only one person was willing to go, and the others didn't want to run away. As for the person who borrowed the money, his second uncle also said that he didn't bring any money. So instead of borrowing, he just gave 1,000 yuan to each person, and no one said anything in the end. From fellow villagers, dealing with relationships is very troublesome, especially money matters. In order to avoid future quarrels, it is better not to be too involved in money. There are many ways to benefit the villagers. Unless it is for medical treatment or emergency, if it is for doing business, building a house, marrying a wife, etc., Tang Kai only has 1,000 yuan and does not need to pay it back. Tang Qing also agreed with his second uncle's approach, handled various visits. Tang Qing returned to his home. Opening the door, there was still a yard overgrown with weeds. No one was around, and 3 military daggers suddenly appeared in Tang Qing's hands. The hand loosened. 3 daggers fell down. It stopped 10 centimeters above the ground. The nerves moved. There was a whirring sound in the air, and 3 daggers were rapidly harvesting weeds in the yard. Only 3 seconds. Weed. Cut them all off. Tang Qing's thoughts moved again. All the weeds floated up, flew towards the corner of the wall, tied them into ropes, tied them into a pile, and threw them in the corner of the courtyard. They could be used as firewood in the sun these days, but not today. The custom here said that you should not dry firewood and corn when you get home. Tang Qing did not believe in evil, but he was too lazy to contradict it. Take back the dagger. Start cleaning each room. Ever since Tang Qing gained the power of telekinesis, and now the density of telekinesis has exceeded 4, doing housework is not difficult at all. In just 10 minutes, the upstairs and downstairs were cleaned and looked brand new. Neuropathy is really useful at this point. Although this house is still old, Tang Qing has no plans to build a new one. He wants to keep this memory, the memory of his childhood, and the memory of his grandparents. Even if it is a thatched house, so what? Memory. Do not wipe. Maybe in a few decades, this place will become the former residence of Tang Qing. No, it is the place where he once lived. He has not passed away yet. He cannot curse himself like this. He will live for another 8,000 years. Just when Tang Qing had finished cleaning up and was going to sit with Lin Jiaxue, a voice sounded at the entrance of the courtyard. Tang Qing. Tang Qing looked up and saw that it was Guo Quan, the head of their village. He was 47 years old, but hadn't he just met him before? He also gave them a dozen preserved eggs. Why is he here again? Village chief, what's the matter? Tang Qing asked doubtfully. It's not a big deal. I just want you and me to have a meal tonight. Guo Quan said softly. Eat? What kind of meal? Tang Qing asked in surprise. Guo Quan explained. It's like this. The leaders of our town know that you are back and want to treat you to a meal. It will be at a restaurant in the town. Bring Jiaxue with you then. Okay. The village chief is a very nice person and has helped their family. Tang Qing had no choice but to agree. It was just a meal and there was no need to pay. Okay, let me go and talk to Jiaxue now. You clean it up so quickly? The young man is very nimble. Looking at the clean courtyard, there were no spider webs in the corners. Guo Quan praised. It's not bad. Tang Qing's my. Then I'll leave first. You go about your business, and I'll pick you up in the evening. Guo Quan said. Okowo. Afternoon. Tang Qing rode a motorcycle and took Lin Jiaxue to go shopping in the town. But it was not to buy firewood, rice, oil, and salt, because for nearly a month in the village, Tang Qing's house did not have a fire, and everything was eaten at Lin Jiaxue's house. They just went to the street to buy some snacks and take a stroll. Talented men and beautiful women. I don't know how many envious looks I received along the way. Night. Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue followed the village chief Guoquan to a large restaurant in the town. Tang Qing was actually a little speechless. He thought he had escaped the school leaders, media reporters, and other messy things and dinners, and returned to the village to be quiet and quiet. But he didn't expect that he would still have to eat when he came back. He decided that this was the only time he would have a meal, and if anyone he didn't know asked him again, he would ignore it. He is not something that ordinary people can ask for now. This time it was to give face to the village chief Gua. When he walked into the box, there were already 4 people inside. What surprised him was that the leader was actually a young man. He looked about the same age as Chiren. Could it be that he was the second generation of the county? Tang Qing secretly guessed that he didn't know what the second generation was doing. The next moment, village chief Guoquan gave the answer. Guoquan introduced directly to the young man. Mayor Wang, leaders, this is Tang Qing, the top scorer in the college entrance examination in our province. Next to him is classmate Lin Jiaxue, who also did very well in the exam this time. He is in the same university as Tang Qing. This is the new Mayor Wang in our town. This is... Guoquan introduced everyone present. Good guys, basically all the leaders of the town government are here. There's a town mayor, the other 2 are deputy mayors, and there's an office director of the town government. Hello, classmate Tang. Congratulations. Mayor Wang stood up and shook Tang Qing's hand cordially. Seeing that Tang Qing was extraordinary and didn't have any stage fright, he couldn't help but admire him in his heart. He is an official, but he is still a student. Being able to be so calm is a talent. Mayor Wang, you are also young and promising, Tang Qing said with a smile, neither humble nor overbearing. Haha, Mr. Tang is really good at talking. Sit down quickly. Mr. Lin, please don't be polite. Mayor Gua, please let someone serve the food. Mayor Wang immediately asked the 2 to sit down and ordered the food to be served. Guoquan responded and left the box. Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue sat at the door, the next seats, and didn't think anything happened. Who said they were young? However, the table was small, and it was really uncomfortable to sit on it. It was a hard bench, and they didn't know anyone. In short, they just felt uncomfortable. Classmate Tang, you have really brought glory to our town. By the way, what university did you go to? One of the deputy mayors surnamed Liu asked. Fudan University in Shanghai. Tang Qing said lightly. Don't blame him for his bad attitude, because he didn't like the way this guy looked at Lin Jiaxue. Why don't you go to a university in the capital? You should have time to change your grades now. They will definitely accept you. Let me tell you, it is better to go to the capital. You will know more people, and you will have an advantage if you want to get into politics in the future, the deputy mayor said proudly, thinking how correct his experience was. I don't like the weather in the capital. It's too dry. Tang Qing gave a random reason. What kind of reason is this? The key is to consider your future, right? Classmate Lin. He smiled at Lin Jiaxue. Lin Jiaxue didn't care about him, nor did she ignore him. Tang Qing also frowned when he saw that this guy was showing off his old habit. Mayor Wang quickly stopped him and said, Deputy Mayor Liu, stop talking. Classmates Tang and Lin can go to Shanghai if they want to. This is their business, and they must have been carefully considered. After hearing what he said, the deputy mayor stopped talking. Who called him a deputy? If he hadn't been cheating some time ago and was caught by his own mother-in-law and then made a big fuss, the position of mayor should be his. Soon, the dishes are all served. Tang Qing also gradually became familiar with Mayor Wang. As for Deputy Mayor Liu, he ignored him. If it weren't for the fact that Mayor Wang was a good person and Guoquan was accompanying him, he would have ignored him. After just 10 minutes of chatting, Mayor Wang really felt that Tang Qing was extraordinary, calm, cheerful, conversational, and knowledgeable. He didn't want to be a student at all. Seeing that the insignificant Deputy Mayor Liu poured the wine for others and then poured it for Lin Jiaxue, Tang Qing quickly covered the mouth of the cup with his hand. I'm sorry, Jiaxue doesn't drink liquor. Just ask the waiter to serve some fruit beer. Tang Qing said, it'll be fine if you drink a little. Deputy Mayor Liu didn't give up and wanted to pry Tang Qing's hand away. Deputy Mayor Liu, I said that Jiaxue doesn't drink. I don't want to repeat it again. Tang Qing's voice became a little cold. Deputy Mayor Lu was shocked when he looked at Tang Qing's eyes, and he was a little scared. You, mixed with the aura of origin chi and the bonus of neurological power, he already had the ability to kill with his eyes. Okay, kid, it's not appropriate to drink liquor. Just have some fruit beer. Deputy Mayor Wang said quickly. Yes, the important thing is to eat. Guoquan also tried to smooth things over. Classmate Tang, I heard that your second uncle is doing quite a lot of business abroad. Deputy Mayor Wang suddenly asked. Tang Qing was stunned. It turns out that this is the purpose of today's dinner. Money, haha, it is indeed a modern society. If you don't have profit, you can't afford it, but it doesn't matter. It is human nature to pursue profit, and there is no shame in it. It is shameful to talk about money as dirt, but work hard to make money behind the scenes. Mayor Wang is very well informed. Tang Qing could only smile. Haha, I was transferred here at the end of last month, and I overheard some gossip. At that time, Deputy Mayor Lu even visited your second uncle. Mayor Wang said with a laugh. Fortunately, the purpose of that visit was not successful. Otherwise, he would probably have nothing to do here. Oh, really? Mayor Wang, just tell me what's wrong. If you don't understand it, I won't even dare to use my chopsticks. Tang Qing said with a faint smile. Without clarifying things, he was also curious in his heart. Mayor Wang stopped trying to be pretentious and said directly, Actually, it's nothing serious. I just want to ask your second uncle if he can invest in our town. As you know, our town is relatively poor and belongs to an agricultural town. If I don't think of ways to benefit the villagers, I will be incompetent as an official. Well, are there any investment projects in the town? Tang Qing asked curiously. We have relatively good mountain and forest resources here. I think it would be good to grow Chinese medicinal materials. Mayor Wang said firmly. When a new official takes office, he will naturally have to do something. He did not have a profound background, as Tang Qing thought. He was just a child from a commoner family. He was lucky enough to become the secretary of the previous high-ranking county official. He worked there for 3 years. Last month, the high-ranking county official wanted to be transferred away, but the city next door couldn't take him with him, so they arranged for him to be here. Knowing that Tang Qing's second uncle was very rich, he didn't know how much, but those who could afford a Mercedes-Benz were at least tens of millions or even higher, so he thought to try his luck with Tang Qing. No, it's just a meal. If it is done, it will be a great political achievement. Tang Qing also wanted to make some contribution to his hometown. So he said, what Mayor Wang said makes sense. We should be good at growing medicinal materials. Do you have a specific plan? Show me. What a coincidence. I always carry it with me. As he said that, Mayor Wang took out a printed document from his briefcase. Tang Qing took the plan and read it carefully. There were not many documents, only a dozen pages. To Tang Qing, it was a careful look, but to outsiders, Tang Qing only stayed on each page for no more than 2 seconds. It details the investment and expected returns of this project, as well as medicinal materials suitable for planting. From Tang Qing's perspective, although the benefits are a bit exaggerated, this kind of project is not meant to make a lot of money. Capital preservation is the goal. Okay, 8 million yuan is not too much. The profit forecast is also good. Mayor Wang has done a lot of homework. Tang Qing closed the document and put it next to him. The meaning is obvious. I want to take it back and take a look. Classmate Tang is awesome. Do you think this plan will be approved by your second uncle? Mayor Wang asked carefully. It should be no problem. Tang Qing nodded. He was going to let Tianyin do this project, and he was not going to bother his second uncle. It was less than 10 million yuan, and if he lost, he would lose. What a big deal. Mayor Wang was overjoyed after hearing this. Tang Qing said it was no problem. Apparently, it was no problem. He laughed and said, Haha, I believe you just because you said it. Come on, let's have a drink for the sake of cooperation. Clang. The glasses of people at the table clinked together. Drink it all in one gulp. Deputy Mayor Lu looked at all this and felt a little jealous, but he didn't dare to show his presence anymore. Tang Qing's second uncle was making a lot of money abroad, and his uncle seemed to be the deputy director in Xinyan City. He was on the same level as him, so it was really hard to offend him. Since this place is too far away from Qingyan City, and Qin Yugong has not publicized it here, the information still remains in the old almanac. Classmate Tang, if this matter comes to fruition, you will be a great contributor to our town. If the investment is implemented, it will at least create employment for hundreds of people and affect hundreds of families. I would like to thank you on their behalf first. Tang Qing could only put on this high hat, since the money would definitely be invested anyway. Yes, it will benefit the folks and neighbors. Tang Qing said. Okay, that's well said. Fruit beer is not intoxicating. I'd like to toast you a glass on behalf of the folks. Okay. The atmosphere of the dinner afterwards was not dull, but it couldn't be said to be very lively. Except for Mayor Wang, everyone else was not from the same generation. There was a serious generation gap, which was far less relaxed and enjoyable than having a meal with Chai Run and the others. It can be seen from here that just in terms of atmosphere creation, these people are not as good as Chai Run and others, and what to say, except for Mayor Wang, everyone else especially likes to make dirty jokes, which Tang Qing dislikes very much. After meal, on the occasion of parting, Tang Qing said, Mayor Wang, are you free tomorrow? Let's have a meal together and discuss something with you. After the investment was made, he had to find a way to enter the village. If he wanted to get this done, he had to go to Mayor Wang. Mayor Wang was stunned for a moment and didn't know why, but then he said, Okay, I'll be there on time at noon tomorrow. Okay, see you tomorrow. Many people present heard the conversation between the two, but no one said anything. It must be an investment matter. This was caught by the mayor. They were too lazy to join in the fun, and it was not their political achievements. After saying goodbye, Tang Qing and the village chief rode back to the village. The village chief, Guoquan, didn't drink. How could Tang Qing get drunk from the fruit beer he drank? Uncle Gua, you will come too. At noon tomorrow, Tang Qing said to Guoquan. Isn't it about investing in Mayor Wang? Guoquan said in surprise. Tang Qing smiled. Yes, but not entirely. I want to build a road into the village. As you know, my second uncle's car is parked at my Xiaofei's place. It is very inconvenient. It would be nice if I could drive in. That's great. This is a good thing. I agreed. I don't know whether it is a collective investment or not. Guoquan asked after he was happy. Money is the most difficult thing to deal with. It is difficult to pay money from door to door. My second uncle invested 100,000 yuan to build it, as long as it can be built. I just want to ensure that it can be open to traffic right in front of our house. Tang Qing said, 100,000 is enough to complete the traffic in this small village. Okay, absolutely no problem. Guoquan was overjoyed. 100,000 yuan was more than enough to repair the roads in the village. What a great thing. The next day, noon, Mayor Wang rode a motorcycle to Tang Qing's house. Tang Qing really didn't ask for his real name last night, but it didn't matter. There were a bunch of soldiers in the command room. Only then did he learn that Mayor Wang's name was Wang Xian, who was from the county town. After graduating from college, I was admitted as a secretary in the county party committee office. I worked for a year first, just helping write materials, and was finally assigned to a newly arrived county official. I worked as a secretary for 3 years. Coupled with his high status and a bachelor's degree, which complies with the policy of promoting young cadres, Wang Xian quickly passed the hurdle that many people regarded as a natural barrier. In just 4 years, he became a department-level leader. Even in provincial and municipal agencies, this is a rapid progress. After investigation, it was found that Wang Xian is also a relatively upright person. Also, Wang Xian's family is not a very poor one. Although his parents are not rich, they have no worries about food and clothing. They have little concept of money. In addition, he is young and energetic. All in all, he is still a good person. What will happen in the future, we can only wait for time to prove. Along with Wang Xian came the village chief Guoquan, otherwise he would not have found it. Along the way, Guoquan also told about Tang Qing's second uncle's funding for road construction. Wang Xian was also very happy because at least another village's road problem was solved. What a double happiness. Walking into Tang Qing's yard, the car was parked outside the door. Classmate Tang, your environment is not bad. Wang Xian looked around the yard and kept nodding. Tang Qing's yard is very good in terms of terrain and location. Behind the house is a bamboo forest, lush and green, with big leaves, the kind specially used for making rice dumplings. There's an open space in front of the courtyard. Due to the higher terrain, the scenery is good. Mayor Wang, the conditions in the countryside are simple. Let's sit down and drink tea for a while, and then go to Jiashue's place for lunch later. I'm not even planning to open fire when I come back this time. Tang Qing led the two of them to the main room and poured them a cup of tea. There were various snacks and snacks on the table. I just found out that you and classmate Lin are childhood sweethearts. Okay, very good. A talented man and a beautiful woman. They are a perfect match. Wang Xin didn't need to make a draft at all when he lifted up the sedan chair. After taking a sip of tea, Wang Xin's eyes lit up. It was a good long jing. However, considering the identity of Tang Qing's second uncle, he did not say anything that he had never seen in the world. Tang Qing smiled, sat down, and said, I think so too. Mayor Wang, I've sent back your plan, and my second uncle has agreed. Congratulations. He will let his friend's company handle this matter, and someone will be sent by the end of this month at the latest. He threw it directly to Tianyan. In order to keep his ears clear, Tang Qing directly sent an email to several vice presidents of Tianyan. The rest, he was not even interested in paying attention to, because he couldn't make much money, so he just wanted to maintain it. Wang Xin was overjoyed after hearing this and said, Haha, thank you, Mr. Tang, for this time. As long as the investment is realized, his position will be secure, and he was excited for a moment. As for how Tang Qing relied on to send it back, he didn't care at all. Without internet, he couldn't read on the phone. Tang Qing started to get down to the topic. By the way, Mayor Wang, my second uncle, also said that he would invest 100,000 yuan in building roads in our village. As you know, cars can't drive here, which is very inconvenient. Mayor Wang needs to coordinate. Road construction is a major event in the village. Without the approval of the town, the village cannot build roads indiscriminately because it will occupy cultivated land, which is a red line. Wang Xin immediately agreed. This is a good thing. No problem. Thank your second uncle for me. You have helped the town with so many things in a short time. By the way, when will your second uncle come back next time? It's hard to tell. He is quite busy abroad and is probably going to celebrate the new year. Tang Qing said truthfully. His second uncle is really busy these days. With the construction of various factories in his territory, the expansion of the jade and jewelry trade, and even the establishment of a sales network for fruit wine, etc. It's really fast that my feet don't even touch the ground. But Tang Qing is not afraid of tiring his second uncle. There are the seafood and fruits he asked the soldiers to send from time to time, as well as the health-preserving effects of that kind of fruit wine. To be honest, as long as he slept 4 hours a day, it would be difficult to tire his second uncle. But physical fatigue was nothing. The key was mental fatigue. Wang Xin is still a little disappointed. He still wants to meet Tang Kai and promote it. Now, they don't show up, but as long as the money is in place, he won't pay attention to such things anymore. Well, it's a pity. I still want to thank you in person. Wang Xin said regretfully. It's nothing. I want to build the road as soon as possible. The money is ready and can be called at any time. Tang Qing urged. It wouldn't be good if the car parked at Ma Xiaofei's place. He could imagine that Ma Xiaofei probably didn't dare to stay away every day, lest something happened to the car. Why bother others so much? Wang Xin immediately said, Don't worry, I will bring people to inspect it immediately when I go back in the afternoon. After discussing with the villagers, the repairs can start in a week at the latest. Village Chief Gua, you must bear the burden of the villagers' work by then. No problem. I promise to complete the task. Now the roads in the village are narrow and slippery. I often fall down on rainy days and often ride in the fields. Building roads is everyone's common wish. 100,000 yuan is enough to repair the village. Guo Quan straightened his chest and said. When he heard that the money had been received, Guo Quan finally felt relieved. Okay then, let's go. It's getting late. After looking at the time, Tang Qing was about to say that he was going to Lin Jiashue's place for dinner when a thick voice came from outside the door. Xiao Tang, you are at home. Tang Qing looked towards the door, and then he noticed that the door to his yard had been closed by Guoquan just now. Guoquan quickly opened the door, and Tang Qing also left the main room. Another acquaintance came. Uncle Zheng, hello. Tang Qing laughed and greeted him. The person who came was none other than Zheng Xiao, who came with Zhang Dongqing for the first loan and is now the director of their county. Zheng Xiao was holding a lot of things in his hands and pretended to complain. Xiao Tang, you are so uninterested. You didn't come to see me when you passed by the county. I still found out about your return from your uncle. Tang Qing was also a little embarrassed, so he asked Zheng Xiao to come in person and hurriedly explained, Uncle Zheng, Lin Jiashua's grandfather had already prepared lunch yesterday, so he had to rush back. Something happened again today. I stayed here for a long time this time, and I was planning to visit you in the next few days. I didn't expect you to come here in person, so I didn't dare to take it. Go, just say nice things. Hey, Mayor Wang is here. Do you know Xiao Tang? Looking at Wang Xin, who had already stood up, Zheng Xiao hurriedly greeted him. Wang Xin was the secretary of a high-ranking county official before. Of course, he knew him and did not dare to neglect him. Although the senior county official has been transferred, he does not dare to underestimate Wang Xin. Besides, the two of them are on the same level. He was much older than Wang Xin, but he was still at the same level. Zheng Xiao had to sigh that it was good to have a background and a high starting point. Others had a bachelor's degree and were the secretary of a high-ranking county official. His own abilities were also good. He really deserved it. This is fate. He was retired from the army and had a low academic qualification. Otherwise, at the time when he worked, he would have been at least deputy director level or above. Wang Xin didn't expect that Tang Qing actually knew Zheng Xiao and said, I'm here to congratulate classmate Tang and help you invest. Invest, Zheng Xiao said doubtfully. He didn't know whether it was Tang Qing's investment, his second uncle's investment, or whose investment it was, because in his opinion, there were too many rich people around Tang Qing, and he himself was a super rich man, the owner of the Shengtang Group, and he was almost as rich as the sky. Wang Xin didn't think much, nodded and said, Yes, isn't classmate Tang's second uncle doing business abroad? I just want to contribute to the economic development of my hometown. No, his second uncle has already agreed to invest in a Chinese herbal medicine planting base. By the way, he is also prepared to spend money to repair the roads in this village and make them accessible to traffic. Otherwise, his second uncle's Mercedes-Benz at the entrance of the village will not be able to drive in. Speaking of that car, he also saw it on the way here. What else could he say but envy in his heart? He thought that even a mayor of the town still rode a motorcycle, but he thought it was different and there was nothing to worry about. That's a good relationship. It will benefit the village. Zheng Xiao said with a smile. By the way, what's the relationship between Director Zheng and classmate Tang? Wang Xin asked. He really didn't know that Tang Qing and Zheng Xiao were so familiar. The last time Tang Qing came back was for the new year. In other words, Zheng Xiao and Tang Qing should have known each other last year. However, when he thought that Zheng Xiao was originally from Qingyan City and Tang Qing also went to school there, he also had some guesses. Really, Zheng Xiao's answer made him feel that he was not stupid, but the rest was a bit unexpected. We are old acquaintances. His uncle is half of my boss. Qin Yugong is the deputy director of the Qingyan City Public Security Bureau and concurrently the director of the Qingyan Economic Development Zone Police Station. The Municipal Party Committee held a meeting today and has decided to appoint him as the executive deputy director of the Qingyan City Public Security Bureau. Zheng Xiao glanced at Tang Qing and said clearly. This morning, he had already learned the news from his father-in-law, so he called to congratulate him and found out that Tang Qing was back. To be honest, he admired Qin Yugong's luck. Just yesterday, Qin Yugong actually cracked a large-scale economic case involving tens of millions of yuan in his jurisdiction, captured a nationally wanted criminal, and recovered tens of millions of cash. It can be said to be a huge achievement and the envy of others. Therefore, Feng Hai's proposal was unanimously approved at the Qingyan Municipal Party Committee meeting. There was originally a person who wanted to compete, and he had some background. He was a deputy director of the provincial department, but he was also outshone by this merit. Make a judgment. For example, he was promoted to the rank of deputy director faster than Qin Yugong, but others caught up from behind and dominated the field. He was still dangling in the position of the rank of deputy director. Qin Yugong had already reached the rank of deputy director and had taken a big step forward in the ranking within the bureau. One small step further. That is the senior level. He couldn't catch up anymore. Is there still such a relationship? Wang Xin said in surprise. He had only thought that Tang Qing's uncle was the deputy director, but now he suddenly became the executive deputy of the municipal bureau. This progress is a bit fast. Yeah, okay, let's go have a meal. I brought some fruit wine back. Let you two try it. Seeing that it was really late, Tang Qing quickly ended the topic and couldn't help but smile in his heart. Finally, he completed his uncle's promotion task ahead of schedule. The next step is how to get promoted again. This is a bit difficult. From deputy to senior, you need to plan carefully. It would be best if we could get out of the public security system. In this era when the economy is in charge, it is better to work on the economy and climb up as long as you have money. However, the public security system is too simple, and it will be relatively weak in later growth and has limited rights. Okay, after saying that, several people came to Lin Jiashua's home. At this time, Wang Xin's attitude towards Tang Qing was completely different. He was at the deputy director level, still from municipal bureau, and he would be in the right position if he took a small step further. In the future, he might have to receive people during inspections, so his attitude was much more respectful. Like Guoquan, who was equally shocked, both of them were ready to get the road construction done as soon as possible. The sooner the better. After lunch, Wang Xin hurried back to the town, wanting to quickly finish the road construction matter. Tang Qing gave him face and secure investment, so he naturally had to do his best. Zheng Xiu did not leave in the afternoon, but followed Tang Qing to go fishing in the reservoir behind the village. Only 2 hours. Wang Xin took many people and the village chief Guoquan to inspect the village. In just one afternoon, the route of the road was decided. Guoquan then ran from house to house and did ideological work. Since the road passed in front of all their houses along the way, except for the ones on the top of the mountain, they all agreed without paying. Very simple. Guoquan's prestige is high. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to be the village chief. He is also a fellow villager in the village. He has lived here for generations, and he is a relative after a few turns. There is no need to cause trouble and cause trouble. It is not authentic. If outsiders, they might cause some trouble. But Tang Qing is different. Tang Qing is the top scorer in the college entrance examination. His second uncle is rich, and his relatives are from the Public Security Bureau. There is really no one who dares to jump out and stab him. That's all. The road construction matter was finalized in just 2 days. Tang Qing also directly withdrew 100,000 yuan to Guoquan and ignored the matter. Anyway, as long as he could get traffic to his door, he didn't bother to worry about it, even if Guoquan misappropriated it. Other side, Tang Qing and Zheng Xiu were fishing, but Lin Jiashua did not come. Instead, she was reading and practicing piano at home. Since she was taught several musical instruments by Tang Yin'er in Bangkok last time, Lin Jiashua also began to study hard, especially when she saw Tang Qing's extremely outstanding musical talent. She did not want to fall behind. It's not like she's too far away from Tang Qing. Although Tang Qing didn't ask for anything, she couldn't really rely on Tang Qing's favor to be confident. The excellent Tang Qing must be matched with an excellent Lin Jiashua. This was the belief in her heart. See this? Tang Qing couldn't say anything. The two of them were sitting by the fish pond. The water's surface ripples. The swim bladder rises and falls. A breeze blew by, which was very heartwarming. It's just that no fish took the bait. That's right, the two of them sat there for 30 minutes, but they didn't catch any fish. Xiao Tang, are you sure there's a fish in here? Zheng Xiu asked doubtfully. After so long, he still didn't take the bait. He began to doubt whether his hook was straight. Tang Qing was also a little unsure, because he hadn't fished for a long time. It stands to reason that fishing usually goes to other people's fish ponds but Tang Qing really didn't like it, and fishing for wild fish was more interesting. There used to be a lot of fish in it. Tang Qing said hesitantly. There used to be real fish in it. What kind of fish are you two fishing for here? It's been drugged, and there are no fish left. A passing villager looked at the two and said with a smile, "Why do you administer medicine?" Tang Qing asked. The villagers looked at Tang Qing, who looked a little familiar, and explained, "Didn't someone contract this place to raise fish before? They started making money, but some people were jealous, so they poured a lot of pesticides and the fish died. The old Sioux who borrowed money to contract this place drank pesticides and died, leaving the orphans and widows to farm and raise pigs to pay off the debt. It's pitiful, but the murderer was not caught in the end." After that, the villagers left with a look of regret on their faces. Tang Qing and Zheng Xiu looked at each other. Tang Qing really didn't know that this fish pond was actually contracted. Also, he had been studying in Qingyan City, so it was normal for him not to know, and he had been drugged. "It's so abominable. Who is so wicked?" Tang Qing said angrily as he put away his fishing rod. "Although this kind of thing has often been heard before, this is the first time it has happened near me. The world is really dangerous, not to mention forcing people to death. Envy. It is a disease. If it is terminal, it should be treated properly. Uncle Zheng, I think we need to investigate carefully. This kind of person is simply harming society." Tang Qing's heart was filled with panic. Damn, he drove someone to death, just because of jealousy, just a pack of medicine. I don't know, he doesn't care. If he knows, then there will be injustice. Nosy? Haha, he won't interfere. There is no need to do it himself when the soldiers are here. When he was about to go back, he asked the soldiers to find ways to investigate. In order to protect Lin Jiashue's grandparents, the whole village was basically under surveillance. As long as there was some news, some people would not discuss it, and at least the elimination method would be able to lock the scope. Okay, I'll get people to pay close attention to it when I get back. It's too abominable, Zheng Xiu promised. He was afraid of paying attention to anything. He had seen this kind of thing a lot. There were a lot of cases like this in the bureau, but it was difficult to solve this kind of thing. But Tang Qing said that he could only make a gesture, and whether it would succeed or not depended on God's will. In fact, he didn't really have any hope. Finished. The two of them had no interest, so they went home. Next, with Zheng Xiu's attention, the town immediately restarted the investigation into the fish pond poisoning incident. They thought there would be no harvest, but in just 2 days, they inexplicably found the murderer. It's as easy as putting it in your mouth. They were surprised at first when they saw the pig-headed suspect surrendering. Then, during the interrogation, the entire crime process was flawless, and the suspect confessed. The reason turned out to be that a strong man who claimed to be a good guy made him experience what fear was. A knife was held to his neck. He was also beaten into a pig's head. The suspect who bullied the weak and feared the strong naturally chose to go to jail. What Tang Qing didn't expect was that this guy turned out to be Qin Kong's father, the guy who was sent in by Tang Qing in the first place, the guy who came out with a gun to show off, and the bastard who had thoughts about Lin Jiashue. It was considered a reunion of father and son, but this guy had no money and could not compensate for the loss. Tang Qing hesitated for a moment, and then asked someone to send 30,000 yuan to the mother and son, which was enough to pay off their debt. It counts as one good deed a day. In the next few days, Tang Qing and Lin Jiashue had dinner everywhere and attended 2 class reunions. They were both high school graduates and had not been affected by the worldly atmosphere. Therefore, the atmosphere at the class reunions was very harmonious and nothing disturbing happened. July 25th, on Monday, 10 o'clock in the morning. After breakfast, Tang Qing returned to the room without getting tired of talking to Lin Jiashue, because today was the day when the film company was established. After a week of recruitment and preparation, and with the help of several second-generation people, all approvals were processed as quickly as possible. It's amazing speed. Today, all departments of the company have made preparations. The first phase of personnel recruitment has been completed, and the first shareholders' meeting will be held today. The name of the film company is called Comet Film and Television Company, which has no special meaning. Tang Qing just finds it easy to understand. Its business scope includes film and television investment and production, and does not involve packaging, promotion, or signing of artists. To put it bluntly, this is a purely investment and filming company, and artists have to be hired from other companies. However, Tang Qing is not afraid of actors cheating him by asking for high prices. What he wants to. Shoot is a science fiction movie with special effects, just like Transformers. People are not interested in watching the two protagonists fall in love. What they want to watch is robots. Science fiction movie. Especially in the world market, the requirements for face are not high at all. After all, after going abroad, except for a few celebrities who will know you. What is the most important thing? Acting skills. Yes, even if it is a science fiction movie, Tang Qing will never hire an actor without acting skills. It's not aimed at anyone, because the world market doesn't look too much in the face. Winning an award doesn't mean much to me. Tang Qing doesn't care about the so-called box office and fan economy. If he doesn't use this to attract audiences, he doesn't care about whether it's good or not. What he wants is a satisfactory work, nothing more. Inside the room, Tang Qing turned on the computer, took out the projector, and summoned a soldier to debug. He just sat there and waited. It's 10 o'clock sharp. Many faces appeared on the projection in front of me. Zheng Lin, Chiren, Dou Jiao. There is also Pu Chaodong, the general manager of Comet Film and Television Company. Pu Chaodong was the vice president hired by Tianyin from a large film and television company. He didn't know the identity of the shareholders before he came and was very reluctant. But seeing the good salary and promised development, as well as the registered capital of 600 million yuan, he was ready to make a profit. Because the previous company was only less than 300 million in size, it was incomparable. Until joining the company. After knowing the identity of a shareholder, he realized that he had found a treasure. Damn, Zheng Lin, this was a direct descendant of the Zheng family in the capital, a big boss in the management of publicity outlets in the country, and a figure worshipped by the entertainment, media, publishing, publicity, and cultural industries across the country. Today, he was lucky enough to work in this company. It was like a huge pie fell from the sky. It was so big that he couldn't sleep well in the past few days. So excited. Later, he thought Zheng Lin was the major shareholder, but when he saw it, he was stunned again. Zheng Lin turned out to be only a small shareholder. There was also Chai Run, who had the same shares as Zheng Lin, and a mysterious chairman who had absolute control of the company. He only knew from the mouth of Dou Jiao, who recruited him, that Tang Qing was also the chairman of this company and held 100% control, but he didn't know the rest. Tianyin, he had never heard of this company. First meeting today. Pu Chaodong was quite nervous. The major shareholders and Dou Jiao, the little girl who interviewed him, were not simple people at first glance. Of course, there were several vice presidents and record keepers behind Pu Chaodong. Shen Yi was also among the vice presidents. Due to Dou Jiao's interview and assessment, it turned out that Shen Yi was qualified for the position of vice president. However, Pu Chaodong did not know Shen Yi's identity. He just heard the big boss mention Zheng Lin before, and heard that Zheng Lin had intervened during the preparations, so he was the right one to take the position. Got to the point. The projection in front of him lit up. Pu Chaodong saw several other shareholders, all of whom were young. He was almost a round older than them all. The one who is too young, too handsome, and has an awe-inspiring temperament has always been the chairman. Look at the people in the picture. Tang Qing smiled and waved. Brother Zheng, young Master Chai, Sister Jiao Jiao. Hello, Mr. Pu, Brother Shen. Boy, I heard you went back to the village. Chiren said with a smile. The meeting hasn't started yet, so naturally we can chat. As for when it will start, that is Tang Qing's final say. He is the biggest here. Yes, it's clean here and the air is good. Okay, let's start the meeting. After Tang Qing finished speaking, the others looked solemn. Some people may not know me. Let me introduce myself. My name is Tang Qing. I just graduated from high school. I am the absolute shareholder of Comet Film and Television. This is the first shareholder meeting of Comet Film and Television. It is not a big deal. The main thing is for everyone to meet and get to know each other. By the way, Let's talk about the next tasks. Mr. Pooh, I think you also know the purpose of our company's existence, which is to make good movies. So you have two tasks now. First, set up the film production team as soon as possible. It is better to lack than to waste. We are not short of money, so choose carefully. The second one is to find and purchase excellent science fiction movie scripts and form the best change team. You should first select the ones that focus on grand scenes and the sublimation of human nature. You can decide for yourself. Next month, 10 screen scripts must be submitted every month and sent to all our directors in Tianjin. We will choose which step to shoot. Of course, you can also recommend them, and we will consider them as appropriate. P.S. Thank you to the readers of Totem Dynasty for the reward. After listening to Tang Qing's words, Pu Chaodong was not surprised because these were all in the construction plan list given to him by Tianjin. What he was most worried about was the special effects. This was the key point. With enough money, everything else was a trivial matter. As for the special effects, even though Jiao was not too confident, she just issued the documents according to Tang Qing's request. Based on her trust in Tang Qing, she knew that although he was young, he would not mess around. Mr. Tang, regarding the special effects, Pu Chaodong said a little worried. Tang Qing smiled and said confidently, Mr. Pu, you don't have to worry about this. You only need to consider whether our film has an international market and whether it has the potential to become a classic. You also need to worry about whether our director's imagination is big enough and whether it is strange enough. I guarantee that both you and the director will be satisfied with the special effects. That's good. Pu Chaodong chose to believe it. What else should I do? Do you question it? That's not crazy. About 10 minutes. The entire first shareholders meeting ended so quickly that Chai Run and Zheng Lin didn't even realize it. This was the first meeting. How could it be held like this? I didn't say anything, but the two of them looked at Do Jiao again and remembered the operating mode of the Sky Eye. They understood instantly. Also, Tang Qing really has nothing to say when the eyes of the sky are around. Apart from giving money, giving direction, and assigning tasks, the rest is their business. Isn't that what Tang Qing does after getting paid? After the meeting, Tang Qing chatted with Chai Run and the others for a while before going offline. As for Pu Chaodong, he might be extremely busy today. Tang Qing could say a few words, but he couldn't. There were too many things going on in all aspects. Tang Qing put away the equipment and soldiers. I'm tired of seeing Lin Jiaxue, and I have to teach Lin Jiaxue how to play the violin today. He bought the violins before he came back. Tang Qing bought 2 violins at once, one for each person, otherwise it would be inconvenient for teaching. I thought about standing behind Lin Jiaxue, leaning on her gently, and teaching Lin Jiaxue step by step. Tang Qing immediately quickened his pace. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. Ambiguous. That's the most exciting thing. Next, Tang Qing's life in the village was very ordinary and warm. He went to see Lin Jiaxue every day, went shopping in the streets and mountains, chatted quietly, had some ambiguities, and visited relatives and friends. It was very pleasant. August 3rd, since Tang Qing's home is not too far from the entrance of the village, and large machinery is involved in bulldozing, and people go from house to house, finally, after more than 10 days of hard work, the cement road leading to Tang Qing's house has been hardened. Tang Qing also hardened the ground in front of his house and created a parking place, which made traveling much more convenient. As for other roads in the village, it will take more than a week to complete. When Tang Qing drove away the Mercedes-Benz, Ma Xiaofei finally breathed a sigh of relief. For these days, the car was parked in his yard, and his family couldn't sleep well. They were afraid that someone would scratch the car, and they also kept all the poultry in captivity and were not allowed to go out for a walk. It was quite hard to have someone on duty every night, but he didn't dare to tell Tang Qing. It's fine now. I finally got rid of this baby bump, and the whole family can sleep peacefully tonight. Other side, last month, under Tang Qing's instructions, the Chinese medicinal materials planting company project was negotiated with Wang Xin. The company has been established, and a large amount of forest has been purchased to plant Chinese medicinal materials. Hundreds of jobs were created at once. making Wang Xian smile from ear to ear, and finally fired the first shot. In order to make up for his lack of information, he also asked his old leader about Qin Yugong's background. After learning about the detailed promotion process, Wang Xian was full of envy, but he also knew that it was hard to find. Now Qin Yugong not only caught up with the province, but also had Feng Hai's backstage. His future career would be bright, so he treated Tang Qing with a little respect. Later, Deputy Mayor Liu learned about Qin Yugong's identity, and he quickly came to apologize with gifts, hoping to ease the relationship. Tang Qing was too lazy to argue with him, so he only accepted the fruit and gave back several generations of dried fruit. Forget about this small holiday. After all, the other party is just dishonest and doesn't like his behavior. Tang Qing doesn't have to hold a grudge to punish him. He is not so free yet. August 6th, Myanmar, 10 o'clock in the morning. On a playground in the mountains and forests, nearly 3,000 people stood in uniform order. Although the sun was very bright and sultry, they only wore small cloth hats to cover their foreheads, but there was no noise at all. Each of them looked resolute, looking at the person on the high platform with a hint of fanaticism in their eyes. This person is Zero. They have seen Zero's strength. One word: powerful. It was so strong that it made people desperate and intimidating. In order to establish his prestige, Zero had competed with them before. There was no doubt that they were completely defeated. They were defeated without any suspense. They were defeated to the point of doubting life. In the face of Zero's inhuman speed and strength, no one could match him, except those instructors. Follow such a strong man. They were convinced, completely convinced. After some training, they were divided into groups, but there was nothing to see. Tang Qing left Tang Yi with the words close monitoring and defense and left. Anyway, there was nothing wrong with him. He didn't want to do a show of strength. There was no need, because there wouldn't be a lot of fighting in the surrounding area in a short period of time. Then Tang Qing's life returned to calm. I walk around every day and take advantage of everything. Life is full of joy, but the good times always fly by. Soon, it was time for Tang Qing to return to Qingyuan City, and Chu Yuanhong's admission notice from Fudan University in Shanghai had also been delivered to his uncle's home. Before leaving, Wang Xian and Zheng Xiu came for another meal and brought some specialties for him to eat on the way, and Tang Qing did not refuse. August 18th, Thursday. Lock the doors and windows and close the courtyard door tightly. Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue set out on their way home. After another burst of tears, Lin Jiaxue separated from her grandmother. The two elders were reluctant to part with their only granddaughter, but the child would eventually fly when she grew up. Registration is due on the 31st. In addition, he still has to go to Shanghai to settle things about the villa and other things, so he must go in advance, otherwise he can still stay at home for a few days. There was another person accompanying him, and that was Ma Xiaofei. Tang Qing, we go to school near each other. Can I come and play with you during the holidays? Ma Xiaofei sat in the back seat, looking excited. He was finally leaving home and starting the longed-for university life, free and easy. He is at Jinling University in Jiangsu Province. It is not close to Fudan University, where Tang Qing is, but it is not too far either. He has relatives in Jinling, so he plans to go there for a few days before going to school. Yes, you are welcome at any time. Tang Qing smiled. That's great, Fu. Finally, my life is about to begin. Ma Xiaofei said happily, looking forward to the good life of university. P.S. Thank you to readers Totem Dynasty and Word Prison for their awards. Before noon, Tang Qing returned to Qingyuan City. Ma Xiaofei was picked up by his relative. He was going to stay one night with his relative and then take the train to Jinling at noon tomorrow. When he was leaving, he gave Tang Qing a gift. Big hug. Tang Qing said, "There is no use for eggs. It is better to give an apple. At least it can be eaten." After, he first sent Lin Jiaxue home and then returned to his uncle's home. At this time, the two sisters' Qin Shiqi's working career has ended for a week. Each of them earned more than 2,300 yuan. Before they could warm themselves up, Their aunt forcibly took away half of it and put the remaining half in a Qin Shiqi's small treasury. For this reason, Qin Shiqi resented deeply and complained all day long. She even called Tang Qing to complain for a long time. Have to. As an older brother, he also has the part-time job of listening to complaints. As soon as I walked in the door, Tang Qing didn't see his uncle and aunt. Only Qin Shiqi was eating melon seeds in the living room, watching the idol drama. Looking at the pig's feet in it, Tang Qing curled his lips. He was not a handsome guy. What was there to watch? When she turned around and saw that Tang Qing was back, Qin Shiqi immediately jumped up happily. Brother, you are finally back. You have been back in the village for so long, and you miss me so much. Come here and try on the hat I bought for you. With that, Qin Shiqi pulled Tang Qing into her house without waiting for Tang Qing to put away her luggage. Qin Shiyu in the room also called brother sweetly and continued to do her summer homework. I used to work every day, so I was a little tired at night and didn't do much. I had a lot of summer homework backlogged. Qin Shiyu is a good student who doesn't copy homework. She also has obsessive-compulsive disorder and has to do every question seriously no matter how difficult it is. She will probably finish it before the start of school. I saw Qin Shiqi taking out 2 hats from her wardrobe, one black and one white, with the logo of Tang Costumes engraved on them. Brother, come on, put it on. You are the same. You always like to have a crew cut and don't pay attention to your hairstyle. You will definitely be more handsome with a different hairstyle. I will buy you a hat to cover it up. Qin Shiqi handed it over. Tang Qing took it and looked at it. It was not a bargain, but a customized product. What are you covering up? I'm not bald. Tang Qing said angrily. Oh, so many words. I'll bring them to you. After saying that, Qin Shiqi took a white hat, put it directly on Tang Qing's head, and straightened it up. Looking at Tang Qing, who was wearing a hat, Qin Shiqi nodded with satisfaction and said, Not bad. TSK, my taste is better. I picked a hat that suits you so well. I really admire myself. Tang Qing was stunned. He thought Qin Shiqi would praise him for being handsome, but even if it doesn't work, you should praise the hat. I didn't expect it to be a compliment to myself. Okay, he admitted it. Qin Shiqi bought it for him with her own salary, and she was a little touched when she wore it. It was not easy for Qin Shiqi to take money out of her pocket for this big peace show, haha, but just when Tang Qing was proud. Brother, since I care about you so much, is there any reward? By the way, my sister is watching this too. Anyone who sees it has a share. Qin Shiqi smiled slyly and stretched out her hands. Tang Qing's smile froze for a moment. It's really a sudden turn of events after a disagreement. Tang Qing didn't expect that he would be asked to pay just after being moved for a second. Looking at Qin Shiqi's proud look, Tang Qing was speechless. With you like this, can you still happily be brothers and sisters? You can't wait for me to be happy for a while. Tang Qing said with a bitter smile. Qin Shiqi chuckled. Weren't you happy for a few seconds just now? Well, I lied to you. I bought this with my first salary. You must wear it often and don't throw it away. Did you hear me? Qin Shiqi still knows when to be stingy. How dare I? I must protect it well. Tang Qing immediately promised. Qin Shiqi said with satisfaction. That's pretty much it. My mother's students are back at school today. We can only cook for ourselves at noon. Brother, what do you think we should eat for noon? As she said that, Qin Shiqi looked at Tang Qing pitifully. This look, Tang Qing admired him. Okay, I'll do it. You rest, our eldest lady. Tang Qing said helplessly. Hee, I'll cheer you on from the side. Qin Shiqi made a playful gesture of cheering. Tang Qing waved his hand and said, Forget it. You have a good rest and don't come over. Please. Okay, I'll reluctantly agree to it. Qin Shiqi said happily. Afterwards, Tang Qing started to make lunch. On the way up, he kept eating snacks, and Lin Jiaxue also ate some from time to time. Therefore, Lin Jiaxue was not hungry and did not come over to have lunch together. After a while, a strong fragrance wafted from the kitchen. Qin Shiqi was attracted by the smell. She leaned against the door of the kitchen, swallowed her saliva, and watched Tang Qing busy. Brother, if you leave, life will be so boring. Qin Shiqi said a little sadly. Why are you bored? It's not like I don't have a phone. Call me if you miss me. Tang Qing rolled her eyes and stir-fried the dishes in his hands skillfully, making a sizzling sound. It seems that he will exchange for a robot in the villa to specialize in cooking. Oh, okay. Qin Shiqi also thought it was a good idea, since Tang Qing would pay for the call anyway. After lunch, Tang Qing and Qin Shiqi watched TV together, nibbling on melon seeds and eating snacks. Tang Qing knew that days like this were coming soon, and he had to cherish them. On the 23rd, he was going to Shanghai. Night, several families gathered here again, eating and chatting, and by the way, told Tang Qing to study hard when going to college. Dad, you haven't passed the driver's license test yet? Tang Qing asked. His father had been taking the driver's license test for so long, but he didn't see any sign of it. Having said this, Tang's father was still a little embarrassed and said, "Well, hurry up, be happy, there's still another exam. If you hurry up, you can get your driver's license at the end of this month." Instead of going through the back door, he could only take the exam slowly, but after all, he was older and no young people could learn as quickly, nor could they move quickly. He felt embarrassed to have to make up the exam for every subject. "That's good. Drive carefully and don't be in a hurry," Tang Qing warned. "I know, don't worry." Tang's father smiled. In this way, Tang Qing chatted with his relatives all about trivial matters, such as being careful when driving, remembering to turn off the gas when leaving the house, etc. There were many nagging, but no one found it annoying. This is the concern of the younger generation. After dinner, go home each. With her uncle here, Qin Shiqi had no right to choose the channel, so she had to go back to the room to play on Tang Qing's computer. If it weren't for the fear of affecting Qin Shiqi's study, Tang Qing would have wanted to give it to her, but her uncle and aunt would definitely not agree. Tang Qing and Qin Yugong sat in front of the TV and watched the replay of the news broadcast. "Uncle, congratulations on your promotion." Tang Qing said congratulations for no reason. Qin Yugong was stunned for a moment, then chuckled and said, "Haha, you too. Don't neglect your studies. More knowledge is better than less." "I understand. Uncle, it's okay for you to do this. You don't have to go to the front line to arrest criminals, so I feel relieved. By the way, have you ever thought about taking up an economic position? You know, my second uncle and I both have some money. If you get such a position, we can also help." Tang Qing asked. He wanted to test out his second uncle's tone, so that he would have a direction for the next plan. If his uncle really only likes to be a policeman, Tang Qing will not force him. He has never expected his uncle to help him in any way. As long as his relatives like it, he will do it at any cost. Qin Yugong didn't know why Tang Qing asked this question, but he didn't dare to take it as a joke, because Tang Qing was not a kid. Seeing Tang Qing looking at him seriously, Qin Yugong's heart tightened, and after thinking about it carefully, he said, "Before, I thought about being a policeman for the rest of my life, but as my position improved, my mentality changed. Especially when I became the deputy director, I knew that if I want to do practical things, it is still inseparable from money and power. So, your uncle and I don't have any special pursuits in the future. I just want to do practical things and do good things for the people. After all, what I do and where I go are all arranged by the organization. I hope I won't go to other places in the next few years. I want to spend more time with Shi and Shiryu. I had the opportunity to be transferred to the provincial department, but I refused." Qin Yugong regarded Tang Qing as an equal. Neither he nor Tang's father said this, but to Tang Qing, he didn't know why he said it. Maybe it's Tang Qing's maturity. Tang Qing was very satisfied with Qin Yugong's answer. In this case, things would be much easier to handle, even if he didn't go to other places. Qingyan City still has many positions that can be planned. Tang Qing even thought of Qingyan City's Economic Development Zone first, which is a division-level unit. His uncle definitely couldn't be the deputy district chief in the past. It was boring. As for the district chief, he probably has to wait until the end of the year or early next year. Qin Yugong still needs to have a big political achievement, maybe a condition. Take your time. Okay, uncle's wish will definitely come true, Tang Qing said with a smile. Qin Yugong sighed, shook his head, and said, "I hope so." After Feng Hai left, He lost a backer and was not particularly gregarious in the bureau, but he was not willing to wait for death. He knew that this step was difficult, and there was no chance, so he didn't even think about it. It just depends on luck. In the next few days, Tang Qing went to Tianyin and Shengtang again, saying goodbye to people he knew well. Especially when I went to Shengtang, I made a big mistake. Qian and the others gave me so many clothes that I couldn't carry them. The wardrobe was already full. Tang Qing wanted to refuse. However, Qian said that this was a congratulatory gift from the designers to him, as the chairman. So he had no choice but to accept it. There was no way to take it away. So Tang Qing had no choice but to promise to send it to him after he settled down. Only then did Qian and the others leave with satisfaction. The night before leaving, Tang Qing opened Penguin, looking at a familiar image online. He said out of nowhere, "What are you doing?" That's right. This is Wang Yan's penguin. After sending it out, Tang Qing regretted it. I want your hands to be cheap. I want your hands to be cheap. I want your hands to be cheap. Other side, Wang Yan was not in Qingyuan City, but had already arrived in Shanghai. After visiting the leaders of the Shanghai Conservatory of Music, she and her mother wandered around Shanghai. She would not go back until she started school. As for his father Wang Sheng, he had already returned to Qingyuan City because of many things to do. In a suite of a large hotel, Wang Yanzheng was absent-mindedly reading a book about music, while her mother was watching Jackie Chan's martial arts movies with great interest. She didn't have much fun throughout the summer. Instead, she learned singing from a teacher in a short-term training class in Beijing. She completed all the courses last week. She had already contacted Shanghai City and was waiting for the school to start in a few days. Due to the intense course, she didn't know if Tang Qing's girlfriend Lin Jiaxue was around, so she didn't chat with Tang Qing, and she didn't even have a phone call. She was bored today, opened her Penguin account, and was chatting with her best friend when she suddenly looked at a few words Tang Qing sent. After a moment of astonishment, a happy smile appeared on Wang Yan's face, and she glanced at her mother without noticing it. Wang Yan quickly replied, "I'm reading a book. I'm already in Shanghai. I'm living in a hotel with my mother. I just finished a school interview and will go to report in a few days." "Where are you?" Although Wang Yan didn't reply instantly, it was almost the same. Tang Qing had a chat with Wang Yan. "I'm at my uncle's house, and I'll leave for Shanghai tomorrow." Wang Yan was very happy to hear that Tang Qing was coming to Shanghai, and quickly replied, "That's great. How about we get together with Li Kai before school starts?" If she were alone, she would not dare to go, as it would easily cause misunderstanding. Tang Qing was silent for more than 10 seconds. Wang Yan felt nervous when she saw Tang Qing not coming back for so long, for fear that Tang Qing would disagree. Okay, what else could Tang Qing say? Seeing this message, Wang Yan couldn't stop the joy on her face and replied, "What did you do during the summer vacation?" "I learned the basics of music from the teacher for 2 months, but I didn't play much." "Me, last month." "That's it." Tang Qing and Wang Yan chatted, asking questions and answering questions. Tang Qing felt a little helpless, but Wang Yan was extremely interested. Finally, seeing that it was getting late, Tang Qing quickly ended the topic. Wang Yankai died down. Tang Qing turned off the phone and wiped away a cold sweat. This kind of awkward chat is really a bit tiring, and it's far less interesting than hearing the voice. They also agreed to have dinner together in a few days. Tang Qing wanted to refuse at that time, but he couldn't bear it. Damn, this is called self-inflicted trouble. He had to face another embarrassing meal, so Tang Qing had to go to training. After more than a month of training, Tang Qing has basically practiced the psychic barrier and magnetic resonance to the extent that he can do whatever he wants, but due to the density of his telepathy, the telepathy barrier still can't stop bullets, so he can only give up first. There is no other way but to wait for the achievement tasks to be completed slowly. As for the magnetic resonance, progress has been rapid. Now, not only his feet, but also telepathy nodes can be formed throughout his body. He can now form a total of 9 telepathy nodes at the same time. He can basically float and fly more slowly, and can also complete more complex body movements in the air. Even though the flying speed is a bit slow, it is still limited by the density of mind power. Tang Qing estimated that if the density of telepathy reaches more than 10, his flying speed can reach hundreds of kilometers per hour. This is because the controller is not flying by himself, but the telepathy node and the planet's magnetic field form a repulsive force, just like two permanent magnets of the same level. Once magnetized, the magnetism can basically be maintained permanently. The telekinesis nodes are also somewhat similar, so the loss is very small, and it is not very strenuous to fly for half a day, unlike the psychiatric barrier, which consumes more nerve power. And now Tang Qing has stopped training on these two skills. Instead, he is practicing new skills. As the name suggests, it changes from points to lines, from one dimension to two dimensions. This is an advanced high-level skill. It is mainly to strengthen the control of telekinesis. Do not waste it. Unlike before, every time it is used externally, it is booming, which is a serious waste. Once you are proficient, the use time of telekinesis will be longer. Although it may seem useless in the short term, in the long run, it will be necessary. Otherwise, if you don't learn, isn't the price of 1 billion yuan wasted? There is no need to do this, and it is a shameful waste of money. When I think about money, Tang Qing felt depressed again. No, it's very depressing. The reason is very simple. It is because the arbitrage profits during this period have dropped sharply. They have become so little that it is tasteless and a pity to throw away. Tang Qing feels bad every time he looks at the new account funds every day. What Tang Qing didn't expect was that the international exchange rate of euro against RMB has plummeted in the past 2 months. So far, it has fallen directly below 10.5. This means that within the system, the internal exchange rate has become 110. It used to be 111. It does not seem to be much, but Tang Qing earns from the seemingly small exchange difference. Well now, this means that the arbitrage profits of the US dollar and the euro have dropped rapidly, and the arbitrage space has been continuously compressed. At the end of last month, there was a profit of nearly 20 million yuan per day, but this month it was only about 10 million yuan per day, and it continues to fall. It is so miserable. But now he has too many ways to make money, and it doesn't matter whether he has the money or not. But no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. He can only hope that there will be some new currency in the next upgrade. Otherwise, the existing currencies will be useless. August 23rd, Tuesday, 6:30 in the evening. Exit T2 of Shanghai Pudong International Airport. Tang Qing and his group of 3 people appeared here. In addition to Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue, there was also Li Kai. Their 2 schools started at the same time, just 2 days before and after, so they went together directly. After knowing that Li Kai and Tang Qing were together, his father Li Jiangguo gave up his insistence on sending him off in person. During this period, Li Jiangguo also saw the changes in his son. He seemed to have matured a lot overnight. He no longer complained when doing things, was diligent and humbly accepted teachings. Although he didn't know the reason, this was a good thing. Li Jiangguo could only blame Tang Qing's influence on him. As for Li Kai's younger daughter-in-law, she did not come with her because her parents were worried and insisted on sending her here in person. It would take several days of train ride, so Li Kai was too embarrassed to join her. Just follow Tang Qing to the Shanghai market to have some fun. As soon as they left the airport, Tang Qing saw Shun Yi waving to them outside. This was their appointment long ago. Shun Yi was responsible for taking them around in the past few days to familiarize themselves with the terrain. Even though it's Tuesday, but when my boss came, he was responsible for the reception, which was also an important task. This month has been very busy for Shun Yi. Comet Film and Television Company is a startup company. It needs to purchase everything and recruit people. Finally, it has lived up to expectations and reached the standards set by Tianyin. As for the future, Tianyin will no longer interfere with specific affairs, and their work plans and progress will be determined by themselves. But no one dares to relax too much. It's very simple, because if they are lazy, Tianyin has professional personnel to evaluate their work. If they report to Tang Qing, no one will get something good. Therefore, no one feels that they can take it easy from now on. It can only be said to be a little more relaxed. Eye of Heaven. Shunyi felt that this name was a good one and monitored their work with invisible eyes every day. Brother Shun, I see you are looking very haggard. Pay more attention to rest. Tang Qing looked at the slight trace of tiredness in Shunyi's eyes and was a little embarrassed. During this period, the progress of Comet Film and Television Company was sent to his email every day, and he also knew that these people were very tired. Hearing this, Shun-Yi looked at Tang Qing with a hint of resentment and said with a wry smile, "Thank you for your concern. I'm fine. The company won't be so busy next time." After saying that, he said to Lin Jiaxue and Li Kai, "Hey, Sister Jiaxue Shaokai, let's go and find a place to stay first. My car is in the parking lot, not far." After that, Tang Qing and others followed Shun-Yi to the parking lot. Looking at the car, Tang Qing was stunned, and Shun-Yi quickly explained, "This is not my car. It was borrowed by a friend. You also know that I don't have much money, and I have to squeeze into the subway to go to work." Speaking of this, Shun-Yi really smiled bitterly, thinking that he, the son of the executive deputy mayor of Shanghai, was still squeezing the subway. It would be embarrassing to go out, but there was nothing he could do. He was very efficient at work, and driving was not as fast as the subway. His mobility scooter was not easy to drive out to meet people. He even got the attention of his father's public car, but later reasoned defeated poverty and did not dare speak. It turned out that the car that Shun-Yi drove over was exactly the same as his second uncle's car. Originally, I wanted to ask Panyu to borrow a car, but he is out of the country these days and will not come back until next month, Shun-Yi said as he opened the trunk. Tang Qing and others put their luggage away and sat in the car. Although the interior is nice, it can be seen that it is older than my second uncle's car. "Brother Shun, what are the arrangements for today?" Tang Qing asked. Shun-Yi immediately said, "Let's go eat first. I know a delicious Sichuan restaurant that is affordable." "Well, Brother Tang, you also know that although my father is very powerful, I am really poor. In order to treat you to dinner, I advanced 2 months' salary and just asked the boss to increase the salary." After saying that, Shun-Yi looked at Tang Qing in the rearview mirror with a slight smile. Tang Qing was speechless for a while. There is no second-generation person who can be as good as you. He also somewhat understands why many second-generation people work so hard to make money. Sometimes they don't really want to spend it themselves, but are forced by the situation. Damn it, another second generation is here. How do you build a good relationship? By treating someone to a food stall. Just like Shun-Yi now. If Shun-Yi was so poor that he could only treat himself to a food stall or a hot pot meal, Tang Qing would have little expectation for the next reunion. It's really rare for the second generation to look like Shun-Yi, but I can see that Shun-Yi's character is not bad. Lin Jiaxue and Li Kai looked at Shun-Yi's miserable appearance and couldn't help but chuckle. If you work hard, a salary increase is a given. Your boss shouldn't be so stingy, Tang Qing said immediately. Of course, our boss is quite generous. He will definitely give me a lot of year-end bonuses at the end of the year, right? Brother Tang. Shun-Yi chuckled. When Tang Qing faced Shun-Yi's kidnapping, he directly sent 2 words. Guess. Shun-Yi. P.S. 2 divisions in yesterday's chapter were blocked. Some were deleted and then released. You can tell the content just by looking at the names. The car drove quickly towards the city of Shanghai. Looking at the bustling scene outside the window, Tang Qing squinted his eyes. He had also visited Shanghai in his previous life, but he only visited a few famous attractions and left in a hurry, as if he was just going through the motions to see something new. But this life, he wants to go to school in this city. As for whether he will stay for 4 years or how long, he doesn't know. Maybe he may go to graduate school in the future. He can't say for sure. The future will be left to the future, but there is a high chance of continuing to study. The reason is very simple. He is used to being a hands-off boss and likes to leave professional matters to professionals. He knows his own business talent, which is basically non-existent, and he is not willing to deal with official duties every day. That being the case, why put yourself under such heavy work? Work? It depends on your mood then. An hour and a half later, the car arrived in front of a relatively large Sichuan restaurant. It was now the rush hour, and there was a huge flow of people. After taking the car this time, Tang Qing really felt that it would be better to take the subway. On time and fast. Driving is really tiring, and I have to wait for traffic lights, which makes me anxious. After parking the car, Shinny pointed to the big signboard not far away and said, "Brother Tang, this is the restaurant I'm talking about. I've already booked a seat." To be honest, Shinny also felt that he was a bit useless and very entangled. He could have learned from other second-generation people, but he just didn't want to do business to make that kind of money. Instead, he felt that it was more interesting to do things he liked down to earth. "It looks good. You could treat me to this meal and stay at my place tonight." Tang Qing nodded and said, if it was Chai Ren's advantage, he would take advantage of it casually. Who said Chai Ren was rich? But Shen Yi, forget it, why bother an honest man? "Where are you?" Shen Yi asked in surprise. He didn't know whether Tang Qing had already booked a hotel or bought a house in Shanghai in advance. "Yes, you'll know later." Tang Qing nodded and smiled, letting it slip. He was naturally talking about the renovated villa. For convenience, he sent someone to take over the villa before he came to Shanghai and did a good job of it. But now that everything is done, he will confess something to Lin Jiaxue later. With that said, several people walked into the hotel. Neither Lin Jiaxue nor Li Kai knew what riddle Tang Qing was playing. Enter the box and sit down one after another. Shen Yi handed over the menu, and Tang Qing did not refuse. He ordered a few of Lin Jiaxue's favorites and handed them to Li Kai. Li Kai also ordered one wisely, and then the menu returned to Shen Yi's hand. Shen Yi quickly filled up the remaining dishes, knowing that Tang Qing had a big appetite and he would not follow the usual number of people. The waiter took the menu and respectfully took the order and left. "Brother Tang, the conditions are simple, not as good as a big hotel high on." Shen Yi said sheepishly again. With Tang Qing's worth, it was really a bit of a deal to eat this, but he really couldn't do anything like pretending to be fat. "Damn it, you can't just ask your family for it. It's all the same. Why are you so polite? How is your current job? Are you satisfied?" Tang Qing waved his hand and said with a smile, "I'm satisfied. I'm waiting to play a cameo role in a movie. I just don't know which one I will make in the end." Shen Yi became interested when talking about this. It's the end of August, and Comet Pictures has yet to decide what to make for its first movie, but as an investor and producer, it's okay to play a small role. Tang Qing smiled and said nothing. Although Shen Yi was a bit unprofessional, his love for movies was still worthy of praise. If he didn't love his career, he would be useless. After a while, the dishes were served. Not to mention, the restaurant Shen Yi introduced was really delicious. A few people were eating and chatting. Shen Yi talked about the arrangements for the next few days, but there were some things he couldn't say, so he could only keep them in his heart. After finishing the meal and drinking some tea, a few people walked out of the hotel. "Brother Tang, where are we going now?" Shen Yi asked. Tang Qing said just now that he was going to his place, but he had never been able to ask. "Just follow my car." Tang Qing smiled mysteriously and looked at the road. Shen Yi was stunned and followed Tang Qing's gaze. "Your car." Shen Yi saw a Mercedes parked on the side of the road in front of him. It was exactly the same as the one he drove. If he was traveling, Tang Qing still thought that his second uncle's Mercedes was a good model. He didn't like the Maybach or Rolls-Royce. That one was too old. There were two big men in black standing in front of the door of the Mercedes-Benz, upright and mighty. Shen Yi swallowed. Could these be Tang Qing's people? Have you bought a house here before? The more Shen Yi thought about it, the more likely it became. "Brother Shen, follow me in your car later and go to my house to stay at night." Tang Qing said directly to Shen Yi. "Ah, okay." Shen Yi replied quickly. After finishing speaking, Tang Qing said to Li Kai, who was a little confused, "You will take Brother Shen's car later, and Jiaxue and I will talk for a while." Li Kai came back to his senses, nodded immediately, and said, "Okay, I understand." The two of them quickly got in the car. Immediately, Tang Qing pulled Lin Jiaxue, who was confused, into his Mercedes. Seeing this, Lin Jiaxue was filled with doubts. What is this situation? What is Tang Qing going to say to him? Got in the car. The car started slowly. Tang Qing held Lin Jiaxue's hand, looked in her eyes, smiled slightly, and said, "Jiaxue, are you confused about what I want to say to you? So, Let me tell you something easy to accept first. That is, this car is mine, and I also have a villa in the suburbs of Jiao City. After Tang Qing finished speaking, Lin Jiaxue immediately widened her beautiful eyes and asked in surprise, "Where did you get it? Did your second uncle give it to you?" She first suspected the rich man Tang Kai. Tang Qing shook his head and said, "No, this is mine. You also know that I have a mysterious friend, a very powerful one. He helped me make a lot of money, and I am where I am today. The car you see and the villa waiting for you are just a small part of it. I also have many companies, such as Tang Group." Tang Qing threw out another name that shocked Lin Jiaxue. Tang Group. Now who doesn't know how big the Tang Group is? Every day, CCTV advertisements show that Qingyan City is the pride, but Tang Qing says that the Tang Group belongs to him. This Tang? Tang, it's really possible. Is Tang Group really yours? Lin Jiaxue couldn't help but ask. Well, I'm the absolute controlling shareholder, holding 97% of the shares. It was the first company I established, and there are others, such as Tianyan. Tang Qing introduced his industries one by one, but did not mention the territory and the lending company, Fenghua Asset Management Company. All this information made Lin Jiaxue feel like he was listening to heaven. The man in front of him, his childhood sweetheart, actually created such a large family business in a short period of time, and became a big boss with thousands of employees. Lin Jiaxue felt that she knew Tang Qing less and less. Thinking of Tang Qing's previous experiences, which seemed like he never really worried about money, Lin Jiaxue was a little convinced. "Then you are richer than your second uncle?" Lin Jiaxue asked curiously. In terms of the number of companies, Tang Qing beats his second uncle. Tang Qing shook his head and smiled and said, No, my assets are still a little behind my second uncle's. His assets are now estimated to be nearly 4 billion yuan, but mine are not very profitable companies, and the total is less than 2 billion yuan, which is still a little short of. Lin Jiaxue was silent for a moment. My heart was extremely confused. What Tang Qing said simply overturned her cognition. Tang Qing had achieved this without saying a word. He was so outstanding that Lin Jiaxue was a little panicked. Such an excellent Tang Qing, she. Seeing Lin Jiaxue's uncertainty, Tang Qing did not hesitate and kept holding Lin Jiaxue in his arms. The two lovers hugged each other tightly, feeling Tang Qing's heartbeat. Lin Jiaxue gradually calmed down. "Jiaxue, remember, no matter what happens to me, no matter how rich I am, you will definitely be my wife in the future. Do you understand?" Tang Qing said domineeringly. He was afraid that Lin Jiaxue would have random thoughts. Yeah. Lin Jiaxue was simple-minded and simply didn't want to think about it anymore. Knowing that Tang Qing was his future husband was enough. Everything else was external. Seeing Lin Jiaxue accept all this, Tang Qing felt relieved. Then, along the way, Tang Qing introduced the situation of each company in detail, picking up what he could tell, and it was clear that Lin Jiaxue's love for Tang Qing was mixed with the slightest admiration. Hold this man. Lin Jiaxue secretly vowed in her heart. She must work hard to be worthy of this man. 1 hour later, the car arrived at the villa complex built by Huang Qi. This place has changed a lot from before. Come to the door of the villa. The car was stopped by security. "Hello. Please get out of the car and register." The security guard saluted and said politely. The car in front of him had a pass, but he was not the head of the household, so he had to register every time he entered and exited. Tang Qing rolled down the window, handed over a scenery card, and said, "I am the owner of Villa number 3. You can check." The security guard was stunned and immediately recalled the situation of Villa number 3. He took the card and scanned it. Yes, Tang Qing was indeed the owner of Villa number 3. He immediately said respectfully, "Hello, Mr. Tang. Welcome home. Since the head of the household is here, there is no need to register, please." "Thank you." Tang Qing nodded and smiled. Watching the two cars go in, the security guard quickly memorized Tang Qing's appearance, so as not to forget it next time. Villa number 3 was reserved by the major shareholder of the villa area, and it was also the largest one. enter the villa area, and come to the door of villa number 3. The numbering of the villas is not based on size, but location, otherwise Tang Qing's villa would definitely be number 1. After a while, the car drove into a large villa. Although it was night, you could still see the outline of the entire villa. It had 4 floors, and if you add the basement, it would be 5 floors. The villa is surrounded by a row of high walls, covered with thorns and iron thorns, a huge courtyard, and a fountain in the middle of the front door, which is extremely bright under the neon lights. It's really big. Li Kai said in shock, "Is this the villa Tang Qing bought? Do you want to be so rich?" There was no psychological preparation at all. Shun Yi was more receptive. It was not like he had never seen a big villa before, so he was only surprised for a moment. After parking the car in the underground garage, Tang Qing let a few people into the large living room. The huge chandelier illuminated the living room as if it were daytime. The luxurious decoration, with careful arrangement, showed a different kind of beauty. At this time, there were already several servants standing in line in the living room. Such a large villa requires a lot of energy just to clean it every day. Therefore, Tang Qing exchanged for many male and female warriors, but they were all ordinary-looking men and even more ordinary-looking women. He could do housework and be a bodyguard at the same time, getting the best of both worlds. "Joshua, this is our home in Shanghai," Tang Qing only introduced in a short sentence. Lin Joshua was a little excited when she heard the word "we." Home is a warm name, a name that gives people a sense of security. Especially for women, a stable residence is extremely important. Women are born with a sense of insecurity, and a house is something that can greatly enhance their sense of security. However, what Lin Joshua cares about is not the house, but the house she lives with Tang Qing. "Tang, are there too many people here?" Lin Joshua whispered, looking at the 6 servant robots standing in the living room. She felt really unaccustomed to having so many outsiders around. Tang Qing explained, "Joshua, don't worry. As you know, our villa is very big. It can't be cleaned by one person in one day. Plus, we need someone to drive when we travel, so I hired them. Don't worry, they're all professionals. There are only female bodyguards and maids in the villa. The male drivers and bodyguards live in the back room and will not disturb us." "Oh, okay." Lin Joshua could only nod. Apart from her relatives, she was really not used to having other men living at home. Then several people sat down. The servants quickly made the tea. Looking at the steaming tea and the splendid living room, Li Kai felt a little restless. He also knew the accommodation conditions of Tang Qing at Qin Yugan's house before, but he really couldn't accept such a big change suddenly. Like a royal palace. After taking a sip of tea, Tang Qing said, "Brother Shun, Li Kai, you will stay here for the next few days. We will report when school starts." Shun Yi and Li Kai nodded quickly. "Old Tang, I really can't accept the fact that you made such a big surprise without saying a word," Li Kai said with a wry smile, while touching the sofa, which looked extremely expensive at first sight. "I accepted it after one night's sleep, huh?" Tang Qing laughed. "How much does this villa cost?" Li Kai asked again. Tang Qing thought for a while, added the messy decorations later, and said, "More than 80 million, right? Thai baht." Li Kai hoped that Tang Qing would answer yes. "It's a pity. How is this possible?" Tang Qing rolled her eyes at him and said, "This is China. Of course it is in RMB. The main reason is that I have a lot of shares in this developer. Otherwise it may be more expensive." "Old Tang, you are too offensive. I don't care. I want you to treat me to a big dinner in the next few days." Okay, you can eat until you die." "Okay, I'll take you to the room. Wash up and go to bed early. There are clean clothes in the room. Brother Shun, just give the change of clothes to the servant. I promise they will be dry when you get up tomorrow morning." Tang Qing stood up and said, it was getting late and it was time to rest. Okay. After that, Tang Qing took the 2 of them to the guest room on the 3rd floor. The owner lived on the 4th floor, the servants lived on the 2nd floor, and the entertainment room was also on the 2nd floor. The fitness equipment was quite complete, and paper, pens, and carving knives were also prepared. Of course, various musical instruments were also indispensable. Tang Qing had people buy all the ones he could use. Shen Yi entered the luxurious guest room. Looking at the new and neat decoration inside, he estimated that he was the first guest to stay here. He smiled bitterly in his heart, thinking that Tang Qing, a rich man, was really rich and inhumane. He bought a villa worth nearly 100 million yuan at once. However, following a rich and powerful boss is a good choice. Ding, ding, ding. Shen Yi's phone rang. Looking at the name of the person in the note, Shen Yi was a little scared. This was his father's phone number. His father carried forward the style of a strict father and was not very kind to him since he was a child. So he was afraid of his father since he was a child. Press the answer key. Dad, Shen Yi said timidly, you still know that you have me as your father. Tell me, how many days have you not been home? Is your company that busy? Father Shen Cheng's majestic voice came from the phone. It also contains a father's longing for his son. Yes, our company has just opened less than a month ago, and it is very busy. Shen Yi said quickly. Busy? You know you're busy. I heard that you haven't gone to see Xiaoming this month. You are so incompetent as a boyfriend. His dad had dinner with me tonight and talked about your marriage, which is scheduled for the end of this year. What do you think? Shen Cheng said the main purpose. Okay, I agree. Shen Yi agreed quickly. He has been talking to the girl his father talked about for more than a year, and he feels that she's pretty good in all aspects, gentle and virtuous, and has a compatible personality. The girl is from a businessman family, and the business is not small, but it is not in Shanghai, but in Jinling. That's good. Where are you now? Shen Cheng asked. Our boss's house. Shen Yi replied. Boss. Tang Qing. Shen Cheng said, in surprise. Of course, he had investigated the company where his son worked. After knowing that Chai Run and Zheng Lin were shareholders, he said nothing. Following these two people would also be good for his son. What made him curious was the major shareholder Tang Qing. Although he had never shown up, he couldn't find out who he wanted to find out. Finally, when he learned about Tang Qing's industry, he became even more confused. How could Tang Qing need to hold so many shares? But it is a foregone conclusion. Obviously, Tang Qing has an unknown background. Otherwise, the money cannot be explained at all. Yeah, he bought a villa in Shanghai. It's our first time here. I've been taking them around Shanghai for the past few days. Shen Yi also gave a thumbs up to his father's head. Okay then, I'll come back and see your mother after the reception in a few days. Shen Cheng didn't say anything else. His son was traveling with his boss, so what else could he say? Well, I understand, Dad. Don't worry, Mr. Tang is very easy to get along with. Shen Yi nodded. Okay, go to bed early. Well, bye, Dad. After hanging up the phone, Shen Yi hurriedly washed up and got ready to go to bed. The guest room utensils here were all new. Looking at the clothes of various styles and sizes in the wardrobe, they all had the logo of Sheng Tang Clothing. Shen Yi couldn't help but smile. Tang Qing was really thrifty and only used his own company's products. Other side, 4th floor, in the master bedroom, Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue both finished washing and lay on the huge, soft bed, embracing each other and sleeping. Because I have to go out to play tomorrow. It would be weird if Lin Jiaxue walked weirdly early in the morning and was not teased to death. So, under Lin Jiaxue's reminder, Tang Qing had to push back his thoughts and wait until school started to find a weekend to make peace with the beauty in his arms. That's it. Although he couldn't do anything, it was still okay to get over the addiction. Under Lin Jiaxue's half-push, Tang Qing felt that the world was so beautiful that he almost couldn't hold it anymore. The next day, Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue got up early. Tang Qing went downstairs after washing up, but the girl was slower, and Lin Jiaxue was still tidying up in front of the mirror. At this time, there are robots that have prepared a hearty and generous breakfast. Come to the 1st floor. I saw that there was something earlier. Li Kai and Shen Yi were already sitting below waiting for him. Old Tang, hurry up. I won't dare to eat them until you come down. These pastries are so beautifully made, and your Beijing roast duck smells very authentic. Li Kai swallowed hard and looked at the dazzling array of breakfast items on the table, his eyes shining. You guys eat first. Wait for me to do something. How can you still finish the food on this table? Tang Qing said nonchalantly. A large table of food, enough for 10 people, has special insulation equipment to keep it. Eat first, and then eat one thing after another. These are delicacies collected by robots from all over the world, online and offline. Basically, except for those dark dishes in the world, such as mud cakes, mosquito cakes, and charcoal grilled centipedes. There are few normal foods that robots cannot cook. As for the roast duck, Tang Qing thinks it is more authentic than the roast duck in Beijing, because these ducks eat feed made from vegetables in the training area, and the meat is more delicious and delicious. Really? Li Kai took the first bite of a piece of rolled roast duck. His eyes lit up, and he ate it. After swallowing it, he said with a surprised look on his face, Old Tang, your roast duck is so delicious. It has many advantages over the capital. Brother Shun, you should try it too. Shun, he had just finished eating a piece of small cake. Hearing Li Kai's words, he also tasted a roll. It was really better than the roast duck in Jingsheng. I felt that this was the special roast duck and the one in Jingsheng was fake. As long as you like it, these are carefully selected ingredients. The chefs in the villa are all professionals and are proficient in Chinese and Western food and most other cuisines in the world. After saying that, Tang Qing also grabbed a roll of roast duck and started eating it. While it tastes really good, it's full of oil in your mouth, and the sauce is unique. The combination of the two is an explosion of flavor. It's so good. Let's eat here tonight instead of going out and wasting money. I want to try it, Li Kai said with saliva. Okay, I'll let them prepare it tonight. Tang Qing agreed. With the delicious food in the training area, he really wasn't interested in going out to eat. He just didn't know how the cafeteria at Fudan University was like. Otherwise, he would have to ask someone to deliver food every day. After a while, Lin Jiaxue came down. She just drank some milk and ate some cakes and was satisfied. Just when Tang Qing and others were preparing to go out for a walk, an unexpected guest arrives. Huang Qi, one of the partners of the real estate company that develops the villa area. Xiao Tang, you didn't tell me anything when you came here. If it weren't for the property records, I would have been kept in the dark. You are so shameless, Huang Qi said loudly as soon as he entered the door. Tang Qing smiled and said, Brother Huang, why are you free to come to me today? I will go to school in Shanghai from now on, and I am thinking of treating you to dinner in a few days. The relationship is so good. I thought you had forgotten my friend. Where are you going? Huang Qi asked with a smile. When he learned that Tang Qing was coming, he hurried over. He had something to discuss with Tang Qing today. Today we will go to the tourist attractions in Shanghai to familiarize ourselves with the terrain and take a stroll around Fudan University. Tang Qing said there are not many sightseeing items today, just the urban area of Shanghai. Tomorrow we will go to some historical sites. The day after tomorrow we will visit the surrounding scenic spots, and then there will be some special places. Sheni will go to work after that. And Tang Qing will also have to finish some things before school starts, such as the meeting of Comet Film and Television Company and other trivial matters. Just after greeting Tang Qing, Huang Qi saw Shun coming out from behind him at a glance. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then he automatically figured out the whole story, and it must have been introduced by Pan Yu. As a good friend of Pan Yu, Huang Qi also knows Shun Yi, Pan Yu's childhood friend. However, Shun Yi's background is a bit mysterious, and he doesn't know much about it. He only knows that his family is an official. He doesn't know how old he is, and he works in a film and television company. As for other information, Huang Qi knew nothing about it. After all, he had only met him a few times. Shun Yi, why are you here? Huang Qi stepped forward to greet him. Shun Yi smiled and said, It's brother Huang Qi. So this is the villa you and your friends jointly developed. It's not bad. He was only good at Tang Qing's villa. He had met Huang Qi many times before when he had dinner with Pan Yu, but he had always kept a low profile, and his father was only transferred from the Northeast last year, so not many people were familiar with him. Huang Qi is from a businessman family, not an insider, so it's not surprising that he doesn't know him. At the last dinner, he heard that Huang Qi and others were partnering to develop real estate in villas in Shanghai, but he didn't expect that Tang Qing was one of the partners. Where are you going? Do you need a guide? Huang Qi felt a little proud of Shen Yi's praise. Seeing that Tang Qing was going out, he wanted to follow him. Okay, let's go shopping together. Seeing that Huang Qi seemed to have something to ask him, Tang Qing did not refuse. Although it was inconvenient to have one more person, it was not lively. Then, Tang Qing introduced Lin Jiaxue and Li Kai again and got into the car. Huang Qi originally wanted Tang Qing to take his car, but when he saw Tang Qing directly pulling Lin Jiaxue into his own car, it was hard to say anything. Tang Qing equipped his villa with 5 cars, 2 Mercedes-Benz sedans, 2 BMWs, and an Audi off-road vehicle. When he got tired of riding in them, he would change to another one. He did not buy a sports car to show off because it was uncomfortable to drive, let alone sit in, and that thing was really useless except for pretense. He doesn't need to flirt with girls. Moreover, these 5 cars were all sent to the scientific research area and were dismantled and modified by scientists. In other words, except for the interior and parts that do not affect the function, there are really few original parts in the entire car, and they are bulletproof and explosion-proof without any problems. The car drove towards the city center. Last night was night, and I watched the night view of the Shanghai stock market. Now the sun was rising, and it was warm. Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue were watching TV in the back seat. This Mercedes-Benz was actually not equipped with a TV in the back, but what's the difficulty? It was just 2 screens, so there was no difficulty. Not only could you watch any channel in the world, but you could also surf the internet. Sit in the car. Tang Qing even thought about building his own car. Think about how much money German cars have made in China. Or, by then, will he acquire Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and the like? This is a bit difficult. Others are operating well, so why sell it? Others are stupid. Unless encountered a relatively big crisis. It could be included in the plan list. He will definitely be involved in light and heavy industries in the future. When the time comes, he can operate it. If not, he can recreate a brand by himself. Is it difficult to build a car? Of course it's not difficult. Don't forget about the scientists in the scientific research area. There are also various vehicles and equipment in them all. There are no problems with the basic technology, and the quality is absolutely top-notch. As long as you focus on solving the problems, it is not difficult to build a car. Seeing the movie that had just been released without any delay, Lin Jiaxue asked curiously, Tang, what kind of military communication technology is this? Yes, it also has recognition capabilities. It can only be used when I am in front of it. If I am not here, this is a small computer. You can't access the internet or watch TV. You can only watch what is stored in it. Tang Qing explained that this kind of technology is really a bit dark, and naturally it needs protective measures. Oh, Lin Jiaxue nodded. She recalled the month she spent in the village. It was impossible to have internet access at home, let alone a wireless network that could smoothly watch movies. But Tang Qing's mobile phone did it. Everything was so sci-fi, and the internet speed felt like there was no upper limit. On this day, Tang Qing and a few people only went to a few famous places, the Pearl Tower and the Bund. After seeing it, it was just like that. There was no way. It wasn't that Tang Qing had a high vision. If he was in the previous command room, he didn't know what it meant to be tall. But since the currency clearing center opened, Tang Qing was shocked by those huge buildings. It was a kind of deep beauty, art that would give a thumbs up to anyone who saw it. Just like the building on the Asian dollar banknote. After it spread, it caused a huge sensation in the architectural community around the world. Many people want to build it, but seeing that others have printed the building on currency, if you build it, it won't reflect your fame at all. This is called plagiarism. Some people want to change it, but no matter how they try, they can't change it to that charm. Thinking of the Asian dollars issued by the territory, Tang Qing thought of his own wallet. Tang Qing looked at his information. Tang Qing silently recited personal information in his heart. Name, Tang Qing level. Level 5 experience. 1595/1600 this month's loan quota. 8 million/8 million this month's personal quota. 1.6 million/1.6 million withdrawable assets. 70.43 million spirit. 548 physique. 548 source chi value. 0 due to the sharp decrease in arbitrage profits. Tang Qing's account now only has a little over 1 billion yuan. Especially looking at the experience points that are only 5 points away from upgrading, Tang Qing really wants to get some experience from somewhere, but unfortunately, there is no place to gain experience. Tang Qing looked at the achievement tasks. Achievement Series Tasks 1. 3. Grant loans, reward content. Every 100 million yuan is converted into experience +1, source power value +1, completion level, 100/100. 4. Absorb deposits, reward content. Every 100 million yuan is converted into experience +1, source power value +1, completion level, 100/100. 5. Bank first level assets, reward content. Every 100 million yuan bank first level assets is converted into experience +1, source power value +1, completion level, 100/100. 6. Currency issuance. The total value of new currency issued is 300 billion yuan. Reward content. Each 100 billion yuan is converted into experience +100, source power +20, completion level, 0/3. That's right. The first 3 tasks have been completed in more than a month. Next, there's an almost ridiculous task standing there, which is the last task of issuing 300 billion Asian dollars. Benefiting from the surge in foreign trade volume within the territory during this period, so far, the issuance quota of Asian dollars has just exceeded 95 billion, and there are still 5 billion to complete a stage of 100 billion. As for the rest, we can only develop trade slowly. During this period, most of the Asian dollar issuance quotas were issued through foreign exchange. That is, if a company in the territory earns US dollars, it will be forced to settle foreign exchange. The company must first transfer the US dollars to the Bank of Myanmar, and then the Bank of Myanmar will deduct various taxes, raw material prices, and expenses in the circulation field based on cost accounting, and finally transfer the remaining profits to the company. For example, a plastics factory requires raw materials from petroleum cracking to the manufacturing of final products. Companies in the territory can obtain the raw materials on credit from the refinery, then produce them, and finally sell them to make money. After receiving the money, the Bank of Myanmar will separate the profits belonging to the company from the sales, and then distribute the dues to each company. To put it bluntly, the Bank of Myanmar also plays a tax collection function to a certain extent. As for the profits of the factories in the territory, the business owners can handle it themselves and can exchange it for the currency of any country at the Bank of Myanmar. However, this has a prerequisite, which is to pay off the Asian dollar debt. Before building factories, many owners took loans to buy equipment, and they still owe a large amount of money to the Bank of Myanmar. Therefore, although business has been booming in the past 2 months, business owners have not exchanged for foreign currencies on a large scale. According to the trade volume in the territory, the current total issuance should have exceeded 100 billion. However, in business, there is still a problem of account period, and it is not completely a one-hand delivery. Therefore, Tang Qing can only wait slowly. As long as it develops normally, he still wants to complete the 300 billion volume. Real difficulty. Indeed, it's really difficult. If the entire circulation of 300 billion is consumed within the territory, it cannot be circulated. How many people are there in the territory? It's just over 200,000. How much is 300 billion? This is the base currency. What does it mean? According to the general currency multiplier, the amount of Asian dollars circulating in the territory is as high as 1 trillion or more. The business environment in the territory simply cannot bear such a large amount of currency issuance. If the Bank of Myanmar had not suppressed the cost and price of various commodities and increased the supply of a large number of goods and even luxury goods, as well as the economic lifeline of the territory controlled by the Bank of Myanmar, and had not spent money indiscriminately, there would have been inflation in the territory. Therefore, if you want to complete the remaining 200 billion issuance tasks without breaking your original promise and causing the Asian dollar to depreciate significantly, you can only expand outward, expand the total trade volume, and constantly optimize the entire supply and settlement system to avoid being played by others in the future. This matter is now imminent. He had to arrange it in advance, otherwise he might be in a hurry later. Night. In Tang Qing's villa, everyone was enjoying the delicious dinner in a lively manner. Brother Tang, your chef skills are so good. Where did you recruit them? I'll find a few of them. Compared with them, it seems that all the chefs in my family are cooking randomly. Huang Qi ate the food in big mouthfuls, completely ignoring his image. He was very suspicious that the qualification certificate of the chef he had eaten before was fake. What else could Tang Qing say? He just smiled and said, "As long as you like it, eat more." They ate on the bun for lunch, and Huang Qi treated him. By the way, he also said the reason for looking for him, which was that the real estate company they partnered with had received capital injections from their respective families. Therefore, he wanted to ask Tang Qing if he should also inject capital, otherwise, the shares would definitely be diluted. Tang Qing previously owned 30% of the company's shares. If there was no capital injection this time, the shares would likely be reduced to less than 10%. So Huang Qi came to talk to Tang Qing. Tang Qing thought for a moment and then refused directly. He doesn't have much money, so he can't spend it carelessly. This real estate company was originally meant to be a favor, but now that it's done helping him, he has no interest in paying attention to it. Just have some shares. Real estate? Is it very profitable? He didn't want to get too involved with this real estate company. If it were similar to the one in Beijing, it would be guaranteed and the cooperation would be safe. In this regard, Huang Qi also expressed his gratitude clearly and explained the reason. That is, there are more monks and less meat. In this case, other shareholders have actually solved the money problem. The demand for Tang Qing has plummeted, and they are very happy that Tang Qing does not inject capital. Brother Tang, thank you for the shares. I'll give you another toast. Huang Qi raised his glass again. You're welcome. I'm not in the real estate business. If someone needs it, my shares can even be sold. Funds have been tight in other businesses recently. Tang Qing said with a smile. Tang Qing had no interest in holding less than 10% of the company. Hearing this, Huang Qi was startled, thinking that Tang Qing was talking angrily, but he said nothing more and toasted another glass of wine. Brother Tang is very generous. I will keep your help last time in mind. If you need help in the future, it is my duty to say it. After saying that, he finished the wine in the glass. Shen even thought that this guy was here to drink, because he had never tasted the fruit wine that Tang Qing brought out, but it tasted surprisingly good, full of wine aroma and the taste of fruit. If he hadn't been a little tipsy, he would have thought it was fruit beer mixed with juice. After listening to Huang Qi's words, Sheni couldn't help but want to laugh. Partners like Huang Qi were really short-sighted. It was nonsense to think of suppressing Tang Qing's shares. Tang Qing ignored them. As for Tang Qing's willingness to sell shares, Sheni also understood that such a small shareholding ratio was really meaningless. Tang Qing obviously didn't want to play with him anymore, so he simply quit. Tang Qing actually doesn't blame Huang Qi in his heart, because there is more than one person behind Huang Qi, and there are many partners. Huang Qi can't help it. The shareholders of this real estate company are very complicated, with no less than 10, so Tang Qing is really unwilling to participate. It was better to be in Beijing. He knew all the shareholders had clear division of labor and had strong backgrounds, making sure profits without losing money. After dinner, Huang Qi then left. Seeing Huang Qi's car disappear at the door, Shun Yi on the side sneered and said, "Mr. Tang, these people are obviously not serious people with principles. Do you want my help?" Shun Yi's intention was very clear. Do you want to help clean up? It's just a small company. Although Shun Yi is not greedy for money, it doesn't mean that he doesn't have friends who can do things. His father is not a decoration. If he is lucky or the Chai family can help, he will be the second in command in Shanghai. It's a miscellaneous small company. Once Tang Qing quits, there won't be any company with outstanding characters. Shani doesn't say he can kill him with a backhand, but he can still do it to disgust people. Tang Qing shook his head gently. No, there's nothing special about it, so why bother? What should I do with the money? The rate of return on real estate investment is really not very satisfactory to me. Moreover, The background of the shareholders of this company is very messy. I would be very happy to sell the shares. This group of people did not embezzle his assets, and there was no need for him to embarrass Huang Qi. After all, Huang Qi gave him a good impression. Mr. Tang is very generous. Shen Yi said flatteringly. Indeed, Tang Qing really didn't pay attention to some minions. Although these people had a strong background together, how could they be stronger than Chai Run and the others? Finished. Returned to the villa. Although he had been running for a day, Shen Yi's energy remained intact, and he and Li Kai swam in the large swimming pool in the backyard. Li Kai was still a landlubber, swimming in the water like a dog paddle. As for Tang Qing, he really has no interest in this small bathtub. He swims and bathes in the vast sea area of the training area every day. What is such a swimming pool if not a bathtub? I just paddled a few times and swam to the other side. It was really boring. It would be okay if he and Lin Jiaxue were together, playing like ducks in the water, but there were outsiders here today. Lin Jiaxue was so conservative. How could she swim in a swimsuit? So Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue were talking about the piano on the second floor. The Shanghai stock market in August was still quite hot. Music room. Tang Qing sat behind Lin Jiaxue and hugged her slender waist, teaching her how to play the piano step by step. If she made a mistake, she would be punished by Tang Qing, but the punishment was postponed until she went to bed at night. As for the content, this was the time when Tang Qing became addicted to handwriting. This also caused Lin Jiaxue to always be in a state of nervousness and often make mistakes. Just when Tang Qing was about to make an advance payment, his phone rang. Chiren's number. Tang Qing quickly pressed the answer button and walked to the floor-to-ceiling one-way window nearby. Lin Jiaxue also stopped playing the piano. Tang Qing looked at Li Kai, who was splashing in the water, and wanted to laugh. Shen Yi was more professional and knew all kinds of swimming styles. Young Master Chai, it's so late. Why don't you start playing? Don't worry about disturbing my good time. Tang Qing laughed and did not avoid Lin Jiaxue. He also made a joke and winked at Lin Jiaxue. Lin Jiaxue shyly turned her head away. Chiren on the other end of the phone was full of embarrassment. The news just now was too shocking. He was hurriedly retrieved by his father and made the call. He turned on the speakerphone and looked at his father, who looked a little embarrassed. I'm really sorry about this. Please apologize to me and my siblings. Is it convenient for you to talk now? Tang Qing asked knowingly. It's convenient, just tell me. Today is the first payment to the country since the end of the Pishio project, totaling 1.5 billion yuan. Chiren called, and it was probably about this. From early August, the second Pishio plan has been implemented. The soldiers rushed to major casinos around the world to make money. As of today, the total funds obtained have exceeded 2.8 billion US dollars. The money is not all in US dollars, but in currencies of various countries, stored in dozens of accounts, and a large amount of cash. Starting from today, the 24 billion yuan in funds of the entire Pishio project will be gradually transferred into the international account of Little Angel. That's right, Little Angel has an international account. Due to its transparent operation model, the Little Angel Charity Foundation is very popular overseas, and many overseas Chinese actively donate. In just the past 2 months, the amount of charity received from the international account has exceeded 500 million renminbi, which can be regarded as easing the financial shortage to a certain extent. I believe that this large amount of money will be enough to last for several years. As for what will happen in a few years, we will see if another capital injection is needed. In order to cause a sensation, let people know the foundation thoroughly, promote positive energy, and call on people to donate. Tang Qing decided to give all the money to the foundation in a short time. Otherwise, it would be better to just wait and see. After this time, he's going to use the funds obtained from the Pishio project in the future to develop himself. After all, he needs money everywhere, especially the expansion of the Bank of Myanmar and Black Prison in Africa, as well as the establishment of various industrial alliances, which are gold-devouring behemoths. Chiren opened his eyes and looked at his father, Chai Guoqiang, and said quickly, "That's right. Didn't you say last time that your friend wanted to donate to the Chinese Little Angels Charity Foundation?" I want to ask if it's today. No, Tang Qing said directly. Chiron was stunned. No? What's going on? Didn't Tang Qing say before that his friend wanted to donate more than 1 billion yuan, but it wasn't the same amount as today? When was that? Chiron asked carefully. This was embarrassing. He thought today's 1.5 billion yuan was donated by Tang Qing and that friend. It's the 26th. I guess it's only a billion or so. As you know, my friend naturally has friends, and they all responded positively when they heard about my friend's donation. So I don't know who donated the money today. Tang Qing chose to play dumb. Then, well, I thought today's money was donated by you. I was scared to death. Chiron said with a wry smile. It was really willful to just throw away 1.5 billion. He once again felt like a poor. Haha, it's nothing. It's just a little money. It's something you won't take with you whether you live or die. Tang Qing began to pretend to compete again. Chiron, we chatted for a few more words, then hung up the phone. Dad, this was not donated by him. It might be a friend of his friend. Although it was nonsense, Chiron still wanted to say it once because he was still waiting for Chai Guoqiang to make a decision. Chai Guoqiang fell into deep thought. It wasn't Tang Qing, but things were complicated again. The huge donation of more than 1 billion yuan was not a small amount. It had alarmed all the big guys. However, after a long search, he couldn't find the source of the money because the money sent was in foreign currency, not RMB. You check other people's central bank data and see if they can check it for you. Well, you go back and rest first. This Tang Qing is really too mysterious. Chai Guoqiang concluded. But Chiron said, this conclusion is useless. Other side, Tang Qing hung up the phone. Tang, what does Chiron want from you? Lin Jiaxue asked casually. Tang Qing did not hide anything and said, didn't I tell you before that my friend is very good at making money? This time he plans to donate money to the Chinese Little Angels Charity Foundation, and he also counts part of me. He is planning to call on the 25th, which is the day after tomorrow. But today the foundation received a donation of 1.5 billion yuan. So Chiron asked if it was donated by us. 1.5 billion yuan? Chiron thought it was you who donated it? How much are you going to donate? Lin Jiaxue noticed the implication of Tang Qing's words. That is, Tang Qing's friend definitely donated a lot. Otherwise, Chiron would not have made this call. I'm not sure. I estimate it's over 1 billion. He's the big head, and I'm the small head. Tang Qing replied. Lin Jiaxue couldn't help but take a breath, covered her mouth, and opened her eyes wide. She just donated 1 billion yuan. This kind of love must be too great. She didn't care about the money at all. Tang Qing in front of her didn't care at all. Jiaxue, keep practicing. I'm still waiting to increase the time. Tang Qing sat down behind Lin Jiaxue again and urged with a smile. Lin Jiaxue's shock was shattered. Thinking of the content of Tang Qing's words, all her doubts were thrown away. It's a good thing anyway. It's a bit of shock, just get used to it. The next day, regarding last night, which was daytime in the West, the news that the Chinese Little Angels Charitable Foundation received 1.5 billion yuan from abroad spread throughout the country, shocking the entire public opinion circle, and this news directly occupied the headlines of all news. Many people are asking who donated the money, but the answers given by the media are anonymous. No one knows. Many people even jumped out and said it was him who donated the money, but everyone took it as a joke. 1.5 billion yuan. Even the richest man in the country may not be able to do good deeds. It would be stupid to believe this. But the shock was not over yet. Just after noon, another shocking news came. Little Angels International account received 13 more international donations worth a total of 1.7 billion yuan. This time, the people in the country were really dumbfounded. Are you sure today isn't April Fool's Day? There was still some kind of bank bug, but the facts told him that it was true. Although I don't know who donated the money, and it remains anonymous, it does not prevent the domestic media from publicizing it. Promoting positive things is the tone set by the above. Now that such positive things have appeared, the media will naturally tout them. Without exception, these funds are regarded as an expression of patriotism by overseas Chinese and a landmark victory for Chinese philanthropy. There is no suspense. The Chinese Little Angels Charitable Foundation appeared on the news network again, and a full 5-minute introduction was given. This time, the Chinese Little Angels Charitable Foundation is not only famous in China, but also around the world. More people have learned about the operation mode and purpose of this foundation. Then, after 2 huge donations, scatter donations have reached their peak. On this day, international donations exceeded 50 million yuan. Although it is not comparable to more than 1 billion yuan, it is still a record. Domestic foundations simply cannot break the odds. August 26th, early in the morning, several people were eating an unimaginably delicious breakfast. If Tang Qing hadn't been eating it too, Li Kai and Shun Yi couldn't help but wonder if Tang Qing had someone put something in it. Otherwise, why would it be so different? There is a TV in the living room, which is playing a series of special reports about the Chinese Little Angels Charity Foundation. Looking at the reporter's face that is so excited that it is red, even the replay is very atmospheric. Who do you think this is? He is so rich, and today he donated more than 1 billion yuan. It feels like it is man-made. Li Kai glanced at the TV and kept eating in his mouth. I have a hunch that there will definitely be donations next. Shun Yi said thoughtfully. This situation is so weird. For 3 consecutive days, donations exceeding 1 billion yuan every day seem to be artificially manipulated, but the purpose was unclear. How was it possible? The overseas Chinese are not that rich, and they're all anonymous. Li Kai asked doubtfully. I can't say for sure. There's not enough information. Shun Yi shook his head slightly and said, guess what? It doesn't cost any money. Hearing this, Lin Jiaxue looked at Tang Qing, who was smiling slightly next to her. She knew that today's money was donated by Tang Qing and his friend. Lin Jiaxue was a little proud of such a caring Tang Qing. Today is the 3rd donation. Seeing the reporter's expression of almost crying, Tang Qing wanted to say, where is this? He still has 20 billion yuan. This time, he is determined to promote the Chinese Little Angel Charity Foundation to the world. Seeing that the foundation is so rich, other domestic charitable foundations have also quickly mobilized their own channels to build momentum in the media, hoping to ride the wave of popularity and see if they can get some donations. But people's eyes are sharp. What is their operating model? What is your operating model? If you have the ability to create a website with open and transparent finances before talking about other things, you have nothing and still want them to donate. You really think the people are stupid? If it weren't for the current popularity and the need to vigorously promote charity and not smear it, those reporters might have written an article to satirize it. Although the reporters didn't dare, the netizens did. Seeing each and every one clamoring for money, the internet was already full of curses. In the end, when it didn't work, they tried their best to report to the superiors and wanted to get some money, or they could borrow it from the Little Angel Foundation. As for not paying it back, that would be a matter in the future. So it was still the same as before. As soon as the report was reported, they were scolded by the leaders. Because the head of their management agency also made this suggestion to their superiors, asking the Little Angel to allocate some money to other charitable funds. But the answer they received was a blank look and 2 words. No. This money is not only subject to the supervision of ordinary people across the country, but also the mysterious force and the donors of this money. So many eyes are watching, and even the Little Angel has come to the attention of the world's media. It's okay to say that the domestic media are not under their jurisdiction, and foreign media are not under their jurisdiction. They can say all kinds of sarcastic things. If something happens and hurts the hearts of donors, it will definitely be embarrassing to the whole world. This is absolutely not allowed. Therefore, the money must not be misappropriated. Even if the Little Angel deposits the money in the bank, it is other people's business. This day, Chiron didn't call, but he probably already accepted this setting. But how could Chiron accept it? These billions of RMB in funds were thrown at him. Although they were not given to him, they were still frightening. Damn, are there really so many kind-hearted people in this world who don't regard money as money? But there was no instruction from his father. Tang Qing expressed ignorance, and Chiron stopped calling. Chiron knew that this matter had attracted strong attention from the big bosses, and he directly ordered a thorough investigation into the origin of the money. But there was not much hope because Foreign banks will not let you check the flow of funds. At the same time, casinos around the world have also experienced a cold winter. The casino owners felt that this month's financial statements were ugly, but they didn't think too much about it because the soldiers were not dedicated to winning casino money, and there were also those gamblers who spent a lot of money. Since you have so much money that you have nowhere to spend it, I will help you spend it and do good things. If you have no money, you should just make money. If you think about things all day long and spend a lot of time and money, it is all because of money. Then you might as well return to the days of hard work and add a little positive energy to the world. How wonderful. Because of this, the second Pichot project did not cause much commotion. Casinos around the world did not have the habit of publishing financial statements, so they rarely knew their profits and losses. The next Pichot project will be in November, and the specific amount is unknown. It will be decided based on the situation at that time, but Tang Qing's conservative estimate will not be lower than the current amount, which is $3 billion. In the next 2 days, under the leadership of Shun Yi, we basically visited almost all the places around Shanghai. However, because Wang Yan's mother was there, the party was postponed. August 29th, on Monday, it's time for Shun Yi to go to work. A vice president can be away for a week, but many people in the company wonder if Shun Yi is ready to resign. Only a few vice presidents know that he is playing with their chairman. Envy them. After breakfast, Tang Qing and his party came to Comet Film and Television Company. The company is headquartered in Jinmao Tower in Shanghai. Jinmao Tower has a total of 88 floors. The 3rd to 50th floors are office areas. Comet Film and Television Company is located on the 19th floor. Due to some connections, Comet Film and Television occupied half of the 19th floor. At that time, Tang Qing also considered whether it was necessary to waste money renting an office building here. However, considering that the company wanted to go global, renting a good office location was not available without much money to build an office building on its own. It was already past the first half of the period when they arrived, so the elevator wasn't too crowded. There are a total of 26 elevators in Jinmao Tower, which is not too crowded, but Tang Qing underestimated the crowds of people going up and down. When he reached the 19th floor, the elevator stopped 17 times. That's right, basically all the floors except the 2nd floor stopped. All right, Tang Qing came once and didn't really want to come. 19th floor. As soon as the elevator door opened, Tang Qing saw a large reception desk on the left with the words Shanghai Comet Film and Television Company written on it. Good morning, Mr. Shun. Seeing Shun Yi, the two beauties stood up and said hello. As a facade, it is natural to hire someone pretty. Of course, being pretty alone is not enough. You have to be good at dealing with people, and you can't just be a vase. Good morning, please come this way. After saying that, Shun Yi led the way and did not introduce Tang Qing's identity to the two of them, because the whole company knew that the chairman was coming today. Seeing Shun Yi leading Tang Qing and others away, both of them had little stars in their eyes. Is this the chairman? He is so handsome and young. Unfortunately, it seems that he has an owner. It stands to reason that Pu Chaodong would come out to greet Tang Qing when he arrived, but Tang Qing didn't want to cause trouble, so he just came to have a meeting. However, although Tang Qing was not allowed to meet him at the door, he did not say that he was not allowed to meet him at the door of the conference room. Passing by the office area and looking at the extremely busy employees, Tang Qing smiled. Once upon a time, he was the one who pretended to be busy to show his leaders, but now he was watching others busy. Although some people are pretending to be busy, Tang Qing doesn't think there is anything wrong. As long as the work is done and done well, it doesn't matter whether you're busy or not. Just like a plan, if you do it once, it is your ability. If you do it 10 times, there's a problem, and there is nothing you can do if you are busy. Looking at the group of people standing at the door of the conference room, Tang Qing walked up to Pu Chaodong and shook hands with the other two vice presidents. Everyone had seen them in the last video conference, so they were not unfamiliar. Mr. Tang, please come inside, Pu Chaodong said respectfully. Tang Qing nodded, turned to Lin Jiaxue and Li Kai and said, You two go sit in the reception room. I'll be fine in a while. You can also walk around. Yeah, Lin Jiaxue hummed. Okay, no problem, Li Kai said excitedly. Pu Chaodong immediately sent a person to take the two people to the reception room to entertain them. Several people entered the conference room, seated one after another. I won't say much. Today I'm just here to see you. The most important thing for the company right now is the selection of the first movie. I've read all the 10 shooting scripts you submitted, and I think they are all good. There are no problems with the special effects. As for which one to shoot, you can refer to Director Zhang's opinion. Tang Qing really didn't know if there would be any good science fiction movies produced in the future. There seemed to be none. They were all just making nonsense and trying to get the name of science fiction. Therefore, without reference, he might as well leave it to professionals. Anyway, these 10 scripts were all good. He didn't care. In order to avoid boring disagreements, just let Zheng Lin and Pu Chaodong decide to go. If Zheng Lin decides on a movie, not to mention overseas, but domestically, the schedule and promotion will be overwhelming. That being the case, Tang Qing also dumped it directly. With special effect from the command room and final review and control, there is absolutely no quality problem in the filming. If he is not satisfied, he will change it. He is not in a hurry to release it and make money. Yes, Mr. Tang. Mr. Zheng said he will give me an answer tomorrow. He will choose 3 scripts, and we will decide with the director which one we will shoot in the end. Pu Chaodong said he was convinced by Tang Qing's complete rejection of the blame. Anyway, we have money. You can shoot whatever you want as long as it's not too bad. This logic. What a trench. By the way, how is the acquisition plan of Chidian Chinese network going? Tang Qing asked. Tang Qing actually planned to build a science fiction literature website by himself before, but it would be better to directly acquire the Chidian Chinese website. In the future, whether it is science fiction, fantasy, or fantasy, it will be a good choice. In China's cultural export options, fantasy is also an indispensable element. In order to occupy a position, he considered directly acquiring Chidian Chinese network. The reason is, damn, a lot of his favorite novels were turned into those ridiculous pictures, which made him angry, and he couldn't stand the waste. Last year, Chidian Chinese network was acquired by Shanda. The price at that time was more than $2 million. Now, more than a year later, Tang Qing asked the company to offer Shanda a price of $4 million. It must be acquired, otherwise he would have to build his own to compete with Chidian Chinese network. This meaning was also passed on to Shanda. Mr. Tang, we have contacted Shanda. Mr. Chun from Shanda is asking for 50 million yuan. Pu Chaodong said. At first, Shanda was not willing to sell it because it had been planned for a long time. However, this was an order from the boss Tang Qing. Pu Chaodong wanted to complete it, not as a messenger, so he had to find a way to complete it. Finally, when he told Shanda that he would get a share of the online literature market at all costs, Shanda hesitated. Especially after investigating the shareholder information, Shanda finally chose to compromise. As one of the top richest people in the country, Chun Tianjiao had to consider the Chai family, the Zheng family, and Tang Qing, who seemed to be even more impressive. 50 million yuan, okay, I agree. You should negotiate with them quickly and get the matter done before the middle of next month. Tang Qing was very satisfied. In this way, the source of the script was solved. By using special effects technology and discovering a few good science fiction or fantasy IPs, it is easy for this website to become the overlord of the online literary world. It is very simple. As long as the works of this website can be adapted and its special effects technology can be used, there will be no suspense about where the authors will go. Yes, Pu Chaodong said excitedly immediately. He thought Tang Qing would let him bargain again, but he didn't expect that he didn't care about the extra 10 or 20 million yuan. By the way, when selecting actors, tell the director that we only want actors who are suitable for that role. We are not here to show off. Tang Qing reminded again. Understood. Pu Chaodong nodded. He also agreed with Tang Qing's philosophy. If they want to create classics, they must first be suitable and secondly be famous. The reason is very simple. Those who don't agree will be dismissed during the interview. There was nothing going on. Tang Qing encouraged him a few more times and left the company. Naturally, Shani did not follow him. He had to start work. The company's next task was not unimportant. including the preparation and shooting of the entire movie and many other trivial matters. Some of them are busy. August 31st. Today is the day Tang Qing starts school, and it is also the day Li Kai starts school. Early in the morning, after breakfast, Li Kai reluctantly got into Tang Qing's Audi car. Old Tang, after the military training, I want to come here to have a meal. I will bring my wife with me. Li Kai has been fed directly by the soldiers in the past few days and has gained weight. Thinking of the touching food in school, Li Kai feels heartbroken. His family owned a restaurant, and he was raised to have food in his mouth. Hearing many people talk about how good the food in the university was, Li Kai felt a little trembling in his heart. He still knew himself. It was okay to come here to eat here occasionally, but he would be mentally retarded if he came here often. Okay, I will make a lot of delicious food for you then. Tang Qing smiled helplessly. Sister-in-law, goodbye. I'm going to chase my happiness. Li Kai thought of his wife with a smile on his face. Lin Jiaxue waved and smiled. Goodbye. Watching the car go away, Tang Qing pulled Lin Jiaxue into another car. The villa is not close to where he goes to school. For this reason, the villa serves as a place for him to come on weekends. Tang Qing usually lives next to the school. For convenience, he has bought another house near the school. It is finely decorated and all the furniture has been replaced. The area is not small. As for the school dormitory, it's not that he doesn't live in it, but it is used as a temporary base. He has too many secrets and things to do. Although there is no company affairs to deal with, the stalls spread out in the command room are full of things. Nearly 2 hours later, Fudan University, HD campus, the school gate. Today is the day to register new students. There are already crowds of people at the door with banners and a large number of students pulling boxes in and out. Those accompanied by their parents and those looking around must be the freshmen, and those who silently look at the beautiful women and walk with their heads buried must be the seniors. Gate. A slender and beautiful figure stood there. Some students who knew her saw her and said, "Hello, Teacher Miao." She is Miao Ru. After playing in the capital before, she went back to her hometown to see her parents. She didn't come back until the day before yesterday. The school had a meeting yesterday, so she didn't see Tang Qing at all during this period. Early in the morning, she made several phone calls to remind her. As an eldest sister, of course she must fulfill her duty as a landlord. This was what she had promised in the capital. Standing under the shade of a tree, it's not hot at all. At this time, 2 male students passed by. "Brother, look, there's a beautiful woman there," a young man said happily to the person next to him. The man who was called brother also looked along, saw Miao Ru, and then gave his brother a small slap on the back of the head. He educated him righteously. "That's the tutor of our school. What are you thinking? They have been married for a long time." He didn't know how long Miao Ru had been married. Oh, the younger brother had no choice but to turn his head away in embarrassment, so as not to be remembered by Miao Ru. He was a newbie, not only a teacher, but also a married woman. He didn't have such strong tastes yet. Seeing the strange looks from many students on her, Miao Ru felt proud. My sister's charm has not diminished. Ha 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 ha. Just when Miao Ru felt extremely distressed. "Sister Miao, what are you thinking about? You are so entranced." Tang Qing walked up to Miao Ru and shook her fingers. "Sister Miao." Lin Jiaxue also shouted. Miao Ru quickly came back to her senses and saw Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue, a handsome man and a beautiful woman. Both of them were pushing a big box. They didn't pack too much. Most of the things were in the villa and the newly bought house near the school. They only came back to live in the school dormitory occasionally. After all, they couldn't completely separate themselves from the crowd, as they would have no friends. "I was thinking about what I want you to treat me to for lunch," Miao Ru said angrily. With that said, Miao Ru grabbed Lin Jiaxue's box and pulled Lin Jiaxue toward the school. Tang Qing naturally followed behind. He didn't look around because Shun Yi had brought them here before and walked around, so it was not a stranger. Then, under the leadership of Miao Ru, the two quickly completed the admission procedures, joined a team, and paid the tuition. It seemed that Miao Ru was still well known in the school, and no one dared to talk to her. "I just don't know if it's a bad reputation," Tang Qing thought with some evil humor. Then came the allocation of dormitories. First Lin Jiashue's dormitory. Since Miao Ru was with him, Tang Qing followed him in openly. Seeing Tang Qing, a stranger, come in, many girls pointed, but no one felt disgusted. Just because Tang Qing was handsome, most women had few other thoughts when they met Tang Qing, except wanting to have sex with him. However, I saw the conditions of girls' dormitories. Tang Qing's heart dropped. It's really inconvenient. Although this is a room for 4 people, it does not have an independent bathroom. Instead, many dormitories share one bathroom. It is very inconvenient to wash and wash. There is no hot water in the building yet. Yes, we had the foresight to buy a house nearby. Sister Miao, can you change to a better dormitory with a private bathroom and air conditioning? Tang Qing looked at Miao Ru and asked. He really couldn't bear to let Lin Jiashua live here. He was fine, but he felt sorry for his wife. Fortunately, they came the earliest, otherwise it would be bad for Lin Jiashua's classmates to hear about it. Miao Ru opened her mouth before speaking, and Lin Jiashua spoke first. Tang, it's okay. It's all the same. Besides, didn't you buy a house nearby? I don't live here much. After hearing this, Tang Qing thought about it, and it was true. Anyway, it was close, and it only took 10 minutes to walk. Well, from now on we will mainly live outside. If we have emergencies occasionally, we can stay here. On hot days, not to mention the heat, it will be inconvenient for you to take a shower. Tang Qing said with a frown. Yes. Lin Jiashua nodded, feeling sweet in her heart. This was Tang Qing's concern. She didn't think Tang Qing was pretentious, but she saw the ultra-luxurious layout and decoration of the villa. It was really shabby here. After hearing the conversation between the two, Miao Ru had become accustomed to the conversations of these wealthy people. Buying a house was as easy as buying green onions on the street. She knew from the previous phone call that Tang Qing also had a large villa worth nearly 100 million, and buying a house near the university was nothing. Afterwards, Tang Qing helped Lin Jiashua pack her things, make the bed and fold the quilts. These sheets and quilts were sent by the soldiers. It was summer now, so a simple thin quilt would be enough. As for the wardrobe, there were only a few sets of clothes. After packing his things and seeing that no one came to the remaining 3 beds, Tang Qing said, You guys wait here for a while. I'll report to my dormitory first. After I put my things away, Sister Miao will pick a place at noon. I'll help you, Lin Jiashua said immediately. No, my side is simpler than yours. I will come to you after the paving is done. Tang Qing stopped him. Okay, Lin Jiashua said obediently. Tang Qing gave Lin Jiashua a farewell kiss in front of Miao Ru. When Lin Jiashua blushed, she turned around and left. Miao Ru didn't care at all about this dog food. She had a husband and would soon be a mother who could show off her children. After Tang Qing left, the two began to clean the dormitory. Tang Qing had only cleaned Lin Jiashua's place before, but Lin Jiashua, who was a bit misophobic and caring, couldn't help but wipe the dust off other people's places. Walk out of the girls' dormitory. Tang Qing saw a soldier not far away carrying a big bag in a box. Looking at this guy who was obviously a bodyguard, many people stopped to watch. He was wearing a suit, tie, and sunglasses on this hot day. He was not a bodyguard. When they saw Tang Qing walking over, the girls all had stars in their eyes. The image of a newly minted young master appeared in their minds. Tang Qing didn't want to cause trouble either. Take the boxes and packages and keep the warrior nearby at all times. In order to cope with emergencies and to protect Lin Jiashua, the number of lurking soldiers nearby has exceeded 8. Micromonitors have been placed almost everywhere in Fudan University, and this will be a key security area in the future. Classmate, where are you going? Do you need some guidance? A bold girl chased after him and asked with a smile. Tang Qing was stunned. Looking at this pretty girl who caught up with me, my mind was a little confused. It's 2005. Are girls so open-minded? Thank you. I can find a place. No need to bother. Tang Qing refused directly and walked forward. The girl's eyes showed a slightly disappointed look, but she still didn't give up and chased after her. Classmate, you are a freshman. If you don't want help, you can always get close. Yes. Tang Qing had no choice but to reply. The girl was overjoyed. She was a freshman, so she asked again, I'm a sophomore, majoring in economics and management. What's your major? Tang Qing stopped, looked at the female classmate, and said seriously, Classmate, I already have a fiancé. Hearing this, the girl's expression froze. She didn't have a girlfriend, but a fiancé. The girlfriend could be changed. The fiancé should have been met at home and decided. Obviously, she had no chance. It was the first time she took the initiative to strike up a conversation with a boy and encountered such a situation. She could only lament that fate was playing tricks on people. I have a fiancé since I was a freshman. The family is by no means an ordinary family. It must be the son of a wealthy family or something. The girl said with a somewhat unnatural look on her face, It's okay. We can be friends. What's your name? Now that things were like this, of course she had to give herself a step down. Well, senior sister, I think I'd better forget it. I'm afraid my fiancé will misunderstand, so I'm sorry. Tang Qing said and turned around and left. Now he had a crazy idea. Damn, should you change your appearance or something? This is too attracting. In the past, in high school, the classmates were more reserved, but now in college, everyone has begun to show their hormones wantonly. 4 female friends other than those he met by necessity or introduced by friends. Tang Qing really had no interest in spending time getting to know strange women. He could only say sorry to the girl just now. Looking at Tang Qing's juju figure going away, the girl could only sigh and return to the dormitory. She probably wouldn't be in a good mood these days. P.S. After squeezing and deleting the plot, I finally made it to college in chapter 500. Don't rush to graduate soon. Following his memory, Tang Qing came to his dormitory building, completed the check-in formalities at the door on the first floor, received the key, and went up the stairs. His dormitory was located in dormitory 310 on the 3rd floor. When Tang Qing came closer, he saw that the door was open. He thought someone had arrived first. As soon as I walked in the door, good guy. There were about 10 people in the dormitory, busy here and there, and the 3 beds were already occupied. Except for 3 peers, the others were undoubtedly parents. Large and small bags were piled up on the beds in open space. It looked like they had just arrived. Seeing the last roommate arriving, everyone's eyes lit up. Oh boy, this guy is so handsome. A slightly fat fellow of the same age walked up and said with a smile, Classmate, are you from this dormitory too? Yes, 310. That's right, hello. My name is Tang Qing. Tang from Tang Dynasty, from Qingqiao. Tang Qing nodded and smiled. Compared with the other 2 roommates who were a bit dull, this man was obviously more cheerful. Looking at his clothes, his family conditions should be good. Seeing that Tang Qing had brought a bundle of quilts, a box, and nothing else, Zhong Liang smiled and asked, Hello, my name is Zhong Liang. This is Liam O, and that is Ding Xiaoming. You have really few things here. Didn't your parents come with you? Zhong Liang looked at Tang Qing's clothing and temperament. It was definitely not from an ordinary family. With his sharp eyes, he saw the logo of Tang Qing's custom clothing on Tang Qing's clothes, which was definitely not a bargain. Yeah, they're busy and don't have time, and I may not live here much in the future, so I don't have much to bring. Tang Qing said, and put the things on his bed, which was a lower bunk near the door. A parent quickly took away the things on it. You want to live off campus? Is your home nearby? Zhong Liang asked in surprise. He was about to move out within a few days of living there. He was a native of Shanghai, and his home was quite close, but he didn't do this. I'm not from the Shanghai stock market. I'm with my girlfriend. Tang Qing emphasized while making the bed. Zhong Liang, school has just started. You have a girlfriend, and you have to live outside. This is a bit shocking. Zhong Liang feels that he has suffered some internal injuries and needs to eat something delicious to relieve the injury. Ahaha. Yes, come on, let me help you. Zhong Liang could only say with an awkward smile. No, it's just a few quilts. Just spread them out. After saying that, Tang Qing laid out the things in a minute and then put several sets of inner and outer clothes in the box in the cabinet. He also brought 2 pairs of shoes and put out the toiletries. Classmate Tang, let's have dinner together at noon later. You 2 are so destined. and we will get to know each other as classmates for the next 4 years. Zhong Liang's father, Zhong Yang, warmly invited him. Zhong Yang is a relatively fat, middle-aged man, dressed casually, and next to him is Zhong Liang's mother, who is dressed in jewelry. I think the family must be quite wealthy. Zhong Yang was running several car dealerships in Shanghai and had met too many dignitaries and second-generation people. He saw a hint of power in Tang Qing, which seemed very light but also overwhelming. He was a little unsure and planned to take this opportunity to get to know him better. Well, my girlfriend is still waiting for me, Tang Qing said, a little embarrassed. It was really rare to have dinner with the parents of classmates. Although roommates were important, they were still not as important as their own wives. Zhong Yang said nonchalantly, "It's okay, call everyone. Just a few pairs of chopsticks. I'll treat you." Okay then. Tang Qing can only treat Miao Ru tonight or next time. And this time he will have a free meal. Haha, I'm familiar with this place. I'll call to reserve a seat first, and I'll be there shortly. It's not far. After Zhong Yang said that, he immediately took out his phone and made a call. He booked a large private room and asked them to prepare special dishes. He really looked a bit wealthy. Tang Qing smiled and shook his head. He didn't think Zhong Yang was showing off. This might just be his normal lifestyle. After sitting in the dormitory for a while, Tang Qing went to Lin Jiaxue and agreed with Zhong Yang to meet at the school gate. I called Lin Jiaxue and explained the situation. When he came to the door of the girls' dormitory, Lin Jiaxue and Miao Ru were waiting downstairs. Standing together, the two looked like sisters. Although Miao Ru was also quite beautiful, she could not hide her age of 27 or 88. "Sister Miao, I can only treat you to a big dinner tonight," Tang Qing said with a smile. Miao Ru glanced at him and muttered, "You have a class meeting in the evening. How can you not enjoy the meal? Let's do it next time. I have to take the time to think about how to kill a rich man like you." "Don't feel bad about it then." Tang Qing couldn't help but smile. This Miao Ru was really like a child with a clear mind. She promised. Okay, you can choose the place. I'm really not afraid that you will eat me up." Her tone was extremely arrogant. "Come on, let's go." Miao Ru rolled her eyes at him, refusing to compete with Tang Qing, a wealthy man. As Miao Ru pulled Lin Jiaxue and walked in front, Tang Qing, not to be outdone, took Lin Jiaxue's other hand. Then, a strange combination of 3 people holding hands appeared in the school. They gathered at the door and introduced each other again. Zhong Yang looked at Tang Qing with even more peculiar eyes. A gentle and beautiful girlfriend and a university tutor looked like they were no ordinary people. The place to eat was not far away, about 10 minutes walk, so they didn't take a car. Seeing Tang Qing holding Lin Jiaxue and Lin Jiaxue holding Miao Ru, Tang Qing's 3 roommates felt that life was full of malice towards them. They were handsome parents, had some money at home, and had such a beautiful fiancée. In contrast, they were simply having a holiday. During the meal, Zhong Yang asked about various news about Tang Qing's family. Tang Qing just brushed it off. He just said he was doing some small business and couldn't ask questions. Zhong Yang stopped asking. There was a long way to go. They were all in the same dormitory. Sooner or later, his son would understand Tang Qing's background. There was no rush. After dinner, Miao Ru went to work, while Tang Qing led Lin Jiaxue around the school and several surrounding areas. Tang Qing was very familiar with the school, but Lin Jiaxue's memory was not that good. So Tang Qing was talking along the way, but it was similar to what Shunyi said. This wave of dog food. It was sprinkled all over the campus. Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue had dinner in the house they bought nearby. There were 2 permanent servants there, both female robots. Lin Jiaxue also slowly adapted to having a few more people to take care of her at home. Late afternoon, Tang Qing followed several roommates to the classroom, where the counselor Jingxiang was about to hold her first class meeting. Enter the classroom. Good guy, there are really many girls studying finance. Most of the class is female. Looking at Tang Qing, their eyes were full of curiosity and eagerness to try. In response, Tang Qing didn't squint and casually found a seat at the back and sat down. "So handsome." "Yes, so handsome. It's just a pity that I don't have long hair." Long hair is nothing. It's the most manly thing. You don't understand. Before the counselor came, the girls started talking. The uninformed boys were envious, but the informed Zhong Liang and the others knew that Tang Qing could not compete with them for these female classmates. As for Lin Jiaxue's beauty, although it could not be said to be stunning, to be honest, there was really no one half as good as her in the class. Thinking of Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue's childhood sweethearts, several people were so envious that they were almost full of resentment. Damn, why didn't I have this awareness when I was a child? If I cultivated it properly, I wouldn't even know where my daughter-in-law is now. Annoying. Tang Qing ignored what was going on outside the window and held his head in boredom. He thought that tomorrow was September 1st. As soon as the evening of the 1st passed, he would be able to replenish the 5 points of experience and upgrade immediately, bringing the system to level 6. Each level would have a new auxiliary function. He didn't know what it would be this time. Fortunately, he was quite satisfied with every auxiliary function in the past. This time, he had nothing to worry about. He was just curious. Hope it's a surprise, not a shock. Just when Tang Qing was wandering in the sky, their counselor Jing Xiang walked in with small steps. Looking at the boys and girls below, Jing Xiang smiled slightly and saw Tang Qing sitting at the back at a glance. Okay, let's start the roll call now. Those whose names are read will answer. Tang Qing. Jing Xiang opened the roll call and read in sequence. Arrived. Tang Qing said loudly. The names here are based on results, and Tang Qing deserves to be ranked first. She had met Tang Qing when she signed up, but she didn't expect that he also knew Miao Ru, so she had a profound impact on Tang Qing. She and Miao Ru also work in the same office and have a very good relationship. They often go to each other's house to have dinner. Very good. Keep working hard. Qi Fei. Jing Xiang encouraged him. Arrived. 2 minutes later, Jing Xiang finished reading her name. Very good. All the students are here. Leave the rest in advance. Now I will introduce myself to everyone by reading their names, such as hobbies, what sports they like. Tang Qing, just start. Jing Xiang said with a smile. Tang Qing had no choice but to stand up, and he was the first one. Have to. Admitted. Tang Qing stood up and walked to the podium. Looking at the curious and strange looks below, Tang Qing was not afraid at all and said calmly, Hello everyone. My name is Tang Qing. I am 18 years old, and I come from the inland city of Qingyan City. As for my hobbies, there are many, such as some simple musical instruments and paintings. As for sports, I don't like anything. If exercise is for physical fitness, Tang Qingwan has no need at all. Should he perform some 100% shooting, 100% scoring, 100% technique that you can't catch even if it pisses you off? So boring to say. He would rather run. Classmate Tang, your hobby is a bit scientific. You should pay more attention to exercise. Jing Xiang warned. Understand, Teacher Jing. Tang Qing had no choice but to agree. Just as Tang Qing was about to go down, Jing Xiang asked curiously, Tang Qing, tell me, what musical instruments do you play? Piano, violin, you can even listen to it. Tang Qing said vaguely, he would probably be caught as a young man if he was arrogant, so he would not do it. Sure enough, Jing Xiang asked, are you interested in performing a song at the New Year's party? Poor memory makes it difficult to be elegant. Tang Qing refused. He doesn't want to be too pushy. Seeing Tang Qing's refusal, Jing Xiang said no more. Everyone has their own ambitions, and said instead, well, you may not know that Tang Qing is our top scorer in the national test this time. He is close to a perfect score. Let's applaud and congratulate him. After saying that, Jing Xiang started to clap his hands. This time, only then did the students in the class know that Tang Qing had such a glorious deed. Every girl's eyes were shining, and the boys were beating their chests. God, was Tang Qing sent to attack them? Thank you. After saying that, Tang Qing went down at Jing Xiang's signal. Sitting on his seat, several people in the dormitory gave him extremely resentful looks. You're not going to let anyone live. Even if it is a national examination, if you want a perfect score, it also represents absolute strength. Most of the people here are national roles. Subsequently, classmates went up to introduce each other one by one, and it finally took an hour to complete. Jingxiang also wanted Tang Qing to be the squad leader, but Tang Qing also refused. He still liked to be a passerby. At last. Okay, let's meet here at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning to pick up textbooks and course selections. It's getting late. You go back first. Tang Qing, come with me. Jing Xiang said. Tang Qing had no choice but to follow Jing Xiang outside the classroom, and the other students had gone back. In this era of Fudan, in order not to disrupt the teaching plan, military training was held during the transition from freshman to sophomore year. Therefore, there was no military training program for their freshmen. The first week was for entrance education, course selection, and various meetings. I will start class directly next week. Time is tight. Walk down the aisle. Teacher Jing, what do you want from me? Tang Qing asked curiously. I heard that you're going to live outside with your girlfriend? Jingxiang asked with narrowed eyes. Yes, it is inconvenient to live on campus. Tang Qing admitted honestly. It's just that the inconvenience he meant was different from the inconvenience Jingxiang understood. I just want to ask. Also, you are still young, so be more restrained. You won't have a child soon. Jingxiang said with a smile without hesitation. Probably not. Tang Qing wiped his sweat. P.S. Thank you to readers Bookworm Rinjia and Mr. Huang Zero for their tips. Thank you. This night, Tang Qing did not go back to live. After all, this was the first night of college, so it was better to live with his classmates. Today was already Wednesday, and he would go back after 2 days of weekends. During this period, Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue would mainly live on campus. As for why it is the main thing, it's because Tang Qing is still waiting for the system to be upgraded. It is impossible to upgrade in the dormitory. He will have to go back alone tomorrow night. Finished washing. Several people in the dormitory were lying on the bed, chatting about their experiences and study careers, as well as interesting things happening there. Only then did everyone know how rich Zhong Liang's family was, at least 50 million yuan. Li Mo and Ding Xiangming came from ordinary families. One parent was a teacher, and the other worked as a farmer. They were both pretty good. After learning about Zhong Liang's family background, they didn't do anything to kneel down. Zhong Liang didn't look down on them either. Tang Qing nodded secretly. He was lucky. He had not encountered any arrogant and domineering second generation for so long, and he had no face to beat. The atmosphere is great. Tang Qing, what does your family do? Zhong Liang asked curiously again. He was very curious about what kind of family could cultivate a person like Tang Qing, but he really couldn't guess. Tang Qing was helpless about this, and it would probably be a bad idea if he didn't give an explanation. So he said, my parents opened a jewelry store. This is really the truth. So that's it. Zhong Liang finally felt that he had solved a mystery. He didn't ask how much money he could make in a year or how much assets he had. That would be a bit stupid. The jewelry store was enough. He just needed an answer. How's the house you rent? Is it expensive? I still have 2 houses here that are empty and unoccupied. They are fully decorated and furnished. If you are willing, I can ask my dad to rent them to you at a very low price. Zhong Liang asked again. Thank you. No, I've found a house, and everything is complete. I will mainly live there after this weekend. You can come for dinner when you have time. Tang Qing invited. You can also cook? Zhong Liang asked in surprise. Tang Qing shook his head and said with a smile, I know how to cook something simple, but rarely do it. I'll take some time next week, and I'll treat you to a meal. That's a good relationship. I'm looking forward to it. A few people chatted one after another. Tang Qing didn't go to bed until 12 o'clock in the evening. Naturally, Tang Qing didn't sleep. It was not easy to go to the training area here, so he practiced the skill of thinking in his silk in the dormitory. This skill is to exercise the control of mind, so it does not require some movement and stillness to practice like psychic barrier and magnetic resonance. In a dark dormitory, Tang Qing closed his eyes. The power of thought turned into thin threads and floated in the air, dancing, gently disturbing the airflow in this area. If there was sunlight coming in, you would probably be able to see the suspended particles all over the sky being disturbed by invisible threads and flowing irregularly. It was as if even the air was being cut. In a later stage of the telekinesis process, It can achieve the effect of cutting objects. According to the introduction of Ninjong, the later stage of telekinesis can cut not only steel, but also molecules and even atomic nuclei. Because mind power is a high-dimensional energy with no thickness, it can theoretically be infinitely thin and infinitely long. Quite shocking. Knowing that this skill was so impressive, Tang Qing paid special attention to practicing it. Think about it. If he is surrounded by dozens of enemies in the future, and his telekinesis is swept away, everyone instantly goes up to the sky. Their heads are in different places, and they die with their eyes open. This is a very skillful skill. It is simply a bad foul, isn't it? It's a pity that the density of his mind power is too low now, so he can cut the softest persimmon, the air, and of course tofu. As for harder things, he can only smash them, but he can't cut them smoothly. The road is long. No rush. 4 o'clock in the morning. Tang Qing was also a little tired, so I hid in bed, took out my phone, watched movies, and surfed the internet. Time flew by so quickly. The next day, September 1st, the system interface changed color again just after midnight last night. He could upgrade directly after 12 o'clock tonight. This day, Tang Qing started his entrance education at Fudan, which mainly focused on understanding the school's rules and regulations, as well as requests for leave, credits, course selection, class cadre elections, etc. There will be a freshman meeting tomorrow. At Jingxiang's strong request, he was forced to give him a speech and asked him to speak on the stage. Seeing that he couldn't shirk it, Tang Qing had no choice but to agree. Just talk. What's the difficulty? Evening hotel. Tang Qing came to the downstairs of Lin Jiashue's dormitory. In order not to be so dazzling and treated like a monkey, Tang Qing put on a white gauze mask and pretended to have a cold. Not in a while, Tang Qing saw Lin Jiashue walking down, followed by 3 girls, presumably her roommates. Tang Qing had not seen Lin Jiashue's roommates during breakfast and lunch today, and this was the first time. How should I put it? Although Lin Jiashue's roommates are all pretty, and one of them is really pretty, in Tang Qing's eyes, how can they compare with our Jiashue? See the figure in front of the door. Although Tang Qing was wearing a mask, Lin Jiashue could not recognize the familiar figure, clothes, and head shape. Tang, have you caught a cold? Lin Jiashue came up quickly and said worriedly, her eyes full of concern. Tang Qing directly hugged Lin Jiashue's delicate body and said softly, "It's not like you don't know how handsome your man is. In order to avoid being looked at as a monkey, I'd better keep a low profile." Hearing this and looking at Tang Qing's appearance, Lin Jiashue couldn't help covering her mouth and giggling. "Jiashue, this is your boyfriend." One of Lin Jiashue's roommates stepped forward and asked curiously. Only when Lin Jiashue realized that there was someone else, she immediately broke away from Tang Qing's arms and introduced with a slight blush, "Yes, his name is Tang Qing. This is my roommate Zheng Ro, and those are Jing and Gu Man." After Lin Jiashue introduced, Tang Qing stepped forward and said, "Hello, my name is Tang Qing, but I am not Lin Jiashue's boyfriend, but her fiancé." "Fiancé? You guys?" The one named Zheng Ro's eyes widened. They only knew that Lin Jiashue had a boyfriend who suddenly became her fiancé. This was a bit super fast, right? Isn't it the same? Tang Qing put his arm around Lin Jiashue's shoulders and smiled. "No, I thought you were just boyfriend and girlfriend." Zheng Ro shook her head and said in surprise, "Come on, let's go eat first. I'll treat you." Tang Qing laughed. Immediately, Tang Qing and Lin Jiashue went to the restaurant where Zhong Yang treated them before. Since they arrived late, there was no private room, so they sat directly in the lobby. Looking at the freshmen and seniors gathering in groups around them, Tang Qing felt so familiar. Tang Qing ordered a few and handed over the menu. "You can order whatever you like." "I'm not polite. You actually took down Sister Lin from our dormitory. If you don't kill me, you will be upset." The generous Zheng Ro took the menu directly. Zheng Ro is the most cheerful and oldest person in their dormitory. Judging from her appearance, her family is a bit wealthy. The same goes for Jing and Gu Man. They have a good temperament, don't talk much, and are gentle and quiet. "Tang Qing, are you going to move out with our Jiashue next week?" Zheng Ro asked with a look of resentment after ordering food. Tang Qing was about to pick the cabbage she saw just after school started. Although Tang Qing was very handsome, he was just a big bad wolf who had always been handsome. Tang Qing was speechless for a while. Your expression made it seem as if I had abandoned you. Strictly speaking, we have to go back tomorrow night. Tang Qing said. Tomorrow is Friday, and the weekend is off. They have to go back to the villa to stay and do some indescribable things. But we can't let go of Jiaxue. Zheng Ro directly grabbed Lin Jiaxue's hand and said reluctantly, well, she can still come back and live occasionally. Tang Qing said helplessly. Zheng Ro saw that Lin Jiaxue also looked like she was only following Tang Qing, and knew that it was impossible to get it from Lin Jiaxue. Well, the little white sheep was finally about to enter the tiger's mouth, and she said, it's not far away. Let's go have some fun when we have time. Okay, I'll invite you to my house for dinner someday, next week. Tang Qing promised, and then they would call the dormitory together and finish the meal. Okay, then keep your word. Zheng Ro said. Of course. Then, the girls investigated the relationship between Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue thoroughly. In the end, they no longer felt that it was so strange for the two to live together. It seemed that these two people were inseparable in this life, and there was no need for them to get involved in other people's happy young couples. That's all. Lin Jiaxue's three roommates no longer look at Tang Qing like a big bad wolf. Instead, they are filled with envy. There are not many childhood sweethearts with talented men and beautiful women. Such poetic love is the desire hidden deep in every woman's heart. Brother, it's really you. Just as Tang Qing was waving while eating, a voice came from behind. Tang Qing's mind was spinning rapidly, as if he was really unfamiliar with this voice. Who? Thinking, Tang Qing turned his head and saw a little girl standing next to him, looking at him in surprise. Tang Qing remembered it instantly. This is the grandfather and grandson who were tricked by the tour guide in Thailand. The last time they said goodbye, Tang Qing didn't ask for their names. He didn't expect to meet them here. This world is really small sometimes. Just when Tang Qing was about to speak, someone walked out behind the little girl. It was the old man from last time. Last time he was in casual clothes, but this time he was in formal clothes. He was in high spirits and looked like he was still at work. Tang Qing quickly stood up and greeted. Old man, little girl, hello, I didn't expect to meet you here. Grandpa, let me say that I will never admit my mistake. The little girl said with a proud face. She is the age to worship heroes. Last time Tang Qing helped them in times of crisis, taught the bad guys a lesson, and refunded the money they were cheated from, so the memory is particularly deep. Haha, young man, we are really destined. Are you having a dinner together? The old man looked at Tang Qing and said happily. Tang Qing left gracefully before he even had time to say thank you last time. Seeing him again here this time may be God's will, allowing him to thank him properly. A person who can let a Thai policeman in with just a few words in Thailand, or Bangkok, the capital of Thailand, is by no means simple, and he is also very curious. Yeah, school has just started, so I'm going to have dinner with my fiancé's roommates. Tang Qing nodded and smiled. Are you a freshman at Fudan University? The old man said in surprise. The only people in this area who can come here are Fudan students. Yes, Tang Qing admitted. That's such a coincidence. The old man's eyes lit up. Old man, you don't mean to say that you're also a freshman at Fudan, right? Tang Qing couldn't help but joke. P.S. Thanks to readers Bookworm Family and Totem Dynasty for their rewards. Tang Qing's words made the old man's face freeze. The little girl couldn't help laughing when she saw the confused expression on her grandfather's face. The other girls also laughed happily. This joke was enough to keep them laughing for several days. I'm sorry, old man. Tang was joking just now. Lin Jiaxue apologized quickly. She also remembered her grandson, but she probably didn't remember her because Lin Jiaxue had been standing in the middle of the crowd with Tang Kai and the others. Haha, it's okay. Talking to you, I feel a lot younger. By the way, let me introduce myself. My name is Qiu Jie, and this is my granddaughter, Qiu Wanru. Qiu Jie introduced himself. It had been a long time since a junior had dared to make such a joke in front of him, and he was in a good mood for a while. My name is Tang Qing, and this is mine. Tang Qing introduced all the women. Are you Tang Qing? Tang Qing, the #1 scholar in the country. Qiu Jie was surprised when he heard this. Tang Qing was stunned. Does he have such a high reputation? Yes, the old man also knows me. Qiu Jie smiled in his heart when he heard Tang Qing admit it. He looked at Tang Qing differently and said, I've just heard of the name. It's not bad, it's really good. It's getting late, so I'll leave first. There's a dinner waiting for us over there. You guys have a good meal. This meal is mine. Thank you for helping me last time. Don't refuse. I can still afford the meal. We had a quick farewell last time and didn't have a chance. Of course we should repay the kindness when we see each other. Then, well, I hope Mr. Chiu won't feel bad. Tang Qing looked at the old man's determined eyes and had no choice but to agree. After a meal, the fate was settled. Otherwise, Qiu Jie would not feel at ease. Haha, don't worry, Wanru, let's go. Qiu Jie laughed. Oh, goodbye, Brother Tang. After saying that, Qiu Wanru reluctantly followed her grandfather to the box on the second floor. Tang Qing, who is this? Xingro couldn't help but ask. I met them when I was traveling in Thailand before and helped them a little. I thought I would never see them again in the future, but I didn't expect to meet them here. Tang Qing sat down and said briefly, Did you also go to Thailand? Is it fun there? Did you go to see any monster performances? Zheng Ro asked enthusiastically. Her carefree character was a little bit arrogant. No, I just walked around. Let me tell you, those demons are miserable. They have been around since childhood. Tang Qing slowly explained the life of a demon. After listening to the tragic process of such people, the girls no longer have any interest in watching it. If there is no business, there will be no harm. After dinner, as expected, they were told by the front desk that they didn't need to pay. Have to. Save another meal. After eating, the few people took a walk to eat and returned to school. After sending Lin Jiaxue to the dormitory, Tang Qing returned directly to his home not far away. Standing outside the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the still busy night view of Shanghai, Tang Qing was lost in thought. Silent. He was thinking about all kinds of things. Now the stall in the command room was too big and there were too many things. Unlike the formal enterprises under his banner, making money or not was a secondary concern. Everything the command room got involved in affected his future, and only success was allowed and failure was not allowed. The companies under his control only possess money, but what the command room does is the possession of deep-seated rights in the world. The conflicts that arise are different. Corporate conflicts are nothing more than making money, while conflicts in the command room also involve killing people and seizing power. Thinking about Tang Qing's head, he could only hope to invest more to avoid possible crises when walking such a tightrope. His current strength is still too weak. Although his individual force is almost at the peak and his sphere of influence is very large, almost all over the world, it is too scattered to form a strong, non-military deterrent. Except within the territory, there is no absolute deterrence in the visible area. It can only be said that he is a stronger mountain bandit. Such a result is unacceptable to Tang Qing, but such influence building does not happen overnight. It requires long-term penetration and influence, and it is really difficult to remain hidden. When Tang Qing was thinking, the two fourth-level warriors at the door were like door gods, standing quietly and silently, as if they didn't exist here at all. It would be strange to say that a thief came in at night, and he would have a heart attack if he was frightened. Fortunately, these two soldiers could laugh, otherwise he would not dare to take it out, which would scare Lin Jiaxue. 12 o'clock in the evening. D. A rapid sound sounded in the silent room. It was Tang Qing's watch alarm clock. Tang Qing came to his senses and pressed a button on his left watch, and the sound stopped immediately. Although this watch looks like an electronic watch on the outside, it has many functions after being modified by those scientists. Recording and video recording are just basic functions. They can also be used as weapons, firing fine needles with anesthesia or poison. However, this function requires the cooperation of mental power. There is no button outside the watch to trigger this mechanism. It can only be activated when Tang Qing's mental power penetrates into it, just to prevent someone from accidentally touching and injuring someone. Just after 12 o'clock, I heard the sound of passing the monthly system assessment. Tang Qing quickly looked at his information. Name, Tang Qing level. Level 5 experience. 1595/1600 loan limit this month. 0/8 million personal limit this month. 0/1.6 million withdrawable assets. 11, 12.65 million spirit. 548 physique. 548 source chi value. 0 convertible foreign currencies. US dollars, euros, Japanese yen, rubles. The experience bar and a message did not move, but there was no rush because the new monthly tasks were refreshed. As long as you completed the borrowing task for the month, you could gain 80 experience points. Then Tang Qing ordered to borrow 1.6 million yuan from the system. The next moment, a feeling of upgrade came. Tang Qing refreshed the information interface again. Name, Tang Qing level, 6 experience. 75/30, 200 loan limit this month. 0/8 million personal limit this month. 1.6 million/1.6 million withdrawable assets. 11, 15.45 million spirit. 548 physique. 548 origin chi value. 60 convertible foreign currencies. US dollars, euros, Japanese yen, rubles, Thai baht. After upgrading to level 6, the system rewarded another 3.2 million yuan and 60 points of source energy. Just like the last upgrade, it was a bit painful. It was also upgraded after the task was refreshed. This meant that level 5 tasks were used to upgrade to level 6. The next time you want to upgrade, you will probably have to go at the end of the year. Especially when he saw the new convertible foreign currencies, Tang Qing felt even more distressed. He was still waiting to see if the new currency opened this time could solve the declining situation of US dollar arbitrage. Unexpectedly, Nima actually gave me a Thai baht. Thai baht can be used for wool. Like the Japanese yen, they are both currencies with very little room for arbitrage. They are tasteless. Made her forget it. Anyway, I have many channels for getting money, and I am not short of money recently, so I will use the US dollar to play with it first. If there's really too little, I can stop for a while. Tang Qing looked at his 2 attributes again, thought for a while, and planned to top up his mental attributes first. Now, the main skills he cultivated were related to mental power. He hadn't learned the real melee combat moves for a long time, so he would increase his physical attributes first. A thought. The next moment, Tang Qing's attributes became Spirit, 600 Physique, 556 Source Chi Value, 0.52. Points were added to the Spirit, and 8 points were added to the Physique. The mental attribute has reached the limit of unlocking the 6th level gene lock. Seeing that the physical fitness is still 44 points short, Tang Qing looks at the achievement task, 1, and feels speechless. It seems that he must complete the Asian dollar issuance task of 300 billion yuan in order to unlock the 6th level gene lock. Then Tang Qing returned to the bedroom and entered the command room. Asked the waiter to bring up the robot exchange list. Level 1 combatant, physique 100, spirit 100 skills. All soldier skills are proficient. Price is 1 million. No purchase quantity limit. No activity area limit. Can be upgraded and strengthened. 5th level combatant, physique 500, spirit 500, skills. All soldier skills are proficient. Price is 5 million. No purchase quantity limit. No activity area limit. Can be upgraded and strengthened. Basic intelligence analyst, physique 100, spirit 100, skills. Proficient in all analysis skills. Selling price 2 million. No purchase quantity limit. No activity area limitation. Can be upgraded and enhanced. Spy, physique 200, spirit 200, skill. Full penetration skill mastery. Price 5 million. No purchase quantity limit. No activity area limitation. Can be upgraded and enhanced. Scientist, physique 200, spirit 200, skills. Proficient in all scientific research skills. Price 10 million. No limit on purchase quantity. No limit on activity area. can be upgraded and strengthened. The robot redemption list has not changed, except that there is an additional redemption option for a 5th-level warrior. Tang Qing curled his lips, a little disappointed. This level is really a bit shabby. Boy, are there any changes in this upgrade of the Combat Dispatch Center? Tang Qing was too lazy to run around and asked the waiter directly. Back to the commander, the scientific research area has been upgraded to the 2nd level. It has more advanced scientific research equipment, can accommodate more scientists, and has a faster research speed bonus. At the same time, the system master rewards a teleportation node, which has been stored in the teleportation area. Finally, the commander can carry out any teleportation in all areas of the Combat Dispatch Center. Children's voice sounded. There was no suspense about the first few, but the last one made Tang Qing a little happy. He quickly stood up and said, "You mean I can teleport to any area here?" This had troubled him before because it was not as fast as teleporting directly on a skateboard. "Yes, Commander, this is the map and coordinates of the entire Combat Dispatch Center. You can send me the coordinates directly after you tell me the coordinates." As the waiter said, a floor plan appeared in front of Tang Qing's eyes, which could be zoomed in or out. This time, only then did Tang Qing truly see the entire Combat Dispatch Center. As expected, the training area occupies the largest area. The other areas combined are less than 1/10 of the training area. Think about it, 3,000 square kilometers of land is not that big. Since he saw it, he naturally wanted to give it a try. Then Tang Qing looked at a corner of the training area that he had never been to before and reported 2 coordinate numbers to the waiter. The coordinates were both positive numbers, with the lower left corner as the origin. The next moment, Tang Qing only felt that the scene in front of him changed, and he appeared in a city. This is a modern city. Although there are not many high-rise buildings, there are still many, row upon row, and the roads are clean and tidy. The shops on both sides of the street only have brands, all in Chinese, and there are no goods except shelves. There was no one on the street, and a breeze blew by, bringing a slight coolness. This is an unmanned city located in the northwest corner of the training area. The function introduction only refers to an urban battlefield training and battlefield simulation venue. To put it bluntly, this unmanned city covering an area of nearly 20 square kilometers is here to destroy. Looking at those buildings, Tang Qing wanted to say that it would be great if people could live in them, but this was impossible, at least not in a short period of time, because the cost of letting people in was too high, and it was so expensive that it was not necessary to charge by the second. Tang Qing thought. A military off-road vehicle appeared beside him in vain. Since I'm here, I walked around and looked around. It was a novel experience to see an uninhabited city. Buzz! The engine roared. The off-road vehicle sped out like flying, speeding along the deserted street. With useless traffic lights and smooth roads, this is a good drag racing venue. In the past, Tang Qing used to race on the dirt at the entrance to the training area. It felt good to drive on such a twists and turns in a city street. Half an hour later, Tang Qing walked around the training city, returned to the starting point, and got out of the car. Tang Qing felt that this place was really big, but there were no people. He was a little uncomfortable after staying there for a long time. After all, people are social animals. "Boy, bring up the map," Tang Qing said loudly. He was going to look elsewhere. It used to be too far, but now he was there in the blink of an eye. He was going to visit everything in the training area that he had not been to today. "Yes, Commander." As soon as the waiter finished speaking, the map just now was projected in front of Tang Qing's eyes. Looking at another training area not far from the city, Tang Qing reported its coordinates. The scene changed again. Tang Qing appeared in a field of ice and snow. It was really ice and snow, with heavy rain and sleet floating in the sky. Looking far into the distance, Tang Qing couldn't even see where the boundary was. Tang Qing quickly opened the mental barrier to block the rain and snow outside the barrier. But the chill couldn't be stopped at all. Tang Qing's mental power was not yet strong enough to isolate energy. Seeing the snowflakes and rainwater being pushed away by the mental barrier, like a curtain, like glass with water flowing on it, which greatly affects the field of vision, Tang Qing said loudly, "Xiao Air, can the rain and snow here be adjusted? Commander, it can be done. The waiter replied. Then stop the rain and snow first. Tang Qing ordered. Yes, Commander. After the waiter finished speaking, a few seconds later, the rain and snow really stopped, and Tang Qing removed the telepathy barrier. Looking at this land of ice and snow, Tang Qing discovered that there was basically no snow on the ground, only ice. It was also sleet just now, and the snow melted into the water. It was probably a means of controlling the training area. Now no one is using this place. If it snows and rains every day, and there is thick ice, it is ridiculous. With the amount of snowfall, just now, 1 meter of snow could be accumulated in one day. Sleet and snow melted into the rain and flowed away to nowhere. Recycle. Not a bad setup. Tang Qing walked around here and found that there was nothing interesting to see. There was ice everywhere, and the snow was white on the side. It was a bit slippery when he walked up. He almost fell down several times. Although the ice layer was not thick, it was still cold. Xiao, how extreme the weather can be here? Tang Qing asked curiously. Commander, this place can produce storms and sleet with wind speeds of Category 12 typhoons and extremely cold weather with temperatures as low as minus 100 degrees Celsius, the waiter replied. Tang Qing took a breath of air upon hearing this. What a cruel environmental manufacturing technology. Although the wind speed of Category 12 typhoon is not the highest, and the temperature of minus 100 degrees is not the lowest, there are not many such extreme weather on the Earth. Even the lowest temperature record in Antarctica is only more than 90 degrees below zero. Tang Qing thought of using his mental barrier to resist the rain and snow just now, and he wanted to try how much wind and snow he could survive without being blown away. But you can't be reckless. Challenging the highest level of difficulty is called looking for excitement. After thinking about it, Tang Qing ordered, Second servant, try the sleet and snow with an 8-level wind speed first. I won't try in extremely cold weather. Tang Qing wanted to try the 2 skills of psychic barrier and magnetic resonance, not the physical cold resistance. Yes, Commander. After Xiao finished speaking, Tang Qing quickly set up the telepathy barrier because he saw a burst of sleet coming towards him from the right front like a giant beast. In an instant, the sleet hit the telepathy barrier as well as the powerful wind. Level 8 wind is really not that strong, but if the cross-sectional area of the force is large, then it is another matter. For example, if you can still walk steadily in a strong wind, you have to try holding a big board on your head to see how many steps you can take. Tang Qing's telepathy barrier was an oval, just like the magic shield skill in Legend. It was in front of him and had a large cross-sectional area. On the smooth ice, Tang Qing was blown backwards and slid a few steps away. Tang Qing quickly turned on the magnetic resonance. In an instant, a telekinesis node on his back sensed the magnetic field in the training area. A reverse repulsion force was generated, and Tang Qing stopped steadily. Seeing that the 8-level wind only required the use of 1 telekinesis node, Tang Qing directly ordered, Shower, 9-level wind speed. Yes, Commander. After a few seconds, the customs increased in vain. 1 telekinesis node was a bit difficult, so Tang Qing quickly opened the second one. Boy, the wind speed is level 10. Boy, the wind speed is level 11. After only raising the wind speed to level 11, Tang Qing used all his telepathy nodes and was able to remain motionless in this strong wind. Looking at the raindrops that broke through the telepathy barrier from time to time, Tang Qing knew that this was his limit. If the wind is level 12, I guess I'm going to be blown away. Boy, stop it. Tang Qing didn't want to go to heaven. Immediately, the wind and snow gradually subsided, and the place returned to its previous appearance. The sky was clear, as if everything was an illusion just now. But Tang Qing's wet clothes told him that it was real. Interesting, Tang Qing murmured. In the future, this place can actually be used as a place to train these 2 skills, which is good. After that, Tang Qing went to several other places in the training area to look around, such as dry and hot deserts, deep and mysterious caves, gloomy rainforests, mines with complex terrain, etc. Not to mention the terrain and environment here are really complete. It would be a good location for filming a movie. You can create whatever environment you want. It's really a matter of minutes. It's just a pity. It is impossible to open to the outside world here. Return to the command room. Tang Qing asked the waiter to place the new teleportation node in Qingyan City. Adding this one, he has 3 teleportation nodes. One is placed in Africa to support weapons, equipment, and soldiers at any time. One is used by the territory to transport raw materials and industrial equipment. In the end, Tang Qing planned to mainly stay in Qingyan City. If something happened there, he could rush back quickly or send soldiers to quickly support him. Qingyan City was his base camp, and his relatives were all there, so he couldn't be careless. Then Tang Qing looked at the system mall again. Weapons have increased a lot. Even various island bombs have appeared, and even things like unmanned reconnaissance aircraft have appeared. However, there is no flying equipment that can carry people, and there is not a single civilian helicopter. Industrial equipment has also seen the emergence of many more advanced types of equipment, but the technological content has not improved significantly and cannot completely replace existing equipment. In addition to weapons and industrial equipment, Tang Qing discovered that a new category of commodities had emerged, special commodities. Looking at the new products in the special category, Tang Qing was frightened and jumped up. Damn, why are you so crazy? I'm not ready yet. You suddenly changed the style of painting and saw only 3 products in the entire new category. 1. Military quantum communication reconnaissance satellite. Priced at 500 million renminbi. Available quantity is 0/6. Function: all-weather reconnaissance and detection of physical activities on the planet's surface, providing positioning and high-speed data transmission services. It is equipped with an anti-gravity engine and can quickly change orbit at any time. It is equipped with unconventional, light kinetic energy weapons, a bomb load of 30, and a resolution of 0.01 centimeters. 2. Small kinetic energy weapon shield. Priced at 100 million renminbi. Quantity available for purchase. 0/10. Function: wearable equipment, capable of resisting damage from conventional kinetic energy weapons. The specific number of times depends on the remaining energy and can be recharged. 3. Civilian nuclear power plant construction solution. Selling price is 1 billion yuan. Available quantity is 0/1. Function: provides a complete set of heavy nuclear fission power generation technology, which can be moved to the mall's industrial equipment production list after being designed and modified by scientists. Tang Qing was really frightened by these 3 things, and what followed was a surprise. Each of these 3 things is very useful to him now. The first one can realize the establishment of a global monitoring network, which greatly reduces the deployment of monitors. Especially in Africa, the situation has always been very complicated, which is very useful for soldiers to perform tasks. All-weather reconnaissance, whether it is at night or during the day, is equivalent to saying that the soldiers are even more powerful and have an eye of God, just like there is a reconnaissance plane flying in the sky at all times. As for the second one, it was also what Tang Qing had always wanted. This technology had already existed in the command room. Every seat there had this defensive function, but those chairs could not be dismantled or taken out, so he could only watch. As for the last one, it also solved a big problem for him. With the increase of factories and the large-scale laying of civil power cables, the power in the territory is becoming increasingly tight. Although solar energy can solve many problems, don't forget that without the sun, these are just decorations, and the voltage provided is very unstable. It is fine for ordinary people to use at home, but if it is used by large industrial and mining enterprises, it will be a bit awkward. Thermal power generation also pollutes the environment, and hydropower stations are far away. It is better to just build a nuclear power station. It can be done all at once, but it has to be hidden, otherwise it will be impossible to explain at all. Among them, the biggest headache for Tang Qing is money. It would cost 5 billion yuan to buy all 3 things. He didn't have enough in his pocket, and the Asian dollar was not enough. Since the Asian dollar was issued, the various collateral quotas have been used up. Unless he expands trade to make a lot of money, or gets money elsewhere, there's no other way. He can use those foreign currencies, but many of them are used for settlement and later trade budget. Although it may be worth tens of billions of yuan, Tang Qing does not want to touch the money in the territory. What to do? Tang Qing focused on the small treasury of Tang Tian. Tang Tian can now be said to be the most profitable hen under him, and it is still a business without capital. How much does it cost to collect accounts for others, and also helps to perform some tasks? Tang Tian is slowly developing into a mercenary union. During this period, foreign money laundering business was also booming. Although it was not as profitable as debt collectors, it was still a steady stream. So far, the small treasury of Tang Tian has exceeded 3 billion yuan. These are funds that can be used at will, and the maintenance cost of Tang Tian is extremely low. Therefore, Tang Tian has become a small bank for Tang Qing, and he can embezzle the money he does not need to pay back at any time. P.S. Thank you to the reader Bookworm for the tip. However, Tang Qing is not prepared to spend it all at once. He is not that prodigal yet. There's no need to buy all the things in the mall at once without running away. He can just buy according to demand. Currently, only 2 communication satellites are needed, one for Africa and one for Asia, totaling 1 billion yuan. As for the protective shields, he can only buy 10, which is not enough to share among his family members. So he can only divide them according to the degree of danger they may face. For example, the second uncle's family in Thailand is more likely to be in danger, and all 3 of them have a share. He and Lin Jiaxue will also take one, and one for Uncle Qin Yugong. Tang Qing plans to keep the remaining 4 first. Maybe the soldiers will need this when they perform a certain mission. Including the nuclear power plant solution, a total of 2.6 billion yuan of funds was decided by Tang Qing. Then he immediately ordered the various accounts of Tang Tian to transfer the money to the US dollar, euro, and Japanese yen accounts bound by Tang Qing to reduce the number of transfers. 10 minutes later, Tang Qing got what he bought. The communication satellite is said to be a satellite, but it is exactly the same as the satellite of the Earth. It is a sphere, 1 meter in diameter, dark, and the surface is extremely smooth. It is impossible to see the internal structure at all, and there are no weapon ports. It is too high-tech, and Tang Qing is too lazy to try. The second is the protective shield. This is a pill-shaped silver object that is more than 10 times smaller than a matchbox. It can be installed in a watch or carried with you. When it is attacked by a kinetic energy weapon, it can instantly form a protective shield around the body. When the energy is used up, it can be recharged in the scientific research area. Recharging costs 1 million yuan per time, which is not expensive. In order to verify the effect, Tang Qing took out the gun and tried it. Not to mention, something worth 100 million yuan is really not a fake. If it is a pistol, hundreds of bullets will consume the power of the protective shield. As for large-caliber firearms, it will require at least 20 shots. Overall, Tang Qing is very satisfied. As for the final civilian nuclear power plant construction solution, Tang Qing handed it over directly to Tang Yi. He would find a way to make these things work. After the scientists completed the design and debugging, they could be handed over to the mall for production. As for nuclear materials, Tang Qing has ordered Black Prison to search for it in Africa. If there is any, he can refine it himself. If not, buy it. This world is still in Africa. Although it is difficult to buy this thing, it is not impossible. It's just that he feels a little distressed. Although he has not spent a penny in his personal account, the money is not his yet. Seeing that Tongtian's small treasury has dropped to more than 1 billion, Tang Qing's heart is bleeding, and he keeps complaining about this system that takes money but does not spit out bones. Right? Tang Qing suddenly remembered that after this upgrade, he didn't know what the new auxiliary functions were. The previous experiments were only regular upgrade projects. If the system dared to say that this special product was an auxiliary function, he would definitely spit on it. System, what is the auxiliary function of level 6? Tang Qing thought silently in his mind. Host, the 6th level auxiliary function is the Skills Training Center under the Open Comprehensive Service Center. The system returned. Skills Training Center? Tang Qing muttered. The first one to open was the Combat Dispatch Center, the second one was the Currency Clearing Center, and now there is a Skills Training Center. As the name suggests, it's just for training skills. As for what the skills are, Tang Qing can't guess, so just ask. Soon, Tang Qing understood what this Skills Training Center was for. It has two main functions. The first one is to let soldiers come here, and then they can be trained into any profession, such as doctors, killers, teachers, actors, singers, etc. It is much better than being rigid before, but the training of soldiers is a kind of memory installation. If Tang Qing wants to learn, he can only listen to the lectures honestly. The second one is about Tang Qing. He can train his mental power and physical fitness here. Although it is a little slower, compared to the situation where the source energy value does not increase, it is still a way to improve. Unlike before, he can only count on completing achievement tasks to improve. This is somewhat useful, but solved a big trouble for Tang Qing. Looking at the time, it was estimated that it was almost dawn outside. Tang Qing was not curious to go to the skills center. He had played in various places in the training area before, but wasted a lot of time. After giving the use rights of the skills training center to Tang Qing left directly. Of course, there was also the cost of opening the skills training center, which was 100 million yuan. As before, there was no price increase. With the skills training center, many tasks in command room need to be changed, especially in Africa. Many soldiers need to be recalled for training, so that those sent there can be more integrated into the local area and facilitate the execution of tasks, instead of being all troublemaking soldiers and expensive spy robots. Penetration into Africa is a long-term task, not only in terms of business, politics, and military, but also in the private sector, such as their major scientific research institutes, universities, education, entertainment, medical care, etc. These are part of the Deep Intelligence Network plan. Such plans have only been done before, but never implemented because there are no suitable people, the cost of spy robots is too expensive, and the expertise is not suitable. Remote assistance is possible, but the demand for intelligence analysts is too great. Now, it is estimated that Black Prison's money bag has finally become looser and has to be tightened again, because not only exchange for new robots, but also training requires money, and it is expensive. Even Tang Qing, the commander-in-chief, cannot train for free. When Tang Qing returned home, it was already a bit dark and the road was already full of traffic. Tang Qing quickly went downstairs with the breakfast prepared by the two soldiers. The breakfast prepared by the soldiers was very rich, including freshly ground soy milk, fresh milk, and various exquisite pastries. The portion was not small, because this was their breakfast. It's not far from the school. Tang Qing walked slowly on the road. He estimated that Lin Jiaxue had just gotten up and was washing up. When he arrived at school, he could just ask her to come down for breakfast. Looking at the big wooden rice bucket that Tang Qing was carrying, many people on the road showed surprise. In what age is this? They still use this ancient box for bringing food to people on TV. Tang Qing looked straight forward without squinting. This big lunchbox was made of the wood in the training area, and it had an inexplicable fragrance. Even Tang Qing couldn't figure out what kind of wood it was. He only knew that the things that could grow in the training area were anything but ordinary. The test results of the scientists also confirmed that the smell was non-toxic, so he chopped off a big one and used it to make several such wooden lunchboxes and several wood carvings. This thing is heavy and ancient, but we like it. That's enough. Walking into the school gate, Tang Qing dialed Lin Jiaxue's phone and asked her to come out for breakfast. When he arrived at the girls' dormitory, Tang Qing saw Lin Jiaxue's figure from a distance. Lin Jiaxue was naturally beautiful and was the only one among the four in the dormitory who didn't wear makeup. Due to limited conditions in the morning, she could only comb her hair and tie it up. Tang Qing stepped forward, took Lin Jiaxue's hand, and walked toward the cafeteria. Jiaxue, where are they? Haven't they gotten up yet? Tang Qing asked. Lin Jiaxue nodded and said softly, well, they are all still sleeping. They chatted until very late last night and went to bed. Fortunately, I turned the phone sound to vibrate mode. Otherwise, it would have disturbed them. Yes, our Joshua should be self-disciplined and wake up on time every day. When we live in our own home, we won't worry about disturbing them. Tang Qing changed the hand holding to hugging the waist and said with a smile. Lin Joshua lowered her head and hummed. Today is Friday, and I will go back to the villa to stay in the evening. Thinking of what is going to happen next, Lin Joshua feels like a deer in a hurry. Seeing Lin Joshua lowering her head and her cheeks flushed, Tang Qing proudly hugged her tighter. The two of them came to the corner of a nearby canteen. There were not many people here at this time, and the number of people eating breakfast would not account for more than 1/3 of the university. Many of the 1/3 were bought and taken to the classroom in the morning, so breakfast is the cleanest time in the cafeteria. Tang Qing took out the exquisite pastries one after another, and you ate them one bite at a time. Lin Joshua was full after eating not much, and Tang Qing was responsible for taking care of the rest. Looking at the breakfast that was obviously different from what they had in their hands, many students looked sideways. They also knew that someone bought it outside the school, and the school didn't have it. They couldn't help thinking, this young couple didn't pay too much attention to the occasion. Such beautiful things just don't know how they taste. Under strange looks, the two of them finished their delicious breakfast. At this time, a soldier in casual clothes came over and quickly cleared away the dishes on the table. Lin Joshua was stunned for a moment before realizing that this man was a driver from Tang Qing's villa. Joshua, let's go. He is responsible for sending her back for cleaning. Tang Qing stood up and led Lin Joshua out. Lin Joshua is really not used to it, but she is trying her best to adapt to it because this is the life Tang Qing gave her, and this is what she has always thought. It has never changed. No matter whether she is rich or poor, whether she is cooking or serving in the restaurant, she will follow Tang Qing in her life. Now it's just a matter of adapting to a lifestyle that I couldn't imagine before. After Tang Qing sent Lin Joshua back to the dormitory, he also returned to the dormitory. Open the door. Good guys, everyone is still asleep. Tang Qing shook his head. Once they get to college, most people will relax, sleep in, play games, play around, fall in love, and feel decadent. However, when thinking of the harsh life in high school, the rebound now is understandable, as long as it's not too much. In fact, he could stand and talk without back pain. After his rebirth, Tang Qing's senior year of high school was extremely relaxed, and he didn't have to sleep much at night. Otherwise, if he was still an ordinary person like in his previous life, he would probably be one of them. He sat in his seat for a while. Zhong Liang's alarm clock rang. The three of them woke up immediately and hurriedly cleaned up and washed up. This morning, taking advantage of the cool weather, there will be a freshman meeting. P.S. I recommend a friend's book, Rebirth Never Again, a novel about driving a walking tractor on the highway. Please give me a copy. Sorry for the trouble. After breakfast, the freshmen quickly gathered in the classroom. After taking their names, they were led by the counselor and walked in groups towards the opening ceremony of the freshmen. When I came to the playground, the old and familiar opening music sounded. This was the Athletes' March composed by 3 musicians from the Chinese military band in 1971. It has been passed down to this day and has been used as the opening background music of almost all sports games and important meetings in China for many years to come. Lasts forever. Jing Xiang first settled the class's position and then took Tang Qing to the preparation place behind the rostrum, where there were already a large number of people from the student union setting up the venue and checking equipment. Tang Qing, you are the 15th person to speak, just behind the student union president Mi Rue. Don't be nervous, timid, or pronounce the wrong words. Are you familiar with the manuscript I gave you? Jing Xiang warned again. As usual, outstanding students will come up to speak a few words every year. There used to be controversy because the difficulty of the test papers in different provinces is different, but this year there is no dispute that Tang Qing deserves the first place, crushing style. This opportunity is rare, so she takes it very seriously. Teacher Jing, I'm already familiar with it, don't worry. Tang Qing smiled and said, it's just a manuscript. He will remember it after reading it once. As for timidity, haha, what kind of emotion is this? Jing Xiang breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Then take out the manuscript and familiarize yourself with it again." No need," Tang Qing said awkwardly. Because he didn't bring it with him, he put it in a drawer in the dormitory after reading it. He didn't plan to throw it away, but wanted to keep it as a souvenir. Maybe he could auction it off in the future and maybe get some money to spend. Just in case, read it a few times. Jing Xiang didn't realize the meaning of Tang Qing's words. Seeing that he couldn't cover it up, Tang Qing had to admit, "But I didn't bring it." "What?" "I didn't bring it. Don't tell me that you have memorized it." Jing Xiangxiang was anxious. He was about to say a few words to Tang Qing, but then he remembered Tang Qing's academic performance, and a bold idea came to his mind. "Yes, Teacher Jing, I have memorized everything on that piece of paper. It is not difficult. Don't forget my grades. Trust me," Tang Qing said confidently. Seeing that Tang Qing didn't look like he was joking, Jing Xiang immediately believed it, but was still a little worried. "You know, recite it to me again," Jing Xiang requested in order to smooth over the anxiety. "No problem. Ahem, respected leaders, teachers, everyone." Tang Qing memorized the nearly 800-word speech at a very fast speed without any hesitation or pause. Half a minute later, Jing Xiang finally fully believed that Tang Qing had really memorized everything. She looked at Tang Qing with eyes full of disbelief. She was not surprised that Tang Qing could memorize it, but that she was surprised. "It's just a speech. Is it a waste of time to memorize it? Just read it and it will be smooth." "How long have you been carrying it?" Jing Xiang couldn't help but ask. "It won't be too long," Tang Qing said vaguely. "You can't say that you will remember it after reading it once. Life is already so difficult, so why bother others?" Tang Qing didn't say anything, and Jing Xiang didn't ask for details. "It's not important anyway. Just know how to memorize it." "Okay, just slow down your speech later, and don't be so hasty. If you can't remember this sentence, just say the next one." "Got it. I got it. I definitely won't speak so fast." "Don't worry, I can cover a small scene," Tang Qing said nonchalantly. Jing Xiang had a dark look on her face. "Can you cover it? Have you experienced any other big scenes?" Forget it, Jing Xiang chose to believe Tang Qing, hoping that there would be no speech accidents later. As he said that, watching a middle-aged man come over, Jing Xiang quickly pulled Tang Qing over. "Director Liu, this is spokesperson number 15, Tang Qing. This is Director Liu from the school office." Jing Xiang introduced Director Liu. "Hello, Director Liu." Tang Qing greeted with a smile and a nod. Director Liu's eyes lit up when he saw Tang Qing. Such a handsome young man. He nodded and smiled. "Hello, Mr. Tang. Welcome to our Fudan. This is also our Fudan's honor. Tell me why you chose Fudan in the first place." After speaking, Director Liu waited for Tang Qing to compliment Fudan. After all, Tang Qing's achievements made Tsinghua and Peking University easy to get into, and he chose to come to Fudan because he liked Fudan very much and understood its long and glorious history. "My girlfriend is coming," Tang Qing said bluntly. Director Liu was speechless. "Your girlfriend is coming? If she doesn't come, you won't come?" He is really willful and manly, which means he is a man of good temper. Director Liu's eyes are full of admiration. For women, this reason is simple and crude. This is the truth. It's a bit hurtful, though. Well done. Heroes are saddened by beauty. You sit here for a while and prepare your speech. The conference will start soon. He is the commander-in-chief, so of course it is impossible for him to chat with Tang Qing here. "Okay, Director Liu, you're busy," Tang Qing said. "Yeah." After saying that, Director Liu left. There was still a lot of things going on over there. Jing Xiang also came to her senses from Tang Qing's answer just now, and couldn't help crying and laughing, but also appreciated it. "Tang Qing, please sit down for a while. I'll go to the class to see if there's something wrong." Jing Xiang planned to go back later and let the classmates create some atmosphere and applaud more to increase their reputation. "Okay." Tang Qing agreed. Seeing Jing Xiang leave, Tang Qing looked around boredly, busying around without going to the student union to help. Suddenly, he glanced at the nameplate of the school leaders on the rostrum. Tang Qing's eyes narrowed. Is it really such a coincidence? No way. He saw Qiu Jie's name clearly listed and placed on the table of the rostrum. Although there was no job title written on it, he was definitely a top school leader. He remembered what Qiu Jie said last time. It was a coincidence. It turned out that Qiu Jie also worked at Fudan University. No wonder he looked so impressive in Thailand when he saw Chow Kit and dared to argue with the tour guide. He didn't expect to have such status. At the same time, Tang Qing also expressed a moment of silence for the tour guide. He didn't know how powerful a vice president of Fudan University was, but he knew that Qiu Jie could achieve it if he wanted the tour guide to never set foot in the domestic tourism industry. In fact, this is exactly the case. After Qiu Jie came back, he just made a phone call, and the travel agency was shut down for rectification. As for the tour guide who ripped off customers, he not only faced fines and detention, but was also included in the industry blacklist. So far, no travel agency in the country dares to accept him. After he came out, he could only work in a factory for a meager salary and miss the days of drinking and eating meat. Even if he wanted to break his head, he couldn't figure out who he provoked to him. When he came back, there was a series of blows. He could only blame bad luck, but no one would explain to him the whole story. Look at Qiu Jie's nameplate. Tang Qing's lips curled up. Hee. It's a bit interesting. Just when Tang Qing was thinking about this and that, a girl walked up to Tang Qing and handed him a bottle of mineral water. Classmate, here it is. Tang Qing was stunned and waved his hands quickly. I'm not thirsty, thank you. The girl showed a bright smile and said, this is something everyone here has, especially those of you who are going to be on stage. Don't worry, the school pays for it. It's free, so just take it. Only then did Tang Qing notice a sign hanging on the girl's chest, the sign of the student union. Knowing that he had misunderstood, he quickly took the mineral water and said, okay, thank you. You're welcome. After hearing the thank you, the girl smiled happily, turned around, and left briskly. She knew that such a school idol was not worthy of her, but just a few words were enough, which made her happy for several days. Tang Qing sat on the small bench and drank water boredly. After a while, the school leaders came together. Tang Qing saw that Qiu Jie was also there. At this time, Qiu Jie also saw him. He smiled at Tang Qing and nodded, but did not come up to say hello. Now is not the time to come up to chat. We will talk about it after the meeting. 9:10. The opening ceremony started on time. There was nothing new, just the same cliches, and one leader spoke after another. At this time, Tang Qing finally knew Qiu Jie's identity. He was the vice president of Fudan University, and his status was not low. There are 31 colleges and universities in China at the vice ministerial level, and Fudan is among them. This means that Qiu Jie is still a department-level cadre, with 8 chapters of literature, and the principal and secretary of the school are both deputy ministerial-level central management cadres. Tang Qing estimated that Qiu Jie could still serve as a deputy department member before he retired, and the treatment would be very different from that of the main department. Are you Tang Qing? At this time, a young man in formal clothes came over and looked at him curiously. I am Tang Qing. Who are you? Tang Qing nodded. The man stretched out his hand and said with a generous smile, hello, my name is Mi Rue, and I am the president of the student union. I heard that this batch of students has a monster appearance. When I saw him today, he was really handsome. Are you interested in joining the student union? Tang Qing also remembered. Jing Xiang had just said that this was Mi Rue who gave a speech before him. Well, I'm usually a little busy. Tang Qing didn't want to join a student union to exercise and make friends. Not much necessary. Is this a polite refusal? Mi Rue said in surprise. Sorry. Tang Qing was very direct. Mi Rue was a little disappointed, but he didn't force it. He said, it's nothing. Everyone has their own ambitions, but going to college. Although you don't want to join the student union, there is no harm in joining various clubs and getting to know more people. Let's sit together if we have the opportunity. No problem. Tang Qing nodded. Mixed club? Tang Qing was a little interested. But instead of joining the current clubs, it would be better to start one of my own. Okay, I'll go up first. Hearing that the people on the podium were about to talk about him, Mi Rue quickly straightened his clothes. Yes. Mirue was also experienced and showed no timidity. He finished his prepared words naturally, with emotion and enthusiasm. It was almost Tang Qing's turn next. Today, Tang Qing is wearing casual clothes from the prosperous Tang dynasty. All the clothes she, Yin, sent before were sent to the villa. Good guy. Tang Qing's clothes have filled several large wardrobes, much more than Lin Jiaxue's. After learning that Tang Qing was the owner of Shengtang Group, Lin Jiaxue also said that she would only wear Shengtang clothes in the future. For this reason, Tang Qing asked Qi Yin and the others to make a batch of Lin Jiaxue's sizes, but they're not finished yet and will be sent over in a few days. Next, it was Tang Qing's turn to take the stage. Slowly walked to the podium. Tang Qing suddenly appeared in the field of vision of the students. Seeing a handsome guy appear on the stage, he exuded strong confidence and had a special charm in his steps. Thinking of the host's introduction just now, there was already a buzz below. P.S. Yesterday was Mouse's birthday. Although it passed, I still ask for votes and subscriptions. In the crowd, Jiaxue, your Tang Qing is so handsome. If he hadn't had you, I would definitely pursue her. Zheng Ro leaned into Lin Jiaxue's ear with an envious look on her face and said, "Everyone has a love for beauty. This is a biological instinct, and she is not exempt from it." Although Zheng Ro was just joking, but these words made Lin Jiaxue feel slightly wary. She was not wary of Zheng Ro, but if Tang Qing had been living in the school, many bold girls would come to her door. Although she believed that Tang Qing had the determination, it would be annoying if it was too much. For the first time, Lin Jiaxue was so eager to live at home with Tang Qing. "Sister Zheng, you are so beautiful. I will definitely find someone you are satisfied with," Lin Jiaxue said to Zheng Ro. Hopefully, Zheng Ro smiled bitterly, thinking of the one arranged by her family. She felt a little depressed. Although her family pampered her, she had no decision-making power over her marriage. She only had to wait until she graduated from college to marry the man she had never met. Now that he was studying in the military academy, she had never even met him. The marriage was only decided at home after the college entrance examination. Looking at the thousands of eyes below, Tang Qing showed no timidity at all. Smiled. Picking up the microphone, he first memorized Jingxiang's speech. Looking at Tang Qing, who was giving an unscripted speech, no one doubted that such a super academic would find it difficult to memorize something. Isn't it strange? Finally, I hope that we can get along well with each other in our future study in life and work together to build our country. By the way, don't miss me. I have a fiancé. That's right. The last sentence of Tang Qing went too far. In order to avoid making any mistakes, Tang Qing still made a small joke, but also out of helplessness. The boys below basically looked at him with unfair eyes, and the girls mostly had eyes shining. Really? As soon as these words came out, the students below were furious. Is it really okay for you to tell us this on such a serious occasion? Besides, most of us don't even have a girlfriend, let alone a fiancé. Aren't you trying to insult people? Jingxiang covered her face. Come on, now that Tang Qing is famous, she will probably become famous too. Jiaxue, your Tang Qing is so romantic. Zheng Ro looked at Tang Qing, who was looking towards them on the rostrum with bright eyes. To dare to say this on such a serious occasion is an extremely romantic thing in itself. Yeah. After hearing Tang Qing say this publicly on such a big occasion, Lin Jiaxue looked at Tang Qing's eyes full of love. The school leaders who heard this were all confused. Is this the content of the speech? Only Qiujie couldn't help but laugh out loud. Haha, this kid is really good at causing trouble. Thinking of Tang Qing's behavior in Thailand, Qiujie understood a little bit. He was a master who was not afraid of trouble at all. Of course, there's also the ability to make peace. Old Qiu, do you know Tang Qing? The principal on the side asked curiously after hearing Qiujie's words. If Tang Qing was an acquaintance of Qiujie, it would be hard to blame him. Otherwise, although Tang Qing would not be punished, the good impression would definitely not be there. Qiujie suppressed his smile and said, "Principal Kong, I know him. Tang Qing helped me a lot last time. That time in Thailand." You mean Tang Qing is that boy? Principal Kong said in surprise. Of course he knew about the last time Xiaojie went to Thailand to play and was ripped off. He also knew that he was rescued by a Chinese teenager. Even if the Thai police came, it was useless. In the end, even the Thai police were arrested. This has become a legend in their circle. Yes, this young man has a great sense of justice. Xiaojie admired. I would woo. As long as he thinks a person is good, no matter what the other person does, it is good. At most, it is just a little naughty. Now, it's just right to put it on Tang Qing. Xiaojie only. Regards Tang Qing as a junior. So that's it. Ha. Nice young man. Let's get to know each other later. Principal Kong looked at Tang Qing in the background with a smile on his face. He was able to help an old man he had never met in a foreign country. This quality is rare. His impression of Tang Qing improved greatly, and what happened just now changed completely. Okay. Xiaojie agreed. He just said it deliberately for the principal to hear. Finished the speech. Tang Qing walked directly off the podium. Jingxiang walked over quickly and saw that the school leaders on the stage were all smiling and not angry, and she was relieved. She was not worried about herself, but worried that Tang Qing would give the school leaders the impression of being disregarding the overall situation and talking openly. It seemed that the school leaders were not angry at all. Tang Qing, you scared me to death. I can't stand your sudden attack, Jingxiang said with a bitter smile. Tang Qing was also a little embarrassed, but now that he had said it, he would say it again if he had another choice, and comforted, Teacher Jing, it's okay. You see how happy the school leader is. He won't blame you. Let me explain it later. Be more humble later, you know? Jingxiang reminded. I know, don't worry. Tang Qing said confidently. Jingxiang was speechless. I believe you, you big-headed ghost. That's what you just said to me. But look what you have done. Forget it. I can only apologize to the school leaders later. Tang Qing, you are awesome. Mi Rue walked up and gave thumbs up, with admiration written all over his face. No way. I just want to avoid some trouble and misunderstanding. Tang Qing shook his head. TSK, I don't know how many people's hearts you have hurt with what you just said. I wish I were as handsome as you. Mi Rue sighed with emotion as the girls in the audience looked over hard. Go to South Korea. Tang Qing sent 3 words. You pay. Mi Rue was furious. No way. Tang Qing curled his lips and said. Mi Rue looked stunned, and Xuanjie laughed. Huh. Tang Qing, Mi Rue, will make you a friend. It all depends on your performance. It's not easy to be my friend, Tang Qing said with a half-smile. Mi Rue was choked, and her smile froze. But looking at Tang Qing's smile, she understood that she had been fooled again. Laughed again. The two were just joking. Mi Ruejian talked cheerfully, and the two became familiar easily. With the strength of his mental power, Tang Qing had no difficulty in telling the truth and lies, so he chatted with Mi Rue. If Mi Rue was a hypocrite, Tang Qingli would not care. Soon, after the final speech is completed, the opening ceremony ended successfully. Tang Qing saw Xiaojie coming over with several school leaders. Xiaotang, you stole the show this time. I think the whole school will soon know about your bold words. Xiaojie came up and said with a smile. No, just don't blame me for talking too much. Tang Qing replied. It's okay. The university, we understand. Let me introduce to you. This is President Kong of our school. This is Secretary Yu. This is... Xiaojie introduced several leaders one by one, and Tang Qing said hello one by one. Classmate Tang, although love is important, don't neglect your studies. Principal Kong said with a sincere smile. I understand. I will definitely not disappoint the leaders. Tang Qing promised. That's good. Principal Kong encouraged him a few more words and left. He had something to do today and didn't stay much longer. Xiaotang, do you have time in the evening? Come to my house for a meal. I invited you last night. I want to thank you very much today. Seeing that the principal and secretary had left, Xiaojie revealed his purpose. Okay. Tang Qing hesitated for a moment and had to agree. Although he was reluctant, it was really hard to refuse, and it would be good to get to know Xiaojie. He could solve a lot of troubles in the future. If something happened at school, someone would be there to protect him. After the meeting, the students left directly and went back to their classes. They went back to class in the afternoon to continue their entrance education. As soon as Chiojia left, Tang Qing saw Li Jiaxue waiting aside and several of her roommates who had not left. Tang Qing walked over quickly. Tang Qing, you are a man this time. Zheng Ro praised directly. I am. Tang Qing said angrily. Zheng Ro didn't care about Tang Qing's attitude and said, now we can finally leave our little bai and Lin Jiaxue to you. For what you just said, Sister Lunch will treat you to a big dinner. Afterwards, Tang Qing took Lin Jiaxue and led Zheng Ro to the place. Look at the sign. Is this the big meal you're talking about? Tang Qing pointed at the restaurant sign. Yes, this hot pot is delicious. I even came here once before school started. Zheng Ro said matter-of-factly. All right, hot pot. In his previous life, Tang Qing rarely ate because he was afraid of spicy food in the past, and Lin Jiaxue didn't like spicy food either, so Tang Qing even stopped eating. But now that he's here today, it's okay to eat occasionally. Knowing that Lin Jiaxue didn't like spicy food, they ordered a Mandarin duck pot. After a while, the soup base was boiling and the dishes were served. Have a try. The hot pot here tastes great, especially the spicy flavor. It's very authentic. As she said that, Zheng Ro filled the spicy side with food, and the pot stopped rolling. Tang Qing was not in a hurry and slowly put the things into the light soup base aside. At this moment, a hint of the spicy smell came into Tang Qing's mind. This smell seemed a bit familiar. Tang Qing's expression paused. Damn, is there anyone using this thing in this era? Yes, what he smelled was the smell of poppy shells. Although it was mixed with a strong spicy taste, it was not too difficult for Tang Qing to identify it. He quickly tasted the light soup base and found nothing. Also, these kinds of things are put in spicy hot pot, mainly to cause irritation. The light soup base is of no use. It does not enhance the freshness, but numbs people's taste. It will become addictive after long-term consumption. Don't eat it yet. Tang Qing quickly stopped him, since he knew that even though Zheng Ro had only been here once, it would have no effect if he ate it again. He didn't eat it every day, but it didn't mean he could do nothing. Tang Qing, what's wrong? Zheng Ro was stunned. Let's change to another one. The things in this one are not clean. Tang Qing didn't say it clearly to avoid direct confrontation. Not clean? What do you mean? Zheng Ro asked doubtfully. It's not that she thought Tang Qing looked down on this meal. Otherwise, Tang Qing wouldn't have walked in and served the food. Literally, let's eat at another restaurant first, and we'll talk about it after we go out. Tang Qing's behavior has never been like making trouble. It will be nonsense to yell, fight with them, and argue with them here. After all, he didn't eat a bite, and Zheng Rilei ate only once. This kind of thing, it's better to leave it to his men to solve it. There's no point in talking nonsense here. He likes to let people take action directly. Zheng Ro was stunned. Seeing Tang Qing get up and pull Lin Jiaxue away, they had no choice but to get up quickly. P.S. Yesterday was Mouse's birthday. Although it passed, I still ask for votes and subscriptions. P.S. Thank you to readers Elang Yamashita, Otatsuko, and Landro Starry Night for their tips. Everyone came to the front desk of the hot pot restaurant and settled the bill under the surprised look of the cashier, thinking that Tang Qing and the others had something urgent to go back. After leaving the hot pot restaurant, several people walked towards the place where they had eaten last night, not far away. Tang Qing, what's going on? Zheng Ro asked quickly after walking away. Tang Qing slowed down and said without hiding anything, there is something in the spicy soup base in this shop. Don't eat it in the future. You should also eat less hot pot in the future, especially the hot pot that you find very spicy and refreshing. What is it? Zheng Ro was surprised, and the other women were also curiously waiting for Tang Qing to explain. Poppy shell. A term popped out of Tang Qing's mouth. When they heard this word, the faces of the girls changed. Of course they knew what it was, but they didn't expect that they almost ate it just now. Zheng Ro was also frightened. No wonder she found it delicious last time and thought the spiciness was extremely authentic. It turned out that this thing was added. I was afraid for a while if they became addicted to it for a long time. Zheng Ro couldn't imagine it. What followed was great anger. What? How dare they? I'll go find them. After saying that, Zheng Ro, who had a hot temper, immediately planned to go back to question, but was directly stopped by Tang Qing. Zheng Ro looked at Tang Qing in surprise. Tang Qing had no choice but to explain, "Don't be impulsive. Going to them now won't solve the problem. We'd better report it to the relevant departments and let people investigate. There's no need for us to be involved in danger." Zheng Ro was reminded by Tang Qing and calmed down. It was definitely not a wise move to go now. It might get a lot of trouble. Also, to deal with such a black-hearted businessman, there was no need to personally take risks. Okay, wait a moment, I'll make a call first. With that said, Zheng Ro took out her mobile phone and made a call. "Good daughter, what's the matter?" After the call was connected, a strong voice came out. The women couldn't hear the content of the call clearly, but Tang Qing heard it really well. "Dad, someone wants to harm your daughter," Zheng Ro said with a look of grievance and a hint of crying. This time, the other side was blown up, so that's okay. "What? Who is so bold? He doesn't want to live anymore. Tell Dad who it is and see if I can kill him." The voice was full of anxiety and doting. "Someone wanted to harm the apple of the family and refused to agree. It's the same hot pot restaurant you sent me to school for last time. They put poppy shells in it." Zheng Ro's acting skills were perfect, and her tone was so full of grievance and fear that the person on the other side of the phone couldn't resist it. "Is this happening? They took advantage of the leopard's guts. No wonder I said the food they had last time was delicious. Do you go there often these days?" Zheng Ro's father asked hurriedly. "No, I went there with you that time. My classmate discovered it this time. I was just about to eat it, but luckily I didn't eat it," Zheng Ro said and looked at Tang Qing. After she calmed down, she realized the problem. How did Tang Qing discover it? But she chose to trust Tang Qing's judgment. The person on the other side breathed a sigh of relief and said, "That's good. You can eat somewhere else for lunch, and I'll find someone to handle this matter right away." "Well, goodbye, Dad," Zheng Ro called out sweetly, which made the other person's heart feel warm, followed by overwhelming anger. "Damn it, you are in big trouble. Put down the phone," Zheng Ro said happily. "Don't worry, my dad will take care of it. Humph, they don't make good money and they have to do evil things. It's so abominable." She believed that her father would definitely teach the store owner an unforgettable lesson. The other women nodded in approval. I was filled with fear. Tang Qing didn't ask who your father was. He had no interest in knowing. Tang Qing originally planned to let the soldiers or Shun come forward to solve the problem, but now it seems that there is no need. Someone will do it for him, and he is happy to be free. "Tang Qing, how did you know that this thing was put in it?" Zheng Ro asked curiously. Tang Qing seemed to be able to tell just by smelling it. It was still in such a spicy smell, which was incredible. Could it be that Tang Qing is very familiar with this stuff? Zheng Ro looked at Tang Qing suspiciously. Seeing the expressions of Zheng Ro and the girls, Tang Qing knew that if he didn't clarify, they might think something was wrong with him. He was not an addict. "What are you thinking? It's just that my sense of smell is relatively developed. I have encountered such a shady businessman before, and I was taught a lesson by my friend. He taught me to identify the smell of this thing," Tang Qing explained in an evasive manner. Although the girls were confused, they didn't really doubt what Tang Qing was like. Lin Jiaxue was convinced. Thinking that Tang Qing's changes during this period were all related to his friends, all of which were good things, and the numerous black technologies in the villa, she believed it. She knew who Tang Qing was, and there was no way he would be contaminated by that stuff. After lunch, on the way back, they saw several police cars parked in front of the hot pot restaurant, as well as Shanghai industrial and commercial vehicles. Many diners were cursing at the door, and they also learned that unclean things were placed inside. Everyone was filled with anger. Many people with some connections were on the phone. Tang Qing shook his head. This boss had offended such a person, and it was impossible to be kind. Not only would he be fined all the money he earned, but he would also face detention. As for jail time, Tang Qing is not optimistic, because there are still blind spots in the country's supervision in this area. Although this kind of narcotic drug stipulates that they cannot be operated without authorization, there are no penalties for those that do not constitute a crime. Those who violated the regulations before will be punished according to the relevant provisions of the narcotic drugs management measures. However, with the implementation of the regulations on the administration of narcotic drugs and psychotropic substances promulgated in 2005, that is, on July 26 this year, the measures on the administration of narcotic drugs were also abolished. This means that the penalties are ineffective. Some illegal elements also took advantage of this gap to carry out illegal business activities of this kind of thing. It was not until 7 years later, that is, at the end of 2014, that more and more merchants engaged in this illegal behavior, and the country adopted a zero-tolerance attitude towards this kind of behavior. Therefore, the boss now faces a fine and detention at most, and jail is out of the question. But if Zheng Rou's family is really powerful, it is estimated that the owner of this store will definitely be worse off than losing his entire family. Tang Qing would not underestimate a father, and a powerful father doted on his daughter. Tang Qing would not be surprised if he would do anything to someone who wanted to harm her. Think of this. Tang Qing had another idea. That is to build a website specifically similar to the Sunqian.com to expose the unscrupulous merchants of various food safety centers and to provide a healthy eating environment for the people. Nowadays, domestic food safety problems are becoming more and more serious. Various strange diseases are emerging one after another, and the cancer rate is soaring, which is inseparable from those unscrupulous merchants. Setting up a website to expose things like melamine, Sudan red, clenbuterol, plasticizers, waste oil, etc., Tang Qing looked really upset before he was reborn. At that time, he doubted what kind of food in the world was clean. As for other forms of punishment, that is a matter of the state. Tang Qing is not interested in intervening yet, nor does he dare to. As before, no individual or other force can replace the state's law enforcement at any time, because this directly involves the law enforcement power of country. Just like private punishment, if someone else is a bastard and you kill him, it is murder, and the punishment cannot be exempted because the country has laws and the power to enforce the law also belongs to the country. If you steal or exceed it, no matter whether it is right or wrong, it is a provocation to the country's laws. Tang Qing didn't dare to go beyond it. This is the bottom line. He can only expose it, and he will not care about the matters being dealt with. Not only food safety, but also the activities of illegal tour guides and travel agencies like last time can be exposed. Tang Qing has already thought of the name of the website, which is Blue Sky. The website does not accept any form of submission and editing. Users can only browse, discuss, and report backstage. After receiving the report, soldiers will prove it. This is done to prevent someone from looking for a gunman to cause trouble and confuse the public. In the future, the internet will be filled with all kinds of information garbage, which is so messy that people will be confused. There is only one voice in the entire website, and that is the truth that has been investigated. Especially for food safety issues, this is easier to deal with. You don't even need to go to their factory. You can directly buy the finished products on the market and then issue an experimental report in the scientific research area. As for whether the public believes it or not, haha. When this report is recognized by appraisal agencies around the world, no one will doubt it anymore if the fictional laboratory makes some awesome news. The operation is actually not difficult. Not only domestic ones, but all over the world are prepared to be included in the scope. So, as not to be too regional, although he is suspected of being nosy, in the future his power will spread all over the world and become the top existence. In this case, why should we distinguish it so clearly? Foreigners are also human beings, and there are also common people, and there are also people who cannot afford to eat, cannot be treated, are homeless, and starve to death. It doesn't add much cost anyway. Seeing the owner of the black-hearted hot pot restaurant being taken out and put into a police car, people cheered. They deserve it. These people should all be sent to jail. Zheng Rou said viciously. Tang Qing couldn't help but remind him, you can't sit still. The most you can do is be detained and fined, because there are gaps in the laws in this area, there are regulatory loopholes, and there are no corresponding punishment regulations. Zheng Rou ignored it and stared at the boss fiercely, then fine him so much that he will lose everything. Tang Qing stopped answering. He knew that Zheng Ro would definitely call her father again. Sure enough, watching the motorcade go away and the hot pot restaurant being closed, Zheng Ro called her father again, and the person on the other end repeatedly promised that the boss would be severely punished. All right, Tang Qing could only mourn for a few seconds for the boss. After returning to school, the girls were all frightened for a while. Fortunately, Tang Qing discovered it in advance. Although they knew that eating it once or twice would have no effect, they would always be filled with fear when they thought of eating that thing. It is estimated that they will not want to eat hot pot or anything spicy again for a long time. Afternoon, Tang Qing has been sitting in the classroom. The first weekend of college is coming. The classmates are a little absent-minded. Many of them are planning where to go. Zhong Yang also wanted to drag Tang Qing to show his friendship as a landlord, but at such a critical moment, how could Tang Qing be willing to go? So he refused. Zhong Liang understood immediately and gave Tang Qing an ambiguous look to express his understanding. Certainly, an envy. Although Zhong Liang's family has some money, he has always been a good boy. Otherwise, although the local score is low, it is not so easy to get in. Seeing Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue making love, Zhong Liang's mind began to become active. He planned to sign up for a club with many beauties and solve the problems for the rest of his life. Otherwise, he would be starved to death sooner or later by Tang Qing's dog food. Night. Invited. Tang Qing took Lin Jiaxue to Qiu Jie's home. Qiu Jie was a school leader and was assigned a house in the school. It was deep in the staff and family courtyard, close to the side door on the third floor. I found a place and knocked on the door. After a sound of footsteps, the door was opened, and it was Qiu Jie. Principal Qiu, excuse me, I have a little gadget. Tang Qing greeted and handed over the gift, which is a specialty of the territory, 2 bottles of fruit wine. The current domestic retail price is 3,500 yuan a bottle, and due to tight supply, the price of private transactions has been rising, and it has become a real small luxury product in wine. But to Tang Qing, this is just a little bit of water. It is produced at home and costs almost nothing. The key is that the raw materials cannot be grown outside, which makes it extremely precious. After the hype, it was quickly recognized and accepted by the upper-class people all over the world. There are no substitutes, so naturally people will buy it no matter how high the price is, but Tang Qing really has never thought about selling the fruit wine at a sky-high price, and the trickle will continue to flow. No matter how expensive the wine on the market is, there are price gradients. First, establish the mid to high-end market, assert your sovereignty, and expand your customer base. Only then can you sell high-end and collection-level products at higher prices. Come in, just look at you. It's enough for people to come. What else do you need to bring? Qiu Jie took Tang Qing's gift and complained. Although he had never seen this wine before, the packaging was not cheap, and he didn't ask about the price. He just drank it together later, and it didn't count as receiving a heavy gift from others. Go into the living room. I saw that the table was already filled with all kinds of delicious food, and the sound of cooking came from the kitchen. Xiao Tang, I'm sorry last night. An old friend invited me to dinner, and I didn't have time to accompany him. Qiu Jie put the gift aside and said. Tang Qing quickly waved his hands and said, What are you talking about, Principal Qiu? How dare I, a junior, ask you to accompany me? Regarding Tang Qing's talk, Qiu Jie had experience in Thailand, and today's speech, he couldn't help but laugh. Ha! You are a naughty kid. Okay, come and sit down. My son won't be back for another hour. Let's eat first. We won't wait for him. As soon as Qiu Jie finished speaking, Qiu Wanru, who heard the noise outside, ran over from her room jumping. The kitchen was noisy before, so she naturally had to close the door and do her homework. Brother Tang, Sister Lin, you are finally here. Qiu Wanru's little face was full of joy. Hello, Sister Wanru, what are you doing in the room? Tang Qing asked. Casually. I'm doing my homework. I'm going out to play with my grandpa tomorrow. I have to finish some of it in a hurry, otherwise my mother won't let me go out. Qiu Wanru muttered when she mentioned this and looked towards the kitchen. Obviously, it should be Qiu Wanru's mother who is cooking. With that said, the 3 of them got to the table, and the sound of cooking stopped. Then a middle-aged woman who still had charm walked out of the kitchen, carrying a plate of fried pork liver. She was Qiu Wanru's mother. According to reports, she also worked at Fudan University, but she was not a teacher, but worked in the logistics department. This is also the last dish. Use your chopsticks, don't be polite, just treat it like you are at home. Jia said. Okay. Tang Qing was not polite and put a piece of sweet and sour pork in Lin Jiashua's bowl. He also took a piece, put it in his mouth, chewed it lightly, and his eyes suddenly lit up. The sweet and sour pork tasted really good. Qiu Jia poured several people a glass of wine from Tang Qing Dai. Just fruit wine. It tasted great. After taking a sip, Qiu Jia praised it. It was indeed a gift. It was fragrant and fragrant. He thought he could buy it as a gift next time. Qiu Wanru kept pulling Lin Jiashua and talked nonstop, but she was reminded by Qiu Jia not to go into details about what happened last time in Thailand. She was smart and understood immediately without mentioning a word, just talking about what she had experienced at school. Her mother also enthusiastically served Tang Qing and Lin Jiashua some food. Tang Qing knew that this was not pretending, but sincere, and he knew what was going on. Xiao Tang, what are your plans for going to college? Qiu Jia asked suddenly while eating. Tang Qing was stunned. Plan? What a familiar question. With your learning ability, college courses are not yet at your fingertips. Do you want to skip a grade? Or are you prepared to slowly complete the 4 years of college? Qiu Jia asked. Tang Qing didn't know why, so he shook his head and said, I'm not in a hurry to graduate. I'll take my time. It's just that I may have to ask for leave frequently in the future. Principal Qiu will have to take care of it. No problem. Your family affairs are also extraordinary. Qiu Jia agreed. People with ability naturally have many things to do. Asking for leave is just a small matter. Even without his approval, Tang Qing's grades can make teachers in various subjects turn a blind eye. An ordinary family runs a small business. My parents opened a jewelry store in the city of my hometown. Tang Qing said briefly. Qiu Jia didn't believe that the answer was that simple. He looked at Tang Qing and said with a half-smile, It's more than that. Well, one of the people you met last time is my second uncle. He has been doing business in Thailand and has some strength. Tang Qing had to explain that although he didn't have to say it, the other person was so old, so he should respect the old man. This information is enough. I see. Come on, eat more vegetables and don't be polite. Qiu Jia asked no more questions. If Tang Qing didn't say anything, wouldn't he know how to investigate? I didn't even know Tang Qing's name before, but now that I have a breakthrough, it's much easier. Okay, I won't be polite. Tang Qing looked at the sweet and sour pork that was almost finished. Tang Qing is not afraid of Qiu Jia investigating him. Anyway, there are many people investigating him now, including Chai Run, Zheng Lin, and other second-generation people in the capital, and even Xinyi's father and many competitors of the Shengtang group. After all, the industrial and commercial registration information is not a state secret and can be found if there is a slight connection. During this period, more and more people are investigating him, with various identities involving all walks of life and even the country. Obviously, Chai Guoqiang has reported his information. Tang Qing knew all this clearly. But so what? As long as you don't touch him, it's okay to investigate. He's indispensable. During the dinner, Qiu Jia was talking mostly, and Tang Qing listened. He felt like he was facing his second uncle. Qiu Jia kept talking about school matters and his experience in dealing with things. Although he was nagging, he was really doing it for his own good and was not bored. After dinner, seeing that it was getting late, Tang Qing asked to leave. It seemed that Qiu Jia's son was still working overtime and had never seen anyone. Qiu Jia looked at his watch and said, Then I won't keep you here. Go back and have a good rest and come back to play when you have time. After the meal, although Tang Qing's conversation and knowledge were not profound, his calm temperament and unique views on things made him nod frequently. No problem. Grandpa, it's raining outside. Qiu Wanru pointed out the window and said. Qiu Jia looked around and saw that it was indeed raining a little now, but it looked like it would get heavier in a while. The leaves outside were already rustling in the wind, which was a prelude to the heavy rain. Heavy rains have long been common in coastal areas. Wanru, go and get 2 umbrellas. Qiu Jia thought Tang Qing lived at the school. No need, Principal Qiu. Someone is here to pick us up and is waiting below. Tang Qing quickly stopped him. Xiaojie didn't know it was raining outside just now. How could Tang Qing, who has extremely sensitive senses, not know that? The soldiers were already waiting for him below. Is there someone to pick you up? Xiaojie asked doubtfully. Tang Qing didn't call just now, and he still had to pick up after just a few steps? Well, isn't the weekend? Joshua and I are going home to stay, Tang Qing explained. Looking at Lin Joshua, who was a little shy, Xiaojie understood and said with a smile, "Okay, I'll take you down." After saying goodbye to Xiaojie's daughter-in-law, Xiaojie and his granddaughter followed Tang Qing downstairs. As soon as he left the door of the unit, Xiaojie saw two big men in black standing outside the door, holding umbrellas in their hands. They were wearing sunglasses at night, which looked particularly weird. Xiaojie wanted to ask, "Can you see the road clearly now?" Just when Xiaojie was confused, the two big men in black walked up and opened their umbrellas. "Principal Xiao, these are the people waiting for me. You should go back quickly. It's windy and a bit cold outside. Go back and have a rest early." Tang Qing turned to Xiaojie and said, "This is yours." Xiaojie pointed at the two big men in black and was a little stunned. "They are my drivers and bodyguards. The house I live in is a bit far away from here. It takes more than an hour to drive, so I can only ask them to pick me up," Tang Qing explained with a smile. Xiaojie couldn't hide his surprise when he heard that he was Tang Qing's bodyguard. He became more and more curious about Tang Qing's true identity. The son of a jewelry shop owner obviously didn't have the qualifications to hire a bodyguard. Moreover, what Tang Qing just said was mine, not our family's. This is an essential difference. "Well, be careful on the road," Xiaojie warned. He was too confused to ask. He would understand later. "Well, goodbye, Sister Wanru." Tang Qing smiled and waved. "Goodbye, Brother Tang, Sister Lin. Please come and play often." Xiao Wanru's face was full of reluctance. Although the contact time was not long, under the influence of Tang Qing's invisible temperament and Lin Jiashua's gentle and virtuous attitude, she felt like she had known them for many years. "Okay, no problem." Tang Qing touched her head and said with a gentle smile. Later, Tang Qing took Lin Jiashua's hand and walked into the rain. The two soldiers held umbrellas. Fortunately, the rain was still light. If there was heavy rain mixed with strong wind, they would have to drive the car in. Seeing Tang Qing and Lin Jiashua disappear around the corner of the community, Xiaojie withdrew his gaze. "Go back," Xiaojie said to his granddaughter beside him, then turned and went upstairs. Hearing this, Xiao Wanru also withdrew her gaze and trotted to catch up with Xiaojie, her eyes full of admiration. "Grandpa, Brother Tang is so handsome, and his bodyguards, those two bodyguards are so domineering." Although she has never watched Young and Dangerous, she has watched a lot of idol dramas. When a rich man travels, he is escorted by bodyguards. There are quite a few selling points and aspects. Especially for her age, the lethality is amazing, but she only admires Tang Qing and regards Tang Qing as her brother. Xiaojie shook his head and smiled at his granddaughter's words. Young people just like pomp and show, which is understandable. In fact, even if he has been a leader for so many years, he is already very old, but he can't help but enjoy the respect and love from everyone. This is human nature. Everyone wants to be taken seriously, and there is no escape. Xiaojie listened to her granddaughter's nagging all the way, and she still couldn't stop thinking about her when she got home. As soon as you enter the house, looking at his daughter-in-law who was clearing the table, Xiaojie glanced at the 2 bottles of fruit wine that they had finished. Thinking of the unforgettable taste, Xiaojie wanted to drink it again. The wine was not intoxicating, but it was intoxicating and conquered him both in taste and feeling. Looking at the opaque blue and white porcelain wine bottle, Xiaojie's curiosity was aroused again. During the dinner, he asked Tang Qing many times where he bought the wine and what the price was. Tang Qing didn't tell him the reason. He only said that it was not expensive and that he would send more pieces next time. After hearing Tang Qing's words, Xiaojie thought that the fruit wine was really inexpensive and stopped asking. Just when Xiaojie was about to take the wine bottle to his study to check, he saw his son coming back. His son's name is Qiu Wuming. He has opened an advertising company and is doing quite well. He's also ranked among the top 10 advertising companies in Shanghai. In fact, Qiu Wuming moved out after getting married, but Qiu Jie's wife passed away a year ago, and he was worried about Qiu Jie being the only one in the house. In addition, his daughter was also attending Fudan High School, so he decided to come back and live with Qiu Jie for a while. It's just that they lived here for more than a year. Fortunately, his wife was well-educated, gentle, and virtuous. She did not give birth to a son for the Qiu family. Qiu Jie never talked about her, and his mother never treated her differently, so the relationship between the family was very harmonious. Dad, I'm sorry. The company has something to do temporarily, and the customers are very difficult to deal with. How the customers left. Qiu Wuming handed the briefcase and umbrella to his wife. Knowing that Tang Qing was coming, he deliberately prepared to leave work early. But before he left the office, a call came from his client. If ordinary customers were of no concern to him as the chairman, but this customer had a big background, he had to go and accompany him. Although his father was the vice president of Fudan University, it was only in the main hall. In Shanghai, such people were not that big, and his family did not have a great background. There were really many people who didn't buy it based on his father's face alone. Well, they just left. You can see them if you come back 5 minutes earlier. As he said that, Qiu Jie picked up the 2 wine bottles and prepared to store them. It would be a pity to throw away such exquisite wine bottles. Looking at the 2 whole wine bottles in his father's hands, Qiu Wuming's eyes lit up. Dad, you are so willing to give up. You dare to buy 2 bottles of this kind of wine. Qiu Wuming quickly stepped forward to take the bottle and looked at it. When he saw that there was nothing left in it, he gave up. He had a wine bug in his belly and didn't care about his image. Do you know this wine? Seeing his son's disappointed expression, Qiu Jie couldn't help laughing and scolding him. He's worthless. Qiu Wuming nodded quickly, looked at the bottle in his hand with a face full of love and appreciation, and said, Of course, this is a new wine. It is a foreign product. It is not produced in our country. It comes from Thailand. This wine tastes good. I will buy 12 boxes for drinking next time. Hearing his father's words, Qiu Wuming was stunned. He didn't know what his father meant, whether he wanted to buy it for himself or for him. He said carefully, Dad, this wine is very expensive, more than 10 boxes. Although Qiu Wuming opened an advertising company, his net worth is only tens of millions of yuan. After all, this is not real estate in other industries, and the scale and turnover are strictly limited. Until now, although he has 3 houses and a good car to his name, he only has 1 or 200,000 yuan in spare money. 12 boxes? He heard that a box contains 9 bottles and the retail price is 36,000. 12 boxes would cost hundreds of thousands. He had to sell his house to afford it. Qiu Jie was stunned and realized that the wine might be a bit expensive, so he lowered his request and said, How expensive is it? If 12 boxes are too expensive, then I can still afford it if I drink 1 glass a day, right? 1 glass a day. It's also a beautiful thing. Hearing this, Qiu Wuming shook his head and smiled bitterly. Dad, your salary really can't afford to drink this wine. Not even 1 cup a day. The current market price of this wine is 4,000 yuan a bottle, and the supply exceeds demand. I heard that the production in Thailand is low. Although the total supply is large, it cannot support the world market. There are many rich people in this world. I heard that many wealthy foreigners have directly bought dozens of boxes and collected them. If there were not so many people buying, some of them would have wanted to wrap it up directly. The monthly domestic supply is basically scheduled until the end of the year, which means that by the end of this year, there will be almost no retail sales of this wine. If it is not open for pre-sale next year, we will probably have to wait until next year to buy this wine. What? For 1,000 yuan for a bottle? You mean 8,000 yuan for these 2 bottles? Qiu Jie was shocked. He looked at the 2 wine bottles in his hands and remembered that he had just drank more than a month's salary. His heart really hurt. At 4,000 yuan a bottle, he really couldn't afford it with a salary. Well, if I take action, I can sell it for 10,000 yuan. No, Dad, you didn't buy this. Qiu Wuming suddenly realized that his father didn't know the price of the wine. I didn't buy it. It was given to me by the young man just now. I didn't expect it to be so expensive. I drank the wine that cost 10,000 yuan. Xiao Jie looked at the wine bottle in his hand and sighed. This wine is obviously new. If it can sell for such a high price, Mao Tai and Wu Yangye have to stand side. Especially when I heard my son talk about the world market just now, I thought that such a good product has already opened up the market all over the world. In comparison, domestically produced wine is really a bit boring, and it all depends on domestic consumption. Otherwise, if you think it tastes so good, I bought 2 bottles and put them in the office so I can take a sip if I have nothing to do. Xiao Muming said proudly, but suddenly, when he saw Qiu Jie with an unkind expression, his heart skipped a beat. Nah, I got carried away. Really. You brat, I don't want to miss your father, even if I have good things. I'll hand over a bottle tomorrow. Qiu Jie glared at his son. After 1 bottle, it seems that he needs to drink it from a smaller cup. Xiao Wuming covered his face. Got it. It's your own fault, and you won't be able to live. Thinking of what he had just said, Xiao Wuming really wanted to give him a half slap. Why a half slap? Because the person in front of him was his father, and his request was a matter of course. Dad, what is the background of that person just now? Xiao Wuming asked curiously. This kind of wine is no longer available for retail sale on the market. It is only available to various buyers. It can be given away. I think I should still have it at home. Xiao Jie shook his head and said, I don't know yet. I've found someone to investigate. Now I only know that his name is Tang Qing. There is a relatively powerful second uncle in Thailand, and his family also runs a jewelry business. Surname Tang, Thai, powerful jewelry business. Xiao Muming murmured, as if he remembered something, but couldn't catch it. After more than 10 seconds, these words were slowly connected together, and he seemed to understand something strange. His breathing was a little quick, and his eyes were full of mystery. Immediately, Xiao Jie quickly walked into his room and took out a photo. Dad, do you recognize this person? Xiao Jie pointed at one of the people in the photo and said. Unsure, Xiao Jie stared at the photo for a while and said, Hey, it looks familiar. By the way, I saw him last time in Thailand, and he was with Tang Qing. Xiao Jie took a deep breath, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and sighed. This Tang Qing is not simple. Who is this person? When did you take the photo? Xiao Jie asked curiously. Xiao Wuming said excitedly, Dad, the man just now is called Tang Kai. He was a potential customer of our company. When this fruit wine entered the domestic market last month, we specially invited bids for domestic advertising projects. My company won a bid for it. I also personally visited Thailand and found out who the general agent of fruit wine in our country is. It is him, Tang Kai. Thinking of this, Xiao Wuming felt a little depressed. He and a total of 6 domestic advertising companies went there. Unfortunately, in the end, their company's plan was not selected and was won by another advertising company in Shanghai. However, Tang Kai also met them in person and took a photo. At that time, he learned for the first time from his colleagues how big Tang Kai's business was. You mean Tang Qing's second uncle is the agent for this kind of wine? Xiao Jie said in surprise. Xiao Wuming nodded and said, Yes, he is basically the agent for this kind of fruit wine in Asia. There are different agents in other continents of the world. That's not very rich. He can't make hundreds of dollars from a bottle of wine. Xiao Jie thought that Tang Kai made money through this. Unexpectedly, Xiao Wuming shook his head, and a look of admiration slowly rose in his eyes. Dad, you don't know something. This is not the most powerful thing about Tang Kai. Do you know his identity in Thailand? What identity? Xiao Jie was very cooperative. He is the largest jade jewelry wholesaler in Thailand. He has cooperative relationships with almost all jewelers in our country. He is also the richest Chinese in Thailand, with assets worth billions of yuan, and the president of the Chinese Chamber of Commerce in Thailand. Speaking of this, Xiao Muming's eyes lit up. For a Chinese to achieve this in Thailand, what is he other than an idol? Thinking of the last time Tang Qing helped his father, he thought he had found a reason. You are Tang Kai who intervened. Billions of RMB? Xiao Jie was speechless. This is a bit of a foul. Xiao Wuming sighed. Yes, and I heard that he is expanding on a large scale recently. Maybe in a few years, he will have a place on the world's richest Chinese list. Yes, the surname Tang is the same as the last time I saw him. He has not run away. This Tang Qing is really Tang Kai's nephew. Then can I ask him to give me 2 more bottles? Xiao Jie's eyes were shining. Dad, I have some potential, okay? Not good. Goodbye. P.S. Happy New Year. Mouse wishes everyone good health and all the best. P.S. Thanks to readers Zi Huang Away, Mortal Wang Tian, and Totem Dynasty for their rewards. Just when Xiaojie and his son were shocked. Other side, Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue were sitting in the car. He held Lin Jiaxue's hand and felt her palms sweating slightly. Tang Qing's lips curled up. After all, this little white rabbit could not escape the pursuit of the big bad wolf. It would be able to eat this little cabbage later. Tang Qing felt excited. At this time, the wind and rain outside the window were getting heavier and heavier, and other cars were driving at a safe speed. Their car had to slow down to avoid anything happening. He was not afraid of hurting himself in the car accident, but was afraid of hurting others. After modification, this car is no longer the crispy look it had before, but has become extremely solid. Even if the heaviest tank in the world drives over it, don't try to flatten the car. At most, the tires will be flattened a little, or the roof frame will be slightly bent. Many of the things custom-produced in a laboratory are still new products of the Materials Research Department during this period. Moreover, this car can also complete many difficult technical moves that other cars must do. Skidding? Rollover? Doesn't exist. The most important thing is, damn it, for level 4 warriors, with their reaction and calculation control capabilities, it is really not easy to crash a car. The car is also equipped with some simple vehicle-mounted weapons. There are also weapons for human use. Lin Jiaxue next to her would never expect this. Just under the cushion where she sat, there were at least 3 guns and hundreds of rounds of ammunition. These are not for Tang Qing to use, but for the soldiers. If he wants to use them, he could just buy them directly from them all. Because the car is driving slowly. It wasn't until 11:15 that the car drove to the villa. The wind was getting stronger and the rain was getting heavier and heavier. The weather forecast said it would last for 3 days, which made Tang Qing really feel a little inconvenienced. Once it rains or is cloudy, people will not want to go out, but that's fine. Tang Qing didn't plan to go out this weekend. Instead, he and Lin Jiaxue enjoyed their time at home. If it rains like this next weekend, he will take Lin Jiaxue and fly to the capital to play, where there is less rain. After parking the car, Tang Qing impatiently pulled Lin Jiaxue upstairs. Lin Jiaxue just followed obediently, her little head buried, not daring to look into Tang Qing's burning eyes. Went upstairs, returned to the master bedroom. Jiaxue, go and wash up quickly, or let's go together, Tang Qing said with a playful smile. Lin Jiaxue's face turned redder, and she shook her head quickly. No, you can go and take a shower. Okay, I'll be quick. Tang Qing didn't force it. It was already this time, so what's the rush? With that said, Tang Qing took a few changes of clothes and went to the second bedroom. Watching Tang Qing leave, Lin Jiaxue sat on the bed in a daze for a while, her face flushed with shame. Thinking of what happened next, there was a touch of expectation in her heart, along with a touch of fear and nervousness. Finally, a look of determination slowly appeared on her face. Tang Qing was her future husband, so there was nothing wrong with her. Lin Jiaxue then tidied up and entered the bathroom. This time, she did not lock the door of the master bedroom. Warm water streaked across the skin. Tang Qing didn't move, just soaking in the shower because he knew that Lin Jiaxue would have to take a long shower. Unlike him, who just showered a few times casually, Tang Qing's body was really not dirty. He had his mind barrier turned on at all times, and his skin metabolism seemed to be much slower than that of ordinary people. Tang Qing just enjoyed the feeling of water flowing across his skin, listening to the sound of water splashing to the ground, and closed his eyes. Right? System, is there any rule that says you can't lose your virginity if you don't have enough skills? If you dare to tell me, try it. Tang Qing suddenly remembered. Wasn't it said that virgins can get twice the result with half the effort by practicing skills? Now that the skills training center is open, if anything happens today and it affects the effectiveness of training in the future, it will be a bit of a pitfall, and it will be a huge pitfall. No. Tang Qing breathed a sigh of relief at the system's answer. That's good. Tang Qing breathed a sigh of relief. But before he could finish, he was interrupted by the system's next sentence. But heredity will be affected. What do you mean? Tang Qing asked hurriedly. Heredity? It won't affect my ability to have a baby. Since the host genes are becoming more and more stable and perfect, the weak human body simply cannot provide the required growth energy for such a child. Therefore, it is recommended that the host spouse unlock at least the first level of gene lock. Otherwise, his or her life is likely to be in danger, the system explained. Holy shit, what are we going to do? Tang Qing exclaimed. So far, Tang Qing still doesn't know of any way for others to use similar methods to reach the peak of the human body's physique and unlock the first-level gene lock. It's still a girl like Lin Jiaxue. Tang Qing feels impatient. System, your uncles. Please host to take protective measures or temporarily shut down your body's genetic expression function. The system added. Genetic manifestation? Tang Qing murmured, expressing that he didn't understand. Yes, the host, genetic expression. The main definition is the genetic exchange that plays a genetic role in the reproduction process of individual organisms. The system started to pull alien texts. But who was Tang Qing? He quickly understood what it meant. Tang Qing understood clearly that it was to temporarily lose all genetic functions of his genetic genes so that no one would get pregnant, so there would be no need to take any protective measures, and it would not harm anyone. That's interesting. The more Tang Qing thought about it, the happier he became, but he was a little worried that if it went on for a long time, Lin Jiaxue would suspect that she was infertile. It was possible, but what the hell? He didn't like that layer of plastic. Then what should I do? Tang Qing asked hurriedly. This method costs 100 million yuan, the system said. If you buy it, please deduct it from my personal account. Tang Qing agreed. It's okay not to buy it. Immediately, the account funds were reduced by 100 million yuan, and Tang Qing had a piece of information in his mind, which was the method. To put it simply, it is a method of temporarily losing the heritability of genes. Through the joint action of source energy and nerve power, the genetic ability of tadpoles is forcibly destroyed. As long as it is used, it can be effective for a month, and it will be restored after a month. Okay, that's an interesting skill. Then Tang Qing tried it according to the method, but after 5 minutes, it was over. Well, nothing changed. System, is this enough? Tang Qing asked suspiciously. Yes, your genetic expression has been temporarily sealed and will return to normal after a month. The system said. Tang Qing always felt like he had done something bad. After washing for a while, Tang Qing just wore a long-distance running yukata and walked out. Under the influence of his nerves, all the water droplets on his body were pushed away by an invisible wall. It's done in a second. Hearing the sound of bathing next door, Tang Qing went to the master bedroom, lay on the bed, put his hands behind his head, turned his head, and looked at the faint figure in the bathroom, feeling a little excited. 2 lifetimes. Finally, we have reached this point with Lin Jiaxue. It's not easy. This time, Lin Jiaxue took a long bath. Knowing what was going to happen next, Lin Jiaxue couldn't suppress the violent beating of her heart. Her nervousness was beyond words, but she knew that this was what she had to face today, and she couldn't escape. At this time, Tang Qing had been lying in the room for almost 20 minutes, but he was not impatient. In fact, desire only accounted for a third or a quarter of his mind, more of love and a sense of ritual. Especially as the power of nerves continues to grow stronger, it is difficult to be carried away by certain emotions, because the power of nerves does not allow it, and neither does one's own strong mental and physical attributes. The 2 most essential needs of human beings, the first is survival, and the second is reproduction. When an individual is strong, he or she will pursue becoming stronger instead of reproducing, because this is a sufficient and unnecessary condition. When he is strong, he has many opportunities to reproduce, but the latter is like rootless duckweed. Not just biological instinct. Even the instinct of energy is like this, pursuing survival and strength. After a while, the sound of water gradually stopped. The door is opened. Lin Jiaxue walked out in a white bathrobe and saw Tang Qing's eyes squinting at her, her face full of admiration and admiration. Lin Jiaxue lowered her head and tiptoed to the bedside and sat down. Her movements were a bit slow. Now Tang Qing could no longer wait for Lin Jiaxue to take the initiative. Next, it was his business. Not much to say. Tang Qing rolled around and arrived next to Lin Jiaxue, holding Lin Jiaxue with one hand. Amidst the exclamations, Lin Jiaxue lay in Tang Qing's arms. Jiaxue. Yeah. Jiaxue. Yeah. I love you so much. Yeah. 1 hour later, Lin Jiaxue, who was extremely tired, leaned in Tang Qing's arms and fell into a deep sleep, with a touch of tears and satisfaction on her face. She hugged the beauty in her arms and felt the closeness of her skin. Tang Qing only had a silly smile on her face. Lin Jiaxue fell asleep while writing. Tang Qing took advantage all night long. Of course, you can't be so discouraged. Cultivation is still needed. With a thought, the air in the bedroom began to swirl violently. Although the window was closed, the curtains in the room were dancing, which was very strange. In this way, Tang Qing spent the happiest night since his rebirth. Early morning, Tang Qing stopped practicing, but still couldn't bear to get up. Feeling the change in Lin Jiaxue's breathing rate, knowing that she was still pretending to be asleep when she woke up, Tang Qing became playful and began to act dishonest again. Tang, don't move. I want to squint a little longer. Lin Jiaxue's lazy voice sounded. Okay. Tang Qing calmed down and suppressed the urge to do morning exercises. Not today, but next time. After today, there will be another way to wake up Lin Jiaxue. An hour later, the two of them got up and went downstairs to have breakfast. Seeing Lin Jiaxue limping, Tang Qing picked her up, put her on his lap, and fed her bite by bite. At the same time, Tang Qing remembered that his origin qi could heal injuries, so he slowly transferred the origin qi towards Lin Jiaxue. If he was quick, he could try it for 2 hours tonight. Lin Jiaxue ate a lot of this breakfast, and her body felt warm, and the discomfort slowly disappeared without a trace. Lin Jiaxue thought it was the hot milk she just drank, so she didn't care. I'm full, Lin Jiaxue said, looking at Tang Qing with wide eyes. Hee, let's have a good chat after you recover from your injury. Tang Qing smiled evilly. Having already taken this step, the content of the conversation between the lovers will naturally change the style of painting, and it is still true to the essence. Lin Jiaxue blushed, but hugged Tang Qing tightly and buried her head in her arms without saying a word, expressing her acquiescence that as a wife, her husband had demands, and of course she had to try her best to satisfy them. But she was a little worried about whether she could bear it. Jiaxue, we won't go out today. I'll teach you how to paint. Okay. After dinner, Tang Qing carried Lin Jiaxue to the studio. The studio and the music room were not on the same side to avoid disturbing each other. Li Kai didn't come today because it rained too much today and he didn't want to go out. They agreed on the next weekend. P.S. Happy New Year. Mouse wishes you all good fortune and happiness to your family. P.S. Thanks to readers Landro's Starry Night and Mr. Huang Zero for their tips. Lin Jiaxue had asked to learn sketching before. Although her piano skills were not as good as Tang Qing's, or even far behind, she wanted to have a rough understanding of Tang Qing's skills first. Once she had the basic skills, she could learn more slowly and deeply in the future. Come to the studio. Tang Qing started with the most basic painting techniques and taught Lin Jiaxue step by step. Seeing Tang Qing casually draw an almost perfect sketch, which could easily surpass the works of famous artists on the internet, Lin Jiaxue's eyes were filled with admiration, twinkling little stars, and she was very interested in learning. Tang Qing is so outstanding. She must keep up with him. It is difficult to be as good as him, but she could try to get closer, and, at the same time, the two of them can have more intersecting interests. Although she will love her even if she doesn't imitate Tang Qing, she cannot imitate him if he is pampered and arrogant. That's all. Tang Qing basically explained all the essentials of sketching in one morning. The rest is to slowly practice and become familiar with it. It is similar to the general sketching teaching. It starts with some specific and simple patterns. Tang Qing held Lin Jiaxue gently from behind and gave guidance from time to time. He had no distracting thoughts and concentrated on enjoying the rare piece. At this time, it was still raining heavily outside without letting up at all, and the strong wind swept into the room with a slight chill. However, in order not to freeze Lin Jiaxue, a central air conditioner had been installed in the villa to ensure that the temperature in the house was suitable at all times. What scientists produce? There's no telling what the quality is. It was noon. On the dinner table, the soldiers cooked a table full of dishes, and Lin Jiaxue now didn't feel that it was a waste for the two of them to eat so much, because Tang Qing had enough food to take over. At this time, Dou Jiao's figure appeared on the giant screen opposite the dining table. That's right. Both parties were eating and video chatting, not in a meeting, but Dou Jiao called just before noon and said she wanted to see how Tang Qing's villa was decorated. Before she came here, she was only responsible for the preliminary matters such as the rights and property rights of the real estate company. She was also involved in the choice of decoration, but Tang Qing later made a big change, and many things and decorations were changed. Some of the inventory here is still from the territory. There were a lot of antiques collected there, and some of them were given to the second uncle for sale. Many good ones were kept. Tang Qing picked from the warehouse and took the ones that looked good. So after working overtime, she planned to use Tianyan's video conferencing system to have a meal together and meet Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue. Dou Jiao asked the company cafeteria to prepare food and eat it here. As a manager, the food was actually the same as that of ordinary employees. Apart from the quantity, there was no other special treatment. It was just that everything here was served on plates. Look at Tang Qing's table of dishes, and then look at his own table of dishes. Dou Jiao was a little depressed, but she took it for granted. After all, Tang Qing was the boss, and there was a luxurious villa behind him, so eating this would be more suitable. Dou Jiao muttered, "Little boss, you are deliberately trying to hurt me. Look at what I eat, and then look at yours." Tang Qing smiled and said, "Sister Jiao Jiao, if you want to eat, come over and eat. The food in Tianyan's cafeteria is also pretty good." This is true. Tang Qing's food standard for Tianyan is 20 yuan per person per meal, which is quite high. Breakfast is a buffet. You can order food at noon and evening, or you can order food together. Everyone can accumulate the meal expenses that they can't use up every month. Treat guests or eat high-end food, but they cannot be cashed out, but they can be paid in advance. Even before he was reborn, this kind of food standard was very high. Tang Qing had suffered enough from company meals. In his previous life, he was in a foreign trade company. Oh my God, was that food for humans? Because the cafeteria aunt was a relative of the boss, she deducted food and pretended to be an absolute expert. In this life, although Tianyan's salary is not ridiculously high, he must not lose out in terms of food. In other words, the food standards of the employees of his companies are not low. Except for the prosperous Tang dynasty, which is 15, the others are 20. Although the annual expenditure is not small, it will only cost tens of millions of yuan for a year, and at most it will exceed 100 million yuan. Tang Qing can still afford this amount of money. Hear the words. Dou Jiao looked at Tang Qing with a resentful look. "I'm very busy this month. Let's go to next month. When Panyu comes back next month, we'll have a big meal at your place, Dou Jiao said as she looked at the food, which was not at the same level at all, and swallowed. She wanted to eat it too. "Okay, will Brother Pan come back?" Tang Qing asked curiously. "In the middle of next month, speaking of Panyu, I want to ask you a favor." Dou Jiao's expression changed, and she said with a smile. Tang Qing didn't dare to agree hastily first, lest he fall into a trap. "Tell me first, it's okay to do what you can." "That's right." Dou Jiao then said that it turned out to be Panyu's business. Panyu had been doing the agent business of foreign wine. During this period, as fruit wine caused huge waves around the world, the price also went up. Especially in foreign countries, such as the United States, the black market price of each bottle has reached $1,200, and no one is selling it. Now, dealers all over the world are a little anxious. Of course, there's Panyu among them. This time, Panyu did not want agency rights for any country or region, because Dou Jiao knew that this was impossible. Neither Tang Kai nor Tang Qing were fools. Although Tianyin supervised his second, Uncle Tang Kai's business, he had no power to directly influence decision-making, let alone the opportunity to pretend to be public for personal gain. All Panyu wanted was the qualification to buy fruit wine at market price, because the domestic ones had been booked until the end of this year. Although he had bought a few boxes at the beginning, when he turned back, he was kept by the local tycoons until the end of the year, so he wanted to go through Tang Qing to see if he could get some extra shares. It was not much, only 500 bottles a month. After listening to Dou Jiao's request, Tang Qing pretended to have a sad face. This expression made Dou Jiao very confused, but she had no choice. This was her man's business, and as his wife, she could only make trouble with Tang Qing this time. Dou Jiao was really nervous, but Lin Jiaxue really wanted to laugh, because Tang Qing narrowed his eyes at it just now, obviously teasing Dou Jiao, which made Lin Jiaxue quickly tilt her head to prevent Dou Jiao from seeing anything. Tang Qing took a deep breath and gradually relaxed his brows. Okay, no problem. I'll talk to my second uncle later. It's only a few hundred bottles, so it's not a big problem. Tang Qing agreed. The total shipment volume of fruit wine every month is more than 80,000 bottles. After spreading it to the whole world, China's share is only about 10,000 bottles a month, which is in short supply. The territory is also actively expanding production. It is expected that by the end of this year, monthly shipments will reach more than 200,000 bottles. In terms of sales, that is 400 million yuan a month. There are billions of profits a year. Very good. Dou Jiao was overjoyed when she heard this. Tang Qing was the only child of the Tang family. Tang Kai would definitely consider what he said. Besides, it was not an increase in production, but just selling at the market price. Thank you, little boss. It's not in vain that I work overtime on weekends and go to bed very late every day. Look at my skin, it's been a little bad lately. After finishing the business, Dou Jiao regained her playful personality and leaned close to the camera to start talking. Sister Jiaxue, I will go to Shanghai to play with you next month. Yeah, okay. Lin Jiaxue agreed. As if he remembered something, Tang Qing, who was eating, said, Sister Jiao, my shares in this real estate company are likely to be sold during this period. You can follow up when the time comes. He had already received news from Huang Qi yesterday. Someone was interested in the shares in his hands and wanted to buy them. Tang Qing immediately agreed. Anyway, as long as the price is right, there is no problem in selling. Either your background is as good as Yunqi investment, and you're the second generation of Beijing. Otherwise, Tang Qing is really unwilling to participate in a company with such complicated shareholder identities. You want to sell the shares of this real estate company? Why? Dou Jiao's face was full of confusion. It was just when this real estate company was ushering in development that Tang Qing suddenly decided not to play anymore. She couldn't figure out, how did Dou Jiao know that Tang Qing was troublesome? Sister Jiao, you also know that I also have a real estate company in Beijing. This one is duplicated and has complicated shareholders, so I don't want it anymore. I will sell it directly after negotiating with them. Tang Qing explained. Okay then, after we've agreed, I'll ask people from Tianyin's branch in Shanghai to go through the formalities. We value your 30% stake at about 100 million yuan. Don't lose money on the sale. Dou Jiao didn't ask anymore after hearing this. This was Tang Qing's matter. It seemed that Huang Qi and the others knew it, so she didn't care. Sell Tang Qing's company if you want. What a big deal. After Tang Qing said this, Dou Jiao also felt that having shares in the real estate company in Beijing was enough. This one was dispensable. Tang Qing nodded. Tianyin now has 5 branches. There is 1 branch in Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Chengdu, and 1 is the Thailand branch. Except for Thailand, the other 4 branches all have more than 50 employees. They plan to expand to 100 people by the end of the year. The branch has rented office buildings in prosperous areas to serve various customers of Tianyin. It's just that he has never been to the branch. I don't plan to go either. He now has many branches of his companies, especially those of Tang Group. Stores have been opened all over the country, and many clothing design branches have been established. The security company has also set up offices in more developed cities across the country. He has no interest in inspecting them. Why bother? As long as the employees work hard. This meal, Do Jiao's mouth watered from the food, which tasted like chewing wax. She decided that next time she went to Tang Qing's place, she would definitely gain a few pounds. After lunch, Lin Jiaxue went to practice piano, while Tang Qing was in the living room reading the weekly reports sent by various companies. The weekly reports were naturally sent before get-off work on Friday night. He didn't have time to read them last night. He taught Lin Jiaxue how to draw this morning, and he didn't have time until now. Among them, he read the Tang Group's weekly report carefully, because it involved financing the construction of a Hope Primary School, donating materials to children in remote areas, and a summary report on funding their schooling. P.S. Thank you to the reader, Zhou Xingzu, for the tip. Nearly 2 months have passed since he returned from the capital in mid-July last time, and Shengtang's charity plan has also been in progress for a month. According to the tone set by Tang Qing before, Shengtang's charity is divided into 3 parts. The first part is to donate money to build Hope Primary Schools in remote areas, and the group will fund the hiring of teachers. The second part is to donate clothing, supplies, and necessary medical examinations to poor children in remote areas. The third part is to help children in remote areas go to school. The reason why they are all in remote areas is because the cost of charity is too low in nearby places. Later, Tang Qing knew the embarrassing situation of donating clothes. That is, the clothes were donated and given to the children, but later they no longer needed them because there were too many. On the contrary, for those children in the mountains and valleys in remote areas, due to inconvenient transportation, the donated items cannot reach them at all, and no one is willing to send them there. This kind of charity is a bit embarrassing. What you give is something that others may not necessarily need, but you don't send what is really needed. You can't say who is right or wrong. You can only say that there is a problem with resource allocation, transportation costs, and goodwill costs. What Tang Qing wants to solve is this part of the charity blind spot. Just like the Chinese Little Angels Charity Foundation, it solves a charity blind spot. The foundation only provides free assistance to children in orphanages who cannot afford medical treatment. Children with relatives need to apply for loans from the state themselves, and the foundation will not provide the money, because the power of the state and the power of the people cannot solve the treatment problems of children in these orphanages. This is a blind spot. In other words, Tang Qing has little interest in doing charity that everyone does, and Tang Qing, a poor household that is visible to everyone, has little interest in joining in the fun. What he wants to solve is, even if information and communication have developed to that extent more than 10 years later, people will rarely pay attention to a place or a group of people. This is the principle that Tang Qing has set from the beginning. Solve the problems that people don't see. Solve the problems that people are unwilling to solve, or the cost of solving is too high. Fortunately, the little angel did it, and Shengtang was also working hard in this regard. Tang Qing made a big stroke of the pen at that time and asked Shengtang to plan to use 100 million people to do this year. In this era, 100 million yuan is enough to build hundreds of Hope Primary Schools. The purpose of Shengtang is to help local children solve their education and survival problems before the end of this year, in places that are so inaccessible that it will be difficult for charity to reach them even 10 years later, and to build no less than 50 Hope Primary Schools, and next year there will be 100. Nowadays, the domestic charity industry is developing rapidly. The nearby poor children are handed over to those domestic charity foundations. After all, they have different ideas from Tang Qing. Tang Qing wants to do things, while those foundations want to be famous. They can be considered complementary to each other. As for why the huge amount of money in the account of Little Angel is not used for this kind of thing, it is because the money seems to be a lot, but it is not much. Tang Qing has an idea, that is, to use half of the money to invest in new drugs and research on pediatric diseases. Just relying on hospitals to treat diseases is not the answer. It is better to invest in this kind of scientific research project. Although there will be no return in the short term, in the long term, the foundation will not lose money. A more efficient and cost-effective treatment method would have reduced the foundation's expenses. At that time, we will see if we can get the scientists in the command room to join in and speed up the research. This business will definitely make a profit, and all the money earned from the foundation's investment will be used for its own development, forming a virtuous cycle, right? Just do it. Immediately, Tang Qing asked the command room to establish the project immediately, and after investigating the domestic and international laboratories and projects, he directly asked the foundation to invest more than 20 billion yuan. As for the extra money, if the investment continues, the foundation may not have any money left at all. Now Xingtang Group has selected the first batch of assistance locations, all of which are in remote mountainous areas. It has already communicated with about half of the local governments, and construction has even begun in places where there is land. Everything is developing in the expected direction. At the same time, the media has also begun to exert its efforts and report a large number of Xingtang Group's charitable acts. This kind of publicity is definitely very useful for a company. No, last month's Xingtang Group's monthly report showed that sales increased by 19% compared to last month. At this critical juncture, even if competitors want to cause trouble, no media will cooperate because the tone has been set by the authorities. Charity, as long as it is implemented in practice, regardless of the purpose, such behavior is worthy of recognition. This has also set off a wave of charity in various industries. After reading the email, Tang Qing replied to the group president Yang Kai. It must be implemented. Ding, ding, ding. Just after sending the email, his phone suddenly rang. Tang Qing picked up the phone in confusion. Huang Qi pressed the answer key. Brother Huang, what's the matter? Tang Qing said with a smile. He and Huang Qi had no conflict of interests, and there were no festivals. Selling the shares was just troublesome, so the matter of the shares did not affect his calling him brother. Xiaotang, do you have time today? My friend who wants to buy shares is here with me. If you have time, we can go over and talk now. Huang Qi asked. Okay, come here, I'm home. Tang Qing said. Although Huang Qi said that we would talk tomorrow, we can finish it today. Okay, we'll be here right away. Huang Qi said happily. The reason for being happy was that he could eat again. Thinking of the meals cooked by Tang Qing's chef, his mouth watered just thinking about it. After hanging up the phone, it's done. Let's go there quickly. Huang Qi stood up immediately and said, Why are you in such a hurry? I, the acquirer, are not as anxious as you. The peer said with a wry smile. You don't understand? Hurry up, hurry up. Huang Qi urged. At Huang Qi's urging, one person and one sports car drove towards Tang Qing's villa. Tang Qing put down the phone and read Tianyan's monthly report again. There is nothing outstanding about Tianyan's monthly report. It mainly organizes the companies it supervises into various data and easy-to-understand tables, so that he can directly understand what the entire company has done, how the work is going, what problems have been encountered, how to solve them, etc. Very professional. Tang Qing also seemed very relaxed and didn't have to think about logical relationships. When Huang Qi came to the villa, Tang Qing finally finished handling the official business he had to deal with. He only needed to reply to 5 or 6 emails to complete it. It was quite fast. The shopkeeper did a good job. TSK. Tang Qing felt happy. It was good to have foresight. He doesn't want to be buried in official documents about the company's specific affairs, whoever loves to do them. Listening to the sound of the piano on the second floor, Tang Qing was in a very good mood. That's when 2 whistles sounded outside the villa. Tang Qing hurried out and saw Huang Qi in the car. Tang Qing waved, and a soldier opened the door. 2 sports cars drove in and drove toward the garage. Tang Qing also followed him down to the underground garage. A Porsche and a Lamborghini. The Porsche driven by Huang Qi is different from the one driven above, but it has nothing to do with Tang Qing. Doesn't matter whether it is yes or no and what it is. Brother Huang, hello. Tang Qing stepped forward and shook Huang Qi's hand. Xiaotang, I'm sorry to disturb your rest on a rainy day, but I can't bear the gluttony in my stomach. I want to eat the food cooked by your chef, but I think about it every day." At this point, Huang Qi swallowed. This scene made the man behind him twitch his mouth. It was just to order something to eat, right? This time he was really sure that Huang Qi wanted to come and have some food. Huang Qi did not forget about business and introduced, "By the way, Xiao Tang, this is Mei Wenlin who wants to buy your shares. This is Tang Qing." "Hello, Mei?" "Big brother." Tang Qing almost called out Mr. Mei. "No idea?" I don't know if his subordinates dare to say this title. Hearing Tang Qing change his words, Mei Wenlin smiled, knowing that there would be such a misunderstanding. "Hello. Mr. Tang is really young. I have just returned to China. Please take good care of me in the future." Mei Wenlin smiled humbly. Tang Qing nodded. Mei Wenlin was not annoying, nor did he have any arrogant behavior or demeanor. How did he know that Mei Wenlin was not helpless? But even he had an inexplicable inferiority complex when facing Tang Qing. Mei Wenlin didn't dare to say anything in front of Tang Qing, who was rich, powerful, and mysterious. "Okay, please." Tang Qing led the way and sat down to chat. After chatting, Tang Qing learned that Mei Wenlin was an overseas Chinese. The family's main industry was in Australia. His father ran several large ranches and farms, as well as some mining businesses. He also wanted to expand his domestic business when he came back this time. Tang Qing really wants to say, "You should go back to Australia and pursue a promising career as a farmer." But he just thought about it. Tang Qing estimated that Mei Wenlin was also deceived, otherwise it would not be necessary to get involved in such a company. Maybe Mei Wenlin did this because he wanted to break into the domestic circle. Tang Qing guessed right. Mei Wenlin's investment was just to get to know some people and then make other plans. This acquisition was also a disguised admission ticket, so as long as Tang Qing's price was not too outrageous, Mei Wenlin was prepared to take it. No way. As an Australian Chinese, he really doesn't have much ability to get in touch with the second generation in the capital, which are mostly rich and powerful people. After all, the second generation in the capital all go to study abroad in the United States, Canada, Europe, etc., whereas the Western world. Those who go to Australia are basically wealthy people. Although this is not absolute, the probability explains everything. Made a cup of tea for both of them. Tang Qing stopped chatting and went directly to the topic. "Brother Mei, let's finish talking about the matter first, and then talk about other things. My 30% share price is 120 million yuan. I don't know what you think." Despite the sky-high asking price and sitting on the ground to pay back the money, Tang Qing still knew that for this 30% share, Tang Qing originally spent 60 million yuan, but now the asking price has doubled, which is not high. Mei Wenlin was stunned by Tang Qing's lion's mouth. 120 million yuan was not a low price, and it was also ridiculously high. However, after being stunned for a moment, Mei Wenlin's face returned to calm. "Mr. Tang, this price is a bit high. I'm afraid I can't accept it. As you know, you originally acquired the shares for 60 million yuan less than half a year later. Although the company is operating well and has good prospects, it is not worth so much. So, I will add 20 million yuan, which is 80 million yuan." Mei Wenlin said. Huang Qi said nothing on the side, waiting for the outcome of the negotiation. Tang Qing shook his head directly. "Brother Mei, you also know that assets will increase in value. 20 million yuan, after deducting taxes and fees, can't convince me to sell so many shares. 115 million. In this way, the two of them are like two old foxes, little foxes bargaining, but everyone actually knows the other party's approximate bottom line. But business still needs to be negotiated. Sometimes for smart people, this is also a kind of fun. Final. As expected, the price was set at 99 million yuan, a price acceptable to both parties. 99 million yuan, deducting various taxes that need to be paid, Tang Qing can only get about 90 million yuan, making 30 million yuan more than the original investment. 50% profit. It was a good return on investment, and Tang Qing was very satisfied. Although having so much extra money is of little use to him, and his companies are not very short of money, it is not money after all. Or just leave it to a smart security company and let it grow rapidly. Happy cooperation. Tang Qing stretched out his hand and smiled. It's a pleasure to cooperate. Mei Wenlin was also very satisfied with the acquisition, and the two reached an agreement. Brother Mei, please leave a phone number later, and people from my company will follow up. Tang Qing said that the company transfer cannot be completed by the two of them signing an agreement. There are still some necessary processes, especially in this situation with many shareholders. It is a novel to be able to transfer a company with a piece of paper, but the process is also very simple, but it cannot be omitted. Seeing that it was still early, the three of them chatted in the living room, listening to Mei Wenlin talk about interesting things about Australia, and Huang Qi telling the embarrassing stories of the second-generation people in Shanghai. This one changed his girlfriend today, that one got hit by a car tomorrow, and how much it cost to modify the car. Tang Qing just listened to this as a story. Huang Qi also wanted to invite him to play, so that he could get to know some people in the future, which would be convenient, but Tang Qing was not interested at all. To be honest, his network did not lack Huang Qi's children. Huang Qi didn't even know Shen Yi's background, so it can only be said that Huang Qi's circle was not that good. He was not at the level of a city leader, probably just some businessmen and district leaders. In Shanghai, Shen Yi is enough. If something goes wrong, there will be Chai Run and the others in the capital. I really don't want to waste time on the jealousy of these second generations. When Huang Qi said that the girlfriend he met last time had broken up, Tang Qing also expressed his understanding. If feelings are a transaction, don't blame them for not ending well, that's all. If the girl really loves Huang Qi, then Tang Qing will feel that Huang Qi is not good enough and will stay away from him in the future. But if she loves money, that is a different matter. For Huang Qi, this is a transaction. When the transaction is over, everyone gets what they need. Tang Qing is really not that holy. Lin Jiaxue came down to say hello before and then continued playing the piano. After an afternoon of getting to know each other, Tang Qing and Mei Wenlin became familiar with each other. Mei Wenlin also invited him to visit Australia. Tang Qing said that he didn't have much time recently and would go when he had time. He really doesn't have much time. The longest holiday is the National Day that will follow. He is also planning to take Lin Jiaxue to Thailand, because it will be the birthday of his second uncle Tang Kai, and Lin's father, mother, and uncle who did not make it last time will all go there for a few days. Tang Qing didn't know how his second uncle persuaded his parents to go. Night. The two of them naturally stayed here to eat. Huang Qi came here specifically to eat. He went to the kitchen for a while and even wanted to learn how to cook with the soldiers. Tang Qing didn't care about this. The food must be delicious. Technique is one aspect, and the ingredients are also the top priority. Without the ingredients produced in these training areas, it would be impossible to make the taste. Before the banquet started, Huang Qi went to get something mysteriously. Returned to the living room. Xiao Tang, Brother Mei, you are in for a treat this time. This is a good thing that I finally got. Although it is not too expensive, it is rare on the market, and few people who have it sell it. Huang Qi said excitedly. Food and wine. Absolutely. Tang Qing turned around and couldn't help laughing. He didn't expect that his own fruit wine had become something people like Huang Qi showed off. He saw Huang Qi holding 2 bottles of fruit wine produced in the territory. Judging from the rare appearance of Huang Qi's treasure, if Huang Qi knew that there were dozens of boxes of this stuff in his storage room, he might want to rob him. In this case, it seems that there is no need to use his own to entertain him tonight. Tang Qing's expression did not change, and Lin Jiaxue wanted to laugh a little when she looked at this thing. The storage room under her house was full of these things, and she thought it was nothing, but Mei Wenlin was different. You actually got this thing. In Australia, it disappeared as soon as it came out. My father only grabbed 2 boxes and returned the treasure every day. Mei Wenlin was also a little surprised. As something that is shocking the world's wine world, Mei Wenlin has certainly tasted it and feels that the price is not expensive. He even knew that many brewers around the world were imitating this kind of fruit wine, trying to figure out how to make it and make a lot of money. But in the end, they were all in vain, and the taste of the brew was far from this. However, various tests showed that there was nothing addictive or harmful to health. Finally, under the huge publicity and taste offensive, it quickly became the darling of the international alcohol market. It is said that this wine is produced in Myanmar and is underwritten by some local businessmen in Thailand. Thinking of this, Mei Wenlin is really envious of those businessmen who can make money just by lying down. With the right to sell this wine, it is not easy to break into the upper-class society of various countries and obtain more benefits. He also heard that many businessmen came to him and wanted to buy agency rights or technology at high prices, but in the end they all returned without success. Faced with a zero that is not enough, they can only leave in disappointment. And there's another reason, that is, it cannot be forced. An uncontrollable force with more than 8,000 soldiers. No one wants to provoke them for no reason, talk to desperados about money, and even want to threaten others. That is really looking for shit. They can only do whatever the other party says. None of them want to fly, and they don't miss God and his old man. At last, this pattern was formed so quickly. Everyone also recognized these dealers. Anyway, no one else got the agency right, so it was fair. As for whether they really recognized it or waited to plan for their future, Mei Wenlin thought it was the latter, especially since some of the dealers were so weak, such as Tang Liang and Chai Run, who were not very strong. But no one dared to touch these dealers without the leader of the Zero territory speaking out, so they were all dormant, waiting for the opportunity. Of course, no one gave up using commercial espionage, but they still received the box lunch. Hey, sit down quickly. Let's have a few drinks. I think this wine tastes better than wine. Huang Qi sat down and poured a glass for everyone. Tang Qing doesn't like to drink liquor or beer, but his own fruit wine tastes like a drink. After one sip, it's like drinking ice-cold fruit beer with Sprite. It tastes much better than red wine. Therefore, even if he doesn't drink, he often pours a glass to drink. He can't get drunk anyway. Only then did we have the dozens of boxes of inventory below. After pouring, Huang Qi took a nice sip, and the happiness on his face made Tang Qing want to laugh. Mei Wenlin also took a sip of it religiously, with a look of intoxication on his face. Fortunately, Tang Qing knew that there was indeed no contraband in the fruit wine, otherwise he would have become suspicious. Lin Jiaxue often drank this wine in the past few days, so she was not polite. She drank half of the cup in one gulp, and a lingering aroma flowed down the esophagus into her stomach. Lin Jiaxue's face suddenly turned a little red. Seeing this scene of wasting natural resources, Huang Qi felt a little distressed, but the reason for feeling distressed about the wine was because of its scarcity. If this wine were sold freely, even if Lin Jiaxue drank 10,000 bottles of it, he wouldn't feel bad, but this wine is not easy to get. Brothers and sisters, you have to taste this wine carefully. It's not because I'm being stingy. Although this wine on the market costs 4,000 yuan a bottle. Even if it costs 12,000 yuan, I won't take it seriously as long as it is sold freely. Seeing Huang Qi's pained face, Tang Qing almost couldn't help laughing. He didn't expect that a glass of wine would push Huang Qi to this point. It's really interesting. Lin Jiaxue was also stunned and immediately understood that the 4,000 yuan was talking about this wine for 1,000 a bottle. How much was the wine in Tang Qing's basement? It couldn't be more than 1 million. This price shocked her, who was already very nervous. Lin Jiaxue stuck out her tongue and said sheepishly, "Sorry, Brother Huang. I'll drink it slowly." Huh. Tang Qing finally couldn't help it anymore. Seeing Tang Qing laughing loudly, Huang Qi and Mei Wenlin were both a little confused. They didn't know what Tang Qing was laughing about. Only Lin Jiaxue understood what it meant and glared at Tang Qing. Just when Huang Qi thought Tang Qing was laughing at him for being stingy. "Brother Huang, I'm sorry, I wasn't laughing at you. In this case, I'll buy the wine tonight." After saying that, without waiting for Huang Qi's answer, Tang Qing turned to the soldier not far away and said directly, "Go get a box of this wine." "Yes." After saying that, the soldier trotted quickly to get the wine. Huang Qi and Mei Wenlin also understood what Tang Qing said. Does it mean that Tang Qing also has this kind of wine? Just when the two of them were doubtful, the soldier came out with a box of fruit wine. Seeing that the box had not yet been unpacked, Huang Qi finally confirmed that this was the kind of fruit wine he had just brought over. The soldier skillfully tore open the package. "You're welcome. Let's drink one bottle each first, and there will be more after we finish drinking," Tang Qing said to the two people who were full of hope. As he spoke, the soldier placed a bottle in front of each person and then stood aside. "Do you have any more at home?" Huang Qi asked in surprise. All he could get was a total of 6 bottles of fruit wine. Apart from the 2 bottles he brought today, he only had 2 bottles left at home for his house use. "A bit of inventory," Tang Qing said vaguely. Huang Qi's eyes lit up, and he said hurriedly, "Can you sell some to me? I'll pay 10,000 a bottle. Compared to hobbies, money is just a number. Haha, we are all friends. No matter what we buy or not, you can drink tonight, and it will all be mine. When we leave, each of us will take a suitcase with us. We are all friends. Don't talk to me about money. I am not short of money, and neither are you," Tang Qing said generously. Of course, he also blocked Huang Qi's mouth with gifts to avoid the trouble of Huang Qi asking him to buy drinks from time to time in the future. If Huang Qi can share it today, it means recognizing him as a friend. In this case, what do you need money for? It's just a little fruit mixed with water, which is not valuable at all. What's the cost? The cost of a bottle of fruit wine plus the bottle will not exceed 20 yuan, but the wholesale price is 2,000 yuan, a huge profit of 100 times. Basically, the cost is equivalent to nothing. Xiao Tang, you are so loyal. I saw you right, huh? Then I'm not polite. I also want to drink enough tonight, Huang Qi said excitedly, knowing that Tang Qing didn't want to sell, but only gave away. He finally understood that Lin Jiaxue and Tang Qing had no expressions of surprise when they drank the wine just now. They drank it often, and it seemed that they had a lot of wine at home. No wonder Lin Jiaxue took a big sip instead of savoring it carefully. 2 boxes worth hundreds of thousands of dollars were given away like this. Both of them felt that Tang Qing is such a friend. Things are rare and valuable, so giving these things in boxes was definitely a sign of loyalty. Then everyone started to use their chopsticks. Looking at the exquisite food, their appetites were greatly increased. At this moment, Mei Wenlin finally understood why Huang Qi couldn't forget the food here. Just one bite. His taste buds were conquered, and he started to eat voraciously. He didn't care about the image at all. What image would he have in front of foodie? Is it tasty? The food that goes into your mouth is the real thing. Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue smiled at each other and ate slowly. Anyway, they couldn't finish eating so much food. Sometimes it was a happy thing to see their food being liked by others. 2 hours later, the meal is over. The two of them were holding their stomachs, lying on the chairs, gasping for air, looking like Guyu was paralyzed, which completely ruined their image. However, in order to avoid eating less in the future, they both ate as much as possible. It's so delicious. What should I do? How can I eat other people's food in the future? Huang Qixing stared at the ceiling helplessly. So, quickly forget this taste. Mei Wenlin made up for it, not just for Huang Qi, but also for himself. Just like the wine, once or twice is a favor, but you can't come every day. Such a waste of money. If there is no good reason next time, the two of them will not come. They still have this sense of propriety to avoid annoying people. Huang Qi smiled bitterly. Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue drank tea and watched TV, listening to their nonsense. At night, the two of them slept at Tang Qing's place. After drinking and eating, they could not drive a car. It was a sports car. The sound insulation effect of the villa room was good, so Tang Qing was not afraid that the two of them would hear sounds they shouldn't hear. Besides, there are also soldiers holding handles at all times on the stairs from the 3rd to 4th floors. No one can come up to the 4th floor, where the master's bedroom is, without the consent of Tang Qing or Lin Jiaxue. This night, Tang Qing didn't stop. After taking a bath, he tortured Lin Jiaxue for 2 hours and unlocked many postures. Finally, Lin Jiaxue lost all strength and fell into a deep sleep. Seeing Lin Jiaxue falling asleep, Tang Qing thought for a moment, took her directly into the bathroom, took a hot bath to relieve her fatigue, and finally put her on the bed, covered her with a quilt, went to the 2nd bedroom, and entered the command room. Tang Qing found that this was a good way to prevent Lin Jiaxue from finding out where he was going. Sit on a chair. Tang Qing immediately asked, Tang Yi, how is the communication satellite running? He gave the communication satellite to Tang Yi early yesterday morning, so he didn't have to worry about launching it. Back to the commander-in-chief. The two satellites have all synchronized with the Earth's orbit. One is above Asia and the other is above Africa. All data are normal. The equipment is running normally. All functional test items are qualified, and the optical stealth mode has been turned on. Tang Yi replied. Tang Qing nodded, as long as there is no problem. Optical invisibility is also one of the functions of quantum communication satellites. This allows communication satellites to not only work in outer space, but can even move quickly in the atmosphere at 10 times the speed of sound. It is simply impossible to hang. Moreover, the shell of the satellite is extremely hard. If it were not for overutilization, it would be able to knock over a fighter jet. Then let's take a look at the location of my villa first. Tang Qing suddenly thought of what his villa looks like. Yes, would you like to ask, Commander, if you want to activate the highest alert mode? Tang Yi asked. What do you mean? Tang Qing asked. Tang Yi immediately said, coming back to the commander, the highest alert mode is when all functions of the satellite are open, but the energy consumption increases rapidly. Every 24 hours, the highest alert mode can only be turned on for 8 hours. Well, let's give it a try. Just turn it on for a while, and let me see what it does. Tang Qing agreed. The experiment was naturally an extreme experimental environment. Yes, Commander. Then, under Tang Yi's control, within a few seconds, the projection screen in front of him changed, as if enlarging a photo with extremely high pixels. Slowly, Asia, Shanghai, New District, and finally the villa area where Tang Qing was located. Looking at what was displayed on the screen, Tang Qing was really excited. Various information about the entire villa is listed in detail on the screen, including the three-dimensional model, the type of each plant in the garden, the number of people in the building, their location, combat effectiveness, weapon conditions, gender, etc. It is like perspective, but this perspective sees a figure composed of white light, which is not a true perspective. Wrong. It's night now, and it's still raining heavily outside. What's the meaning of what's in front of me? It's so bright, as if it's daytime, and the rain can be seen, as if it can even be canceled. Tang Yi, what's going on? Is this image also generated through remodeling? Tang Qing thought of Xiao Air's ability. Yes, Commander, the real image is dark, which is not conducive to observation. Therefore, the data transmitted back by the satellite has been modeled by the central master brain to restore the real color and scene, which can be changed according to your needs. Tang Yi replied. Tang Qing didn't ask about the specific principles. It was useless to ask about this black technology. As long as it could be useful, it would be fine. Looking at the special colors used by the soldiers marked on it, and even the quantity and model of the guns and ammunition in the small weapons arsenal under the villa were clearly marked, Tang Qing knew that this satellite seemed to be more than a little black. A proper super spy satellite. Tang Yi worked hard to establish a complete geographical and architectural model in the monitorable area to provide services to all our soldiers, especially in the territory. I heard that Burmese planes often fly around there, and the Taiwans are also a bit dishonest. Anyway, keep an eye on it. If there's a threat, or there's a high probability of a threat, just shoot it down for me. Tang Qing said domineeringly. His confidence comes from the system all. This upgrade includes things like island bombs, and naturally there are also anti-aircraft weapons. Although they have not been deployed yet, the plan is already on the table. A complete set of anti-aircraft weapon systems will be established in Myanmar's territory by the middle of this month at the latest. I got a report from Tang Yi before, and planes from Myanmar almost pass by every now and then. Damn, I really thought I was easy to bully, but he didn't have anti-aircraft weapons at the time. Tang Qing could only watch, his teeth itching with anger. This time, let's see how you bully me again. I was provoked by several garbage planes that have been eliminated by the mainstream of the world, and I refuse to agree. This time, I will make you drop a few tons of iron at any cost, and you can also recycle the waste. Yes, Commander. By the way, how long will it take to install a kinetic energy weapon shield on each of these 2 watches? With that, Tang Qing handed over 2 watches, which belonged to him and Lin Jiaxue. He did not enter the command room last night, so he had no chance to modify them for the scientists. Go back to the Commander-in-Chief. It will be transformed in 2 hours. Tang Yi answered as he took the watch. Just when Tang Yi was about to instruct a soldier to get to the scientific research area, Tang Qing stopped him. Wait, give it to me. I'll teleport directly. The soldier is walking too slowly. Yes. With that, Tang Qing took back the watch. Except for Tang Qing, other soldiers here did not enjoy this kind of treatment. Even Tang Yi was no exception and could only rely on legs or transportation. Ask the waiter to bring up the map of the Combat Dispatch Center, find the entrance to the scientific research area, and report the coordinates. The next second, he appeared in the scientific research area. Entering the scientific research building, Tang Qing saw densely packed scientists busy and busy. They belonged to many fields. Basically, basic sciences had branches. As soon as Tang Qing entered, a scientist came up. Commander, please give me the watch, and we will modify it immediately. Yes. Tang Qing handed the thing to the scientist. Seeing the scientist almost running away, Tang Qing smiled and started walking around the scientific research area. Boy, how many scientists can the scientific research area accommodate now? Tang Qing asked. He remembers that when the scientific research area was first opened, it could only accommodate 500 scientific research robots, but it was too expensive. 500 would cost a total of 5 billion, which was really expensive. He has not yet reached full capacity. Coming back to the commander, the current secondary scientific research area can accommodate 2,000 scientists. The waiter replied. Tang Qing squinted his eyes after hearing this. 2,000 scientific research robots. This means that to fill this place up, it will cost at least more than 15 billion yuan. Damn, this seems a bit crazy. Fortunately, he can still cope with the current situation and does not need to madly exchange for scientific research robots. Research. It's really not something ordinary people can do. After walking around the scientific research area for a while, Tang Qing lost interest. There were experimental instruments everywhere that he couldn't understand. The scientists were busy and quiet. Tang Qing was curious whether they needed to communicate. Boy, do they usually communicate? Tang Qing asked curiously. Coming back to the Commander-in-Chief, the main communication between scientists is technology and data. In the early stages of project establishment, they will list all the difficulties they encounter, then assign tasks, and do it themselves. There is not much real language discussion. The waiter replied. Tang Qing expressed his understanding. These scientists are all robots. They have no emotions and desires. They only think about obeying orders and completing tasks. They do not have the ability to think independently. They do not have meaningless conversations and thinking and are 100% focused on research. No wonder the technical difficulties here have been overcome so quickly. Also, with data report speaking, there is no need to worry about funds, materials, and human connections. Everyone is working toward a common goal. So how can the efficiency not be high? Wandered around again. Tang Qing left immediately. The quiet scientific research area was really not fun. It was too serious. He could still talk to Tang Yi in the command room, but there was only a waiter here, and he was still invisible. Just when Tang Qing was looking for a place to play, he suddenly remembered the skills training center that was open to the 6th level. It was almost dawn, and he didn't have time. He hadn't gone in to see it yet, so he happened to go and try it now. System, teleport me to the skills training center. Tang Qing ordered. To teleport across centers, it is most convenient to find the system. Yes, the system said. Then, just like before, the screen changed, and he came directly to the so-called skills training center. Look at this so-called center. Tang Qing was a little confused. It's like a college. That's right. It's like an academy. The blue sky must be fake. The place he was in was in the middle of a huge, ancient stone building complex, which did not belong to the architectural style of any country in the world. This is a square of tens of thousands of square meters. Tang Qing stood on the platform in the middle of the square, looking at the surrounding environment. Tang Qing couldn't match up with the mysterious training center. System, please introduce the skills training center. Tang Qing asked directly. Yes, host. The training center does not have intelligent program management. It is directly managed by the system. The entire training area is divided into two parts, the survival skills training area and the non-survival skills training area. The survival skills training area mainly includes physical combat training, neurological training, and extreme condition survival simulation training. All other skills are classified as non-survival skills, such as the system started to wait for more than 10 minutes before finishing the introduction. The more Tang Qing listened, the more interested he became. He did not expect that non-survival skills training would cover such a wide range of subjects, ranging from sewing and mending holes, cooking and farming, to even teaching airplane piloting. However, Tang Qing is not very interested in learning these things now. Apart from personal hobbies, if he still wants to make these things by himself, he will be a shitty banker. He can learn calligraphy and sculpture. But now his goal is mainly in the survival skills training area. In fact, Tang Qing was also curious about why cooking and the like were not considered survival skills. But whatever, maybe in the future where the system is fighting is the only way to survive, and he was too lazy to think about it. System, do you have a map of this place? Tang Qing asked again. Yes, host. The system said, and a map appeared in front of Tang Qing's eyes. After careful observation, his eyes became wider and wider, farther and farther away. He rubbed his eyes, and he saw that he was right. It's a bit too big. He looked at the area mark in the upper right corner again, and Tang Qing was shocked. He saw something. Total area, 30,000 square kilometers. This was written in Chinese characters, without Arabic numerals, and without a decimal point. It was impossible for Tang Qing to mistake it. This system, are you sure you're not joking? Is this place so big? What are you doing in making it so big? There's not even a human being there. Tang Qing was really curious. You said the training area is so big, forget it. After all, in the future, you may be able to park an aircraft carrier or something like that, or conduct simulated combat exercises. But this place doesn't need to be so big. It's 30,000 square kilometers, more than 3 times larger than our own territory, and more than 1/300 of the territory of China. Do your family members know that you are so wasteful? By the way, the creator of this personal banking system is too arrogant. He is giving away such a large area for free, right? Sorry, insufficient permissions to query. The system's explanation was impeccable. Tang Qing was speechless. Here we go again. Then is this a simulated scene or a real scene? Tang Qing really suspected that this was a simulated scene and that it was all fake. This scene really scared him a little. Host, this is an alien space, which is real. The system gave an explanation. Faced with this explanation from the system, Tang Qing breathed a sigh of relief and didn't bother to ask anymore. Anyway, it was none of his business, and it was a big deal. He couldn't scold others for it. It's better to stop asking questions that make people question their IQ. Can I teleport here? Tang Qing asked. Host, you can't. If you want to teleport here, you need to upgrade to another level. The system said, you mean I still want to run? Then where can I train my physical fitness and mental strength? Seeing that there was nothing he could do, Tang Qing had no choice but to ask. Just as he finished speaking, an arrow appeared in front of Tang Qing's eyes. The system's sound sounded at the same time. The island in the center of the lake 50 kilometers ahead is a non-survival skills training area. Why is it so far away? Tang Qing said, you need to warm up before training. The system said, you win. Tang Qing knelt down for this impeccable reason. He had to warm up before training. Also, it was so far away whether he ran or flew over. It was a kind of warm-up. Never mind. I haven't exercised like this for a long time. Just run. Immediately. Look in the right direction. Tang Qing was ready to test the speed of running with all his strength, but he didn't bother to make any gestures. The next second, Tang Qing ran forward with a strong step. I saw a figure that was difficult to distinguish with the naked eye quickly passing through this huge building complex. After going out, luckily there was a road, otherwise he would have to climb over mountains and ridges. Although they were all stone roads, they were flat. Tang Qing's current maximum speed was nearly 200 kilometers per hour, which was astonishing. In just 10 minutes, Tang Qing arrived at the lake the system mentioned. This is a huge lake, so big that you can't see the edge, but you can faintly see the huge building in the center of the lake that goes up to the sky, as if the entire island is a building. Looking down at the calm lake surface, glowing with little green light, Tang Qing really doesn't dare to swim across it. There are no monsters in the system. Tang Qing worried, don't feed the fish here just because you don't know. Host, just like the water in the training area, there are only simple microorganisms in the water, and there are no organisms that can harm the host. The system gave a reassuring answer. Tang Qing nodded and said with satisfaction, that's good, as he said that Tang Qing was about to take off his clothes and swim over, but his movements suddenly stopped. After thinking for a while, he arranged his clothes again. His right foot touched the water. Just a few centimeters away from the water, his foot stopped, as if stepping on an invisible glass, and then the other foot stepped forward steadily on the water. That's right, Tang Qing opened the telepathy node and sensed the artificial magnetic field in the training center, and the reverse repulsion reached the point of being suspended in the air. There was a pause. I saw Tang Qing slowly starting to walk on the water towards the island in the middle of the lake. Every step he took was firmly on the water without getting his shoes wet. After a while, after he became proficient, he changed from walking to running. Tang Qing became more and more proficient in control. He had never done this before. He had only used suspension and short-distance flying. After a few minutes, Tang Qing ran around like crazy on the water, extremely excited. Damn it! It finally caught on. But business was important, and there was not much time. It was already past 3 in the morning, and he had to go back to sleep with his wife before 6 o'clock, and also wake her to get up for morning exercises. After running for a while, Tang Qing gathered his mood and quickly rushed towards the huge steel building that was clearly visible in the middle of the lake. Because the speed was too fast, Tang Qing's rapid movement stirred up the air currents that curled up the air, causing the water behind him to be filled with white flowers like a ship passing by, which could not subside for a long time. After a few minutes, standing on the island, looking at the huge building, Tang Qing walked in directly. It was a pity that there was no robot reception, which made him less popular. He felt uncomfortable. He planned to exchange some first-level robots for them to come over when he went back to clean the place, raise some freshwater fish in the lake and so on, increase his popularity, and come fishing if he had nothing to do. Go inside the huge building. The introduction of the system began. Through understanding this place, Tang Qing felt, it's like playing a customs clearance game. Yes, it's such a cheating setting. This building that goes up to the sky is a layer-by-layer assessment. Only when you have the strength can you go to the next layer. The entire building has 99 floors. The main focus is on physical fitness and mental strength training. Environmental survival training is not here, but on the huge site on the other side. In other words, of the 30,000 square kilometers, 27,000 square kilometers are survival training sites, which would be said to be quite a trench. Tang Qing really didn't know how powerful the creator of this thing was, but looking at this situation, it must be a powerful foul. He has now unlocked the 5th level gene lock and can go to the 5th level. However, since the mental power has reached the limit of level 5 to 600, it means that he can use the 6th level mental power training equipment. If he trains hard, he can even forcibly break through the limitations of his mental power without unlocking the gene lock. Tang Qing is not surprised at all. Before, he had come step by step, relying entirely on the origin chi value, and there was no way to improve it. Now that there is a way to improve individual items, it is not surprising. If an attribute is stuck, it can severely limit a person's improvement path, and that's not normal. P.S. Don't ask why it's so big. The mouse is not random writing, so no spoilers. No nonsense either. Tang Qing was guided by the system to the 5th floor. Each floor here is very huge. reaching tens of thousands of square meters. Tang Qing is not going to start training today, but just wants to understand the training content and arrange a detailed training plan in the future. After understanding, Tang Qing also learned about the training content of physical fitness and mental strength. There are two aspects of physical training. The first is fighting skills. The second is basic physical exercise. Fighting skills are easy to understand. They're fighting skills. Each floor will be taught by robot instructors, but this also requires money to purchase. What is exchanged here are real fighting robots. At the same level, they are much stronger than the fighters in the dispatch center. Basic physical fitness is a way to improve physical fitness. The most important thing is the gravity room. Through high-intensity training in the gravity room, you can achieve the purpose of strengthening your physical fitness. Not only that, there is also a recovery warehouse to help relieve physical fatigue. Tang Qing was actually lucky enough to wonder if there were any awesome genetic drugs for sale, the kind that could be upgraded to a higher level with an injection, but it seemed that there really wasn't any. If you want to be strong, you must train hard. Tang Qing can accept this. Just training. What a big deal. Just get tired if you're tired. The training of mental power is also divided into two parts. The first is to use skill training. The second is training to enhance the density of mind power. I heard that the training room will produce a kind of gravity similar to the force exerted on the nerves, making it harder to control and running slower, which is very easy to understand. Generally speaking, the two ideas are the same. Fatigue training. Break and then stand. It's quite logical. After looking at it, Tang Qing still didn't go to training. He was not in the mood today. The main purpose of coming here was just to get to know him. After exiting the building, Tang Qing is going to go around and explore this new map. I looked at the map of the entire skills training center. Tang Qing looked in the right direction and ran quickly towards the other side of the building. This time, he did not pretend to be on the lake, but stepped up step by step towards the sky, as if there were steps in the air. Extremely weird. 2 hours later, Tang Qing walked out of the forest a little embarrassed. Damn it, I just got carried away. I didn't expect that the use of telekinesis in the survival training area here is restricted. It's not that it can't be used, but it's very difficult to operate and control. When I first flew in, I had never encountered it before, so I fell down and was covered in filth. Later, Tang Qing gritted his teeth and went in to explore for a while before hurriedly coming out. He found no danger in it. According to the system, that's because it hasn't been started yet. If it is started, it will really be survival training. System, if you act like this, will you kill me? If it's so dangerous. After being explained by the system along the way, Tang Qing shuddered at the many dangerous settings in it. The traps and mechanisms that appeared at any time might make him feel heartbroken. Host, no. In a life-or-death situation, the system will forcefully teleport you back, but it can only be sent back once a day. Please control the number of times you enter. The system explained. After hearing this, Tang Qing breathed a sigh of relief. A life-saving teleportation was enough. It was probably the system reminding him not to seek death and to be afraid. Tang Qing also understood that he was not really immortal. After using it once, he didn't want to experience it again that day. If you really play yourself to death, that would be so fucking embarrassing. Even if it's missing arms or legs, he can't accept it. System, don't make mistakes in the future. If you encounter danger, remember to save me as soon as possible. Tang Qing couldn't help but remind. Yes, host, the system said. Then Tang Qing stopped looking for excitement. Let's talk about it next time. He returned the same way and took a good bath in the lake. With a thought, the clothes dried instantly, but he could not be mended. It seemed that the clothes were useless. Looking at the huge skills training center marked on the map, Tang Qing couldn't help but complain again. You have a huge space that is so amazing. Why don't you give me a portable space for storage? You are so stingy. Never mind. There's no point complaining. Immediately, Tang Qing teleported directly back to the command room. At this time, his watch was also modified. Looking at the watch that was the same as before and with no change in weight, Tang Qing quickly put it on. It can also be regarded as a safety net. As for the portable equipment of the second uncle and his uncle, they will be installed in the next few days, and there will be soldiers with the teleportation node to operate it, so he does not have to worry about it. Sitting on the chair in the command room, Tang Qing, has Blue Sky Network been completed? Tang Qing asked. This project had been approved before, but it had not been put into operation yet. Tang Qing said, coming back to the commander-in-chief, we are ready. We have built websites in various countries around the world. As long as you give the order, we can immediately put them into operation and start the second step of the plan. Well, let's go online now. As for publicity, we don't need it. Let's first test some common foods on the market and issue a sampling test report. Tang Qing ordered. At the beginning, the stall should not be too big. Yes, Commander. After Tang Qing finished speaking, he turned around and began to issue orders. Tang Qing looked on, lost in thought. He knew that doing this was indeed a bit unprofessional, but it was still the same idea as before, and it had never changed. When you're a crew member, all you want is to fight for power and become the captain. But when you become the captain at the helm or the future helmsman of a ship, what you consider is how to sail the ship well. Don't sink. Therefore, Tang Qing does not feel that his behavior is redundant. The responsibility of an entrepreneur is not just to make money. BlueSky.com. The purpose of existence is closely related to people's life and survival. Tang Qing was shocked to see that so many food safety issues in later generations have not been solved, and people have been making money openly for decades. There are also those cancer villages that have appeared in large numbers, which are simply challenging people's moral bottom line. Tang Qing actually can't care about it now, but it does not prevent him from being exposed, and he does not care whether it is resolved or not. But does need to let the world know and let those black-hearted businessmen have a sharp sword hanging over their heads so that they will not want to take people's lives and safety seriously. This is such a waste of human life. Tang Qing couldn't stand it. Only then did we have the current Blue Sky Network. What he wants to do is, if you do business well, there will be a blue sky. If you mess around and make dirty money, then you can only be sorry. There is a sharp sword hanging above the blue sky at any time. Whether it's nosy or not doing his job, Tang Qing just wants to fulfill the dissatisfaction and anger in the heart of the small citizen in his previous life. Tang Qing doesn't want to see that feeling of nowhere to vent and powerless again. Right and wrong. Should and shouldn't. Bullshit and not bullshit. So what? He has to do it and do it well. The world might become a lot more bloody because of his appearance, such as Burma and Africa, but he also hoped that because of his appearance, the world would be a little more beautiful, and then his life would be worth it. Watching the Blue Sky website go online, Tang Qing went up and browsed. The interface has learned from experience and is very well done. The background is a blue sky with a few white clouds floating on it, and the website only has one sentence to introduce it. We will not punish evil. Any progress depends on the participation of all people. This sentence also expresses the purpose of the website. The website is just a place for exposure and will not take care of it. If you want to solve the problem, you must rely on the power of the people and your own strength to unite and stand up to give yourself a blue sky. Every country with a population of more than 100,000 has a website with the same introduction content, but the exposed content is different. Tang Qing was looking at Huaxia's website. It was still empty up there, but with the efficiency of the soldiers, the first interface can be filled up in just one day. Food safety is just one of them. Environmental monitoring will be open next month. This month, it is just a reserve. Things such as tourism chaos and regional safety assessment will be opened before the end of the year. It is still early. Take it step by step. As for the establishment of Blue Sky Network, Tang Qing also has an important purpose. That is, when its influence spreads all over the world, this may be a world-class traffic platform and product promotion window. If it operates well, it can even become a new giant-style evaluation agency in the world and be regarded as a guest by countless companies and countries. BlueSky.com. Tang Qing hopes to surprise him in the future and become a powerful force with sword and shield in his hands. If that happens, Blue Sky Network will become an important pillar in his empire's territory in the future. Looked at the time. Tang Qing got up and went back to the villa. After taking another bath, changing clothes, and coming to the bedroom, Lin Jiaxue was still sleeping. Seeing that it was almost dawn, Tang Qing quickly got into bed, hugged her beloved, felt her heartbeat, and looked at the ceiling. Tang Qing felt peaceful in her heart. With Lin Jiaxue by his side, he felt at ease and at ease. 1 hour later, Gastrodia is bright. Tang Qing felt that Lin Jiaxue's breathing rate had changed again, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. First, his hands were dishonest, and then, amid Lin Jiaxue's exclamations, the two began their morning exercises. 1 hour later, Tang Qing felt refreshed, but he didn't smoke either. He had nothing to express his feelings, so he could only giggle. Lin Jiaxue rolled her eyes coquettishly at Tang Qing, who looked proud and continued to lie on his chest, drawing small circles. As the relationship between the two progressed, Lin Jiaxue truly loved Tang Qing to the core. Tang, do you think I might be pregnant? Lin Jiaxue suddenly remembered that they didn't seem to have taken any protective measures these few times. They were too excited at the time and only remembered it now. This is for you. Tang Qing opened the bedside table and took out a board. The unlabeled sample product is produced by scientists in the scientific research area. Jelly beans. Yes, they're jelly beans, but they're just packaged as medicines. He had thought about this a long time ago, and he didn't want Lin Jiaxue to take any contraceptive pills from the outside. He was worried, and he didn't want Bidurius, so he might as well trick her with jelly beans. What is this? Lin Jiaxue curiously took the jelly beans and looked at them carefully. This is a contraceptive. If you take it once a month, it will prevent pregnancy. There are no side effects. Tang Qing made up a lie. Normal people would definitely not believe it. If it had, he would have made money all over the world, but Lin Jiaxue believed Tang Qing. Really? It's so magical. Lin Jiaxue's eyes were full of surprise. Of course, how could I lie to you? We are still in college, and you are only 18 years old. It is not suitable to have children. This is a high-end product, very expensive, and has no side effects on the body. Open your mouth, and I will feed you. Tang Qing peeled off the package. Lin Jiaxue opened her mouth obediently and took the pill. It's a bit like sugar. Lin Jiaxue felt the pill on her tongue, and it was sweet. Specially made to do this. Can Tang Qing say that this is just an ordinary candy? Of course not. Seeing that Lin Jiaxue believed it, Tang Qing was relieved. After that, he couldn't help but tell Lin Jiaxue not to tell anyone, saying that it was difficult to get this thing. Lin Jiaxue agreed immediately. She was too embarrassed to tell anyone about this kind of thing. After that, I rested for a while. The two got up, took a shower, and played around, completely forgetting about the two residents living downstairs. Huang Qi and Mei Wenlin were sitting in the restaurant, chatting and eating an exquisite breakfast. Since he had been here last time and knew that there were no rules in Tang Qing's place, Huang Qi started eating as soon as he sat down. Seeing this, Mei Wenlin, who was still a little worried, couldn't help the temptation of the delicious food in front of him and started to eat without mercy. After both of them were very full. After finishing packing, Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue went downstairs. Seeing the strange looks in Huang Qi's eyes, Lin Jiaxue slowly let go. She was not as blushing as before, but she was still a little uncomfortable. Xiao Tang, do you want to go out to play today? I know a few fun places. Huang Qi asked, holding Xiao Yuan's belly. I'm not going, you go. Tang Qing shook his head. It was a big weekend, and it was still raining outside. What fun was there? All they could go to were some clubs, and so on. The projects inside were so boring. He couldn't waste his time there. Okay. Seeing Tang Qing's refusal, Huang Qi also thought it was normal. Tang Qing's personality was that he didn't like making noise and socializing, not to mention that his lover was at home, so how could he have sex with him? After Tang Qing finished breakfast, the two of them slowly ate away, not feeling as uncomfortable as before. Afterwards, the two happily left holding a box of fruit wine each, saying that Tang Qing was such a good friend. As for the company's acquisition, it will be handled tomorrow. He has already informed Do Jiao that someone from Tianyin will contact May 1 Lin to handle it. The industrial and commercial offices will not be working on the weekend. Watching the two cars disappear at the door of the villa, Tang Qing took Lin Jiaxue to the second floor and started today's routine subject, piano. In the afternoon, it was painting, and in the evening, it was exercise. Just when Tang Qing was enjoying a happy weekend. Beijing, headquarters of China Little Angel Charity Foundation. In Bai Fei's office. Although today is Sunday, he chose to work overtime as usual. At this time, besides him, there are many people in the building who are also working overtime because the foundation has been too busy recently. Although busy, every employee has a smile on their face. Seeing the foundation's account balance skyrocketing these days, Bai Fei has been suffering from insomnia every day and has difficulty falling asleep at night. He is afraid that when he wakes up, the money will be a dream and disappear without a trace. More than 10 days. A donation amount of more than 20 billion yuan. It simply blinded everyone who saw this number. Of course, this includes Bai Fei. This huge amount of money is enough to cover the foundation's expenses for the next 5 or 6 years. As a large number of existing sick orphans have been eliminated, the number of new sick orphans is very small. Therefore, this money can be used for 5 to 6 years or even longer without any problem. Donation this time. Bai Fei also truly saw the power of the person who ran this foundation. It was a force so powerful that he could not imagine it. As far as she knew, there were many foundations and people with backgrounds in the country who wanted to make money, but all failed. All requests for equal distribution of the money through administrative orders from above were blocked, leaving no room for negotiation. Since there was no way to go up there, many people took up his idea and invited him to dinner every day, visiting him at home, etc. However, after a few meals, he never went to that kind of dinner again. After a few sips of wine, those people started talking about money and wanted to get grants through him. How could Bai Fei agree to this? Even if he agreed, the country would not agree, neither would the person who ran the matter, nor would the people who were supervising it across the country agree. In the end, it always ended on bad terms. What's not enough of a friend? What's not brother enough? What benefits are returned? What about taking the overall situation into consideration? Bai Fei has no interest at all. He feels proud that he can accomplish such a meritorious thing in the rest of his life. He wants to make him bear the infamy. Bai Fei can only give him the word, go away. This is also the reason why he basically lives in the office now. I am busy with work and have no time to eat. If I have something to come to the company to discuss, whether we can discuss it or not, it is all business and does not involve personal relationships. That's when Bai Fei's phone rang, and Bai Fei picked it up without looking at it. Hello, I'm Bai Fei. Bai Fei said calmly. President Bai, it's me. Hearing the familiar voice coming from the phone, Bai Fei stood up immediately. Even if he was a big shot, Bai Fei wouldn't stand up, but this voice was his boss, the person who was running this matter. Hello, sir. What are your orders? Bai Fei said excitedly. He hadn't heard this voice for a long time. President Bai, there are a few things for you to prepare for. First, the foundation will invest in the construction of 10 large children's hospitals in the country, with an average cost of 200 million yuan each. The operation and management of the hospitals will be under the dual jurisdiction of the health department and our foundation. The main purpose is to reduce the cost of treatment. I think you also know, President Bai, that although a lot of money of our foundation is clearly spent, there are too many profits of the hospital, doctors, and pharmaceutical companies in it. The purpose of building the hospital is to reduce costs. Second, increase the coverage of the foundation. The foundation will fund the construction of 100 large-scale orphanages across the country in the early stage to receive various types of sick orphans and manage them in a unified manner. After all, many of the sick orphans are divided among various orphanages, and it is inconvenient to take care of them. We can take over. At the same time, an orphanage must be built next to each of these 10 children's hospitals to facilitate the treatment of seriously ill and acutely ill children. These orphanages are also managed by the Civil Affairs Department and the Foundation. Third, set up an investment department of the Foundation to invest in scientific research projects for these serious diseases and find more efficient convenient and low-cost treatments and drugs. We will do the preliminary investigation, and then the foundation will invest. The first two countries have already agreed. The land prices for hospitals and orphanages will be preferential, and we will also find a way. As for the third one, we can make the decision ourselves. President Bai, do you have any questions at this time? Bai Fei was so excited at this time that he didn't know what to say. The three projects on this phone call really touched his heart. He had also been thinking about how to spend the tens of billions, whether to spend money to repair the orphanage, and so on. Now it seems that he is worrying too much. Others have already thought about how to spend the money, and the flowers are so beautiful. It just feels like it's the money from the foundation. It's not a lot, but these are important things and not a waste of money. Bai Fei immediately said, "No problem, sir. I'll have someone prepare it right away. By the way, sir, do you have any requirements for the location of the hospital and orphanage? There's no problem with the national approval, so it will be much easier to handle. There are no requirements for orphanages, but considering the land area and transportation, first-tier cities are not a good choice for hospitals. So, it is best to build hospitals in second- and third-tier cities that are located at transportation hubs and are convenient. I think they will be very happy." Bai Fei kept nodding his head. This plan is okay. Although the country has lower land prices, it is not free, and there is no shortage of this hospital in big cities. It is better to build it in second- and third-tier cities with developed transportation. In this way, with the same amount of investment, regardless of land area or scale, the cost-effectiveness and the attention of the local government will be the highest. Understand, sir. I will make preparations immediately and strive to start work quickly. Bai Fei felt full of energy. Well, we could try to spread the word about the location of the hospital and invite national bidding. Maybe we can save money on the land price. As for the orphanage, let it be based on the city's population size. Except for the 10 places that must follow the hospital, the rest will be ranked according to the ranking. The top 90 cities will have a share. Understood. Bai Fei agreed. Well, goodbye, President Bai. We are very satisfied with your work during this period and hope to continue working hard. The soldier said, "Your work is recognized by your boss." Bai Fei felt excited. "Yes, don't worry, I won't let you down." Bai Fei promised. "Okay, Bai." Listening to the beep from the other side, Bai Fei put down the phone and suppressed the excitement in his heart. He didn't immediately call a meeting notice because there were not enough people. He could go to work on the weekend, but he couldn't force others to go to work. Just wait until tomorrow, Monday. But this news still needs to be released. He doesn't want to delay the matter decided by the boss behind the scenes. Immediately, Bai Fei logged into the management interface of the foundation's website, entered the back end, and personally edited an article. China Little Angel Charitable Foundation 2005 fourth quarter investment project bidding announcement, which detailed the details of the first two projects that the warrior just mentioned. As for the third one, he was still waiting for the notice from the boss because the investigation work was contracted by the boss. As for whether this thing conforms to the process, Bai Fei didn't pay much attention. Everything about the foundation is decided by the boss, and there is no need to seek the consent of other vice presidents, nor does it require a national vote, because the country has already agreed, so there is nothing to discuss. Just follow what the boss tells you. After browsing it carefully, no typos were found. The sentences were smooth, and the meaning of boss was fully implemented. Bai Fei clicked the publish button. The next moment, this announcement was refreshed on the Foundation's website. For a website that has been followed by various media all day long, any news from the Foundation is the target of media attention and reporting, especially at this critical moment. As soon as it was refreshed, a reporter saw this announcement directly issued by President Bai Fei. Read the entire small content carefully. The reporter screamed strangely and rushed to the editor-in-chief's office. A minute later, the whole office was jumping up and down. This news was so explosive. The multi-billion investment project was still in 2005. It was like a thunder, quickly shocking the domestic media. Less than an hour, the headlines on all major portal websites have turned into this bidding announcement. P.S. Looks like something needs to be done. It's not even 11 o'clock. This news has spread all over the internet. It has made many people tremble with fear during the weekend. This foundation is really wealthy. It invested billions of yuan without any warning beforehand. Bai Fei also underestimated the influence of the foundation and the speed of network broadcast. No, the call came immediately. President Bai, what's going on? The vice president of the foundation called directly with an anxious tone. He, the vice president, didn't know anything about such a big matter. Could he not be anxious? But he was still calm and knew that Bai Fei was not a random person. Bai Fei quickly explained, "This is decided by the higher-ups. How dare I make this decision alone? They have already discussed it with the country. I will tell you the specific situation at the meeting tomorrow." "Okay, let's talk about it in the meeting tomorrow." "Lao Bai, you scare me to death. I thought you did it yourself." The vice president breathed a sigh of relief. How dare I?" Bai Fei laughed. After chatting for a few more words, Bai Fei hung up the phone. Next, Bai Fei's phone started ringing nonstop, and various people called one after another. After confirming the authenticity, they just wanted to make connections and let the hospital project be located there. Since the announcement clearly stated that the scope was second- and third-tier cities, no big boss from the municipality called. Otherwise, Bai Fei would be scratching his head. One morning, Bai Fei answered calls all morning, but finally stopped answering them and went to the study to read. Now the entire foundation is a big cake. In the past, due to restrictions on the scope of assistance, the hospital basically didn't earn any money. Seeing that the foundation has so much money, many hospitals are thinking about whether to increase treatment prices, but not now. Now that the little angel is at the forefront, no one dares to do this. And now, after the foundation begins to get involved in hospital projects, it will definitely give priority to treatment in its own hospitals in the future, and many people will also give priority to these hospitals. Then this huge sum of money will miss out on many hospitals, which is something many people do not want to see. Then, some people in the medical industry have begun to stir up an undercurrent and are ready to use their connections to nip this matter in the bud. If nothing else works, even if you're powerful and build the hospital, I will leave you without many doctors. Except for hospitals, other industries are more excited. In the past, they could not make any money, but now they have opportunities to make money. A project. It means there's money to be made, billions of investments, not too many people who want to make this money. There are too many industries involved in design, exploration, planning, construction, supervision, greening, decoration, medical equipment, pharmaceuticals, etc. In particular, the hospital project represents not only investment, but also reputation, an opportunity to be famous in front of the people across the country. Therefore, many local governments have sent people to the capital quickly to find ways to pass the first round of screening and have prepared various preferential conditions. Land. There is no local government that charges for land, and there are even many preferential policies. Public opinion on the internet is also overwhelmingly positive. No one dares to criticize the little angel now, because there are so many beneficiaries, especially the loans for children with serious illness that were previously opened. The little angels have saved too many families, and now they are a spontaneous troll army. Anyone who dares to blackmail the little angels will immediately be scolded and doubted in droves. Look at public opinion and the phone that keeps ringing. This time, Bai Fei really felt like he was in trouble. Other side, Tang Qing was also paying attention to the situation of the Little Angel Foundation. When he learned that Bai Fei was so anxious to send out an announcement, which caused a stir, and the internet was full of praise, Tang Qing smiled. This Bai Fei is really cute, without the composure and skill of the old Jianghu. But maybe it's because of this ignorance of the ways of the world, and such a simple impulsiveness that I can truly do things without regrets. Fine. The command room contacted the national site about this matter in the morning and said that it had decided to do this. Do you have any opinions? Finally, after a few calls from the capital, the government approved the matter and said it agreed and would provide appropriate support. Then there was the phone call with Bai Fei. Tang Qing also knows the principle in the capital. That is, as long as the money does not go abroad, there will be no interference in how the money is spent. Why can't you go abroad? Because if you go out, you will inevitably consume the country's foreign exchange reserves. You have just received the money, so how can you run away at will? However, Tang Qing also has a way. The foundation's investment is not only domestic, but also foreign. The funds are definitely cross-border, but depends on where to go. Tang Qing is not afraid that it will not pass by then. 10 hospitals. Tang Qing estimates that it is enough for the foundation. After all, there are more than just these hospitals in the country, so it is impossible for everyone to crowd in here. But if it is not enough, there is no need to worry about things so far away now. So far, Little Angel has really completed the establishment of its subordinate institutions. The next thing is to let these subordinate institutions play their role. Once these projects are completed, Little Angel has no plans to build new orphanages and hospitals for at least 3 years. The focus in the future is to invest in biotechnology and medical equipment to directly solve a certain disease once and for all, rather than building more hospitals to collect money. This is what a foundation should do. After paying attention for a while, Tang Qing stopped caring. As an ordinary citizen, he wanted to know the news in as much detail as possible. Especially for this kind of news, many people wanted to know the inside story and gossip. But as Tang Qing, as the initiator of the project, knew all the details and processes of the whole thing, as well as the future development direction, he had no interest in paying attention. Tang Qing likes this feeling of omniscient and making news. One day, that's it. It still rained all day long in Shanghai, but the villa was still as warm as spring, keeping out the coolness. Night. Nothing to say. Tang Qing tormented Lin Jiaxue for another 2 hours before giving up. In the end, Lin Jiaxue said that she must exercise well in the future, otherwise it would not be an option every time. Tang Qing expressed her firm support for this. See Lin Jiaxue falling into a deep sleep. Tang Qing started today's training plan. He was ready to try out gravity training and a recovery bin. After teleporting into the training center, Tang Qing didn't say much, just drove on, stepping on the air step by step, and rushed towards the building in the middle of the lake. Walking at an altitude of hundreds of meters, feeling the whistling wind, Tang Qing felt great. 10 minutes later, Tang Qing landed at the entrance of the building. Go straight to the 5th floor. Following the directions, he entered a gravity room of over 1,000 square meters, which contained various exercise equipment. It looked a bit like a gym, but he didn't recognize many of the equipment. System, what is the maximum gravity of this gravity chamber? Tang Qing asked curiously. Host, the highest gravity multiplier on each floor corresponds to the number of floors. The gravity chamber on the 5th floor corresponds to 5 times the gravity. The system explained. Tang Qing thought for a while and decided to start with double the gravity. System, let me try double gravity first. Double. Gravity mode is activated 10-9-1. When the system read 1, Tang Qing, who had been prepared, felt his body sink as if. It was a bit heavy, so he frowned, took a few steps, and realized something was wrong. Double gravity shouldn't be a problem to him at all. Even if his body was twice as heavy, it shouldn't be this heavy. It seemed like it was 5 or 6 times heavier. System, are you sure this is double gravity? Tang Qing asked. Yes, host. The system replied. Then why do I feel more than it is? It's too heavy. Tang Qing didn't believe it. The system said again. Host, in the gravity chamber, gravity is not only effective on the physical body, but also on the source force. The stronger the cell source force, the stronger the gravity you feel. This gravity chamber is to exercise the body and cell source force. There is no mistake. After listening, Tang Qing was speechless. It's true that I didn't ask you, and you didn't tell me. Damn, there are hidden settings. No wonder I feel old and heavy. Also, 5 times gravity is really not a big deal for those who have unlocked the 5th level gene lock. If so, 5 times gravity is useless and useless. Fortunately, I didn't directly test 5 times gravity just now, otherwise I would have probably fallen to the ground, which would have been embarrassing. Moved around a bit. Tang Qing felt there was no big problem. System, turn on twice the gravity. System, turn on triple gravity. In the end, Tang Qing knew his limit, which was 4 times gravity. Under 4 times gravity, Tang Qing's movements were severely restricted. He was shaking every time he took a step and walked slowly. But as long as he could move, Tang Qing also knew that it was his first time contacting the gravity chamber, and he was not yet proficient in it. Once he became proficient in 4 times gravity, his physique would be enough to move under 5 times gravity. Don't dare waste time. Tang Qing walked slowly in the gravity chamber. At this time, Tang Qing discovered something. That is, when his body was suppressed, he could actually feel the power of the cells. The previous use was just a mass of airflow, but in this case, he could actually feel the faint power in the middle of the cells. There was a glimmer of enlightenment in my heart. Could it be that cell-derived power is the key to breaking through physical attributes? It seems that this is really the case. In the past, the source energy value obtained could not only increase the mental attributes and strengthen the nerves, but also enhance the physical attributes. Isn't this the original setting? Feeling the cell source power, Tang Qing tried to control it. 3 hours later, Tang Qing gradually figured out how to strengthen his physique. It turns out that the cells of the body themselves produce and store cell source power. What Tang Qing has to do is to expand its storage capacity and production speed. If these two things are improved, the physical attributes will naturally increase. How to improve it is also very simple. That is, constant output and consumption, and the method is even more ridiculously simple. Because in the gravity chamber, the source force will also be affected. As long as you keep walking and moving, you can consume the cell source force. After that, he can enter the recovery warehouse to recover, repair damaged and fatigued cells, and consume the limit again and again, thereby increasing the cell source force storage capacity and production speed. Quite simple. For this setting, Tang Qing gave a 0 score. Damn it, after working on it for a long time, I still just need to run and jump. With such a simple method, it is too easy for people from this federation to become powerful. System, it's too easy for people from your federation to improve their strength. They can become strong in a few seconds. Tang Qing couldn't help complaining. Tang Qing originally thought that the system would ignore him, but the system unexpectedly answered him. Host, Yuanli's gravity control equipment belongs to dimensional technology. It cannot exist in spaces below 4 dimensions. Therefore, the cost of a device is worth tens of thousands of resource planets, and it cannot be widely used in the Federation. Tang Qing immediately knelt down and offered his knee to the answer given by the system. How heroic must you be, the creator of this system? Turning to look at the gravity chamber that he had complained about countless times, Tang Qing shrank his head. Damn, this price is so outrageous. What kind of dimensional technology is it? It seems to be more expensive than space technology. System, what is the principle of this? How many dimensions is that thing in? Tang Qing asked with hope. I'm sorry, permissions. Stop, I won't ask anymore. Tang Qing quickly stopped. Sorry is a polite word, but when the system says it, it always hits people. I just couldn't bear to hear it all. Looks like it's getting late. Tang Qing didn't stay here either. He was about to go back to the villa. After lying in bed for another hour, it would be almost dawn. Moreover, he had to go to school on Monday, so he had to leave early, otherwise he would be late. What's more, he still had to go back and wake Lin Jiaxue to get up. Tasting the forbidden fruit for the first time, eating it penetrated into the marrow, and even Tang Qing's determination was a little uncontrollable. Tang Qing returned to the villa. I took a quick shower. The few hours of training in the training center were not fruitless. Although he did not see any increase in physical attributes, it was a matter of time. He had already figured out the mechanism of physical strengthening and had no doubts anymore. Powerful. From now on, it is just a matter of course. It is the extremely expensive dimensional technology that makes Tang Qing a little bit obsessed. He did not expect that he has such a huge wealth and is so rich. Mad, other people's unit of measurement is not money, but planets. Tang Qing suddenly felt like a coward, still working hard for billions of dollars. Have to. We're still poor now. Save money slowly. Return to the room. Looking at Lin Jiashue's beautiful sleeping face who kicked off the quilt because the temperature in the room was a bit hot, Tang Qing could not hold back and pounced on her like a wolf. It took another hour for the two of them to finish today's morning exercise. Lin Jiashue, who was a little helpless, could only look at Tang Qing resentfully, but she was not angry, but with love in her eyes. Her husband was so powerful. What else could she complain about? At this time, it was already getting a little light, so the two of them got up quickly and packed up. Time was tight. They packed breakfast boxes and prepared to eat it in the car, otherwise they would really be late. It was Monday, and the traffic conditions in Shanghai could be imagined. Exited the villa area. The car drove quickly towards Fudan University. There was still drizzle in the sky. The weather forecast said that the sun would not be seen until tomorrow. Tang Qing was really not used to this kind of climate where it rained for many days at a time. As expected, Tang Qingjin and the others were blocked on the road. Looking at the endless traffic, Tang Qing's face was filled with helplessness. The traffic jam was as thick as sausages, and logically it shouldn't be. But who could have predicted that there would be a car accident ahead, a 5-car collision, a series of rear-end collisions? No one was killed, all were minor injuries, and car fragments were scattered on the ground. Ask him why he knows. Various communication channels in Shanghai were observed in real time by the analysts in the command room. In addition, the communication satellite in the sky was conducting round-the-clock surveillance. Tang Qing knew the situation ahead of the police. Rolling down the window and looking at the anxious drivers around him patting the steering wheel, Tang Qing felt a lot more comfortable. He was too lazy to laugh at the same time. They were all in the world. Now it's still important to eat. So Tang Qing started eating heartlessly. Tang, do you think we will be late? Lin Jiashue, a good student, began to worry. Tang Qing said nonchalantly, "It's okay. School hasn't started yet. It's just entrance education. Make it clear that the counselor won't care about it. Don't worry. There's no official class yet, so being late doesn't mean much." Lin Jiashue felt relieved after being comforted like this. It was just entrance education, there were no classes, and the counselor in their class was very talkative, so there was no need to ask Zhengro to help answer the questions. Then she ignored it and was held by Tang Qing. Lin Jiashue had to feed him one bite at a time. Tang Qing happily ate the breakfast that Lin Jiashue fed him. The window was open, and there was a bus on the left. Watching the two people in the car eating delicious food, holding a beautiful woman, and riding in a luxury car, their eyes were filled with envy. But people with different fates can only lament that they did not get a good pregnancy. Tang, close the window. There are so many people watching. Lin Jiashue glanced at the group of people with different expressions in their eyes. She felt a little embarrassed. It's okay to show affection, but would be really embarrassing to be watched at the same time. Tang Qing smiled. He turned to look at the people on the bus and was about to close the window when a familiar face was quickly locked and analyzed by him like a computer. This made Tang Qing's smile pause. He actually saw their counselor, Jing Xiang, in the car. Tang Qing didn't expect to meet her here. Jing Xiang on the bus was a little embarrassed as she watched the students in her class show affection in front of her. She remembered Tang Qing's bold words at the opening ceremony last time. She thought this was Tang Qing's fiancée. So beautiful. Jing Xiang had to admit that Lin Jiashue was a sweet girl, gentle and intellectual, shy and charming, with a delicate feeling. Any man would love this woman to death. She could tell that this girl was focused on Tang Qing. Now that he saw it, Tang Qing naturally couldn't pretend that he didn't see it. "Jiashue, I've seen our counselor. I'll go say hello first," Tang Qing said to Lin Jiashue. "How about letting her ride in our car?" Lin Jiashue suggested. "Okay." Tang Qing agreed. It would be nice to get to know each other well along the way, so that we could travel more easily in the future. Said. Tang Qing took an umbrella, opened the door, and got out of the car. At this time, they were blocked on the elevated road, and the cool sea breeze was blowing through, which was quite refreshing. Seeing Tang Qing get out of the car, Jing Xiang knew that Tang Qing had seen her. Tang Qing walked to the driver's window, and the middle-aged driver on the opposite side said, "Uncle, open the door. I have a friend inside. Seeing Tang Qing getting out of the luxury car next to him, the middle-aged driver didn't dare to say anything, so he didn't dare to say anything and immediately opened the door. Tang Qing walked to the door of the bus, smiled at Jing Xiang, who was standing not far from the door, and said, "Teacher Jing, get off the bus quickly and take my car. The bus is too slow." Faced with Tang Qing's straight talk, Jing Xiang smiled bitterly and walked out without refusing. At this time, Tang Qing saw that Jing Xiang was also carrying a big box, and Tang Qing hurried up to help. "Teacher Jing, are you going home this weekend?" Tang Qing asked. With his mind swept away, he found that it was full of clothes. "It's not my home. You know, I graduated not long ago. You're the first batch of students I brought. After graduation, I left a lot of my things with my friends. I went to get the last clothes yesterday. I didn't expect it would be so congested today. I was also planning to go to the next stop to take the subway. Fortunately, there is no one at school today, otherwise I would have been in trouble." Jing Xiang said happily. Tang Qing put the things in the trunk. Got in the car. "Teacher Jing, this is my fiancée, Lin Jiaxue, who is also from Fudan University, majoring in journalism. This is our class counselor, Jing Xiang, Teacher Jing." Tang Qing introduced. "Hello, Teacher Jing." Lin Jiaxue smiled politely. "Hello, classmate Lin, you are so beautiful. No wonder Tang Qing announced your affairs on such an important occasion a few days ago. I hope you can go on well." Jing Xiang smiled slightly and blessed. Looking at these two young people who seemed to be a perfect match, what she was thinking about in her heart was her own painful, unrequited love. "Don't worry, Jiaxue must be my wife." Tang Qing looked at Lin Jiaxue and said softly. Looking at Lin Jiaxue's charming eyes, Tang Qing kissed her directly. If Jing Xiang hadn't been there, Tang Qing would have almost made a move. Lin Jiaxue also shyly got into Tang Qing's arms, not daring to see anyone. Looking at this scene, Jing Xiang shook her head with a wry smile. She regretted getting on this pirate ship and spreading dog food like this. She didn't mean to hurt people. She immediately changed the subject and said, "Tang Qing, what did you do on the weekend?" "Go back home, far away." Tang Qing replied with a smile. "You mean you have two homes in Shanghai?" Jing Xiang asked in surprise. The smart Jing Xiang immediately understood what Tang Qing meant. If there is a home that is far away, there must be one that is closer. Isn't that two in total? He knew that Tang Qing was not from Shanghai, so he must have bought this house. "Well, the one I live near the school on weekdays is relatively far away this weekend," Tang Qing explained. Jing Xiang stopped asking. In the world of rich people, she couldn't do anything except watch. It's not surprising that Tang Qing could afford such a car, have bodyguard to pick him up and buy him two houses or two houses. It's not like he had never seen rich people before. It's just that people like Tang Qing who want people, money, and study are rare, or in other words, very few. According to the standards of Prince Charming, Tang Qing is definitely qualified. That's all. Tang Qing and Jing Xiang were chatting. After a while, Jing Xiang's information was tricked out by him, but Jing Xiang still knew very little about his information. Although Tang Qing didn't like to socialize, it didn't mean that he didn't know how to do it. 10 minutes later, the road ahead was cleared and passable, and Tang Qing's car hit the road again. P.S. Thank you to the reader Bookworm for the tip. The car was driving fast on the streets of Shanghai. Open, open. Tang Qing suddenly heard a system prompt and felt happy. He quickly closed his eyes and called up his personal information. Name, Tang Qing level. Level 6 experience. 415/3200 this month's loan quota. 8 million/8 million this month's personal quota. 1.6 million/1.6 million assets that could be withdrawn. 10, 56.48 million spirit. 600 physique. 556 source chi value. 20 the rest is the same as last night, except for 100 more experience points. There were still 20 points of origin chi, so Tang Qing immediately called up the task list. Yes, the issuance task of 100 billion yuan was completed, and this was the reward. With his mental attributes filled up, Tang Qing added 20 points of source energy to his physique, which became physique 576 the next moment. A warm current spreads throughout the body. It stands to reason that Tang Qing should have been very excited, as he was one step closer to unlocking the 6th-level gene lock, but seeing that there was still an issue amount of 200 billion Asian dollars in the achievement task, he was a little unhappy. Never mind. Stop watching. Annoying. Tang Qing opened his eyes. Jing Xiang saw Tang Qing close his eyes for a while, then asked curiously, Tang Qing, did you sleep well last night? Tang Qing was stunned. Me? I slept very well last night. As he said that, Tang Qing recalled what happened last night, a wonderful night, and remembered the protagonist in it. He turned to look at Lin Jiaxue and smiled mysteriously. Being looked at by Tang Qing like this, Lin Jiaxue also remembered that she was really fast asleep. As for the reason, Lin Jiaxue glared at Tang Qing coquettishly, then lowered her head with a blushing face. Jingxiang knew what they were thinking by looking at their expressions. Can't help but cover my face. Have to. You must not talk about sleeping with a young couple who live together, otherwise it will easily lead to the embarrassing scene now. Well, when I didn't say it, I'll read a book. Seeing that the atmosphere was developing in a strange direction, Jingxiang actually read a book, while constantly comforting herself. The noise in the world is just clouds, and the tranquility in the book is eternal. Tang Qing almost laughed out loud, but he still held it back. He gently hugged Lin Jiaxue into his arms and admired the scenery. It was not the scenery outside, but looking down at Lin Jiaxue in his arms. It was such a hot summer, and his clothes wrinkled when he was hugged like this. The scene in front of her started to look indecent, but Lin Jiaxue didn't notice it. That's all. Tang Qing almost turned into a wolf along the way. I was thinking about whether I should find time to unlock the scene. Come to school. Tang Qing did not go to the classroom with Jing Xiang, but sent Lin Jiaxue there first. Jing Xiang didn't say anything. There were no classes anyway, and there was nothing going on today. As soon as Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue walked downstairs, they heard the bell ringing. Tang, you go back first. No, I have to send you to the classroom door before you can rest assured. Tang Qing shook his head. But what if they recognize you? Most of the freshmen in the school have seen you now. Lin Jiaxue said in a low voice. Now Tang Qing is well known in the freshman year. What's the matter? We don't have a shady relationship. I just want everyone to know that you are mine and no one can make any plans. At the same time, I am also yours. Let's go. Tang Qing hugged Lin Jiaxue's waist domineeringly and walked into the teaching building. Hearing this, Lin Jiaxue felt extremely sweet. Yeah. The two of them walked upstairs. The handsome Tang Qing immediately attracted the attention of the students passing by. Handsome men and beautiful women are an eye-catching sight everywhere, let alone two of them together. Isn't this Tang Qing? A freshman exclaimed as he recognized Tang Qing. Yeah, that one next to him is his fiancée. So beautiful. What should I do? I'm sorry for my Wei, but my Prince Charming's face turned into Tang Qing. Many freshmen recognized Tang Qing and remembered the way he swore sovereignty in the ceremony a few days ago. Looking at Lin Jiaxue, many people who had any ideas immediately gave up. On appearance, Lin Jiaxue is indeed beautiful. In this era of judging people by their appearance, this is capital. Lin Jiaxue lowered her head at first, a little embarrassed. But seeing Tang Qing hold her head up high and not afraid of all kinds of eyes, Lin Jiaxue mustered up the courage to raise her head, thinking that as Tang Qing's future wife, she couldn't be frightened by such a small scene and embarrass Tang Qing. The moment Lin Jiaxue raised her head, Tang Qing suddenly felt that Lin Jiaxue's temperament had changed a bit. She used to be a bit weak, but now she is more firm and majestic. But that's fine. This is a good thing. Come to the 3rd floor. Tang Qing followed Lin Jiaxue's guidance to the classroom where their class gathered, and Zheng Ro, the squad leader, was sitting at the door. When she saw Tang Qing and the others approaching, she quickly got up, walked out of the classroom door, and pulled Lin Jiaxue aside. Jiaxue, did Tang Qing bully you? Zheng Ro said and glanced at Tang Qing angrily. Her logic was very simple. The two of them came so late, it must have been caused by Tang Qing not being able to bear it in the morning. No. Lin Jiaxue said calmly. Then why are you here so late? Zheng Ro was dubious. There was a car accident on the road today, there was a traffic jam, and the place where I live is a bit far from the school. Tang Qing explained. I believe it for the time being. Young man, please be more restrained. Zheng Ro snorted, and she blushed a little when she said this. She was still a young girl. If she didn't feel that Lin Jiaxue was really pitiful to me, as a sister, she wouldn't be so open-minded. Tang Qing was speechless. Why are these words so strange coming from your mouth? I'll treat you to lunch later. Tang Qing felt that it was time for him to leave, because Lin Jiaxue's classmates, both men and women, looked at him a little differently. It's necessary to capture our Jiaxue. If you still want to escape this meal, don't even think about it. Zheng Ro raised her head and said, Then I'll leave first. I'll wait for you at the school gate at noon. Let's go, you big bad wolf. After saying that, Zheng Ro pulled Lin Jiaxue into the classroom. Tang Qing had no choice but to touch his nose and turn back. Their class was not in this building. Just after Tang Qing left, Lin Jiaxue's class exploded. Monitor, Lin Jiaxue is Tang Qing's girlfriend? A bold boy came up and asked. He was a little unwilling to have the flower picked. Apart from being handsome, he thought he didn't need to be inferior to Tang Qing. Well, besides studying. Yes, I'm envious. You don't have a chance. Zheng Ro said loudly and unabashedly, and all the male students in the class heard it. At this time, countless hearts were broken. The boy who just spoke returned to his seat dejectedly. So handsome, Joshua, did you guys live together last night? A girl sitting in the back row asked a little sourly. Handsome men and beautiful women, no matter how you look at them, are the result of hormone secretion. Before Lin Jiaxue could answer, Zheng Ro said first, Go, what are you thinking in your little head? Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue have known each other since childhood. They're neighbors at home, childhood sweethearts, and a baby kiss. It's useless for you to stop having such crooked thoughts. Zheng Ro had to clear up Lin Jiaxue's name so that no one would gossip and say something unpleasant. Things between women are not as clear as men's. If men have conflicts, they can be solved with a basketball. If women have conflicts, they can be solved. Really, I heard that Lin Jiaxue and Tang Qing were neighbors in their hometown. They had known each other since they were children, and they were still kissing each other's children. Some people will put away their bad thoughts. If Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue had just met, even if they were high school classmates, it was inevitable that they were arranging Lin Jiaxue behind their backs. But in the case of such a baby kiss, there is no reason to gossip. There is a limit to envy, jealousy, and hatred. Suddenly, the style of painting suddenly changed. Jiaxue, I envy you so much. Yes, that's great. I got admitted to the same university. I wish you happiness. That's right. You must hurry up and don't let Tang Qing be robbed. If any woman dares to catch Tang Qing's attention, tell me, Jiaxue, and see if we don't scold her to death. Count me alone. For a moment. The female classmates in the class have all become Lin Jiaxue's mother's family, and all of them have recognized this relationship. If they don't have it, others have it. We are still in the same class, and we don't allow others to ruin it. Lin Jiaxue just smiled and nodded. As for the male students in the class, their hearts have long been broken. No matter how hard they are, they don't think they can get out of this corner. That's all. Let's change the target. He and Tang Qing competed for Lin Jiaxue. Not to mention Tang Qing, even the girls in their class didn't agree. So, it was just a joke. Noon. Tang Qing stood at the school gate, waiting for Lin Jiaxue. But, looking at the many people behind Lin Jiaxue, Tang Qing was stunned. What's going on? Tang Qing, the sisters in our class heard that you wanted to treat you to dinner. So they came with you, but don't worry, they pay for it themselves. Zheng Ro immediately explained. What are you talking about? I'm treating you. You can eat whatever you want. Tang Qing understood clearly. Could it be that he was here to test himself? Maybe, but what the heck? It's just a meal. It's crowded and busy. Then let's go to the old place. It has a large quantity and is affordable. Zheng Ro knew that Tang Qing was a wealthy man. Okay. Tang Qing nodded. Originally, he wanted to take them to have a big dinner, but now there are so many people, his 2 cars can't even fit in them, and there are so many strangers showing up, so he can only wait until next time. Subsequently, Tang Qing pulled Lin Jiaxue and walked in front. Zheng Ro didn't come up to act as a light bulb. She was chatting happily with the girls in the class. Along the way, there were a dozen or so girls behind them chattering, which was very lively. When passing by the previous hot pot restaurant, Tang Qing looked at the big seal on the door, and then at Zheng Ro next to him. Tang Qing felt a little sympathetic to her. He remembered what he had asked the command room to investigate before, and he didn't expect that Zheng Ro really had some background. His uncle turned out to be the director of the Shanghai Municipal Finance Bureau, a senior official at the department level. As for his father, he was just a businessman with hundreds of millions of assets. He was engaged in electronic product processing business in Zhejiang province. In addition, many relatives were also doing business. The family's not small, but the power of their family is limited to this. Their uncle is the highest-ranking person, and the other highest-ranking members of the family are only senior officials in a poor county in the interior. Why Tang Qing still sympathizes with Zheng Ro is because although Zheng Ro is the apple of their family's eye, she has to marry someone for the sake of the family, which is a kind of helplessness. But Tang Qing didn't intend to care. Marriage does not mean unhappiness. Free love does not necessarily mean you will be happy. The key is people. It's just that there will be a lot less experiences in life. At least Tang Qing knew that the guy in Zheng Ro's family who wanted to marry him was of good character. The reason for Lin Shan is because of another book written by Mouse. Sometimes I get tired of writing banking system and don't want to write anything else, so I change my mood and write. This one, under this pen name. When they arrived at the hotel, they asked for a large private room. Tang Qing handed over the menu. Each of you order one. This lunch is mine. From now on in the class, I hope to take more care of our Jiaxue. If he could bribe people with money, Tang Qing would be happy to do it. He doesn't do much else now. Just more money. Haha. I can take care of him, but one meal is not enough. A lively female classmate said with a sweet smile. It's a small matter. Just tell me if you want to eat in the future. Tang Qing said with a smile. In fact, what he said is the same as if he didn't say it. It was just for the occasion. There are all college students here who would really go to such lengths for a meal. I didn't expect you to be a rich young man. The girl's eyes lit up, but it's not surprising when I think of the brands Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue wear. There are no bargains on Sheng Tang's custom-made clothes. It's just a pity. There's already a flower next to this grass. No way, but I can still afford a few meals. Tang Qing laughed and said, not wanting to delve into this topic. After a while, the menu went around, and each person ordered a dish. Tang Qing didn't look like a poor person, and Lin Jiaxue didn't feel any pain at all. They were not too conservative, and at the same time, they really envied Lin Jiaxue to death. And Lin Jiaxue knew Tang Qing's worth. That huge industry is an astronomical figure to her. The money for this meal may not be enough for a bottle of fruit wine. Even up to now, her mother has not spent a cent of the 10,000 yuan in living expenses because she can't find a place, and Tang Qing has taken care of everything. Why did Lin's mother give her so much? She just felt that Lin Jiaxue also wanted to be more independent on her own and couldn't spend Tang Qing's money all the time. Occasionally, she had to pay for entertainment out of her own pocket. Finished ordering. The waitress asked again, Sir, ladies, what would you like to drink? A pot of jasmine tea, how about you? After Tang Qing finished speaking, he looked at the students around him. Let's just drink some juice. Zheng Ro said, we have a new fruit wine on the market. It tastes very good and is not intoxicating. I wonder if you are interested in trying it. The waiter suddenly said, during this period, fruit wine has become a major alcoholic brand and has a tendency to replace fruit beer. Overnight, there are many fruit wine brands on the market, and they are all vying for territory, and the promotion points given to their restaurants are also the highest, so they are very enthusiastic in promoting them. Fruit wine, Tang Qing asked. Yeah, but it's not the imported kind, but it still tastes good, and it only costs 88 yuan per bottle. The waiter introduced. Here, let's try a bottle. If it tastes good, we can ask for more. Tang Qing became interested and wanted to taste the fruit wine brewed by others. Okay, please wait a moment. The waiter left happily. The box became lively again. Have you heard that the imported fruit wine on the market has sold for a sky-high price recently? Of course, I heard that private transactions now cost at least 8,000 yuan, or even more, and you may not be able to buy more. What a pity. If I had bought a bottle when it was first launched, I could have made a fortune. It seems like one drink. Me too, but I can't afford it even with a year's living expenses. That's all. It's all the winemaker's fault. A little fruit wine is still sold at such an expensive price. You're a profiteer. Yes, big profiteer. The content of the chat developed in a strange direction. The girls began to criticize the big profiteer who made wine. And Tang Qing, the big profiteer, could only lower his head and drink tea in embarrassment because he really set the price. The ex-factory price of the territory was 2,000 yuan, and the domestic sales price was 4,000. As for the middle profit, it was given to the dealers, who were responsible for all the work such as publicity, transportation, sales, etc. Plus there are various tariffs and hidden expenses. Although fruit wine sells for 4,000 yuan a bottle in China, on average, my second uncle only earns a few hundred yuan. Lin Jiaxue on the side couldn't help but laugh when she saw Tang Qing lowering his head and drinking tea silently. She knew that Tang Qing's second uncle was the largest agent of fruit wine in Asia. The price was indeed related to Tang Qing. It was precisely because of this relationship that he could drink this kind of wine without restrictions. Lin Jiaxue still felt a little incredible when thinking of the fruit wine worth hundreds of thousands in the basement of Tang Qing's villa. Her life had changed so much in a short period of time. Remembering that Huang Qi wanted to buy a bottle for 10,000 yuan the day before yesterday, Tang Qing was unwilling to sell it. Then he looked at the man next to him. He was so outstanding in every aspect and made people addicted. Lin Jiaxue's eyes felt a faint mist. Tang Qing, don't you think so? That big profiteer is so abominable. He sells a little fruit mixed with water for such a high price. How can ordinary people afford to drink it? Zheng Ro saw that Tang Qing was silent and wanted to bring him in to accuse this behavior together. Although she had drunk it, she could only taste it and want to buy more. Sorry, not many people were willing to sell it. Even if she wanted to buy it in large quantities from the source, it was imported from foreign countries. Even if you have great connections in China, others may not buy it. This kind of fruit wine is currently in short supply all over the world. Zheng Ro, who drank this drink, was full of resentment. Remember the smell. Zheng Ro swallowed unconsciously. Tang Qing smiled bitterly and agreed. You're right, you should be blamed, but you have to consider the situation. The wine is really delicious, otherwise consumers around the world won't buy it. You get what you pay for. We're all businessmen. Who does things that don't make money, right? He had to defend himself. What you said makes sense. Oh, I wish I could take a sip any time. One of the girls looked yearning. Tang Qing didn't know what to say. Just for the sake of pretending to compete, they can't just let each of them have a drink to enjoy themselves. He is not that bored yet, and showing off is not the way to show off. The less people know about the fact that he has this kind of fruit wine in his hand, the better. As for Chai Run and Lu Qian, according to him, they also obtained a lot of shares from their second uncle. Nowadays, many jewelry merchants who go to Thailand come to their second uncle, and most of them go to ask for fruit wine. Tang Kai has also controlled the quantity, only giving a fixed quantity every month, and balancing the shipments in various markets to avoid causing public outrage. As for the dignitaries in Thailand, they turned to Wang Sa. Taking this opportunity, Wang Sa's family became famous again. Looking at the sales, Wang Sa was smiling from ear to ear all day long. As for Tang Liang and Wei Jun, it was really painful and happy at the same time. The background and foundation of the two are not as strong as those of Tang Kai and Wang Sa. Facing the big guys in their respective sales areas, although they show their faces, they have to try their best to meet other people's requirements, which can be said to be really tiring. But looking at the crazy monthly growth on the books, what can they say? Make money, tired, this is not normal. Soon, the dishes are all served. Tang Qing looked at the bottle that was 70% similar to his own fruit wine, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. The ability of domestic copycats was really too strong, and it had only been so long since they had appeared on the market so openly. He poured himself a glass first and took a sip. It tasted okay, and the ingredients used were quite particular. It had basically reached the pinnacle of outside fruit wine brewing, but it was incomparable to what was produced in the training area. Not on the same level at all. However, those girls who had never drank it thought it was okay. It was sour and sweet. It tasted better than fruit beer. Only Lin Jiaxue and Zheng Ro drank a little and stopped drinking. A comparison. The price is really worth so much. To this, Tang Qing was a little glad that he didn't show off. Based on their judgment standards, it would be better for them to live in happiness. Seeing that they all looked quite satisfied, it was quite harmonious. Jiaxue, are you free this weekend? How about we go shopping around the scenic spots in Shanghai together? While eating, they brought up the topic of travel, and Zheng Ro immediately suggested. Lin Jiaxue looked at Tang Qing. She had been shopping under the leadership of Shun Yi a few days ago and was not very interested, but she listened to Tang Qing. The women at the table looked at Tang Qing again with different eyes. Tang Qing was unmoved. We have something to do this weekend. My high school classmates are coming to play at home. Tang Qing didn't want to run around. Li Kao was going to take his wife to the villa to play on the weekend, and even Wang Yin was coming. He still had a headache, but he had no travel plans. When they heard that they were high school classmates coming to play, they didn't say anything. Soon, this meal is over. Everyone was a little full after eating. Come to the front desk. Sir, the total is 853 yuan. I'll give you a change. It's 850 yuan. The cashier bowed politely. Tang Qing took out his wallet and counted 900 yuan. That's right. Tang Qing has a wallet. 1 month after his rebirth, Tang Qing finally started to use a wallet. In the past, he had few opportunities to use money, so he could just withdraw cash directly into his pant pocket, but now he often spends money, and he feels that it is impossible not to have a wallet. It's just that I'm not used to it. His ideal state is that he doesn't even have to give money, just leave after eating, and the payment is outsourced. That is cool. Looking at the thick stack of red banknotes in Tang Qing's wallet, many girls are full of envy. The cashier asked for 50 yuan, and Tang Qing pretended to have the money and was about to leave. Classmate Tang. This sound stopped Tang Qing. As soon as he turned around, he saw Qiu Jie walking down the stairs. He looked at him with a smile on his face and a bit of surprise. He was accompanied by his daughter-in-law and a middle-aged man, who looked very much like Qiu Jie and was probably Qiu Jie's son. Tang Qing was very strange. Why does Qiu Jie always come to this restaurant? There's so many places to eat near Fudan. Is it because it's delicious? That's bullshit. Do you still know the owner of this store? Tang Qing's guess was correct. This restaurant was really related to Qiu Jie. He usually came here to treat guests. Not only could he eat with confidence, but he could also get a big discount on the price. P.S. Next chapter in 5 minutes. Today, Qiu Jie's relative's grandson was full moon, so he invited them to have a meal, but he didn't expect to meet Tang Qing here. Seeing it was Qiu Jie, Tang Qing hurried up. No way. Who could tell that he was already the vice president of Fudan University? Lin Jiaxue also followed. Lin Jiaxue's female classmates didn't know Qiu Jie, but Zheng Ro from several dormitories remembered that they had seen Qiu Jie here last time. Although Qiu Jie spoke last Friday, no one really remembers him. It's very simple. Who the hell is really an old man in the stands at the opening ceremony? Isn't this a joke? I can't remember it even after reading it. If Qiu Jie knew this result, he didn't know how he would react. No, he already knew it. Looking at the blank expressions of the students Tang Qing brought, Qiu Jie knew that he was just like a passerby. Haha, Qiu Jie wanted to laugh when he thought of this. He was a bit of a failure as a school leader, but looking at Tang Qing, Qiu Jie laughed even more happily. Qiu Jie drooled a little when he thought of the wine that had been sold at a sky-high price. Principal Qiu, what a coincidence. Tang Qing stepped forward and said with a smile. Hello, Principal Qiu. Lin Jiaxue also called out. A kind smile appeared on Qiu Jie's face. Okay, you guys, have you finished eating? Have you paid the bill? I didn't thank you for the wine last time, so this time it's mine. After drinking such expensive wine last time, I naturally need to return the favor. Tang Qing shook his head and said, "We have already paid, and we are preparing to go back to school. Are you walking?" Xiao Jie asked. "Yes, there are a lot of people, and my car can't fit in." Tang Qing nodded. "Then let's go together. It's not far anyway," Xiao Jie said happily. How could Tang Qing say half a word no and nodded? "Okay. By the way, let me introduce you. This is my son, Xiao Wuming." Wanra left first because she has to go to class in the afternoon. "This is my daughter-in-law whom you have also seen. This is our little number 1 scholar, Tang Qing." Xiao Jie introduced his son. Tang Qing immediately called uncle and aunt. "Classmate Tang, welcome to meet you. This is my business card." Xiao Wuming handed over a business card with both hands, and there was even a hint of respect in his smile. The results of Xiao Jie's investigation came out 2 days ago. Thinking that the young man in front of him had a family fortune that was more than 10 blocks away from his own, he did not dare to neglect. No matter how young Tang Qing is, he is already a big crocodile in the business world, the helmsman of a huge enterprise group. In any aspect, he is incomparable. Naturally, he does not dare to show off just because his father is the school leader. Tang family. This is a rising and powerful family, especially since Tang Kai also runs a fruit wine business, and his contacts are much higher level and scope than his own. Tang Qing took the business card and looked at it carefully. In fact, he was just pretending. The situation of Xiao Jie's family had been clearly investigated by the command room, and he also knew that Xiao Wuming had once competed for the domestic advertising plan of fruit wine. What a pity. Xiao Wuming was defeated. After reading it, Tang Qing put the business card back in his pocket. "Let's go first. We'll talk about it on the way. It's not good to be stuck here. Several people standing in the aisle have affected the traffic." "Okay, please." Xiao Wuming made a gesture of invitation. Tang Qing turned around. "Jiaxue, you go and accompany the students. Uncle Xiao and I will chat." After that, Tang Qing came to the cashier and said to Zheng Ro and others, "I met an acquaintance. Let's go. We happen to be on the way." The other girls didn't pay attention and walked out chattering. Xiao Wuming drove here today, but looking at the situation, he wanted to talk to Tang Qing, so of course he couldn't drive back. After giving the key to his wife, he followed Tang Qing out. Walk. Just put a little distance away from the girls in front." Their conversation was really not suitable for the people in front of them to hear. "Classmate Tang, I had the honor to meet your second Uncle Tang Kai before and took a photo together. My father also saw it and guessed that he was your second uncle. We are really destined. Thank you for helping my father in Thailand." Xiao Jie explained the background of the story to prevent Tang Qing from thinking that he was investigating him. "It's just a little effort. You're welcome. My second uncle is too. He's been very busy lately," Tang Qing said with a chuckle. "That's right. In addition to the jewelry business, there is also a fruit wine business now. I heard that it has been involved in several other industries recently, but it seems that Mr. Tang is in good spirits. But you still need to pay attention to rest." Xiao Wuming agreed. "Tang Qing's my second uncle has seafood and other meats that he sent over. Eating it is absolutely refreshing and harmless. According to the phone call a few days ago, my second aunt said that many of my uncle's white hair have turned black. It is very effective." Tang Qing also kept asking people to give them things, but not much, just enough for their family to eat, so as to prevent the second uncle from giving things away. Then, Xiao Wuming found various topics to chat with Tang Qing, but Xiao Wuming had no intention of letting Sheng Tang or Tang Qing's other companies give him the advertising business. He was not stupid, not to mention that he and Tang Qing were not familiar with each other. Even if they were acquaintances, he would not bring it up like this. Things like relationships will change once interests are involved, and it is still completely demanding. Tang Qing and his father knew each other, and that was enough. Xiao Jie could still ask him to speak if something happened. If Tang Qing really asked him to give him a project, how would his father face Tang Qing? Xiao Wuming still knows this, and there's a long way to go. He needs his company to win the contract based on its strength. As long as you don't get treated unfairly. If your stuff is not good enough. He has no shame in seeking such a relationship. Soon, Xiao Wuming stated his purpose. Classmate Tang, I have a heartfelt offer for you. That fruit wine, can you please have this? As you know, domestic sales have been very tight, and now there are no reservations. Tang Qing smiled bitterly. It was just as he guessed. He came here for this thing. Firstly, it can't cure diseases and save people. And secondly, it can't lead to Taoism and immortality. It just tastes better. Why are you so anxious? After thinking about it, Tang Qing said, Uncle Qiu, I'm not going to buy it. This time, I'll ask someone to give you a box as a gift. It's free. From now on, you can buy a box of shares from the dealer here at the original price every month. In order to avoid people who want to buy wine often come to him, he adopted the same method as his second uncle, and all his acquaintances gave a box of shares. Thank you, classmate Tang. Xiao Wuming was very happy when he heard this. This treatment is not easy to get. 1 box a month, that's 9 bottles, which is enough if you drink it slowly. If you save a little, you can still have some stock. Now word is spread in circles. Although this fruit wine cannot cure diseases or save people, it can play a considerable role in calming the mind. If you drink it before going to bed at night, after a busy day, you will have a very good sleep at night. It can even relieve many insomnia and mental stress. This was something Tang Qing didn't expect, and what he didn't even expect was yet to come. You're welcome. Back to school. Continue with class. Just when Tang Qing was in class, a piece of news that even he didn't expect swept the world's major networks. The content is the fruit wine he sells. After these fruit wines flowed into the upper class of the world, they became a hot commodity that people rushed to buy. Many of these upper class people like to seek stimulation and abusing. Illegal drugs has become a commonplace. Material life is satisfied. Many people look for this kind of excitement. It's still related to fruit wine. A rich man in the United States bought a lot of this kind of wine. Due to his frequent drug use, he has been addicted for many years and can no longer quit. In addition, he is also rich, so he is not afraid of being unable to afford it. But his health is deteriorating. Since this kind of wine was released some time ago, he immediately fell in love with the taste. He thought that good wine needs to be stored in the cellar and will taste better after being stored for a long time. So he kept some of it, and he only drank a small cup every day. He didn't notice anything at first, but after more than half a month, one day he didn't smoke, but he didn't feel any discomfort at all. He didn't care at the time, but the next day he still had no desire to drink and finally realized something was wrong. It was not until a week later that he looked at the wine in his hand and seemed to understand something. He hurried to the hospital for a checkup. The results showed that his health was still as bad as before, but it seemed that the damage to the body was as if the impact had been forcibly stopped. No smoking for a week. Doctors told him his immune system was being activated and repaired. Then the rich man went to many friends to see if there was any abnormality in them. Finally, after a week of confirmation, he finally understood that it turned out that drinking wine could really help him quit this kind of thing. Now, he was really shocked. When the news spread, many wealthy people who drank regularly said that their dependence on various contraband substances had decreased or even disappeared. So it was exposed by a few reporters with keen sense of smell. This time, fruit wine appeared in front of people all over the world for the first time. Fruit wine can detoxify. For those rich people who know the place where fruit wine is produced, this is so unreasonable. They think of the place where fruit wine is produced in Myanmar. It is produced there and also produces things that can detoxify. This is really incredible. Do you want to make both a spear and a shield? Then, something even Tang Qing had thought of happened. 2 p.m. Thailand. Bangkok. In Tang Kai's office, he was looking at the construction progress of the 3 factories in the territory. It won't be long before the 3 factories are completed. Looking at the product data parameters given by the technical experts there, Tang Kai, who had done enough homework, couldn't help but tremble. If this is true, just these 3 factories, the value generated will not be lower than his current worth, or even much higher. If the market report and estimated income provided by his subordinates are truly like that, he will soon be not only the richest Chinese man in Thailand, but also the richest man in Thailand. I thought it was an investment that would give 0 face. Now I feel like I have taken a huge advantage. Mr. Tang, You're about to send it. A friend called and confused Tang Qing. What are you talking about? Tang Qing asked. His factory has not been put into production yet. What are you talking about? Look at all the foreign news headlines. They're all about your fruit wine. I didn't expect that your fruit wine can actually detoxify, and the effect is very good. The whole world has exploded. There's no effective way to detoxify. This fruit wine can do it. Brother, don't cut my share. You can double the price. This is one of his customers in the domestic jewelry business. After hearing these words, Tang Qing still couldn't believe it. It couldn't be a rumor, right? Rehabilitation? Is it that mysterious? Okay, sure, I'll keep my promise. I'll see what happens first, Tang Qing said. Okay, bye. After hanging up the phone, Tang Qing turned on the computer in front of him and started browsing foreign news. Not only foreign news, but also Thai news portals reprinted it. Read the full story. Tang Qing was silent for a moment. Now, he was really at the forefront of the storm. He didn't expect fruit wine to have such an effect. It was completely unscientific, but it just happened. But these are private reports. There are no hard facts that have been scientifically studied. P.S. I still feel that the pretense plot will not be too reversal, so I can only keep silently pretending to be neither big nor small. The recent plot should be revised carefully, and try not to write about trivial matters in college. Just when Tang Qing lowered his head and thought deeply, his phone rang again, and it turned out to be Chai Ren's. Connected. Congratulations to Mr. Tang. Chai Ren's voice came out. In just one sentence, Tang Qing knew that he must be here for this news. There was no confirmation yet. He didn't expect Chai Ren to join in the fun. Tang Qing smiled bitterly and said, Mr. Chai, this should be considered a shock. Moreover, the news has not been completely confirmed, so I can't believe it too much. But don't worry, your share will definitely not escape. Even if the X-Factory price is not raised over there, the price will not change. That's great. Thank you, Mr. Tang. By the way, I'm getting married on the 17th of this month. If Mr. Tang has time, please give me a chance. Tang Qing will also come back. This is Chai Ren's main purpose. Fruit wine is nothing to pay attention to. He doesn't play stimulating contraband, nor is he a dealer. Hearing that Tang Qing was going, Tang Qing's eyes flashed with warmth. As the only male in their Tang family, Tang Qing's excellence really gave him too many surprises. He thought that the good luck during this period was all brought by Tang Qing. Tang Qing is going too, so I'll go and have a look if I have time. I haven't visited the capital yet. Tang Qing is not sure whether he will have much time next. If this news is true, he will be very busy. If you want to come, let me know in advance, and I will send someone to pick you up. Chai Ren said happily. Okay, definitely. After saying the main things, he said a few more useless words. The two hung up the phone. In the next hour, Tang Qing's phone was basically inundated with calls from friends to congratulate him. However, Tang Qing was not entirely optimistic. There was no authoritative organization to prove this matter. They were just a bunch of rich people serving as guinea pigs. This is definitely not publicity in the territory because firstly, the matter of publicity is the business of their dealers, and secondly, the supply of fruit wine itself exceeds demand, and there is no need to be in the limelight. Well, that's probably true. Think of this hidden effect of fruit wine. Tang Qing was still a little excited. Thailand is close to Burma, and the border area is very long. The proliferation of contraband is inevitable, and the ban is repeated. Although Bangkok has been vigorously rectified by the new deputy chief of the police, and with the cooperation of Bangkok's underground forces, the entire Bangkok trading market has been basically eliminated. But it is not so easy for people who are addicted to quit. Many of them go to other markets in Thailand to buy the drugs, and those here in Bangkok have nothing to do with it. Many families are separated from their wives. Because of this, if there is any way to quit, it would be a blessing. However, I still called Ling to see if it was true. Even Tang Qing considered whether this news was a means for Ling to increase prices, but it was all just speculation, so it was better to ask clearly. During this period of preparation and cooperation with the company in the territory, he and Zero also became familiar with each other. He knew that this person looked cold on the outside and hot on the inside. He seemed to be very warm-hearted, but sometimes he had strong principles, and sometimes he was rigid and sometimes tactful. Although he seems to have a complex personality, it is not good. But it also produced a beneficial result. That is, no one can figure out what Ling really thinks. All the things that look like shortcomings, when combined, become an impeccable person. Because no one dares to say that they understand Zero. Fortunately, Zero doesn't have any moody homicidal tendencies, and everyone is happy to work together. He is also very kind to the people in the territory and is fair and equitable. Although he is a bit strong, he is not offensive. Taking out his cell phone, Tang Qing dialed Ling's number. Mr. Tang. A familiar voice came, without emotion, but Tang Qing was used to it. If Ling had feelings, he would be close and enthusiastic, but he felt uncomfortable. Tang Qing thought for a while and said, "That's right, Chief Zero. I just saw on the news that fruit wine can detoxify, and I just wanted to ask if you have discovered this function." Mr. Tang, it is indeed true. We just learned that before. We thought that fruit wine was just a drink with good taste, but after experiments, it was found that as long as 1 cup of 100 milliliters of our fruit wine a day without interruption can relieve the desire to smoke for 3 days. You can stop having any desire to smoke in 1 week, and 2 weeks, that is, 1 bottle is enough to quit. As long as you drink continuously for 1 month, this type of neural stimulation will be suppressed in the future, and smoking such substances will not produce any neural stimulation, and you can quit smoking almost permanently. This is the test result of a laboratory. It was only half an hour after this news appeared online. The scientists in the laboratory had already completed the test. The results were also reported to Tang Qing, who was also confused and ordered to increase production again. It's not just the rush to make money, but the huge rigid demand in the future. In the past, fruit wine was only sold as a luxury product, but with this effect, it can be sold as a medicine, so the audience market is a bit big. And it's not even a little bit big. Many families and people can be saved. Tang Qing really didn't expect this thing to have such an effect, and the explanation given by the scientists seemed very reasonable. That is, although the substance that can stabilize genes will not be passed on to the next generation through plants, eating the plant can maintain the stability of human body functions and reduce harmful stimulation. Fruit wine cannot kill bacteria or poison, and it cannot even inhibit cancer cells. However, it can produce nerve stimulation and inhibition function for excessive excitement. It's really amazing. Certainly, it also meant that he could make a lot of money. Tang Qing decided to increase production to 1 million bottles per month as soon as possible. Think about how much profit it would make. That is a full 2 billion yuan, which is more than 20 billion a year. As for that trivial cost, he was ignored directly. And 1 million bottles is also the limit supply of the training area. It is really impossible for Tang Qing to plant all the fruits in the training area. That would be too ridiculous. He doesn't want to be a farmer. It wasn't until Ling told him that the fruit wine really had this effect that Tang Qing was convinced. The key was the price. He was really afraid that Ling would increase the price again. If the fruit wine was sold at a sky-high price, many poor people would not be able to afford it. Tang Qing wants to make money because he is a businessman, but he doesn't want to make this money. What he wants to make is money for luxury goods, money for rich people, just like selling jewelry, not money for drugs. There is an essential difference. One makes money, and the other also includes the word conscience. Chief Zero, what's the price? Tang Qing asked carefully. Don't worry, Mr. Tang. We will maintain the original price. This wine will always be at this price. At the same time, we are also actively increasing production and striving to exceed 1 million bottles per month before the end of the year. Zero said directly. Tang Qing heard this. He breathed a sigh of relief. The original price is fine. He also heard it. What Ling said meant that there might be other wines in the future, but this is no longer important. What is important is that the price of this wine will not increase now, and the supply will increase. Thank you, Leader Zero. Tang Qing thanked those who needed help. Yeah. After the matter was finished, they also ended the call. Put down the phone. Tang Qing stood by the window, looking at the bustling city and streets. He was very happy when he thought of Zero's promise not to raise the price. This thing is already expensive enough. If the price increases again and it is sold as a drug, it will be difficult for ordinary people to quit drug addiction. If under deliberate speculation and manipulation, it is really possible to sell at a sky-high price. This is not impossible, but will definitely happen. He is very aware of the power of the word profit. It's fine now. The total cost of 2 bottles is only 7,000 to 8,000 renminbi, and you can quit smoking completely. This kind of money is still affordable for ordinary families. Solve this problem once and for all. Think of this. Tang Qing feels that there will never be peace in the territory. If you can make others completely detoxify and stop taking drugs in the future, it will inevitably harm the interests of those original places. Moreover, you're still next to each other, and the big bosses of the entire industry chain are the real threats. This is a bit worrying. For profit, those guys can do anything. Tang Qing can only hope that Zero can survive this hurdle. Otherwise, this great situation may be destroyed by war and assassination. Next, it's not just Tang Qing. Several fruit wine agents were picked out by the media, standing in front of the world. This time, we really stood on the cusp of the storm. At first, many brainless people clamored for them to contribute the brewing method for free, thinking that they were manufacturers. But when they saw in the news that a few people were just agents, they were ready to target the territory as a production enterprise as before. But after some good people uncovered the background of this company, for a while, all of them were misfiring. Damn it. If it's okay for ordinary enterprises, it can be done in any country, even in war-torn places. They can talk about morality, dedication, and for all mankind, but they don't need money anyway. But if you shout about these things to a warlord, it doesn't matter. But they can't give up like this. So thinking that this place is Myanmar's territory, they point the finger at Myanmar's political power. P.S. The Strongest Veteran is an urban farming novel with military skin. If you're interested, you can check it out. Next chapter, in 5 minutes. Myanmar. As a country with a large area and population, although the domestic network and communication technology are as backward as those in Africa, they definitely pay attention to international news in real time. When they first saw this news, they didn't believe it. They thought to themselves, who do you think you are that you can just pick up something to solve this harmful thing? But as more and more people come forward to speak out, it seems to be true. But they didn't completely believe it. Because at that time, in order to curb trade in the territory, they applied a one-size-fits-all approach to their products and did not allow imports. They could not find any factual evidence in a short period of time, so they had to wait and see what happens. However, before they could react, international public opinion pointed the finger at them. But instead of directly accusing them, they first boasted about it, and then hoped that they would release the technology for the sake of humankind. If they were asked to quarrel with a warlord, others would definitely ignore him, and they couldn't figure out Ling's behavior. What if they made the other party angry and blew up their newspaper office, so they could only quarrel with him? It's really an unforeseen disaster. If they had such technology, they would have defeated everyone on the other side long ago. As soon as this thing comes out, the demand for contraband in the world will plummet. In less than a year, the total demand will be reduced to less than 1/10 of the current level. The rest are people who are really looking for excitement, serious people who would buy this thing. Until then, without a market, there's no sales. Without sales, the other side has no money to buy weapons and equipment and no money to pay wages. A tiger with its fangs and claws cut off is just like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Think of this. In fact, they really hope that this is true, and at the same time they are vigorously promoting this thing in the territory. Because as long as it is promoted, not only the surrounding forces will definitely regard Zero as a thorn in their side, a thorn in their flesh, and want to get rid of it quickly. Everyone upstream and downstream of the entire industrial chain will want Zero death. Once those ruthless people are angered, they will directly send killers to destroy it. By then, they will simply win without a fight. This is almost a win. It makes me excited just thinking about it. If the news is true, they are still eager to sell Ling a little more. After Ling's death, hey, no matter how much money it is, it won't be theirs. This wave of unprovoked assists. They really almost jumped for joy. Yangon. It was still that big conference room, filled with smoke. Tell me what to do. People outside are clamoring for us to persuade the zero-contribution brewing technology. This time, the old man sitting in the first place did not have a sad face, but was very happy. With Zero's attempt to commit suicide, they could win without even having to do anything. Can they be unhappy? I don't think it matters at all. We haven't yet determined whether what they say is true or not. They're just the voices of some unscrupulous media. They're afraid that the world will not be chaotic, so let them yell. Anyway, we don't have this kind of technology. One of the deputy chiefs curled his lips. Of course I know what those media want to do, which is nothing more than to create conflicts and attract attention. But we have to face this problem squarely and give us an explanation. By the way, how is the layout over there? The old man said to a bald man in military uniform below. Well, Mr. President, this is just the beginning. The others were happy, but the bald man couldn't be happy. There was sweat on his forehead, and he didn't dare to wipe it off. The old man sneered. How come I heard that you have made a lot of disclosures, and even the plans have been leaked to the other side? He originally gave him half a year to prepare, but now 2 months have passed, and the progress of infiltrating the other side is almost zero. If Zero hadn't committed suicide today, he would have wanted to strangle this guy to death. Mate, it only took him 2 days to approve the plan, but the other party knew everything about it, and even used the stereo to yell and curse people in the air. Damn it, if this day is going to last, anyone can come and criticize them. Do they still have dignity? Don't worry, I have sent the person who leaked this plan to a military court. However, due to this leak, activities there are now more difficult. Many of the people we sent there have lost contact, and the rest are useless information. Especially on Zero's side, our people can't get in at all. Except for Geddon and the others. They lose contact as soon as they enter, and not just Zero. Even Saisu's side can't get in. The bald man admitted his mistake honestly. Fortunately, he found a scapegoat this time, otherwise the stick would have fallen on him. Has Zero announced that he will take over Saisu's territory yet? The old man gave him a cold look, which made me feel relieved, but this guy is also considered a veteran, and he usually does things neatly and obediently. But this incident made him look disgraced. Yes, we think they want to leave a buffer zone, and the Asian dollar has been fully circulated in it. The chat has basically been collected by the Bank of Myanmar. In a short period of time, I think Zero will never announce that the Saisu territory will be included in their management. Baldhead said quickly, where are the other 2 forces bordering Zero? The old man took a puff of cigarette and asked again. They haven't done much, but they're doing business with Zero now, and there's a lot of trade volume. However, the invasion of the Asian dollar is not that obvious. The main trading currencies are the Chat and the US dollar. They want to develop with peace of mind. The old man chuckled, with a trace of cruelty in his smile. He was a little anxious before, but now he wants to try the feeling of sitting on a mountain and watching the tiger fight. When both sides suffer, they can just reap the benefits. The others were silent for a while and did not respond. Speaking of such an obvious thing would really destroy your IQ. The efficacy of fruit wine has not yet been proven, and is not the time for them to cheer. What's the conclusion of the reconnaissance planes investigation? The old man asked again. Their people in the territory, namely Geddon, can only wander around Exine town. They have no up-to-date data on roads, bridges, and towns and other places. So reconnaissance planes had to be dispatched. It means bullying the opponent without any countermeasures. They think that people in these small places may not have any anti-aircraft weapons, so they have been flying everywhere and scrupulously, sometimes flying at low altitudes. Anyway, it is, you can see me, but you can't hit me. At this time, their sense of superiority emerged spontaneously. Now almost everyone in Exine town knows that Geddon and the 2 are Miao people, and they are all on guard against them. Although there are no restrictions on movement around Exine town, no one is willing to pay attention to them, just like hiding from the plague. Now Geddon and the 2 were extremely depressed. Mr. President, they have built a lot of factories, roads, and bridges, but they have never found their military facilities. The bald man said immediately, then continue the investigation. Do a good job of terrain detection and marking of important roads and bridges. They have no empty weapons. Once a fight starts, we will have the upper hand. We will not care about the international troubles. If fruit wine can really cure drug addiction, then God will help me. If it's fake, we have to be prepared to avoid this as a way to paralyze us. The plan remains unchanged, and you only have 4 months, maybe even earlier. Don't make any mistakes again, otherwise you should resign. The old man said in a deep voice. This time, he didn't want to capsize the boat in a small ravine. They will do it anyway. Yes. Immediately, Miao issued a notice, saying that this was normal business behavior and was the technical property rights of others. It was inconvenient for them to interfere with legal business operations. In short, it meant the same thing. Don't bother me again. For this result, those media still accept it, but they just feel that Myanmar is such a bear. Just don't support it. Just love it wherever you are. It's also a place that you can't control. Who cares? Just go ahead and dream. That's all. A piece of pure nonsense news appeared in front of the world. Many people have stopped moaning. Especially for many scientific research institutions, this represents real interests. It is a huge market that cannot be easily let go. However, through laboratory tests, they could not find any clues in the fruit wine, so they had to find a way to contact the manufacturer. To this end, driven by capital, major television media around the world have sent reporters to this magical land. As for the danger, what is that? Reporters go to any real battlefield, let alone this place. And it was only 3 hours after this news came out. The global black market price has doubled. If the output of this wine is not small, the supply is stable, and the effect is remarkable. It can be doubled several times. Some madmen are even thinking about blowing up the winery in the territory, and anyone who has the wine can make a fortune. But this idea is just a thought. A powerful, well-mannered, and wealthy force may send itself to heaven at any time if it does not follow the rules. It is better not to play such an exciting game, lest you lose yourself. Rogue moves. That is used to deal with civilized people, because civilized people have rules and regulations. And deal with crazy people. We have to be smart, otherwise everyone will go crazy and die together, which is not worthwhile no matter what. Although the winery cannot be blown up, it is still possible to send commercial spies. Even if the first batch failed, there is nothing more emboldening than money. Just when many people are worried about whether the ex-factory price of fruit wine will increase. Each dealer issued a statement that the retail price will not increase, and the supply volume will not decrease, and may even increase significantly. This has stabilized many people's concerns. In order to further establish the company's image, Tang Qing also discussed with several other people to provide a batch as a special supply to specifically help patients in drug rehabilitation centers. However, the money still has to be paid by others, but it can be given in installments at the cost price. If it were given for free, to achieve the effect, the investment would be a huge amount, and they would probably have done it all in vain. When there was no substitute for this kind of thing, Tang Qing and others actually showed their businessman side. The ex-factory price will not increase, but there is no limit on their sales price. Zero never limits the retail price. Even if Tang Qing and the others sell a bottle for 10,000 yuan, Zero will not care. This is written into the contract. Now they don't raise prices, which is considered a kind of kindness. After all, who told you to play with that thing? P.S. Thank you to the reader Crazy Kyle Muron for the tip. When the outside world was in an uproar over the territory's fruit wine, Tang Qing just paid attention and ignored it. Anyway, no matter how things develop and how many people make trouble in the middle, he can become the biggest winner. He has nothing to fear. Tang Qing also considered whether the detoxification function of fruit wine would directly provoke serious conflicts with surrounding forces, allowing Myanmar to win, but thinking about it made him laugh. Now the warrior's penetration of surrounding forces has entered a deep stage. In other words, he can suppress all bad signs at any time with one hand. Not enough to be afraid of. The people in the command room in Myanmar have also made arrangements. Once Myanmar wants to take action, he will be faced with a series of combos from the soldiers, which can basically ensure that everything is foolproof. Do they still want to take action 4 months later? Hee hee. Tang Qing can only say to dream. By that time, the soldiers will have more time to prepare, and Mian Yao will no longer be able to recover. The rise of the territory is inevitable. And if the fruit wine can really collapse the market, it will be an opportunity for Mian Yao to let the surrounding forces confront Zero and sit back and watch the tigers fight. But it is not an opportunity for Tang Qing. If the surrounding forces lose their main source of income, they have two options. First, confront Zero, kill Zero, destroy the brewing factory, and fight until death. Second, if you can't kill Zero, you can only cooperate with Zero and incorporate it into the territory's trade territory and the Asian dollar's circulation territory. Eventually, these places will become his. This is a huge place. The area belonging to Myanmar is more than 60,000 square kilometers, which is about twice the size of Taiwan province. It has a lot of mineral resources. As long as they're truly developed, most or even all of the problems of raw materials in the territory can be solved nearby. As for the territory of Thailand and Laos, Tang Qing is not prepared to set foot there. Otherwise, it will be too hateful, but trade is still possible. So it's a winnable situation for both sides. It's just that I think I can win. Tang Qing believes that it is necessary to work harder and plan well, which requires a lot of investment and layout. As long as the plan is executed according to the plan, the chance of winning is almost 100%. Although he has not grasped the righteousness, he has already gained the upper hand. It's just a monopoly on information. You can have fun over there in Myanmar. But the most important thing now is not the surrounding small forces, but those upstream and downstream of the industrial chain. Those are the real hard nut to crack, and they're also the main opponents that the territory will face in a short period of time. Once their source of income is cut off, you can only imagine what they can do. Every year around the world, the transaction volume of Haloyan alone reaches hundreds of billions of dollars, and the amount of other addictive drugs reaches trillions of dollars. If anyone touches such a huge profit, it will definitely be a life and death situation. In other words, which company will develop a drug to solve this addiction? Nothing to say. It will definitely not be listed on the market, or it will be sold to these people, or not sold. Then I can only send you to heaven. These are the rules of trade in this world. If you cut off people's wealth, it is still the wealth of those desperados, and it will be great fun. Of course, Tang Qing wants to get these. If there are no soldiers, even if he has such a thing or technology, he will not dare to put on the market. Because even if you're the son of the boss of the U.S. empire, if you dare to do this, it will be a dead end. But now Tang Qing, he is really not afraid of those cheap means. Anyway, he lives in seclusion behind the scenes, and no one will directly target him. Moreover, he has the ability of unlimited violent troops and the support of those powerful warriors. Apart from the national war, Tang Qing is really not afraid of those little guys. Hell, it is not certain who will win. I am so desperate that I will send you all to heaven. As for those people who want to assassinate Zero, first of all, you have to enter the territory, but outsiders are not allowed in the territory at all, except for registered and authorized people. If you want to enter, you can only sneak in. But in the face of monitoring and surveillance everywhere, as well as quantum communication satellites with all-weather monitoring in the sky, as well as lurking soldiers all over the woods, if these can come in, Tang Qing really doesn't think anyone would be so concerned. He really wanted to play with these people. Maybe he could also make a fortune. South Africa. One of the capitals is Cape Town. South Africa is the only country in the world with 3 capitals, divided into administrative capital, judicial capital, and legislative capital. Cape Town is its legislative capital, the second largest city in the country and an important port city. On the top floor of a luxury hotel in the city center, a strong black man wearing a bath towel stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the sea outside the window and the wine in the glass, with a faint, cruel smile on his lips. Behind him was a man who was obviously a butler, bowing to greet him. "Is the news true?" the black man said calmly. "Yes, it has been basically confirmed that our country has also imported a large amount of fruit wine. Many people are really no longer addicted to our products. Some even drink too much and are no longer excited about our products. The steward said. The black man smiled, took a sip of the wine in the glass, savored it carefully, and swallowed it. Although he had drank it many times, the taste still made him unforgettable. It seemed that his taste buds were reawakened every time, and he said, "Ha, interesting, really interesting. What about other narcotics?" "It has the same effect," the butler replied. "It seems that this force is really not simple. It dares to do this to us. Have you discovered anything about the efficacy of this wine?" The black man said with a sneer, "As the largest seller of illegal drugs in South Africa, although fruit wine is delicious, it should not exist in this world. In other words, it should be so high that ordinary people can't afford it. The current price is simply taking away their foundation. Without consumers, who will make money? Although there are many poor people in South Africa, even this cannot afford it. But once the upper class stops playing, then his business will be in vain. Without the consumption of South Africa's elite, how could he get protection?" "What did you find?" the steward asked in confusion. "Our product can be said to be narcotic and psychotropic drugs. What will happen if you become completely immune after drinking them?" This is what black people think is their trump card. The housekeeper's eyes lit up, and he suddenly understood and said happily, "Are you saying that such drugs may not have an effect on it in the future? If this is true, things will be very serious. Anesthetic drugs have no anesthetic effect, which is a big disadvantage." He had previously thought that the effect of fruit wine was so significant that it could be impeccable from a moral and economic point of view, as well as public opinion on a global scale, but he had ignored its own later effects. Really, there is no absolutely perfect product in the world. Yes, has there been any experiment to see whether the narcotic drug has an effect after quitting an addictive drug, and whether it also has an immune effect on other narcotic drugs? The black man felt that he had grasped the weakness of the fruit wine. "There is no experiment yet. It will take time to know the results. I will arrange it right away." The housekeeper immediately replied that this experiment is not difficult. Just find a few people who have quit to try it. The black man nodded and said, "Okay, let's experiment first. You immediately find someone to publish the news, first suppress the expansion of its influence, and say that this fruit wine can cure drug addiction, but it will also produce strong drug resistance. Such narcotics and psychotropic drugs will not have any effect in the future. Let them cause chaos first. Also, send people over immediately. It is best to find their brewing factory and add some ingredients to it. Zero must die. This thing, no matter whether it can develop lasting drug resistance in the end, cannot be allowed to exist. Regardless of the outcome, they must first confuse public opinion. Only when the water is muddy can they fish. This time, fruit wine has cut off too many people's financial resources. He believes that not only himself, but also many people will join in. Even if the wine cannot be made to disappear, its influence can still be suppressed. Yes, I'll arrange it right away." After saying that, the butler walked out and started calling the familiar media to exploit the disadvantages of this fruit wine and at the same time arrange for people to find ways to cause problems in the production of this wine. A two-pronged approach. P.S. Thank you to the reader of Bogota for the tip, and thank you all for your votes. Today is another limited exemption. In fact, it is an exposure opportunity for the author. There is no way. The subscription data of this book is haha. The number of recommendations after it is put on the shelf is also small, and the effect is not great. I hope this can add some new readers. Your support is the motivation for Mouse to write. Please support genuine subscriptions. Colombia. In a huge villa in the southern jungle, a white man in his 40s was fishing leisurely by the river. On the small table next to him were fruit wine and various pastries produced in the territory. Due to the jet lag, it was still morning here and the sun was rising, but he was used to it and couldn't help but have a drink. After listening to his subordinate's report, the white man pushed up his glasses. "No wonder I don't want to eat that food recently. It turns out that this kind of wine is responsible." Jones immediately sent people to create public opinion and prevent the expansion of its influence. At the same time, he found a way to obtain this technology. Also, this zero must not be kept. Anyway, we can't let them sell products smoothly. Do you understand? Boss, it's okay to build momentum, but if you send people to kill people, it's okay to succeed. If it fails, it will directly conflict with that force. In that case, we will cut off his money and livelihood, and the other side will not be easy to mess with. The man named Jones worried. Although there are many of them, with tens of thousands of soldiers under them, it is indeed unwise to fight with such a powerful force. The strength of the opponent is unknown, but there are at least thousands of them. It is conservatively estimated that there will be no less than 5,000 people. If you continue to fight to the death, won't you kill others? What they fear most is that it will be very troublesome to confront this kind of force. Everyone has money. Everyone has someone. Everyone still has the momentum. If you can't kill him, it's a trap. Facing the worries of his men, the white man shook his head, sneered, and said, "He has offended the entire industry this time. Too many people want him dead. It's okay. He can still go against all of us. I don't think he will have the energy to deal with us next. Even if his people want to come to us to cause trouble, they will be discovered by us immediately. We are not afraid of him. He is the one who bullies Zero easily. They all have Asian faces. It is impossible to come here without being discovered. As for sending killers, that is even more impossible. He has connections with many killer organizations. He pays so much protection fee every year, which has already formed a set of unwritten rules. No one in the killer world will dare to take his orders. Be confident. That's his current mentality. Yes, boss. Jones called immediately. USA, Brazil, Peru. Each of the big bosses gave the same or similar orders, which was to find a way to destroy this thing, and the brewers watched helplessly as a market worth hundreds of billions of dollars disappeared, leaving them with no business. Then we can only fight to the death. As Tang Qing expected, a piece of news caused such a big response, and there were too many people who wanted to cause trouble. Things have progressed to this point. All parties' capitals have reached a consensus, which is to discredit this fruit wine first. Of course, they still need to purchase a large amount privately, and, at the same time, try to obtain technology. As for Zero, of course, it is the chicken that is used to kill the chicken to show the monkeys. Faced with this industry-wide crisis, everyone is ready to work together for a big fight, and each of them is confident and ready to show their strength to the world. To sum up their current psychology in one sentence, it is time to make the rebellious mortals tremble. What a pity they don't know is, their faces will be swollen sooner or later, and they will be beaten so hard that they won't even recognize their mother, and they won't even have a chance to call them daddy. Then, in the evening at home, the positive public opinion of fruit wine came to an abrupt end. The Western media suddenly turned around and was filled with concerns about fruit wine. Fruit wine is likely to damage people's immune and nervous systems. A new alcoholic drinker revealed that he has side effects and has inhibitory effects on narcotic drugs. An army trying to destroy mankind. The MIT Biological Laboratory released research results. Fruit wine contains unknown substances and its effects are unknown. Please use it with caution. One smear report after another is rampant, but the key is that it is well-founded. Half-truth and half-false news are the easiest to mislead people. With the participation of capital, the Western media has no conscience at all. From the previous praise, they instantly turn from fans to haters, and they're still ready to fight all the way to the end because the person who planned this time is too powerful. They also don't think this fruit wine has a chance to turn around. However, what surprised the onlookers? The black market price of fruit wine actually rose sharply instead of falling. This made many envious and jealous people dumbfounded. Although the report came out, it seems that there are fewer and fewer people selling fruit wine. The onlookers didn't know. But smart people all know the reason, because those who can afford to buy in large quantities are rich people. Rich people all have one characteristic. That means not trusting the media. After playing with capital for so many years, they're the same group of people who use the media to play with public opinion and ordinary people. How could they be induced by the media? They were well-informed and knew the whole story with just one phone call. They didn't care what the media said. So there was such a funny scene. Despite all kinds of slander, the black market price of fruit wine actually rose instead of falling, because they all thought that zero could not withstand the pressure and would probably disappear together with the fruit wine. Now that it is still available for sale, buy more. Even if there are such side effects, it can at least be used as medicine and there is no loss. If an ordinary person saw this news, they would definitely be confused. But after Tang Qing saw it, he just smiled. Certainly, the issues mentioned in the report also attracted his attention, whether this kind of abstinence will really produce drug resistance to similar products. After all, many of these products are sedative, anesthetic, and psychotropic drugs. If they don't work after taking them, it is really a big disadvantage. So Tang Qing ordered the scientists to quickly experiment and give the results. Quick check on the side effects of fruit wine. Tang Qing, who was returning home with Lin Jiaxue, sent a message. Within half an hour, Tang Qing had just finished dinner. The experimental results are out. It turns out that fruit wine can really slow down nerve stimulation similar to drugs, and the time is quite long. It could take several years to fully awaken. Even if you drink alcohol during this period, it will not extend the time, unless you are still taking drugs while drinking. To put it bluntly, only when it is stimulated and the drug is present in the body can we get rid of dependence with the help of fruit wine. Those who have never used drugs will not produce neurological depression. That is to say, only similar drugs, the effects of other analgesics, anesthesia, and psychotropic drugs are not affected. Moreover, due to the development of chemically synthesized drugs, heroin is not currently used as a narcotic drug, so the impact is even smaller. See this result. Tang Qing was also relieved. However, this can be regarded as a drawback of fruit wine. He also has to admit that fruit wine is not perfect. Fortunately, the current effect is sufficient and will not affect the effect of people's medicine. As for those who are into everything, there is no need to be afraid. There are hundreds of sedative, anesthetic, and psychotropic drugs. Just explain the situation to the doctor before using it, and it will not affect the treatment. So far, Tang Qing finally felt relieved. There will be many things going on next. Although the pressure he faces is unprecedentedly huge, and there are many and strong enemies, it is also an opportunity for the territory. Thailand, Bangkok, Tang Kai's office. In just a few hours, the excitement of the afternoon completely disappeared. Tang Kai walked back and forth in his office with a sad face, like an ant on a hot pot. The direction of public opinion in the Western media changed so quickly that they were caught off guard. He also learned from Wang Sa, who was behind all this. That is, the entire industry chain has begun to fully exert its efforts, preparing to slap the fruit wine they sell to death, and Wang Sa has no good way to deal with it. It can only wait and see what happens, and stop the global fruit wine sales first. They are clear. Behind public opinion is a game between various stakeholders. Whether it is the media, research institutions, or even the voices of the people, they're just chips and tools. If you want to win, you have to rely on the unknown efforts behind the scenes. This time, it is Zero and the big guys in the industrial chain who are fighting. They, mortals, are not qualified to intervene, nor have the ability to intervene, let alone dare to intervene. They can only wait for Zero's notice. Just now, Tang Kai called Ling about this matter and asked whether fruit wine really had such serious side effects. Although he didn't believe it, he still needed Ling to come to a conclusion, and Zero said to come back to him later. Now, more than half an hour passed. Tang Kai was really anxious to wait. All other people's calls were transferred to his secretary, except Ling's. He didn't want to explain so much to anyone before giving him a reply. Ding, ding, ding. The phone rang suddenly. When he saw it was Zero, Tang Kai quickly answered it. Chief Zero, how's it going? Tang Kai said anxiously. Zero said in a calm tone, Don't worry, Mr. Tang, the fruit wine is fine. It only inhibits the nerve-stimulating drugs that were commonly taken at that time. It has no inhibitory effect on other drugs. In other words, as long as the neurostimulant drugs do not drink our wine for 3 days before and after use, they will not have any effect. There's so many synthetic drugs now, and heroin is not among the anesthetic drugs at all, so you don't have to worry. We will send you the detailed experimental data and conclusions related to the fruit wine later, and you will jointly publish it. After listening to Zero's words, Tang Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although there are still side effects, if you think about it carefully, they are basically gone. As long as you do not use other sedative and stimulant drugs within 3 days, if you insist on trying all stimulant drugs and then drink, it will be like jumping off a building every day. If a person wants to die, who can stop him? For example, if you eat rice and are starved to death regardless of the actual situation, you can still blame the farmers who farm the land. Absurd. That's great. We will release it immediately. By the way, Zero, you have to be careful. I heard that many people are preparing to deal with you. After all, fruit wine has cut off many people's financial resources. Tang Qing expressed his worries. He and Zero were now partners on the same boat. He hoped that Zero could live well and not have anything happen to him. If something happens to Zero, Tang Qing didn't know whether the territory would fall into chaos, but he knew that his property would be in trouble almost overnight because until now, his property was actually relying on nothing. Thank you for your concern. Don't worry. Since we still dare to sell, we are not afraid of anyone dealing with it. Zero said lightly. How could the robot be afraid? If it encounters an opponent, it will be destroyed. Hearing Ling's confident look, Tang Qing was relieved. He was worried that Ling would take it lightly, and reminded him, Leader Ling, they are not weak when they join forces. They are most afraid of someone using a trick to send a killer, and I'm also afraid that they will unite with the local countries to ban imports. In addition to dirty tricks, Tang Qing is also afraid that countries will be forced by the pressure of public opinion created by the media to ban the sale of fruit wine, etc. If it is alcohol sales, there may not be any restrictions, but now it involves detoxification, and that is the effect of a little medicine, which will be troublesome. Even in various countries, and even China, faced with such a situation, if the experimental results of drug detoxification are confirmed, it is likely to face review and testing and re-examination before it can be put on the market. This will take a long time. After all, the marketing procedures for food and medicine are completely different. We have been prepared for a long time. Just continue to make sales. Ling Huan's tone did not change. Tang Qing hesitated for a moment and wanted to talk about the difference between food and medicine, but he didn't think Ling didn't know it, so he could only say, Okay, you're busy. If there's danger, run away. I know. Goodbye, Mr. Tang. I'm going to inform the others. After Ling finished speaking, he hung up the phone. After putting down the phone, Tang Qing sat on the chair and poured himself a glass of fruit wine. He took a sip and found it tasted good, but he couldn't do nothing and just wait for Zero to solve the problem. Zero can't pass this level. There's a real possibility that something will go wrong later, and he will also be in a lot of trouble. Immediately, Tang Qing took out the phone and pressed it. Chief Wang Sa, are you in Bangkok? I'll go sit at your house. What Tang Qing fears most is that those people will convince the American emperor and then put pressure on the Thai government to ban the export of fruit wine, which will make this matter even more troublesome. Hidden arrows are sometimes easy to dodge, but the obvious move is really difficult to break. He has to discuss it with the local snake Wang Sa. Although this matter has not happened yet, he has to guard against it. If he wants to get rid of the Thai government, starting from Wang Sa is the only way now. The phone just hung up. Tang Qing received an email in his mailbox. Then he forwarded it to the relevant departments of the company. 20 minutes later, the dealers of various fruit wines jointly issued this statement to indicate its efficacy and mechanism. Now, it is interesting. There are mixed reviews on the internet. Those who praise it are those who want to quit drug addiction, while those who criticize it are those who have smoked all kinds of drugs. Fortunately, there are many types of narcotic drugs, and they only produce a few types of drug resistance. It's quite acceptable. Capital's methods will not allow such a harmonious thing to happen. As expected, the media immediately focused on the debate about whether fruit wine should be classified as a drink or a drug. At the same time, there were questions about whether it had other side effects or whether it did not explain its efficacy in the early stages of sales, whether it was a fraud, etc. They believe that as long as fruit wine is classified as a drug, fruit wine will be forcibly removed from the market in Western countries, and the drug review process will be reopened, and clinical and experimental data will come out in a mess. They can delay it for several years. Half an hour later, Wang Sa's home. Tang Kai and Wang Sa were sitting in the living room. 2 cups of hot tea were steaming on the coffee table in front of them. The servants all left. Chief Wang Sa, what is Thailand's attitude? Tang Kai asked with a frown. Wang Sa's face didn't look good. After all, he was also a fruit wine dealer. He said slowly, I have provided the report to my father, and he is actively working on this matter. Although many countries have not explicitly stated that it will be removed from the shelves, people are still worried. If it gets bigger and it is really classified as a drug, it will probably be reapproved before it can be put on the market. Do you think your father can convince Thailand to withstand this wave of pressure? Tang Kai asked. Wang Sa shook the picture and said, I don't know about this. I can only say that I'm trying my best. After all, Thailand is not only a political and military power, but also a royal family. If Guojio faces a large number of subordinates from the country and wants to convince them, Zero's information may not be useful unless he sees tangible benefits. Trouble, I didn't expect it to cause such a big response. Tang Kai lay on his back on the sofa and rubbed his face. Things are back to the beginning, back to a zero-sum game with the opponent. This is crucial. As long as this level is passed, any re-examination and country's ban on sales are just trivial matters. If fruit wine can really cure drug addiction, you won't have to worry about selling such a good thing. If you don't let me sell it, I can sell in my own territory or other neutral camps. I don't have to pay you taxes or flow in through the underground black market. No country will do such a stupid thing. But only if Zero can win this time. But can Zero handle it? Zero, surrounding forces. The big guys in the global industrial chain. Myanmar's government. Other coveters. With the 4 forces added together, he felt that Zero's troubles were really big this time, because only those in the industrial chain were taking action, while the other 3 parties were basically still waiting and watching. If they start taking action, Tang Kai really couldn't imagine the consequences. P.S. Next chapter in 5 minutes. Wang Sa took a deep breath from the cigar, slowly exhaled it, and continued. Mr. Tang, it seems we can only wait. But have you noticed that not many people seem to have canceled their subscriptions to our fruit wine? At this point, Tang Kai also showed a faint smile on his face and said, of course I noticed that not only were there very few cancellations, but there were also many people who wanted to order in large quantities, and some even wanted to take all the stocks in my hand, even if they added a price increase to the retail price. When the news came out, his phone kept ringing. Unexpectedly, only a few people unsubscribed, but most of them wanted to increase the order quantity or let those who didn't want to give him the goods. Tang Kai agreed immediately. He didn't care at all if he didn't believe in their products. Only this one. No other semicolon, love or not. For at least 3 years, these unsubscribed people will not be eligible for reservations, of course, provided that Zero survives this hurdle. Think about it. Many of our users are high-end people from various countries. They don't believe the media. Unlike ordinary people, they are just followers. They just follow whatever the media says. They have no independent opinions or discernment. Wang Sa sneered, and there was also dissatisfaction with the followers on the internet. In addition to following the trend, they're always the ones who cause trouble everywhere. There is nothing we can do about it. The relative monopoly of information will create such a situation, which cannot be changed in a short time. Tang Kai sighed. This is the helplessness of ordinary people. Information is asymmetric, and they can only follow the media. Yes, but it's okay. If there are no wallflowers, if they can't be fooled, whose money will we make? The resentment in Wang Sa's heart is still not gone. He has never been angry like this before, but now he is indeed denounced by the world media and pressured by public opinion. He feels aggrieved just thinking about it. Tang Kai could only smile bitterly. How could he answer this? It couldn't be washed away. What he just thought about was not just making money, but whether such ignorance and blocked information channels were unfair to ordinary people. He could just think of this idea. Unfair information channels have destined the average person to follow the media and go to places with a large number of people. If they cannot change, they will be too lazy to worry about it. Thinking about philosophical issues and moral issues gives them a headache. After talking for a while, Tang Qing left. After Tang Qing left, Wang Sa dialed his father's phone number. "Father, what's going on? What's the attitude from above?" Wang Sa asked hurriedly. "The situation is a bit complicated now. Zero has offended too many people, but they are not ready to take any action. After all, Zero also involves the interests of many of our families, and it cannot be done just by talking. Generally speaking, Thailand will not intervene in their fight, nor will it ban sales or set up cards, but you'd better contact Zero and ask them to go through Thailand's drug listing process as soon as possible and fill in the legal loopholes on our side. We will help operate and approve it as quickly as possible. We can only help so much." Wang Sa's father said. "You mean Thailand doesn't care anymore?" Wang Sa said happily. "Well, our investigation into Zero is still going on, but with little success. Moreover, it is too wide-ranging now, and there are too many people watching. They are not willing to be pawns, but are preparing to be in neutral camp. The rest depends on how Zero fights with the big guys in the industry chain. Anyway, whoever wins will be good for Thailand. The most important thing is that Ling's territory is too close to Thailand, with only one river, and the border is too long. If Ling is pushed to the limit, no one can bear it." Only then did Wang Sa's father come to the final point. "That's right. Their one country is still a large country with strong strength. However, they are not willing to offend a force with at least 5,000 men. They are not afraid of a head-on battle. What they are afraid of is being sent to the sky in the middle of the night while sleeping well. That is called injustice. Never compete with desperados. This is their survival skill. The origin of Zero is not clear yet, and the number of soldiers is not clear yet. No one wants to be the one who stands out. Just don't care. You decide your own life and death, and they will not take this muddy water. They don't take the so-called public opinion seriously at all. It's just a tool. After deciding the outcome, it's all the winner who has the final say." "I understand, father," and I immediately explained the situation to Ling. After listening to his father's words, Wang Sa instantly gained confidence. He really didn't want Thailand and Ling to fall out, which would be of no benefit to anyone. Well, everything will be fine as usual. During the approval period, the sales and circulation of fruit wine in Thailand will not be affected. Other countries cannot guarantee it. You need to coordinate. If we can pass this level, then no one can stop Zero." Wang Sa's father sighed with emotion. Through this period of understanding, Zero's strength surprised him more and more. As long as you pass this level, Zero can truly become a force recognized by the world. Although it is very difficult, the enemy is very powerful, and the resources and wealth held by the opponent are huge. But he inexplicably felt that Zero could be the final winner, not just because of the interests involved, but also because of an intuition. Zero's behavior and the territory's policies were too weird. The summary of all the information showed that Zero's power was like a growing tiger. Wait until it reaches adulthood. It's when tigers roar in the mountains and forests. Moreover, the entire development of the territory has been too leisurely. Right? Just leisurely. The territory develops step by step, without any restraint in many aspects. If you want to do it, you can do it. If you want territory, just strike with thunder. If you don't want to do it, just develop slowly and hide your minions. He felt that this time it was time to see what the tiger had grown into. "I understand." After hanging up the phone, Wang Sa, who was a little excited, immediately called Ling and explained the decision of Thailand's top management. But what he didn't know was that Ling had already known it the moment they finished the meeting. Shanghai Stock Exchange, a high-end community near Fudan. Inside the house bought by Tang Qing. After dinner, Tang Qing watched TV with Lin Jiaxue, hugging Lin Jiaxue and watching the replay of Supergirl. Tang Qing seemed absent-minded anyway. Now the chain reaction caused by the fruit wine is getting more and more chaotic. Although he can't lose, it is a bit disgusting. Tang, what's wrong? Why are you absent-minded today?" Lin Jiaxue noticed something strange about Tang Qing. Usually at this time, Tang Qing would not watch TV honestly, but would do something. Tang Qing came back to his senses, smiled, kissed Lin Jiaxue's cheek, and said softly, "It's nothing. I'm just thinking about the development of the company. So many people have to rely on me for a living. Even if I'm the boss again, I still need to make some decisions." Lin Jiaxue is not aware of the wave of international public opinion, so as not to worry her. Hearing that her man was still thinking about work, Lin Jiaxue leaned tightly in Tang Qing's arms, feeling heartbroken. She hugged him with her backhand and said softly, "How about I change my major and study business management so that I can share your work?" Tang Qing shook his head. "No, just do what you like. I'm just doing multiple choice questions. I'm not as anxious as those bosses." Tang Qing patted Lin Jiaxue's back gently. "Oh." Lin Jiaxue no longer insisted. Tang Qing said whatever he said. "Let's go wash up." In order to quickly put Lin Jiaxue to sleep and go to the command room to have a look, Tang Qing had no choice but to act like a hooligan. He hugged Lin Jiaxue with both hands. Lin Jiaxue didn't resist this time, and she didn't say anything. She just put her face on fire and hugged Tang Qing's neck, not daring to look at Tang Qing. After a few times, she gradually let go and washed with her husband or something. 2 hours later, after Tang Qing finished playing the gangster, Lin Jiaxue had already fallen asleep. After watching Lin Jiaxue fall asleep, Tang Qing gently closed the bedroom door. When he came to the living room, the door gods had already disappeared. In order not to embarrass Lin Jiaxue, Tang Qing directly bought the house opposite. This building has very large apartments, so there are only 2 households on each floor. During the day, the 2 soldiers would move around and clean here, but at night they would leave immediately after cleaning up, and the washing and cooking would be moved to the opposite side. Otherwise, even Tang Qing would feel a little weird looking at the soldiers here. Looking at the empty living room. Tang Qing smiled avly. Wait for next time. That is tomorrow night. He was going to unlock the scene again. With such a big living room, such a soft sofa, and such a beautiful night, it would be a waste not to let it play its role. A thought. Dodge and enter the command room. It is still a busy scene here, with everyone performing their duties in an orderly manner, providing various services to soldiers around the world, and monitoring all targets in the outside world in real time. "Commander." Tang Yi saluted and said hello. Tang Qing hummed, sat on the exclusive chair, and said calmly, How is the situation now? What actions are they taking?" Back to the commander-in-chief. Mian Yao is preparing to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. In addition to stepping up deployment and drills, they're constantly sending people over to penetrate us to spy or lurk. The threat level is low in the short term. The surrounding forces are now actively gathering together and preparing to form an alliance. If someone takes action first or 0 dies, they will immediately deal with us. They are now constantly spying on the border with us and are in a state of emergency internally. There are many people in this industry chain who want to take action against us, not just public opinion. They have also hired many people to assassinate or kidnap Zero, and are also preparing to destroy the factory. In addition, many people want to cooperate with us or buy fruit wine brewing technology. Tang Yi briefly introduced. After listening to Tang Yi's brief description, Tang Qing laughed disdainfully. This time it was like poking a hornet's nest, stepping on their tails, and all kinds of monsters appeared. Also, the efficacy of fruit wine is really a big bug. It has become a point of conflict between the interests of the 2 parties and has cut off other people's financial paths. Neither party can back down. If Tang Qing wants to make this money, he can only enjoy the delicious pulp after pulling out these thorns. It's interesting. How are you going to deal with it? Tang Qing touched his chin. These are all little tricks. It seems that they are surrounded and the situation is serious, but Tang Qing is not afraid at all. Ants will always be ants. Coming back to the commander-in-chief, we are going to act according to the original plan and closely monitor and infiltrate the surrounding forces. Once they want to attack us, we will take the first action to eliminate or replace them. As for Mian Yao, they will not take action in the short term because they are not ready at all. As long as the buffer zone exists and there is no road, he cannot attack directly. He can only send a plane to take a few photos. Now Thailand has stated that it will not interfere and will provide appropriate convenience in the approval process. Therefore, our main enemies now are those upstream and downstream of the industrial chain. My suggestion is to let them all disappear and scare some people. Tang Yi's plan sounds rough, but it is very practical. As for making peace and making a fortune together, that is not within his scope. All those who harm Tang Qing's interests will either disappear or disappear in disguise. The former is to die, and the latter is to become one's own person. With Tang Qing's personality, he would definitely not be willing to join in with these people, nor would he be interested in being subordinated. Is the plan ready? Tang Qing didn't want to give in. Those were a group of rats living in the dark. Although they were huge, rats were rats, and Tang Qing had no interest in hooking up with them. He has no shortage of subordinates now. It's been done. There are a total of 8 forces targeting us this time. The others are sitting back and watching the show. Our plan is to send soldiers to make them disappear. Then they will definitely fall into chaos internally. And it can also deter other people who are ready to make a move. Tang, he said, isn't this too direct? Tang Qing frowned. This method was a bit too extreme. Commander, this is the fastest and most direct way to deal with it. Once we do nothing or resist weakly, we may make people feel easy to bully, which will immediately attract more bystanders to join the camp against us. There will be more and more enemies in the future. Tang Qing. Okay, just follow the plan, but remember, it's best to be well known and wait until their killers arrive on our territory. What we have to do is well-founded. As for the killers who come here, if they are caught, they will be locked up. These guys are all good guys. If they are mining, they may cause something. Let's keep it in vain and see if there's an opportunity to use it in the future. Tang Qing thought for a moment and made a decision. In order to prevent my methods from being too gentle and causing more people to join the enemy's team in the future, it will be very troublesome for those who should be killed, those who should not be killed, those who can be killed, and those who cannot be killed to get together. This time, we must fight quickly, and we must do it justifiably. You have come to kill me. Do I still have a good talk with you? Yes, Commander. Tang, he said. Suddenly remembering something, Tang Qing asked again. By the way, did they send people here through the killer organization? Yes, Commander, there are 8 of them. They hired a total of 3 assassins from the killer organization and sent a total of 21 people. They are all experienced veterans with outstanding achievements in the past. They have all been included in the surveillance. They will arrive in Thailand one after another tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Tang Yi replied, Oh, so much. How much is the total reward? Tang Qing asked curiously. Coming back to the commander, the total bounty they gave to the 3 killer organizations totals $83 million. Tang Yi replied, This information is top secret, but to the command room, there are no top secrets in this world. Unless there is a physically isolated land, the entire world's internet has been exposed to their surveillance. Tang Qing didn't expect Ling's life to be so valuable. It was more than $80 million, and they were really willing to give it up. It is estimated that if they don't succeed this time, the price will be increased next time, but Tang Qing will not give them the chance to increase the price. How many people are there in these 3 killer organizations? Tang Qing said with squinted eyes, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Tang, he replied, Commander, these are the top 10 killer organizations in the killer world. They are the 3rd, 6th, and 10th. The core staff total 209 people, and the non-staff staff total 579 people. After listening, Tang Qing frowned slightly. With so many people, if the first batch of killers failed, these killer organizations would definitely continue to send people over. Even if the employer died, the gap created was not small. They couldn't return all the captured killers. That would be a coward. He will never agree. Final. Tang Qing made up his mind. Tang Yi, let's list these 3 killer organizations as targets for elimination. Kill all the evil ones among them, especially their leaders. Don't let any one of them go. If you dare to accept the task of assassinating Zero, you are definitely not a good bird. You will deserve to die. You can deal with the rest as appropriate. If you are a more principled killer, such as one who only kills bad guys, you can still find a way out. Now that you have taken action, you must be ruthless, so ruthless that no one dares to hire him, and no killer organization dares to take on the task of zero. As for the discretionary part, it is to give some people who only kill bad guys a way out and leave a thin line in their work. Tang Qing still can't bear to kill so many people at once. After all, not all killers are evildoers. This time, Tang Qing wants to see who has the bigger fist. In this battle, I believe that no assassin organization will dare to take on Zero's assassination mission in the future. If there are still, then continue to kill until the entire assassin world is afraid. Also, they're all estimated to be rich. You think of a way to make them spit out the money they can get and then bring into the coffin. It will be a waste, and it will also make the bank cheaper. Tang Qing ordered, these guys are very fat. I think they can make a lot of money this time. Yes, Commander. After saying that, Tang Yi began to deploy. This time, the elimination mission of the 3 killer organizations and the 8 people were carried out at the same time. So now it is just a matter of letting the soldiers get into their positions. When the time is right, with an order from here, the 2 elimination tasks can be completed in less than half a day. Tang Qing watches operation from behind Tang Yi. Soon, all the targets were marked, and then tasks were distributed. Relevant personnel were included in the monitoring targets, and satellite screening was in place. All of a sudden, soldiers all over the world began to mobilize. Africa, America, Asia, Europe. The latent warriors were activated one by one. These warriors belonging to Black Prison and Tang Qing instantly transformed from various professions into the most powerful humanoid weapons, preparing to complete the largest clearing mission assigned by Tang Qing. Tang Qing sighed. Killing again. He really doesn't want to. It will be nice for you to make other money. If you have to mess with him, okay now. If you have to force me to do it, everyone is trying to survive. He has no choice but to find ways to fight for this limited living space. I have no choice but to lend my life to you. Just as Tang Qing waved with emotion, a red alarm lit up in the upper left corner of the projection screen, flashing continuously, obviously indicating an emergency. What's wrong? Tang Qing stepped forward and asked. Commander, satellite detection shows that Burma's surveillance plane has taken off and is targeting the territory. The soldiers serving as air crew at the airport sent back intelligence. This time they brought new equipment, the most advanced infrared night vision recorders purchased from the United States, and prepared to find our location. Tang Yi replied. Tang Qing couldn't help but cursed in his heart. Damn it, it's so late at night, and I don't let anyone stop for a while. P.S. Next chapter in 5 minutes. Are our weapons ready? Tang Qing asked coldly. Come back to the commander. The arrangements have been made. We have deployed 6 sets of ground control weapon systems, all controlled by soldiers and on standby 24 hours a day. Tang, he said. Very good. When it flies over a place with no people, let him come down and travel for a while. Tang Qing snorted and said, If you don't stop at night, then I will get all of you up and work for a while. Yes, Commander. Tang Yi turned around and went to make arrangements. That's it. Tang Qing was relieved, and finally all deployments were completed, and he was just waiting for the final closing of the network. Although the sales of fruit wine will be affected in the near future, when it returns to normal, he will make back all the losses, so he is not anxious at all. I haven't watched fireworks for a long time. Tang Qing also wanted to see if the fireworks were gorgeous enough. Staring at the image coming back from the satellite. Unblinking. Myanmar. An old-fashioned reconnaissance aircraft flew slowly in the sky, performing a routine reconnaissance mission. This mission was very simple. That is, it just flew around their own territory, and the instruments it carried would automatically record data and images. After looking at his own coordinates, the pilot reported, Immediately enter the target and prepare to start reconnaissance. The main infrared sensor has been turned on. Okay, pay attention to safety. This time, we must know their location clearly, otherwise they will curse again. Understood. The pilot didn't say much. 5 minutes later, enter the sky above the territory. Looking at the winding road below, which was particularly eye-catching under the streetlights on both sides, the pilot didn't care about this at all. He had flown many times before in broad daylight, and the road was easy to recognize. He had already conducted thorough reconnaissance. This time, he used infrared instruments to find Zero's soldier station. These camps must be inaccessible places, so after looking for the direction and following the predetermined reconnaissance route, he flew in one direction at a height of 1,000 meters, flying steadily. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't play songs, he would have wanted to play them. The night was dark. The field of vision is almost zero. Under such conditions, it is also a test for people. Sometimes, as a pilot, looking at the dark outside, he will unconsciously imagine that if there's a wall in front of him, it will be really fun. His mission today is to fly, and he doesn't have to worry about anything. Listen to the roar of planes in the sky. Although it is very late now, there are still many trucks driving on the road, transporting various minerals and raw materials to various factories, or transporting goods to various small towns, so as to avoid taking up daytime, and it is beginning to show a busy scene. Listening to the roar in the sky, the car drivers below slapped the steering wheel hard and cursed loudly. They hated these Burmese people who wanted to destroy the existing situation. Even if they were all Burmese people, they were divided by region. Under the leadership of Zero, they finally felt that their days were moving forward. During this period, there were always planes coming, buzzing like flies, which annoyed everyone to death. They knew it was a Burmese plane without even thinking about it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so unscrupulous. They really hope that Zero can knock them down, but they can only think about it. How can the flying ones be so easy to fight? They have never fought such an advanced war, nor have they seen such an advanced weapon. Leaving aside the question of whether to fight or not, if Zero did this, wouldn't it be an open fight against Myanmar's government? There would be a big trouble. There is energy. I can only hold it in. Although there was a lot of noise from the outside media today, the information in the territory was blocked and not many people knew what happened. Otherwise, they would be even more worried. Zero is their hope, and for those who want Zero life, that is the enemy of them all. Command room. Commander, the target has entered the mountain forest area. We have 10 minutes to attack. The quantum satellite has been locked, and the synchronized positioning data docking is completed. Do you want to start the attack? Tang Qing asked. Seeing this Burmese surveillance plane flying swaggeringly in the sky, Tang Qing felt angry, but he did not immediately order an attack. Instead, he was silent for a moment and asked, "Can this Burmese pilot be captured alive?" It was a pity that it was solved like this. The other party was not a heinous person, just an ordinary Burmese pilot with no decision-making power. It was not a full-scale war now, so there was no need to issue a kill order. Commander, our weapons can control the explosion time, but can only destroy its wings. He will have a chance to escape, but we cannot guarantee whether he can completely escape. Tang Qing said. Tang Qing nodded. Just follow this plan. If he is still alive, arrest him and lock him up first. Tang Qing still felt that he was quite soft-hearted, but he didn't think it was anything. If a fight really broke out, he would not be soft-hearted. Yes. Tang, he ordered it first. Get orders. The vehicle-mounted weapon hidden in the dense mountain forest began to activate. In less than 3 seconds, it was fully activated. After a burst of mechanical rotation, it was positioned in real time by the satellite without the need for radar detection. An iron weight with a long tail flame flew into the air. On board, the pilot is still thinking about what late-night snacks he will have when he goes back later, and how he will go back to spend time with his wife and children this weekend. He has not seen her for a month. His daughter is already 3 years old and likes to run around all day long. She misses her dearly after not seeing her for such a long time. Warning, warning. A rapid siren sounded in the plane, breaking his leisurely mood. He looked closely at the thing approaching rapidly on the radar. Even a fool knew what it was. It was so late at night that it almost scared him out of his wits and almost wet his pants. There was already a lot of curses in my heart. Damn it. Who the hell said that Zero didn't have control weapon? Then what was this? A stone thrown by someone else. He really wanted to speed up, but at this speed, he couldn't escape at all. What should he do? He has no intention of going to hell with this crappy plane. If he dies and his wife remarries, there is no doubt that his daughter will be bullied. Just 2 seconds. The Burmese pilot had made his decision. Abandon the plane. This old-fashioned reconnaissance machine has been in service for more than 20 years. The thing behind it is obviously not from 20 years ago. It has been locked, and it is basically impossible to run at this speed. After quickly reporting to the command podium, without waiting for a reply, his life was at stake. He decisively chose to parachute immediately, pressed the button, and with a bang, he was ejected. Although the aircraft was old, it still had this function. The cold wind held by, bitingly cold. As he was descending, he heard a boom sound, and the plane he had just flown turned into a fireball. A heat wave hit him, knocking him over several somersaults. Looking at the ground, getting closer and closer, he quickly opened his parachute. Watched the plane turn into scrap metal from the projection screen. Tang Qing finally relieved his anger. This time, let you get up and work for a while. P.S. It's hard to write, it's easy to cross the line, and I dare not use many words and sentences. Next time, I'll write this kind of scene in a different place. Myanmar, Yangon City. In each luxurious manor or villa, the bosses had just fallen asleep when they were called by a phone call. They thought they heard it wrong until they confirmed it again, and in the end they were left with their mouths wide open. This is extremely shocking news. Their plane was actually shot down by Zero, which was so unexpected. They thought that Zero could not have such a weapon, and even if it did, they would not dare to use it, because it would openly break up with them. Now Zero actually dares to do this, completely disregarding their status. They couldn't figure out who gave Zero such confidence. Now, they still don't know which country's weapons were used to shoot them down. But this is not important. What is important is the nature and consequences of this matter. Now, it's not just a question of whether to break up or not. It's a question of where to put their faces. If they hit, they're not ready and the timing is not right. If they don't hit, it would be too frustrating to give in. Each of them is extremely entangled. Then, all the big guys gathered again for a meeting to think about it together. It's too arrogant. I suggest that we send planes now to blow up their factories and dampen their spirit. Otherwise, they will think that we are easy to bully. A deputy chief slapped the table and said angrily, "Who wouldn't say a few harsh words when being slapped in the face so late at night? But harsh words are harsh words after all, and others don't take it seriously. Now that others dare to take action, maybe they're not afraid of their follow-up methods. Besides, it's me who harasses others every day." Each was smoking, silently and without speaking. Things are very complicated now. If they act rashly and get slapped in the face again, they will lose their face. Although they have been embarrassed many times during this period, they have not become accustomed to it yet. "Why don't you speak?" the old man said calmly. I glanced around, but no one answered. The bald man had been so frightened that he couldn't speak. His feet were trembling. Now he didn't talk about any progress, and he even folded an airplane and imported instruments. Fortunately, the pilot is probably still alive, but this responsibility will definitely fall on him. Have to. He really looks like he's going to retire early. The scene is a bit embarrassing. Seeing that no one was talking, Kenshin took a long drag on his cigarette and said slowly, "Everyone, I think we need to have a good talk with the other side about this matter. Otherwise, sending a plane over secretly and being shot down again will not last forever. How can we talk?" The old man glanced at Kenshin appreciatively, and he could always resolve embarrassing situations at critical moments. After thinking about it, Kenshin continued, "Let Geddon go over to make change and get the pilot back first. We won't send a plane over in a short time. Now Zero is facing joint attacks from all parties in the industry chain. Whether he can pass this level is still a question. I think the chance of passing it will not be higher than 10%, unless he completely makes the effect of the fruit wine disappear. But it seems that Zero has no such plan at present, otherwise they will not publish their research results. This is clearly to make money, so we are not in a hurry to conflict head-on. It is estimated that Zero was also stimulated by today's events, and he attacked us out of anger when we came up to provoke him. I suggest that it is not appropriate to anger Zero now, but to wait and see what happens, and let them fight with the desperados in the industry chain. No matter whether they win or lose, we will take action again. The most important thing is that it would be too shameful for us to target Zero together with those desperados. After listening to Tang Qing's analysis, everyone here kept nodding their heads in agreement. Although they were slapped in the face just now, they were not in their own territory. According to Geddon's reply, Ling's appearance was also from Burmese. He spoke authentic Burmese, but he was just disobedient. Although the people doing it are not good people. But if you team up with foreigners to bully people from your own country, even if they are your own opponents, you will feel uncomfortable. Your own internal affairs, including life and death, are your own business. If outsiders get involved, how will the people see you? First, there is no ability. Second, collaborating with outsiders to bully people in their own country. This is a real slap in the face and will be looked down upon by everyone. So, most of them, even if they didn't say Tang Qing's words this time, they didn't want to be associated with those desperados, and they were disdainful. This was one of the reasons why they were silent just now. They are one country. It is also dignified, although the bottom line is a bit low. The old man also agreed with Tang Qing's words. It would be inappropriate to have too intense a conflict with Zero now. After thinking about it, he thought for a moment and said, "Okay, that's it. Let's wait and see what happens. Let Geddon go find Zero again and ask the pilot back first. He said he flew in the wrong direction and won't do it next time. Now that Zero is surrounded by enemies, I don't think he will refuse. Yes, I will inform Geddon immediately." Baldhead said hurriedly. Conscience added, "Don't worry, they may not have found our pilot yet. Once caught, we can take the opportunity to let him know Zero's location and equipment, as well as the quality of the soldiers, etc. Although Zero is likely to be on guard against him, it is better than not knowing anything now. Yes, there is no need to rush back now. Zero is probably asleep, so let's do it tomorrow." The old man also felt that Kenshin's words were right. They have no shortage of pilots. Then I'll ask Geddon to find change tomorrow morning. Baldhead said immediately, "Yeah." The old man hummed. "Also, be careful to block news." Yes. There was no more controversy. The meeting ended soon, and everyone went back to their homes and went to sleep. It's approaching morning. Command room. After training, Tang Qing watched the entire discussion video of these people and couldn't help but nodded. Indeed, no one was a fool. They didn't rush up and start an all-out fight just because of a plane. However, these people's wishful thinking was quite good. They wanted to rely on the pilot to gather some information, but it was destined to be in vain. Of course, Tang Qing couldn't help but give a thumbs up, although these people are currently enemies. But it still has the dignity of a country, but the bottom line is indeed a bit low. Do other countries know about this? Tang Qing asked. At present, China, the United States, Thailand, and Vietnam all know the news, and the information is still spreading, but only stays at the national level, and ordinary forces are not qualified to know. Tang Yi replied. Hearing this, Tang Qing wanted to laugh a little and wanted to block the news, but for those who were interested, there was no secret. China knew it through radar, the United States knew it through satellites, and the others were all intelligence personnel. That's good. If those behind the scenes give in, it won't be fun next time. Tang Qing chuckled. I looked at my watch. It was almost dawn. Act as planned. Tang Qing left the command room with these words. Returned to the living room. At this time, the two soldiers had already prepared breakfast and placed it on the dining table. The people had left. Tang Qing was considering whether to move the dining room to the opposite side. This area would only be used for living. Put a piano in the kitchen and dining room, or use it as a place for him to paint or sculpt. That's it. Today, let the soldiers make some rectifications and arrange things properly. Return to the bedroom. Lin Jiaxue is still sleeping. Tang Qing did not continue to torment her. Instead, he sat on the edge of the bed and looked at Lin Jiaxue's beautiful sleeping face. He held his head and watched quietly without speaking, his eyes full of tenderness. Soon, the biological clock made Lin Jiaxue wake up slowly, but she did not feel the warm embrace. Lin Jiaxue quickly opened her eyes and saw Tang Qing looking at her in rapt attention. Lin Jiaxue felt very happy and smiled. You got up so early. Tang Qing nodded gently and reached out to touch Lin Jiaxue's pretty face. Yeah, get up quickly. Breakfast is ready. Tang Qing said. Then, you go out first, and I'll get dressed. Lin Jiaxue held on to the quilt tightly to avoid being lifted by Tang Qing. She had learned a lesson. Tang Qing smiled. Okay, I'll wait for you outside. Then he stood up and walked out of the bedroom. When he came to the table, Tang Qing started to eat. Lin Jiaxue also took a quick shower, got dressed, and walked out. Jiaxue, I'm going to move the dining area to the opposite side. I'll put a piano here, a bookcase here to store my paintings, and how about using the kitchen as a sculpture room? Tang Qing pointed everywhere in the living room and kitchen. Lin Jiaxue ate slowly, nodded in agreement. Very good. You just have to decide. She firmly supported Tang Qing's decision. That's good, Jiaxue. How about we try it in the living room tonight? Tang Qing chuckled. Lin Jiaxue was a girl who didn't have the nerve to answer this question, so she had to lower her head and acquiesce. Her face was flushed and so beautiful that Tang Qing regretted not taking action just now. Class is about to begin now, so I can only wait until evening. With a turn of mental power, all thoughts were instantly suppressed, and his mind and eyes were clear. If he hadn't known that this was the effect of his mental power, he would have thought he was in a monk's state of mind. After breakfast, Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue walked hand in hand towards the school. Start a new day. The melon-eating people along the way were envious. P.S. Next chapter in 5 minutes.